In her previous life, she misplaced her affections, married the wrong man, and ultimately faced the tragic demise of her young son, who died a heartbreaking death. Having forsaken love and severed ties, she was granted a chance at rebirth, solely to seek vengeance upon all who had wronged her in the past. She returned as a vengeful spirit, while he was a formidable warlord, revered across nations. In this new life, her heart hardened and her hands grew ruthless, driven by a singular purpose amidst the chaos of human affairs, while he, ever charming and carefree, fought valiantly to protect her. Once, she determined the fate of the realm, orchestrating the rise and fall of power with a mere wave of her hand, unleashing torrents of bloodshed. In her second return to power, she safeguarded her sovereign, battling corrupt officials, wielding authority that none could challenge. As dust settled, he stood atop the imperial city, radiating both dominance and gentleness. Inquiring, "Xuan, would you accompany me in painting a grand tapestry of our world?" Adorned in a phoenix robe, she gazed upon the landscape and replied with serene grace, "What you desire, I shall endeavor to fulfill." In the silent embrace of night, Xuan fled in panic, her feet leaving trails of crimson, each drop of blood a stark contrast to the blooming red plum blossoms, striking yet sorrowful. Suddenly, her surroundings illuminated, numerous torches casting a pallid glow upon her visage. Encircled by guards of the Lingwang mansion, a woman emerged from the shadows, her smile both enchanting and disquieting. Clad in resplendent attire, adorned with jewels, wearing a golden hairpin that shimmered like a celestial being descended from the heavens, her beauty was overwhelming, rendering onlookers feeling inadequate and unworthy. Recognizing the intruder, fear and despair conspired to weaken Xuan, causing her to collapse in defeat. Xuan, a woman whose name echoed her own, became the haunting specter of her existence. The legitimate daughter, she had flourished while Xuan, an unacknowledged concubine's child, had been cast aside, deemed a harbinger of misfortune, banished to live in isolation until the age of 12. Their destinies diverged, yet a marriage intertwined their fates. Once, the youngest scholar of the great Zhou, Ji Lingfeng, sought her hand, but Xuan dismissed him, resulting in a union where Xuan became the unwilling bride. Despite being cast aside, she accepted her lot with grace. 6 years of marriage later, Ji Lingfeng ascended to a noble status, and Xuan became the princess of Ling. She believed her hardships had culminated in joy, only to discover the onset of her misfortunes. The once tender-hearted husband turned indifferent, taking Xuan as a concubine. Though anger coursed through her, Xuan pleaded for forgiveness, claiming it was not her wish. Convinced by the threat to her family, Xuan endured, even sympathizing with Xuan, whom she considered a victim. Thus, she shielded her in the royal household. However, tranquility shattered one fateful night, when Xuan invited her to admire the moon at the pavilion. Upon arrival, she was swiftly silenced and drugged into unconsciousness. When she regained awareness, Ji Lingfeng's furious slap greeted her, and scornful glances surrounded her. In shock, she realized she lay exposed beside a bound man. Bruises marking her body, an unmistakable signal of the horrors that hatred supplanted fear, and in an instant, Xuan broke free from her shackles, her hands tightening around Xuan's throat as she screamed, "Vile woman, you wicked woman, return Nanaer's life to me." Even if she were foolish, the past few months had been sufficient for her to comprehend that everything that transpired that day was orchestrated by Xuan. First, she feigned an invitation, then sought a man to defile her, ultimately leading that man to willingly meet his demi-Xuan elaborate scheme that left no room for her to redeem herself. Having already usurped her husband and supplanted her position, why would she not spare even an innocent child? After all, she was Nanaer's own aunt. Her new sister. Why was she subjected to such merciless persecution? The resentment and hatred within her were overwhelming. Yet before Xuan could exert her strength, an infuriated voice rang out, "Wretched woman, release Xuan at once." Before she could react, a foot struck her in the chest, and in an instant, she was sent flying like a broken kite. She crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. Suddenly, a flash of silver caught her eye, followed by a searing pain in her heart. Looking down in confusion, she saw a gleaming sword pierce through her chest, blood splattering everywhere. Turning her gaze to the wielder of the sword, Xuan was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, tears streaming from her eyes. How absurd it was! The very sword that struck her was part of her dowry, and the man who wielded it was Ji Lingfeng, the one she had loved her entire life. Gazing down at the bloodied and disheveled Xiao Jinxian, Ji Lingfeng showed no concealment of his disdain. Furrowing his brows, he coldly stated, "I should have slain you when that scoundrel perished. It was Yuer's kindness that spared you. You remain ungrateful and seek to harm her truly deserving of death." With that, he pressed the sword deeper, revealing his murderous intent. With a pained gasp, Xiao Jinxian ceased her laughter. The mercy Xiao Jinyu had shown her was not an act of salvation, but rather a means to prolong her suffering. In these past 3 months, beatings and abuse had become her daily fare. She had drunk spittle-laden water and eaten buns trampled underfoot. If this was her reward for kindness, she would have preferred to have perished at the outset, thus avoiding this humiliation. After a violent fit of coughing, she looked at Ji Lingfeng's handsome face and spoke in a hollow whisper, "You were angered by my lost virtue, and I bear no grudge. But Nan-Aer is truly your child. Why will you not believe me? Why must you kill him? He is a child you once held dear." Her choked words echoed through the desolate mountains, resonating with despair, chilling Ji Lingfeng to the bone. Even he, who was typically cold-hearted, felt a twinge of unease as memories of the past surged uncontrollably in his mind, disturbing his peace. In that moment of distraction, Xiao Jinxian rose from the ground, allowing the sword to pierce her body as she leaned closer to Ji Lingfeng, their faces mere inches apart. With wide eyes, she fixed her gaze upon him. Perhaps her movements were too intense, as another surge of blood erupted from her heart, splattering Ji Lingfeng's face. Looking at the man for whom she had borne children and built a home, the hatred within Xiao Jinxian could no longer be contained. In a tone of utter despair, she screamed, "Though you were once a scholar with no power or influence, I invested my entire dowry to pave your path. When you were humiliated by political rivals, I knelt to save you from disgrace. For 6 years, I supported you to ascend to the throne. I have done so much for you, yet I receive neither trust nor compassion, but rather this fatal sword. Ji Lingfeng, is this how you repay your loyal wife? Has your heart been devoured by dogs?" Tears mingled with blood streamed down her face as her voice grew increasingly hoarse. Even after enduring hardship and danger as Ji Lingfeng's wife, she had never regretted her choice until now. She loathed herself for being blind, for bestowing her heart upon such a heartless man. In the face of Xiao Jingxuan's accusations, Ji Lingfeng showed not a trace of sympathy or shame. Instead, he felt a surge of anger. Every word she uttered reminded him of the humiliating history of his subservience as he strove to rise. Even Xiao Jinxian, whom he had always scorned, had to be placated. These memories were the ones he wished to forget, yet she dared to bring them up before him, truly unaware of the danger she was in. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinyu approached, her voice laced with feigned concern. "Your Highness, please save Xian'er. Though she seeks to harm me, she is still my sister, and I cannot abandon her." Her performance was impeccable, radiating an aura of kindness and grace. Unfazed, Ji Lingfeng pushed Xiao Jinxian aside and embraced Xiao Jinyu, his previously cold demeanor transforming into one as warm as the gentle breeze. In a voice as soft as silk, he said, "You are too kind. This wretched woman not only fled the palace, but also sought to murder you, yet you still care for her. How foolish!" Though it sounded like reproach, the underlying affection was unmistakable. Witnessing the tender exchange between the two, Xiao Jinxian could only scoff at the irony of being used as a stepping stone for Xiao Jinyu's feigned benevolence. Slowly, she withdrew the sword from her body. If they were so enamored with one another, it seemed she was the superfluous one. Thus, she resolved to perform one final act of kindness for this pair of dogs. As Xiao Jinyu nestled in Ji Lingfeng's embrace, reveling in his praise, a warm, pungent substance suddenly struck her face. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it, looking down in bewilderment to find a still beating heart. A piercing scream escaped her lips, causing her to faint in terror. Ji Lingfeng stared, astonished, at the heart, then quickly turned to Xiao Jinxian, who bore a gaping wound in her chest, her pallid face adorned with a sorrowful smile. Xiao Jingxuan's lips moved slightly. Had Ji Lingfeng been closer, he would have heard her weak, murmured words. "In this life, I devoted my heart to you. This heart that loved you shall not accompany my death. I am filled with hatred. If only I could trade everything for a chance to start anew, I would never marry you again. I would ensure you suffer for your betrayal, avenging myself and my poor child." With her breath waning, The boundless resentment of Xiao Jinxian gradually dissipated, merging with the vastness of the heavens and earth. Chapter 3. Defying Destiny. Countless ethereal orbs of green light drifted and swirled in the air. At this moment, Xiao Jinxian had transformed into a wisp of glowing essence. Longing to weep, yet finding no tears, yearning to scream, but unable to utter a sound. With a heavy sigh, she acknowledged the truth. She was indeed dead, having extracted her own heart and succumbed to death. How could a soulless being continue to exist? She speculated that her current form must resemble that of a ghost. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a radiant light descended, startling Xiao Jinxian into retreating swiftly. From within the luminous glow, a solemn voice resonated. Life devoid of attachment is sorrowful in death. Free from worry and regret, enter the cycle of reincarnation. Xiao Jinxian, your obsessions are too deep. It is time to let go and be reborn. The voice, dreamlike and surreal, emanated from a majestic figure that inspired an instinctive reverence. Though hesitant to approach, Xiao Jinxuan's mind raced with apprehension. Could this be the realm of the underworld, come to claim her? Yet, she had not avenged herself. The thought of it filled her with discontent. The figure in the light chuckled softly, speaking in a gentle tone. You are now a spirit, unable to vocalize. But I am aware of your thoughts. Ji Lingfeng, the butcher, shall face the consequences of his actions. Karma will ensure he receives his due retribution. However, Xiao Jinxuan's resolve remained unshaken. Although the knowledge that Ji Lingfeng would eventually pay for his sins brought her a sense of relief, the inability to witness that day herself stirred her resentment. She did not seek mere reincarnation. She desired vengeance. Willing to embrace the fate of becoming a vengeful spirit condemned to the depths of hell if it meant achieving her goal. The depth of Xiao Jinxuan's hatred rendered the figure in the light silent for a prolonged moment, before it sighed and said, Xiao Jinxian, I shall divulge a secret. Because of your benevolence in this life, you are destined to be reborn as a male in a royal family in your next life. Would you not embrace such an opportunity? These words revealed a cosmic truth that the figure had not intended to share, yet the connection between them warranted it. Otherwise, it would not have appeared before her. Letting go of enmity was easier said than done. Xiao Jinxian bitterly reflected on the tragic death of her child and the absurdity of her life. She remembered it all too well and wished to forget, yet found an impossible task. In her heart, she pleaded for a chance. Grant me the opportunity to avenge myself, even if it means inhabiting the body of the blind, the lame, or even a beast. I am willing to pay any price for the chance to live again. There is a saying, where there is sincerity, even stone may yield. The figure in the light finally displayed a flicker of compassion and said, Foolish child, I indeed possess the means to grant you a second chance at life, but it requires you to sacrifice a lifetime of emotions. Would you still agree? Bound by her feelings, which had led to her demise, she understood that the concept of love was her curse. This was not a matter of the figure's malice, but rather a cosmic necessity. An equal price must be paid to restore balance to the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jinxian joyfully acquiesced. In this life, emotions had only brought her pain, leaving her with nothing else. Her rebirth would solely serve her thirst for revenge. She wished for no affection from men or husbands. Let them all meet their end. Seeing her determination, the figure cautioned her. Upon your rebirth, remember to guard your heart, lest you bring calamity upon yourself and those you love, altering their fates as well. You must heed my warning. Silently committing these words to memory, Xiao Jinxian felt gratitude for the figure's kind counsel, even as she believed she would never love again. An endless chant of incantations resonated through the cosmos, as intricate golden symbols surged toward the glowing essence that was Xiao Jinxian. The once verdant light transformed into a radiant gold, and when the celestial incantations abruptly ceased, Xiao Jinxian vanished from her place. All returned to tranquility, the radiant light gradually subsiding, revealing an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard. He bore a slender frame, adorned in a golden robe and a crown, exuding an aura of solemn authority. With furrowed brows, he stroked his beard, lost in contemplation. Moments later, a beam of white light shot forth from the distance, and as it approached, a youthful ghost with white hair appeared, kneeling on the ground, respectfully announcing, Grandfather City God, the matter concerning the young lady of the Xiao family has been resolved. I have returned to report. He was a spirit subordinate to the city god, and although he felt the timing of the city god's interference in fate was ill-advised, he understood the history of the dilapidated city god temple of Rabbit Ridge, which had fallen into disrepair until Xuan, passing by, took pity and ordered its restoration. Since then, the temple had flourished, and the city god had always remembered this kindness. Today, he fulfilled this karmic debt, repaying Xuan for her benevolence. In truth, not only the city god, but even he himself had benefited. His dilapidated statue had been gilded, entwining his fate with hers. For beings like them, who transcended the cycle of existence, the last thing they wished for was to owe a debt of gratitude or become entangled in karma, for such disturbances hindered their cultivation. As he pondered, the city god suddenly spoke. If you wish to resolve this karmic bond, you too shall descend to the mortal realm. Without waiting for a response, the city god gestured, and the spirit transformed into a flurry of white light, vanishing from sight. With a sigh, the city god nodded and murmured to himself. The phoenix star rises, the dragon star falls. The sea of resentment is boundless, and hatred is hard to quell. It is lamentable that all speak of the joys of immortality, yet none comprehend the burdens they bear. The phoenix returns, the dragon returns. Once more, the realm is filled with strife and blood, and the lonely souls fill the earth. In the end, it is all but a dream, tragic and absurd, difficult to resolve. Chapter 4. Rebirth in the frigid depths of winter. A biting wind howled mercilessly. Xuan lay with her eyes closed, her lips cracked and purple from the cold, stirring slightly in a daze. After a considerable time, she slowly opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings with a look of confusion. Before her lay a vast expanse of pristine white snow. A shiver coursed through her, and she instinctively raised her hand to her mouth, about to blow warm breath to ward off the chill, when suddenly her movements froze, and she found herself scanning her surroundings with renewed vigor. After a quarter of an hour, an uncontrollable laugh erupted from Xuan's lips. She had truly been reborn. The surreal, dreamlike experience was real, for the scene before her was eerily familiar. It mirrored an event from her 12th year. The towering tree, the wooden cage, indeed. It was the same as that fateful day when her stepmother, Ning, had brought the ladies of the household to admire the plum blossoms. Because she had soiled Ning's dress, she had been confined in a wooden cage, suspended from a tree for an entire day. Despite the passage of years, she would never forget such an experience. Now, having lived 2 lives, she felt no fear or terror akin to that of her previous self when imprisoned. Instead, she was exhilarated by her rebirth, her excitement manifesting in joyous laughter as she swung the wooden cage like a swing. In the vast whiteness of the world, her melodious laughter echoed for a long while. Yet suddenly, an incongruous voice broke the harmony. "Fifth brother, look! This country girl knows how to have fun, swinging in a cage in the middle of winter. Look how happy she is." The unexpected voice startled Xuan, for she had dared to laugh freely only because she remembered that in her past life. It was not until dusk that Ning had sent someone to release her. Before that, she had been utterly alone. Yet, it seemed that in this rebirth, everything had shifted. 2 young men appeared, both clad in luxurious brocade garments, mounted on grand steeds. The elder, appearing to be in his 20s, wore a deep purple fur robe and sat upright on his horse, exuding a strikingly handsome demeanor, though his face was partially obscured by a cloak. The younger one, slightly more youthful, donned an ink-colored outfit adorned with golden patterns, reclining lazily on his steed. His complexion was as fair as jade, his lips as red as vermilion, and his enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled like stars, framed by long lashes. The charming smile at the corner of his mouth was utterly captivating, rendering him breathtakingly beautiful. Xuan was utterly entranced. If asked in her past life to name the most beautiful person in the world, she would have answered without hesitation that it was Xuan. However, compared to the man before her, clad in black and exuding an air of strength, Xuan's beauty seemed merely enchanting, while this man could undoubtedly be deemed captivating enough to turn the world upside down. Watching the 2 mysterious figures with a wary gaze, Xuan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Since this individual had not appeared in her previous life, she felt compelled to understand the reason for their presence. The strikingly handsome man in black let out a hearty laugh and, with a hint of arrogance, replied, "You are quite the peculiar woman. This path does not belong to you. I shall traverse it as I please, without the need to greet you. Observing the girl gripping the wooden cage with wide eyes, the man found himself intrigued and stole a few more glances at her. Though his tone was flippant, they had not originally intended to take this path. It was merely the delightful sound of laughter that had drawn them back. Since her return to life, Xuan had been on edge, but the black-clad man's presence oddly steadied her. Gradually regaining her composure, she spoke with gentle warmth. Our encounter is fortuitous. Might I implore you, gentlemen, to assist me in escaping this cage? I will be eternally grateful. Eager to leave, she did not wish to linger in this place any longer. The sensation of cold and hunger was becoming increasingly unbearable in her past life. She had nearly perished in such conditions, but had managed to endure by virtue of her youth. Unexpectedly, the man in black glanced at her and, with a wicked smirk, uttered a remark that made Xuan want to spit blood. I saw you swinging in the cage just now, enjoying yourself. Since you've had your fun, why not come out on your own? Enjoy myself? She thought. How could this strikingly handsome man perceive her predicament as play? Who would willingly venture out on a frigid winter's day, only to confine themselves in a cage exposed to the elements? Besides, if she could free herself, there would be no need to request their help. In truth, the black-clad man had recognized that the girl in the cage was indeed imprisoned. Yet her ability to smile so joyfully in such a situation struck him as amusing, prompting him to tease her. However, after a prolonged silence from the girl, he furrowed his brow and, with a hint of annoyance, said, "Hey, woman, why have you stopped speaking? If you plead with me, perhaps I might be inclined to rescue you." Chapter 5. A hand of rescue. After uttering these words, the man rode his horse closer to the wooden cage, his expression filled with anticipation as he gazed at Xuan within. She had initially regarded him with the wariness of a hedgehog, but now her demeanor had shifted to one of calm elegance, making her an intriguing sight he had never encountered before. Stealing a glance at the man, Xuan turned her head away. Having died at the age of 23 in her past life, she was now back in her 12-year-old body, yet her mind had matured. Thus, she had little interest in the man's teasing. If he refused to help, she wished he would simply go away and not obstruct her vision. She knew that in a few hours, someone would come to release her. Xuan did not hide her impatience, causing the black-clad man to chuckle softly. When had he become so unappealing to others? With a sudden thrust, he pushed the cage, relishing the frightened gasps that emanated from within. "If you won't ask me to save you, then I must save you," he declared joyfully. With a flourish, he drew his sword with astonishing speed, and with a swift motion, he cleaved the wooden cage in two, as effortlessly as one would partake in a meal. Xuan fell into the snow, staring blankly at the captivating man who sheathed his sword once more. The skill required to sever the cage without a scratch to her person was undoubtedly superior to that of Jiling Feng, who had once topped both the civil and military examinations. The black-clad man leaned over his horse, observing Xuan. Her disheveled hair concealed her face, yet the eyes that peeked through were as clear and cold as a tranquil pool. Clad in a coarse cotton coat patched with numerous repairs, her hands were red and swollen from the cold, evoking a pang of sympathy within him. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of irritation. A man who typically held women in disdain found himself inexplicably compelled to remove his fox fur cloak and drape it over her head. Startled by the soft weight that had struck her, Xuan blinked in confusion at the cloak in her hands, then looked up at the man on horseback. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he met her clear gaze and spoke with an unnatural tone. "If you freeze to death, my efforts to save you would be in vain. So hurry and put on a cloak." Indeed, he felt a twinge of pity for the girl, yet his heart raced in a strange manner. Xuan smiled, accepting the gesture despite the man's brusque demeanor. Rising gracefully, she offered a slight bow and replied, "I am deeply grateful for your assistance today, kind sir." Hearing her gratitude, the black-clad man felt a sweetness in his heart. He intended to respond, but was interrupted by the man in purple who had remained silent until now. "Seventh brother, do not forget we have urgent matters to attend to. We must be on our way." His deep, steady voice carried an unassailable authority. With that, he tightened the reins, cracked his whip, and urged his horse forward. After a moment's hesitation, the black-clad man turned to Xuan and said, "Hey, you should head home. Don't be foolish enough to get trapped in a cage again, or I might have to save you once more." For reasons he could not comprehend, a wave of reluctance washed over him. However, duty called, and he averted his gaze from the slender, disheveled girl, cracking the whip as he hastened after the man in purple, departing with a flourish, wrapping the fragrant cloak around her. Xiao Jinxian frowned as she watched the two figures recede into the distance. She recognized the voice of the man in purple. She had undoubtedly heard it before, but regrettably, she had not glimpsed his face, leaving her unaware of his identity. After this brief encounter, she had no desire to dwell on it further. They were merely passers-by, perhaps never to cross her path again. Treading through the snow, she understood that returning to the manor was of utmost importance. The Ning family, seeking to punish her, yet unwilling to be accused of mistreating a legitimate child, had abandoned her on this secluded path in the back mountains. Fortunately, she had not encountered any bears or wolves in the area. Otherwise, her life would likely have been forfeit. This demonstrated how little the Ning family valued her existence. Perhaps if she had perished, they would not have batted an eyelash, easily dismissing her death with some excuse. After all, she was merely a daughter of lesser birth, unloved by both father and mother. In this world, it seemed, no one cared about her fate. Xiao Jinxian couldn't help but smile bitterly at the thought. She felt rather superfluous. After walking for an hour, she returned to the manor, weary in both body and spirit. Mei Manor was not like the Xiao family, with few servants around, allowing her to sneak back into her room without alarming anyone. As she pushed the door open, a small figure suddenly lunged into her embrace, nearly causing her to stumble. Looking down, she found herself face to face with her younger brother, Xiao Wenyao, who had tragically died at 9 in her past life. Seeing her lost and alive before her brought tears to Xiao Jinxuan's eyes. In her previous existence, she had been powerless to protect her family, watching them perish one by one. Now, having been granted a second chance, she vowed not only to seek vengeance, but also to safeguard her loved ones, ensuring that the tragedies of her past would not recur. In that moment, her fists clenched resolutely, her eyes shining with determination. Chapter 6. A minor punishment for the servant. Gently cradling Xiao Wenyao's small face, she excitedly exclaimed, "Yao, come quickly and let your sister take a look at you. I have missed you so much, Yao." In her previous life, it was during this very year that a catastrophic snow disaster struck Yangzhou, trapping them on the estate. Her younger brother, being but a child, succumbed to the biting cold and fever, ultimately passing away. Xiao Jinxian vividly recalled that during his feverish delirium, her brother still cried out for his sister, yet she could do nothing but watch helplessly as he breathed his last, slipping away into a serene slumber. Now, seeing her brother alive before her, Xiao Jinxian silently vowed to prevent such tragedy from repeating. If they could leave the estate and return to the Xiao family in advance, her brother could escape this calamity. However, she needed to devise a plan to achieve this. Xiao Wenyao, tightly held in her embrace, scrutinized Xiao Jinxian for a long moment before suddenly pouting and bursting into tears. While crying, he said, "Sister, please don't die. I can't bear the thought of being without you." Her heart ached at his pitiful expression. Tenderly wiping away his tears, Xiao Jinxian comforted him. "Yao, don't cry. Tell me, who said that I would die?" A 9-year-old child would never utter such words without reason. Someone must have been whispering rumors that frightened him so. Yet, a warmth blossomed in Xiao Jinxuan's heart. She had thought no one cared for her well-being, but this little one held her in his thoughts. This feeling of being cherished was indeed heartwarming. With the fear in his heart significantly diminished upon seeing his sister unharmed, Xiao Wenyao stopped crying and, with a choked voice, recounted it was Mama Bai and Ping-er. They said you offended the madam and were thrown into the mountains to be fed to wolves, never to return. Gently embracing the tearful Xiao Wenyao again, a glint of anger flashed in Xiao Jinxuan's eyes. Mama Bai and Ping-er were the servants of the estate, ostensibly tasked with caring for the three of them. But in truth, they were spies sent by her stepmother, Ning. They not only monitored their every action, but also relished in tormenting them. Her birth mother, Yang, was merely a favored concubine of her father, and they dared not act against her. Although her brother Wenyao was a bastard, he was still a male heir of the Xiao family, and they were more cautious around him. But she, the fourth miss, who had been abandoned by the Xiao family and was deemed a disaster that had brought misfortune upon the estate, became their ideal target for bullying. In the sweltering summer, she was made to chop wood and gather firewood, and in the depths of winter, she endured frostbite while washing clothes and fetching water. These tasks were merely the bare minimum expected of her. She even had to knead Mama Bai's back and serve Ping-er tea. Once, when she prepared a basin of foot water for Ping-er, The water had cooled on the way, and Ping'er retaliated by dumping the entire basin over her head. The terror and shock of that moment haunted her with nightmares for many nights, leaving her to silently weep under the covers. The painful memories resurfaced vividly in her mind, and as Xiao Jinxian closed her eyes, the seeds of hatred, watered by her fury, took root and began to sprout. Exhaling deeply, she opened her eyes again. Her expression restored to calmness as she gently said, "Yao, please fetch Ping'er for me. I have something to discuss with her." Uncertain of her intentions, Xiao Wenyao obediently wiped his nose and scampered out. The room was now left with only Xiao Jinxian, who regarded her surroundings with a complex gaze. Feeling both familiar yet strangely alien. Had she truly been reborn? If this were a dream, she wished never to awaken. It wasn't long before Xiao Wenyao returned, accompanied by a maid of about 14 or 15, who was none other than Ping'er. Upon entering, Xiao Wenyao hurriedly hid behind his sister, casting a look of disdain towards Ping'er. Ping'er's appearance leaned towards the masculine, with a broad face, narrow eyes, and a solid build. From a feminine perspective, she was rather unappealing. As Ping'er entered, before she could steady herself, she called out, "Young Master Yao, please be careful. If you fall, I would be heartbroken." Her voice, though loud, was deliberately pitched in a contrived manner, sounding jarring and pretentious. Hiding behind Xiao Jinxian, Wenyao's face flushed with anger, glaring at Ping'er. This Ping'er always had a tendency to be overly familiar with him, often regarding him with strange looks, and once even exposing herself in front of him, showing a shamelessness that was intolerable. Yet he could only endure, for if he acted out, this detestable Ping'er would inevitably vent her frustrations on his sister, causing her to suffer. Coldly observing Ping'er's repulsive demeanor, Xiao Jinxuan's hands clenched tightly. In her previous life, Ping'er had always been a source of discomfort for Wenyao. But back then, she was too timid to resist, merely shedding tears without making a proper stand. Now reflecting on it, she felt she had been a rather ineffectual sister. Glancing at the slender figure blocking Xiao Wenyao, Ping'er seemed to just notice Xiao Jinxian, casting a sidelong glance with a sneer, saying, "Indeed, a jinx. Your fate is remarkably resilient. Thrown away for a day and still managed to crawl back." The very individuals responsible for abandoning Xiao Jinxian to hang in a cage were Mama Bai and Ping'er. In her view, being cast away like that should have left her without any chance of survival. With a faint smile, Xiao Jinxian remained unperturbed, her tone gentle as she inquired, "It seems my survival has surprised you?" Ping'er, hearing her casual remark, raised an eyebrow and retorted sharply, "Who are you talking to in such a tone? Has your skin tightened?" From Xiao Jinxuan's childhood, Ping'er had always resorted to arbitrary beatings and scoldings. To her, the notion of master and servant was nothing but nonsense. A discarded, illegitimate daughter, seeking dignity, was nothing short of a joke. Casting a cold gaze at Ping'er's arrogant visage, Xiao Jinxuan's smile faded, her voice icy as she declared, "Who am I speaking to?" Naturally, to someone of the lowest status among servants. "Otherwise, what do you think you are?" Ping'er's face flushed red. Her greatest insecurity was her lowly origins, which fueled her desire to torment Xiao Jinxian and trample the young lady of the family underfoot, bringing her a sense of twisted satisfaction. However, Xiao Jinxuan's words struck her to the core, and enraged, Ping'er lunged forward, intent on silencing her. With a sly grin, Xiao Jinxuan's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Recognizing the impending threat, she swiftly grasped the porcelain teapot from the table beside her. Without hesitation or fear, she raised the teapot and hurled it at Ping'er. Her aim was true. A dull thud echoed as Ping'er collapsed to the ground, clutching her forehead with both hands, blood seeping through her fingers and splattering across the floor. "You will pay for this, Xiao Jinxian. The madam will not let you off easily." Ping'er shrieked, her face smeared with blood, yet she dared not advance any further. In Xiao Jinxuan's eyes, she had perceived a deadly intent, and Ping'er felt an instinctive fear. She sensed that if she dared to take another step, her life would be forfeit. Smirking softly, Xiao Jinxian replied, "The madam? Go ahead and report me. But even if Ning intervenes, she won't be able to protect you." A shiver ran down Ping'er's spine. The Xiao Jinxian before her was both unfamiliar and terrifying. She suddenly sensed that the girl who had returned from the brink of death was markedly different from the one she had known. It is often said that those who have faced life and death undergo a transformation. Ping'er felt that Xiao Jinxian now belonged to that category. The once timid figure of the past was no longer easy to bully. Payer, clutching her head, retreated towards the door, yet stubbornly called out, "Just you wait. You wretched girl, I shall seek the madam's justice. By then, you will find yourself punished and hanging outside. Do not regret it." With that, she rushed out without pausing. Watching Payer leave with a cold gaze, Xiao Jinxian held her somewhat frightened brother in her arms, her expression tranquil and serene. "Payer, please do not let me down. Only if you escalate this matter will I, the forgotten fourth miss of the Xiao family, be remembered and seize an opportunity for redemption." A cold smile crept onto Xiao Jinxuan's face, her chilling gaze reminiscent of a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 7. War of Words. Sensing the tremors in her little brother's body, Xiao Jinxian sighed softly and spoke gently. "Yao, I apologize for allowing you to witness something you should not have. But you must trust your sister. All I do is for you, for our mother, so that we may live well. Do you understand? No one is born bloodthirsty. Yet if patience only brings about oppression, and kindness is seen as weakness, then she would rather be reviled than remain defenseless, wielding a sharp blade to eliminate all who dare trample upon her." Nodding in a half-understanding manner, Xiao Wenyao was indeed startled by the earlier gruesome scene. However, as the shock faded, the sight of such a sister brought him comfort, and he nestled closer into Xiao Jinxuan's embrace, displaying a childlike dependence. After a brief moment, a knock echoed from outside, prompting Xiao Jinxian to sit upright. "Who is it? Come in," she said calmly. As her words faded, a young woman clad in a light red satin dress entered, her hair styled in an auspicious bun adorned with silver and gold pins. With a charming smile, she looked towards Xiao Jinxian and said, "Fourth miss, the madam requests your presence in the inner hall. There are matters to discuss." The specifics of the inquiry remained unspoken, yet both understood implicitly. Nodding, Xiao Jinxian replied composedly, "Please inform my mother that I will attend shortly." Once Hongxiu departed, Xiao Jinxian immediately pulled her brother close and said, "Yao, your sister has an important task. Can you promise to help me?" With a determined nod, Xiao Wenyao puffed up his little chest and pouted. "Sister, just say the word. Wenyao is a man and will certainly assist you." With a gentle smile, Xiao Jinxian patted his head and instructed, "You shall go to Mother's courtyard. No matter what happens, do not let her come out. Can you do this, Yao?" A flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes, quickly concealed. Meizhuang, being close to the mountains, turned quite frigid in winter. After half an hour, Xiao Jinxian, rubbing her numbed hands, approached the door to the inner hall, stretching out to push it open but suddenly retracting her hand. Hesitation flickered across her face as she took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding herself not to fear. She was no longer the same person. She must be strong, for there was nothing to fear. Indeed, at that moment, Xiao Jinxian felt fear, a deep-seated unease and dread ingrained in her bones. Though she was given a second chance at life, she remained herself, an ordinary person capable of fear, tears, and trepidation when facing those who once harmed her. Taking several deep breaths, she cast aside her final pangs of fear, her eyes regaining their composure. Without further hesitation, she pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. The lively atmosphere of the hall turned silent upon her entrance, all eyes converging upon Xiao Jinxian. Seated at the highest position was the matriarch of the Xiao family, Ning, clad in a splendid lotus-patterned skirt, adorned with golden jewelry and a pearl necklace. She exuded the regal aura befitting a lady of the household. Beside her sat a young girl, crowned with a multicolored butterfly hairpin, garbed in a beautiful brocade dress, her hands adorned with golden bracelets, exuding opulence. She was Xiao Jinxuan's sister, the second miss of the Xiao family, Xiao Jinlian. To the left of Ning and her daughter sat concubine Xuan. Though of humble origin, she possessed striking beauty and was the most favored woman in the Xiao household. Next to her was a charming little girl named Xiao Jinfu, merely 8 years old, the youngest fifth miss of the Xiao family and concubine Xuan's only child. To the right of Ning was another pair of mother and daughter, concubine Xuan and her daughter, the third miss of the Xiao family, Xiao Jinxing. Xiao Jinxian surveyed these familiar faces before gracefully approaching Ning, performing a respectful bow. Just as she was about to rise, Xiao Jinlian suddenly huffed coldly. "Your arrogance seems to have grown. Why did you arrive so late at Mother's call, making us wait for you?" Xiao Jinxian smiled gently and replied directly to Ning. "Sister is correct. It is indeed Jinxuan's slowness that caused the delay, but mother has always been forgiving and will surely understand her daughter's tardiness. Ning was taken aback. She had intended to follow her daughter's lead and reprimand Xiao Jinxian. However, being elevated in this manner made it appear as though she were being overly harsh, which would tarnish her image as the matriarch, known for her grace and mercy. Thus, her words shifted, and she gently patted Xiao Jilian's hand, smiling, "You mischievous child. You love to jest with your sisters. A little delay is of no consequence. Jinxian, please rise and take your seat." With a gentle smile, Xiao Jinxian rose to occupy the lowest chair at the table. She had anticipated this response from Ning, whose obsession with face and feigned kindness had not changed, whether in the past or present. Therefore, upon hearing her words, not only would Ning refrain from reprimanding her publicly, but she would also have to let the matter slide. However, at that moment, Concubine Shui interjected, "It is indeed improper to keep our elders waiting, but that is a minor issue. However, if it pertains to matters of life and death, those should be dealt with at the magistrate's office and swiftly imprisoned to avoid tarnishing the Xiao family's reputation." Xiao Jinxian gazed at Concubine Shui with a calm expression before responding in a soft tone. "Auntie, your words contain two errors." "What error have I made? Did you not almost kill Payer?" Concubine Shui retorted defiantly. Xiao Jinxian merely shook her head and continued, "First, if you claim I am disrespectful to my elders, Mother has just forgiven me, so where does the accusation of disrespect arise? Furthermore, if your notion of disrespect includes your own words, allow me to remind you, Annie, that you are merely a concubine in this household. While you may be considered a half-elder, I am not obliged to bow to you. Conversely, upon seeing my entrance, why did you not greet me?" Upon hearing this, Concubine Shui's face turned a deep shade of crimson, yet she found herself at a loss for words. In truth, she ought to have greeted Xiao Jinxian first before accusing her of being disrespectful. In an instant, the one lacking decorum became herself, akin to a stinging slap to her face, leaving her humiliated. Unperturbed, Xiao Jinxian continued with composure, "I shall overlook your breach of decorum. But you also claimed I am guilty of murder and arson. I wish to inquire, Annie, has anyone died or has there been a fire on this estate? Your words seem to imply you wish for the Xiao family to face calamity. What is your true intention?" I find myself utterly bewildered. If her previous words had humiliated Concubine Shui, this statement was a direct affront to her very heart. A concubine wishing ill upon her household, should such words spread, it would be a light punishment for Concubine Shui to be cast out. At that moment, Shui Yinyang could no longer contain herself. Coming from a fallen family, she lacked proper upbringing and, fueled by her anger, pointed a finger at Xiao Jinxuan's nose, exclaiming, "You little wretch, do not think to place the blame on me. I merely spoke a word of fairness for Pinger. How could I not wish for the prosperity of the Xiao family? You, a wild child raised in the countryside, truly believe yourself to be a lady? You dare to expect me to pay my respects? Xiao Jinxian, you are hardly worthy of that." After venting her frustrations, Shui Yinyang felt a sense of relief, but was still unsatisfied. She intended to continue her tirade when suddenly an irate male voice interrupted upon entering. "All I hear is your incessant bickering. If this gets out, it will tarnish the reputation of the Xiao family." As the voice faded, a middle-aged man stepped into the room. The gathered individuals immediately rose to pay their respects upon recognizing him. He was none other than Xiao Jinxuan's father, the head of the Xiao family, and the current governor of Yangzhou, Xiaohong. Chapter 8. Severe punishment for the malevolent servant in the prime of his life and a man of martial prowess. Xiaohong's commanding presence was palpable as he strode forward. The position of governor denotes the highest military and administrative authority in the region, and Xiaohong was the steadfast guardian of Yangzhou. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Xiao Jinxian felt a myriad of emotions upon seeing her father. Although he was not as harsh as her stepmother, their relationship resembled that of familiar strangers rather than a father and daughter. Xiao Jinxian was acutely aware that her own shortcomings contributed to this estrangement. Labeled as a harbinger of misfortune, she harbored deep insecurities, often retreating to the shadows to diminish her presence. Xiaohong had rarely visited the countryside estate and had scarcely seen Xiao Jinxian. It was indeed remarkable that their bond could deepen under such circumstances. Now, as he entered the hall, before anyone could speak, Xiao Jinxian stepped forward, performing a respectful greeting. She softly addressed him. "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely received a reprimand from Shui Yinyang and did not wish to disturb you, father." Xiao Hong paused in surprise, then asked uncertainly, Are you Jin Xian? It was no wonder he failed to recognize her. In his memory, his fourth daughter had always been untidy and disheveled. Yet, the young woman before him stood gracefully, her gentle features accentuated by a pristine silk gown that highlighted her exquisite demeanor, evoking an immediate sense of admiration. Xiao Jin Xian, having taken her time to groom herself, had exchanged her rough, worn clothing for a clean, elegant dress, appearing utterly transformed. Recalling her past life, she understood that her release from confinement had been due to Xiao Heng's visit to the estate. Thus, she had deliberately provoked the most irrational of her tormentors, intending for this scene to unfold before her father's eyes and draw his attention. With a demure nod, Xiao Jinxian continued, I am indeed Jinxian. It was my fault for speaking without discretion and provoking Xuanyang. I shall apologize to her and serve her tea. However, Xiao Hong interjected, furrowing his brow. What nonsense is this? You're the fourth young lady of the Xiao family. There is no need for you to demean yourself in such a manner. I have never heard of a young lady needing to apologize to a concubine. Such a breach of decorum is unheard of, especially in our family. Yet, Xiao Jinshuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, I'm truly happy, father. Just now, Shui Yinyang called me a wild child raised in the countryside and told me not to consider myself a lady. I thought you no longer wanted me as your daughter. Feigning vulnerability was a skill anyone could master. In her previous life, she had been too naive to defend herself. Now, she not only knew how to articulate her grievances, but had also learned to do so in a manner that served her best interests. What? Shui Yinyang actually said that. Shui Yinyang's real name echoed in Xiao Heng's mind, igniting his fury. Regardless of Xiao Jinshuan's faults, she was still his biological daughter, while the other party had branded her a wild child. What then did that make him? Shui Yinyang's face paled, but any attempt to deny the accusation was futile, as a room was filled with witnesses. Overcome with dread, she collapsed to the ground, stammering, My lord, please allow me to explain. It was the fourth young lady who spoke so harshly. I lost my temper and spoke without thinking. It was unintentional. Yet, Xiao Hong would not entertain her excuses. Coldly, he replied, Are you suggesting that you had no choice but to speak thus? Return to your quarters and reflect on your actions. You are forbidden to leave until I command otherwise. Though he had a fondness for Shui Yinyang, he could not allow a concubine to publicly insult a legitimate daughter. Failing to punish her would only invite rumors of him being a negligent father, thus jeopardizing his military reputation and tarnishing the Xiao family's name. Tears streamed down Shui Yinyang's face as she sought to plead further, but was interrupted by her daughter, Xiao Jinfeng, who gestured for her to remain silent. Having calmed her mother, Xiao Jinfeng leaped from her seat and ran to hug Xiao Heng's arm, her innocent smile brightening the atmosphere. Father, you have returned. I miss you so much. Please, let me embrace you. Seeing his adorable daughter with outstretched arms, Xiao Heng's anger dissipated significantly. He laughed heartily and lifted her into his embrace, stating, while Shui Yinyang aired, I shall consider it an innocent mistake. She must copy the family precepts 10 times. But I will waive her confinement. Xiao Jinfeng's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she added, Indeed, Annie made a mistake, and father's punishment is just. However, she only spoke such words because she heard that fourth sister almost committed murder. She was merely frightened and misspoke. Xiao Hong cast a surprised glance at Xiao Jinxian, who appeared as delicate as a flower, doubting whether she could truly be capable of such a grave act. Ningshi looked at Xiao Jinfeng with appreciation. Recognizing her sharpness compared to her dim-witted mother, she quickly interjected, My lord, do not think me incredulous, for I too cannot believe that Jin Xian would commit such a cruel act. I have detained the one who falsely accused her in the back room. I shall bring her forth to restore Jin Xuan's honor. Observing Ning Shi's facade of a protective and benevolent stepmother, Xiao Jinxian could not help but scoff inwardly. Though she claimed to believe in her innocence, if she truly did, she would not have summoned her to present her before Xiao Hong for judgment. It was merely an act to appear virtuous, devoid of genuine sincerity. Before long, Pinger was brought in, her head bandaged from a recent injury, blood seeping through the fabric, rendering her a pitiful sight. Upon entering, she cautiously glanced at Ning Shi, receiving a slight nod before she began to wail loudly, dropping to her knees before Xiao Hong. My lord, please save me. Fourth Miss wishes to kill me. Look at my head. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have been dead by now. Xiao Hong, previously skeptical, could no longer dismiss her claims. He immediately turned to Xiao Jinxian. Jinxian, did you truly inflict this injury upon a maid? All eyes in the hall were fixed upon Xiao Jinxian, awaiting her response. Yet she merely smiled and calmly declared, in answer to father, I did indeed strike Pinger. Her bold admission left the assembly in stunned silence. No one anticipated such an outcome. A discarded daughter openly confessing to violence against a servant would irreparably damage her reputation and prospect for marriage. However, after a moment of astonishment, Xiao Hong did not erupt in anger, but instead seemed intrigued, asking, "Oh, are you not afraid? This maid has lost quite a bit of blood." Xiao Jinxian lifted her chin, exuding confidence as she replied, "Why should I fear? I am your daughter. The Xiao family is filled with warriors. My grandfather is a marshal. My uncle a general guarding the borders. And you, father, are a commanding officer. As a daughter of the Xiao family, how could I possibly be so cowardly as to fear blood?" Xiao Jinxuan's words reverberated throughout the hall, leaving the assembled guests astounded. Who could have anticipated that such a commanding declaration would emerge from the lips of a mere teenage girl? The poise and arrogance she displayed rivaled that of any man. Holding his young daughter, Xiao Hong gently set Xiao Jinfang down, his eyes radiating a fervent glow as he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Jin Xian speaks wisely. Truly, she is my daughter, a child of the Xiao family, and it is only fitting. Indeed, weakness is the most detested trait among the Xiao clan. In the past, she was too delicate, thus failing to earn the esteem of her kin. When Xiao Hong questioned her, Xiao Jinxian, with a sudden spark of ingenuity, thought, why not take the opposite approach? I shall muster my courage and admit it directly. Perhaps this magnanimous father will be even more pleased. As it turned out, she had indeed placed her bet wisely. Beside them, Lady Ning grew increasingly anxious, witnessing the deepening admiration in Xiao Heng's gaze. She quickly interjected, Jin Xian, your boldness brings me comfort as your mother, but remember, you're a young lady. One must be gentle and modest. If you recklessly punish the servants, word will spread, and others will say the Xiao family has no regard for human life and the law. Yet, Xiao Jinxian remained undaunted, replying steadily, Pinger resides within the Xiao household. Should I take her life, it would not breach the law. Moreover, mother, having managed the household for decades, have you not disciplined the servants? Surely, those who committed serious offenses were punished even more harshly than I would do. Lady Ning fell silent, for Xiao Jinxuan's humble forbearance had caused her to overlook the latter's status. As a daughter of the household, even punishing a servant or, heaven forbid, taking a life, could be deemed justifiable. Furthermore, as Xiao Jinxian had pointed out, if punishing servants was a crime, then surely she herself had committed far worse, having dealt with numerous offenders. Seeing the approval in Xiao Heng's expression, Xiao Jinxian seized the moment, saying, this Pinger has shown me great disrespect. I merely seek to correct her behavior. She has relied on her mother's favor to accuse me, her mistress, of wrongdoing. Such a servant is not worth keeping. Mother, please reclaim her, for I am aware of my humble status and cannot afford to endure her. Initially, Pinger, kneeling on the ground, appeared quite pitiful. However, after hearing these words, Xiao Heng's gaze turned toward her, and he found her utterly contemptible. Raising his voice, he declared, Feng Xia, how could such a person remain to care for Jin Xian? This matter has been poorly handled. Feng Xiao was Lady Ning's given name, and Xiao Hong was the only one who still referred to her as such. Lady Ning's complexion darkened instantly. Before the gathered concubines, illegitimate daughters, and servants, Xiao Heng's words implicitly questioned her ability to manage the household, leaving her feeling scorched with embarrassment. Wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Clenching her handkerchief tightly, she forced a smile, saying, You speak wisely, my lord. I initially thought Pinger capable, yet it seems she lacks self-awareness. Jin Xian, you have suffered injustice. Xiao Jinfang smiled gently at Lady Ning, softly responding, Mother, you exaggerate. I am quite well and do not feel aggrieved. The public chastisement left Lady Ning in a difficult position, compelled to maintain a forced smile despite her internal turmoil. At this point, no one was inclined to listen to Pinger's further protests. A servant who dared to defy their master and found herself in the hands of the family head could only anticipate a grim fate. To placate the wronged Xiao Jinxian, Xiao Hong readily stated, Jin Xian, Pinger is your servant. You may decide her fate. Xiao Jinxian smiled, contemplating for a moment before declaring, In that case, bring her forth. Administer 50 strikes, and then cast her out of the estate to fend for herself. By now, Pinger was utterly petrified. She could not comprehend how this timid fourth miss, once so easily intimidated, had compelled the matriarch into silence and gained her father's compliance. Yet, with her life hanging in the balance, she crawled before Xiao Jinxian, pleading loudly, "Miss, please spare me. I shall never dare again. I will be your loyal dog, obeying your every command. I beg for mercy." 50 strikes would be unbearable even for a grown man. For a woman, it could lead to death. Xiao Jinxian gently withdrew the corner of her skirt from Pinger's grasp, coldly observing her as she was dragged away, her expression unchanged throughout. In the past, had anyone knelt and pleaded so before her, she would have surely softened and let bygones be bygones. However, she was no longer that person. Some individuals are akin to untrainable wolves, and only death could transform them. Before long, the sounds of strikes and Pinger's cries echoed from beyond the hall, a gruesome and tragic symphony that Xiao Jinxian found oddly pleasing. This was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that she had personally dealt with those who dared to trample on her dignity, and this was merely the beginning. She had meticulously noted every slight and would ensure that all debts were repaid in due time. Chapter 9. A mother's love as cold as ice. The incident with Pinger was but a minor interlude. The true matter was Xiao Hang's ability to return from the military camp. The entire Xiao family gathered for a rare dinner, and for the first time, Xiao Jinxian was allowed to join the table, a privilege she had never been granted before. Once the meal concluded, Xiao Hong, accompanied by Lady Ning, retired to rest, and the others dispersed. Exhausted, Xiao Jinxian made her way back, longing to burrow beneath the covers and drift into a deep sleep, wishing to escape the tumult of the day. However, as fate would have it, she soon realized that her desire for rest would have to wait. Upon entering her room, she found 2 individuals waiting, her younger brother, Xiao Wenyao, and their birth mother, Lady Yang. Approaching Lady Yang, Xiao Jinxian smiled and said, "Mother, what brings you here so late? If there is something to discuss, you could have asked Mama Qi to summon me." Mama Qi was Lady Yang's wet nurse and had cared for the siblings throughout the years, remaining a loyal servant. Lady Yang, a woman in her mid-20s, possessed a unique grace, her plain blue robe adorned with cloud patterns doing little to overshadow her gentle demeanor and serene beauty. Responding to her daughter, Lady Yang's tone was frigid as she retorted, "Wait for you to come over. With your current busyness, managing servants and appeasing your father, you likely have no time for me." Xiao Jinshuan's smile faltered, and after a moment of hesitation, she replied softly, "Mother, it seems you are aware of today's events. However, I do not believe I was in the wrong." A flicker of annoyance crossed Lady Yang's icy demeanor as she turned to Xiao Wenyao, her voice softening. "Wenyao, please step outside. I need to speak with your sister alone." Xiao Wenyao hesitated before complying, casting a worried glance back at Xiao Jinxian as he exited. Once alone, Lady Yang's expression hardened once more, her icy demeanor returning as she slammed her hand down on the table and scolded, "Why aren't you kneeling? Have you learned to oppose your mother?" Obediently, Xiao Jinxian knelt, her downcast eyes briefly betraying a flicker of sorrow and pain. Yet, Lady Yang remained oblivious, continuing, "How have I taught you? Who instilled in you this competitive spirit? Lady Ning already regards us with disdain. Yet you choose to confront her and even coax Wen Yao to intervene. Jinxian, you have truly grown bold." Biting her lip, Xiao Jinxian remained silent. She had anticipated her mother's reaction when she decided to confront Lady Ning. Otherwise, she would not have enlisted her brother's assistance. Though it pained her to be reprimanded, she had expected this outcome. Seeing her daughter's silence only fueled Lady Yang's ire, prompting her to become even more severe. "If it were only you, I would allow you to behave as you wish, but have you considered your brother? He is already under Lady Ning's scrutiny. Your actions now may provoke her to seek his life. Is that what you desire?" Apart from her daughter Xiao Jinlian, Ning also has a son named Xiao Wenwu, the legitimate eldest son of Xiao Hong. Now 21 years old, he has been sent to the military camp for training, thus he is not at home. Consequently, Xiao Wenyo, the illegitimate son, is naturally regarded with suspicion by Ning, who fears that one day he might return to the Xiao family and become an impediment or even a rival to her son. However, Xiao Jinxian cannot help but smile bitterly in her heart, thinking, "Oh mother, you always consider your younger brother. Yet you remain unaware that Wenyo is about to face a grave calamity. Without Ning's intervention, his life will be in peril." The daughter yearns to swiftly take you away from this estate. Hence she dares to challenge the odds, seeking a glimmer of hope. Yet these words cannot be spoken, nor can I share this burden of concern with you. Observing Xuan's resigned demeanor, Yang sighed and softened her tone, saying, Jinxian, you know I harbor no ambitions. I only wish to see my children grow up safely. Do you understand? Since the day she gave birth to Jinxian and was cast out of the Xiao family, Yang's heart had become desolate. She sought nothing more than peace and wished to be free from entanglements. Jinxian nodded but quietly replied, Mother, sometimes it is not enough for us to avoid trouble. Others may not let us go. Moreover, your presence in Father's heart, even if unintentional, for Wenyo's sake. Would you not wish to fight for it? Although Yang was not particularly beautiful, Xiaohong had never forgotten her. Even after Yang moved to the estate, he would visit each year during the plum blossom season, which resulted in the birth of Xiao Wenyo. Ning had taken note of this. Thus she too came to admire the plum blossoms annually, to prevent Yang from gaining an advantage having born another son, which would threaten her own position. However, upon hearing this, Yang merely scoffed and shook her head, saying, You will not comprehend the nature of my relationship with your father. He has never cared for me. By the time Jinxian saw Yang off, it was already past the hour of chun. Standing outside in the snowy expanse, Jinxian wrapped her arms around herself and gazed up at the starry sky, lost in thought. Since the incident with Pinger, her life had undergone considerable changes. The servants, who once treated her as invisible, now greeted her with courtesy. All necessities had been prepared, and even Ning sent over 2 sets of new winter attire, an unprecedented gesture. Most remarkable was that this year, Xiaohong, who typically visited Meizhuang during winter to admire the plum blossoms, had sent someone to invite Jinxian to accompany him, even preparing a separate carriage for her, an honor not granted to any other illegitimate daughter aside from Jinlian. Now, Jinxian reclined in the carriage, engrossed in reading the spring and autumn annals. Suddenly, the driver called out, and the carriage came to a stop. The curtain was lifted, and the house steward, Deng Jiao, leaned in to greet Jinxian. She returned his smile and asked, Steward Deng, is there something you need? Have you arrived at Meishan? Deng Jiao quickly handed over 2 large food boxes and replied, We are still half an hour away from Meishan. I feared that the 4th miss might be hungry on the way, so I prepared some snacks and tea for you. Jinxian smiled graciously and thanked him. Thank you, Steward Deng, for your thoughtfulness. As she watched Deng Jiao leave, a smile crept on her face. Indeed, people are most fickle. In the past, when she was voiceless, she would have been content with a warm meal. But now, without uttering a word, everything was naturally arranged for her, a stark contrast to her previous experiences. As Deng Jiao had mentioned, half an hour later, their group arrived at the foot of Meishan. As soon as she alighted from the carriage, a gust of cold wind greeted her, prompting Jinxian to tighten her shawl around her, though she felt less cold, having a proper cotton skirt now, unlike before when she had to endure the chill. Although still at the mountain's foot, the plum blossoms around her bloomed vibrantly, delicate white, warm yellow, striking pink, and blood-red plums all competed to showcase their beauty. Having grown up in Meizhuang, where various plum blossoms were cultivated, she had never encountered red plums. Thus, she strolled to a red plum tree, plucking a few branches to take home and display in a vase for several more days of enjoyment. While she was in the midst of her gathering, a young maid called out from behind her, 4th miss, my young lady requests your presence for tea and plum viewing. Turning around, Jinxian recognized Jinling, Jinlian's personal maid. The fact that her legitimate sister would think to invite her for tea was quite surprising. Yet, as the invitation came from her legitimate sister, refusing it would be disrespectful. This, indeed, was the sorrow of being illegitimate. So she nodded and accepted the invitation with a smile. Chapter 10. The invitation from the legitimate sister under Jinling's guidance. They traversed a path that led to a grove of white plums, where a pavilion was nestled at its center, occupied by several of the Xiao sisters. Upon entering the pavilion, Jinxian greeted Jinlian and Jinying, and after receiving a courtesy from Jinfu, she finally took her seat. Although the pavilion was drafty, a high stool beside Jinlian held a pot of glowing coals, warming the surrounding air and dispelling the chill. Jinlian gestured for Jinling to withdraw and smiled, saying, In previous years, plum viewing was solely between the 3rd sister, 5th sister, and myself. Today, with the 4th sister joining us, we are gathered as a complete family. Xiao Jinfu, picking up a piece of pastry, chimed in indeed. I have longed to grow closer to fourth sister. You have been busy in the past, and today we finally have the opportunity. Observing Xiao Jinfu's eagerness, Xiao Jinxian couldn't help but smirk coldly. After all, just recently, Aunt Shui had been punished and was confined to her room, copying family instructions, while Xiao Jinfu, as her biological daughter, seemed to have no qualms about speaking amiably with her. This little girl was indeed the most cunning of them all. In her previous life, it was this 8-year-old who, upon her return to the Xiao residence, had led her to the lotus pond under the pretense of flower viewing, only to smile sinisterly at her before leaping into the pond. Afterward, Xiao Jinfu was promptly rescued by the accompanying servants. Yet everyone accused Xiao Jinxian of plotting to harm her own sister, leading to her father's renewed disdain, and she was cast into the family temple until Xiao Jinxian had someone sent from the capital to retrieve her, liberating her from confinement, though it merely led her to another cage. But that is a story for another time. Xiao Jinfu's actions were motivated solely by a desire to please Ning, as the legitimate mother controlled the marriages of all the children. Gaining Ning's favor would ensure a prosperous marriage in the future. In her past life, Xiao Jinfu indeed married well, ultimately becoming a second wife to a county governor, albeit with the status of a legitimate spouse. Yet all of this was achieved at the cost of Xiao Jinxuan's suffering. At that moment, Xiao Jinying, who had been quietly sipping her tea, set down her cup and spoke coolly. Sister should indeed interact more. This tea is quite pleasant. After saying that, she resumed her own quiet enjoyment of the tea. Xiao Jinxian lifted her cup, tasted the tea, and smiled. It truly is delightful. However, Xiao Jinfu suddenly lowered her head, a sinister smile appearing on her cherubic face as she mimicked a young lady enjoying tea and admiring the plums with them. Fourth sister, you're quite worthy of this too. Casting a glance at Xiao Jinlian, who nodded, Xiao Jinfu immediately raised her head, her expression transforming back to one of innocence as she sweetly said, Fourth sister, I have a secret to share. Second sister has prepared a gift for you today, and I assure you, it will be a delightful surprise. Not only a surprise, but one that would leave a lasting impression, Xiao Jinfu added silently in her heart. Xiao Jinlian first shot a playful glare at Xiao Jinfu, then said, You have such a sharp tongue. I was thinking of my fourth sister's recent grievances and prepared a small gift as a token of sisterly love to help ease her distress. I didn't expect you, little girl, to blurt it out. Having said that, Xiao Jinlian produced a small wooden box, holding it in her hand as she called fourth sister. Come here quickly and see if you like this gift. Xiao Jinxian, with a gentle nod, stood up and softly replied, All right. I shall see for myself what good things my dear sister has prepared for me. As she gracefully navigated around a low stool, a smile danced on her lips as she approached Xiao Jinlian. However, just as she was a few steps away, a sudden force from behind pushed her violently towards the footstool and the charcoal brazier. Startled, Xiao Jinxian let out a scream, her face a mask of terror. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern a cold smirk slowly emerging on her otherwise startled visage. Behind her, Xiao Jinfu swiftly withdrew her hands, a smug smile of satisfaction on her face. That day, when Xiao Hong had carelessly tossed her aside, admiring Xiao Jinfu instead, the jealousy within her had never subsided. Thus, she was determined to ruin Xiao Jinxian utterly. In her panic, Xiao Jinxuan's hands flailed wildly, and in a swift motion, she grasped the sleeve of Xiao Jinfu, pulling hard. Using the momentum of her fall, she hurled the other girl towards the brazier. Had it been an adult, Xiao Jinxian would have found it impossible. But her opponent was merely 8 years old, light as a feather, making it an easy task to maneuver. Yet, as Xiao Jinxian fell, her trajectory veered, causing her to crash awkwardly to the side, eliciting a painful groan. Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream erupted behind her, haunting and visceral, sending chills through anyone who heard it. Unfazed, Xiao Jinxian stood up calmly and coldly turned to look behind her. The once upright high stool now lay on the ground, the brazier upturned, charcoal scattering everywhere, while Xiao Jinfu writhed on the ground amidst the embers, crying out in agony. Her body was marred by burns, smoke curling up from her wounds, and her carefully styled hair had become ensnared in the charcoal, small flames licking at her scalp, growing ever more intense. Yet, Xiao Jinfu's sole concern was her appearance, repeatedly crying out, My face! Second sister, please save my face. A woman's beauty was of utmost importance. To mar it was tantamount to a life ruined. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinlian, her nose wrinkled in disgust, was incensed that her original target was Xiao Jinxian. Yet it was Xiao Jinfu who had suffered. But at the sound of Xiao Jinfu's cries, Xiao Jinlian snapped back to reality, quickly glancing at her fifth sister, only to scream and cover her mouth, retching uncontrollably. Seeing Xiao Jinlian's reaction, Xiao Jinxian couldn't help but smirk derisively. However, she understood the reason behind the other girl's shock. The once charmingly round-faced Xiao Jinfu now bore a visage ravaged by burns, blood streaming down. The most horrifying aspect was that the high temperature of the charcoal had not merely fallen, but had embedded itself into her flesh. The sound of sizzling flesh mingling with the acrid scent of charred meat. Xiao Jinfu continued to claw at her face, her small hands digging deeper into her wounds, her fingers even penetrating her own flesh as she frantically tried to extract the charcoal. This gruesome scene was too much for the pampered Xiao Jinlian, who felt her stomach churn. Yet Xiao Jinxian remained unfazed. After all, she had once dug out her own heart. Compared to that day's madness, this was but a mere trifle. Moreover, she perceived that Xiao Jinfu had brought this upon herself. She had seen the exchanged glances between her and Xiao Jinlian. Had she not sensed something amiss from the very beginning, she might have been the one lying on the ground, wailing in despair. Since her adversaries had plotted her demise from the start, she saw no reason to show them mercy. Thus, when Xiao Jinfu reached out to push her, the younger girl's lack of strength was insufficient to disrupt her balance. Still, Xiao Jinxian feigned instability, seizing the opportunity to grasp Xiao Jinfu and toss her aside. By the time the servants arrived, alarmed by the commotion, Xiao Jinfu had already lost consciousness. Realizing the situation was beyond salvaging, Xiao Jinxian prepared to leave, only to be seized fiercely by Xiao Jinlian. Xiao Jinxian, you've caused my fifth sister such misfortune. Father will not let you off easily. Originally intending to target Xiao Jinxian, it was now Xiao Jinfu who had suffered, inciting Xiao Jinlian's wrath. Yet, Xiao Jinxian merely chuckled, coldly shaking off the grip. She replied, I accept today's gift from my second sister. It is indeed a substantial offering. As for how father will treat me, there is no need for my second sister to worry. What had previously been a facade of civility was now stripped bare, with both parties having cast aside pretense and exchanged harsh words. With that, Xiao Jinxian dismissed the trembling Xiao Jinlian and strode out of the plum grove. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Hong was understandably furious, shattering any desire for leisure. Moreover, Xiao Jinfu required immediate medical attention, prompting the swift return of the crowd. Xiao Jinxian, indifferent to the sentiments of others, felt invigorated as she clutched the freshly picked red plum blossoms. Approaching her small carriage, she was far from the delicate misses who would have waited for assistance. Instead, she climbed aboard unaided, slipping into the interior. However, just as her body entered the carriage, a blade glinting with cold light pressed against her slender neck. A deep, magnetic voice instructed, Woman, do not make a sound. Chapter 11. An unexpected alliance. This sudden turn of events caught Xiao Jinxian off guard. Yet with her life now in another's hands, she had no choice but to comply, her mind racing to devise an escape plan. It was only after she had fully entered the carriage that the man wielding the knife spoke with a smirk. I never expected this unguarded carriage would belong to you. Xiao Jinxian could only manage a bitter smile. Her soulmate, Ping had been dismissed days prior, leaving her utterly alone without any servants to guard the carriage. Nevertheless, the mysterious man's words emboldened her, and she whispered, Do you know me? His tone suggested he had indeed encountered her before. The man acknowledged her question with a grunt, then added, I happened to be nearby when you were in the plum grove. Your actions were quite ruthless. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, his senses were heightened, allowing him to observe the entire sequence of events as Xiao Jinfu had pushed and fallen, ultimately meeting her unfortunate fate. Initially, he had marveled at how dark-hearted such a young girl could be, but soon, Xiao Jinxuan's subtle maneuver left him speechless. Were it not for the cold smile on her face, he might have believed it all to be mere coincidence rather than a calculated act. In terms of ruthlessness and cunning, this woman far surpassed the other girl, particularly with her calm demeanor and poise in the aftermath, earning his admiration. Compared to the foolish women he had encountered before, who could only weep and wail in distress, the woman before him was a refreshing sight. Taking in the implications of his words, Xian remained unperturbed, responding coolly, "Now, tell me what you need from me. I presume you did not come merely to chat." The man, suddenly lowering his weapon, chuckled. Conversing with an intelligent person is indeed straightforward. "I am currently being pursued. Help me evade my pursuers, and I assure you I will not harm you." As soon as Xian regained her sense of security, she quickly crawled to the opposite side of the carriage, creating distance from the man. However, when she turned around and caught sight of his face, she was momentarily taken aback. How could it be him? The man before her wore a black robe adorned with golden velvet, with 2 embroidered golden orchids at the collar. His features were strikingly handsome, and a playful smile danced on his lips. This was the very man who had rescued her from the wooden cage that day. Recovering from her surprise, Xian regained her composure and said with an odd expression, "How could it be you?" This time, it was a man in the black robe who appeared perplexed. "Do you know me?" he asked, scrutinizing her, yet unable to recall having met her before. Xian felt somewhat speechless, but quickly realized that during her captivity in the wooden cage, she had looked disheveled. Now, dressed in splendid attire and adorned with hairpins, she resembled a true heiress, a far cry from her previous appearance, which explained why he did not recognize her. However, seeing that the man did not recognize her, Xian decided not to remind him. Since he had saved her once, she would assist him today, thus balancing their debts and leaving them free of obligations. Just then, a cacophony of clashing weapons and galloping hooves erupted from outside the carriage. The man's expression instantly turned serious as he cautiously opened the window a crack, his gaze filled with lethal intent as he peered outside. Suddenly, Xian furrowed her brows and stepped forward to grasp his wrist, whispering, "You're injured? The bleeding hasn't stopped. Let me bandage it for you." The man's surprise at her actions momentarily disarmed him, and seeing her lack of malice, he lowered his guard. As he watched her tenderly tending to his wound, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. What manner of woman was this? Faced with someone who threatened her, she was ruthless and unyielding. Yet now, under duress, she remained calm and even tended to his injuries. Such an extraordinary woman was unlike any he had encountered before. Suddenly, a vision of a swaying wooden cage and a figure laughing heartily flashed through the man's mind. Ah, and that peculiar woman. Could it be that all women from Yangzhou were so unique? Indeed, she was truly one of a kind. After wrapping his wound, Xian peered out the window and saw a troop of around 100 soldiers, all clad in the uniforms of the Yangzhou City Defense Army. At the forefront stood a burly man with a square face, conversing with Deng Jiao, while the soldiers began to inspect their carriages, clearly approaching hers. Xian internally cursed her bad luck. Judging by the murderous aura surrounding the man in black, it was evident that these soldiers were after him. She swiftly pulled aside the soft bedding used for resting and, without further ado, shoved the man under the covers. The black-robed man stared at her in shock, bewildered as he asked, "What are you doing? Let me go." Never in his life had he allowed a woman to touch him, let alone be so crudely stuffed into a blanket. Did she wish to court death? Yet Xian shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "If you want to avoid these men, you better stay still." Had it not been for the fact that he saved her, she would not have meddled in such a troublesome affair. This laborious endeavor was already thankless, and now the man dared to protest? She became even more forceful in her actions. Once she had him tightly wrapped, a hint of embarrassment flickered across her face. Gritting her teeth, she pulled back a corner of the blanket and, with her eyes closed, crawled in beside him. The carriage was small enough that it could be fully surveyed from outside. This was the only way she could think of to conceal him. The black-robed man, who had initially struggled to rise, froze at the moment her delicate form nestled against him. His beautiful phoenix eyes widened in astonishment, and he inhaled sharply. He wanted to seize the woman before him and demand how she dared to be so audacious. Was she trying to provoke him? What a joke. He had seen many beautiful women throughout his life. How could this one possibly tempt him? Yet his heart raced inexplicably, and his breaths became increasingly labored. Was the blade he had encountered earlier poisoned? Was he succumbing to its effects? Feeling the rhythm of his pounding heart, Xuan's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Quite unladylike, she kicked backward, and upon hearing his muffled groan, she lowered her voice to warn, "If you don't want to be discovered, then keep still. And do not touch me, understand?" Hearing the woman's warning, The man raised an eyebrow. First, she had stuffed him into a blanket, and now she dared to order him about. This woman was indeed exceedingly bold. With a graceful motion, he pulled her closer, relishing the sweet sound of her startled gasp. No matter how she struggled, he refused to release her. Now you know fear, do you? He smirked to himself, pleased with the situation. However, a twinge of jealousy crept into his heart. Did this audacious woman behave so carelessly with other men as well? The thought darkened his expression. Meanwhile, Xuan felt as if her face was as ripe as a peach. Acutely aware of the heat radiating from the man's imposing form and the lingering scent of golden orchids that enveloped her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Having experienced the betrayal of Ji Lingfeng, she instinctively recoiled from men, and this close proximity ignited both shyness and a deep sense of aversion within her. Just as Xuan was on the verge of losing her composure, the carriage curtain was suddenly thrown aside. A soldier's head poked in, his demeanor brash as he surveyed the interior. Instantly, Xuan regained her composure, squeezing the arm resting around her waist, signaling to the man behind her to remain still. She quickly adopted a panicked expression, feigning vulnerability as she pleaded, "Who are you? I'm trying to rest. Can't you leave?" She tugged at the soft bedding, projecting an appearance of delicate concern for modesty. The soldier's eyes widened to her alluring display, and he gulped before responding, "Miss, do not fear. I am merely following orders to search. Please reveal the contents of the blanket, and if there is nothing suspicious, I shall leave at once." Feeling the sudden surge of lethal intent from the man behind her after hearing the soldier's words, Xuan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of his sudden intensity. Nevertheless, she patted his arm reassuringly, clearly indicating that he should refrain from making any rash movements. Through the wide-open carriage door, she could see Xuan rushing toward them. If they could hold on a little longer, they would soon overcome this obstacle. As the soldier prepared to leap onto the carriage, Xuan let out a piercing scream. "Help! Intruder! Father, where are you? Please save me!" Almost immediately, a furious shout echoed from afar. "Who dares to cause trouble? Such audacity!" Before the soldier could react, he was seized by the collar from behind and sent flying, landing several meters away, motionless on the ground. The one responsible for this display of strength was none other than Xuan. Glancing at his daughter, tightly wrapped in the bedding, he quickly turned his face away and whispered, "Xin, do not fear. I am here. Let me see who dares to bully you." With that, he lowered the curtain and strode purposefully toward the burly man leading the soldiers. The moment the curtain fell, the fear etched on Xuan's face vanished, and she coldly demanded, "Let me go at once, or I will call for help to have you captured." Behind her, the man's deep, muffled chuckle resonated. "Now you know fear, do you? Let us see if you dare to drag men into your blanket again." As he spoke, he gently released the delicate figure in his embrace, the marvelous sensation making him reluctant to let go. Once freed, Xuan immediately sat up, casting a sharp glare at the man, yet said nothing. Carefully, she lifted the carriage window to observe the surroundings. The man in the black robe leaned lazily against the window, muttering to himself, "I hope your father can keep those ruffians in check. Otherwise, I shall find myself in serious trouble today." Chapter 12. Standing together, Xuan remained silent, merely smiling, having resolved to lend her assistance. She naturally held a measure of confidence. The two within the carriage ceased their conversation, ears attuned to the sounds outside. Soon, Xuan approached the square-faced man, frowning as he inquired, "Which regiment do you belong to? Who granted you the authority to block the road and conduct searches? This is a disturbance to the citizens and a blatant disregard for military discipline. The laws of the Great Zhou are enlightened, and every emperor has understood the principle that a vessel can both carry and capsize. Politics has always been centered on the people. Disturbing and harming them is the foundation of the Great Zhou." The square-faced man, upon hearing this, arrogantly retorted, "Disturb the citizens? My grandfather is from the City Defense Battalion. You old man, step aside quickly, or I'll cut you down for your insolence." Xuan's face twitched as he suppressed his anger, asking, "Do you realize that deploying troops without a dispatch order is a violation of military law?" The square-faced man laughed heartily, replying, "What nonsense military law? I've been in the army for over a decade and have never heard of such a thing." Seeing the man's audacity, Xuan could no longer contain his fury. He leaped up and kicked the man off his horse, then immediately placed his foot on the man's chest. His expression filled with wrath. "You dare call me grandfather? When I was serving the military, you were still nursing." With his anger flaring, Xiao Hong's language became coarse, losing the calm demeanor he typically exhibited at home. The square-faced man felt a pang of bitterness. Realizing he had kicked a hard nail today, he intended to summon the soldiers behind him to join in, but Xiao Hong swiftly produced a token and struck it against the man's face before withdrawing his foot. With a sudden lightness in his chest, the square-faced man scrambled to his feet, cursing, "How dare you throw something at me? Just wait until I—" His voice was abruptly cut off as he recognized the token, his eyes widening in shock, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. Trembling, he picked up the token and scrutinized it for a long while. Then his face turned pale, beads of sweat forming even in the biting winter cold. With terror in his eyes, he looked at Xiao Hong and stammered, "Why, you are a member of the Xiao family." Xiao Hong glanced at him coldly and replied, "I am Xiao Hong." These four simple words weighed heavily, causing the square-faced man to collapse to the ground, utterly powerless. There is a popular saying in the Great Zhou: all civil officials emerge from the Xue family, while all military generals arise from the Xiao household. The Black Tiger token is a direct emblem of the Xiao family, sometimes even more effective than a military order. Any soldier worth his salt would recognize it. After a long pause, the square-faced man apprehensively said, "Forgive me, General Xiao. I was merely following orders from the magistrate to apprehend a thief who broke into the office. I had no intention of offending you." The square-faced man felt quite wronged. As a city guard, he was under the jurisdiction of the magistrate, responsible for guarding the city gates and maintaining order. Although he was part of the military, he had no acquaintance with Xiao Hong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act so brazenly. Xiao Hong was not interested in his grievances. He firmly stated, "Without a dispatch order, Magistrate Song has no authority to mobilize you outside the city. If you fail to find the thief today, I shall hold you accountable." Within the city, the office could mobilize the city guards. However, once outside the city, a military dispatch order was absolutely required. Otherwise, the magistrate held no power to deploy them. The square-faced man silently lamented. He had already sent people to search all the carriages with no irregularities found. Where could he possibly conjure a thief from? Just as he considered softening his stance and making a hasty exit, the soldier who had been thrown out by Xiao Hong limped back. Upon approaching, the soldier exclaimed, "Sir, that carriage has a problem. I saw bloodstains at the corner." He pointed directly at Xiao Jinxian's carriage. The square-faced man's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "Did you see clearly? Is it really blood?" If there were indeed something suspicious, the Xiao family would be implicated today, and Xiao Hong would certainly not be able to escape unscathed. The soldier, having been flung out and nursing a grudge, was unaware of Xiao Hong's identity, thus speaking with great confidence. He insisted, "Sir, I absolutely did not make a mistake. I want to check it, but was stopped by this person. I believe this group is in league with the thieves who infiltrated the office. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. This fellow dared to accuse a second-rank official of colluding with thieves, causing everyone present to gulp audibly." The square-faced man did not dare to respond to such an accusation, instead turning to Xiao Hong with a forced smile, saying, "General, what shall we do? I truly believe you would never conspire with thieves. But if we don't investigate again, it's hard to clarify matters. If word gets out, it could tarnish your reputation." Xiao Hong snorted coldly and replied, "If you wish to search, you may. However, if you fail to find anyone, I shall certainly go to the Yangzhou Magistrate's office and directly question Song Peng. For today's events seem to be a deliberate attempt to embarrass me, Xiao Hong, and disgrace my family." The square-faced man repeatedly expressed his reluctance. Yet he had thoroughly offended Xiao Hong and could only grit his teeth and press on, observing everything from within. Xiao Jinxian turned her head and indeed spotted a pool of bright red blood at the carriage door. The man in the black robe also noticed it and remarked with some annoyance, "It seems this is blood that leaked from a wound when we took refuge here, inadvertently left behind." Having said that, he quickly composed himself, then whispered, "Woman, after I charge out, if anyone asks you afterward, just say you were coerced by me. Do you understand?" Xiao Jinxian suddenly smiled, her tone melodious as she replied, "I thought you would cleverly use me as a hostage, but I did not expect you to choose the most foolish path. Are you planning to fight your way out?" The man smirked devilishly, raising an eyebrow as he retorted, "You think so little of me. I would never coerce a woman to shield myself in such a cowardly manner. A man must die heroically. Otherwise, even if he survives, it isn't worth living. Besides, against mere hundreds, I can certainly carve a bloody path. However, Xiao Jinxian obstructed him, calmly stating, "You should hide back among the soft cushions. I will deal with those outside. Since I have decided to assist, I will see this through to the end." The man was taken aback, but before he could react, Xiao Jinxian rudely shoved him back inside. Almost simultaneously, the carriage door swung open. The square-faced man, aware that the occupant was the daughter of the Xiao family, initially intended to exchange pleasantries. However, before he could utter a word, an unidentified object was hurled toward his face. Having some martial skills, he swiftly sidestepped, but even so, a cold sweat broke out all over him. Yet this was not the end. Before he could explain himself, a barrage of pastries and dishes came flying out from Xiao Jinxian's carriage as if money were no object. In an instant, plates and bowls shattered all over the ground, leaving everyone too stunned to approach the carriage. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinxian continued to hurl items out, shouting, "Get away from me. You ruffians, don't come any closer." With that, she opened another large food container and continued to toss everything out. While her tone resembled that of a frightened little rabbit, her actions displayed a remarkable destructive force. In that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded, silently marveling at the daughter of a military family. While other young ladies might scream in fear, this one resembled a small tiger, thoroughly angered. In this moment, the phrase "a tiger father does not beget a dog daughter" resonates deeply with everyone present. As Xiao Hong, who had sent Xiao Jinfang away for medical attention, finally arrived, he was momentarily taken aback by the ferocity of Xiao Jinxian. However, he soon burst into laughter, saying, "Jinxian, cease this at once. Let them search as they please. With your father here, you need not feel afraid." Observing the disheveled state of the burly men, drenched in remnants of vegetable soup, Xiao Hong felt an immense sense of satisfaction. His status prevented him from taking direct action, yet his fourth daughter had avenged him, a clear reflection of his own spirit. The burly man, now freed from his former distress due to Xiao Heng's presence, was filled with frustration. He seized the soldier who had been present and demanded, quickly, "Where's the bloodstain? Point out to me at once." The soldier, equally splattered with soup, wiped the vegetable leaves from his face and pointed toward the carriage door, saying, "My lord, it was right here, but where has the bloodstain gone?" It was definitely here. Following the soldier's indication, everyone turned to look, but all they found was a pile of ruined flour, devoid of any blood. Even if there had been a stain, it was now indistinguishable. The soldier, now realizing Xiao Heng's identity, understood that failing to find the blood would mean he would be accused of slandering a high-ranking official, and 10 lives would not suffice to repay the debt. Gritting his teeth, the soldier leapt onto the carriage to sift through the remnants of the vegetable soup. But before he could touch anything, a bundle struck him in the face. Looking down, he discovered it was a cluster of blood-red plum blossoms. Then, Xiao Jinchuan's cold voice rang out, "What bloodstain? These are merely petals from the red plums I gathered, which have fallen inside. If your eyesight is poor, do not spout nonsense." The soldier stood there, bewildered. He had only glanced briefly before, and now he could not definitively say whether it was blood or indeed the plum blossoms. Meanwhile, the burly man's expression darkened, and he slapped the soldier across the face, scolding, "You fool. I told you. How could Lord Xiao possibly be involved with thieves? Someone, bind this man at once." In that moment, the burly man realized that this commotion had rendered any investigation futile, even if there were genuine suspicions within the carriage. After all, it was now claimed that his soldier had simply misjudged the situation. Unless he intended to confront Xiao Hong directly, how could he proceed? Thus, this farce came to an end. When the carriage door was finally lowered, subdued laughter emerged from within. Xiao Jinxian lifted the soft fabric and said, somewhat exasperated, "For your sake, this carriage has turned into a dying house, and you still find it amusing." It was more than just a dying house. The aroma of vegetable dishes was so overwhelming that one might mistake it for a kitchen. The man in black stifled his laughter and remarked, "You truly possess a remarkable wit. The ingenuity you display is astonishing. I lay here unobserved, and yet no one noticed me." Xiao Jinxian merely curled her lips, saying nothing. The burly man, upon approaching, was met with her fierce assault, which not only threw him off balance, but also ignited the flames of his anger. Eager to uncover the bloodstain to alleviate his frustration, He had neglected to pay attention to other aspects within the carriage. As the search yielded no results, fear gripped him as he contemplated the severe repercussions of offending the Xiao family. He felt an urgent need to depart. Thus, when Xiao Jinxian provided what seemed a reasonable explanation, the burly man immediately acquiesced, no longer inclined to investigate the carriage for any irregularities. Through the narrow window of the carriage, witnessing the departing group, Xiao Jinxian turned and said, "Are you not leaving? Do you intend to wait until my father captures you?" Once the carriage began to move, it became impossible to quietly slip away from the driver, making departure the wisest course of action. The man in black recognized this as well, nodding in agreement. "Woman, I shall take my leave. Thank you for today. We shall meet again." As she watched him dismount and vanish into the distance, Xiao Jinxian lowered her head, silently reflecting, "You saved me once. I helped you once. Our debts are settled. There is no need for further encounters." Chapter 13. The disfigurement of Xiao Jinfang upon returning to the estate. 2 hours had passed. The Xiao family had gathered in the room of Concubine Xuan, where silence reigned, except for Concubine Xuan, who held Xiao Jinfang, weeping uncontrollably. As she cried, she turned to the seated Xiao Heng and lamented, "My lord, what shall become of my poor Jinfang?" She set out in good spirits, only to return in this wretched state. Concubine Xuan had not accompanied them due to family duties and was already feeling ill at ease. Shortly thereafter, her daughter was brought back, covered in blood, which struck her like a bolt from the blue, causing her to faint on the spot. Being her only child, she had hoped for a prosperous marriage in the future, and now all those dreams lay shattered. Sighing, Xiao Heng offered some words of comfort to Concubine Xuan before addressing the physician who had been summoned. "Dr. Liu, is my daughter's injury serious?" Dr. Liu, putting down the bandages in his hand, hesitated before responding, "Lord Xiao, your daughter is not in danger of losing her life. She was dressed warmly for winter, and the coals that fell upon her were contained within her padded clothing, thus sparing her vital areas." However, Xiao Heng, who had begun to relax, immediately felt his heart sink again at the physician's hesitance and pressed, "Dr. Liu, please speak plainly. The Xiao family is reasonable and will not blame you." Dr. Liu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As a local barefoot doctor, he knew the value of a noble lady's life and feared that speaking harshly might bring trouble upon himself. With Xiao Heng's reassurance, he continued, "Although she is not in danger, the injuries to her face are quite severe. Even the legendary Hua Tuo could not restore her to her original appearance." This insinuated that Xiao Jinfang's face was irrevocably disfigured. Concubine Xuan, who had managed to hold herself together until now, was utterly shattered upon hearing that her daughter would forever be marked as a hideous creature. She lunged forward, seizing Dr. Liu's clothing, and, like a shrew, shouted, "You charlatan! Do not speak nonsense. My Jinfang will not be disfigured. Who do you think you are? Get out!" With a sudden surge of strength, she forcefully pushed him toward the door. Dr. Liu had never anticipated that a noble lady would behave like a village woman in a rage, and he barely avoided falling, thanks to Xiao Jinxian, who stepped in to assist him, preventing him from embarrassing himself in public. However, seeing Xiao Jinxian help him only fueled Concubine Xuan's fury, and she pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, you incited my lord to punish me. If I had been by Jinfang's side today, she would not have suffered this calamity. Xiao Jinxian, return my daughter's face to her." With that, she lunged forward again. Yet, before Concubine Xuan could even grasp the hem of Xiao Jinxuan's garment, she was restrained by the surrounding maids and servants. Confronted by the furious Concubine Xuan, Xiao Jinxian stepped forward with a calm demeanor and said, "Aunt, I understand that you are distressed about Fifth Sister's injury, but even so, you should not direct your anger at me." Though restrained, Concubine Xuan's tongue was unbridled. "I am not blaming you. You are a harbinger of misfortune, bringing death to all around you. Now, you have caused Jinfang's disfigurement. Whoever is near you will suffer. You should have drowned long ago to spare us all this suffering." Her words were venomous, yet Xiao Jinxian remained unperturbed, smiling lightly as she replied, "Aunt, your claims are rather far-fetched. Both our parents are still alive, and my birth mother and I lived together for 10 years without incident. How is it that when Fifth Sister encounters misfortune, I am suddenly the cause?" The assembled guests found her reasoning compelling. After all, how could the fourth miss be a source of misfortune for a half-sister with whom she shared no direct bloodline? It made no sense whatsoever. Yet Concubine Xuan persisted. "If not for you, How could Jin Fong have been well at home? It was only upon arriving at the estate that calamity struck. It is your presence that has brought this misfortune. You have ruined my daughter, and I shall ruin you. Shui Yang was indeed fierce. After her sharp outcry, she forcefully pushed aside those who obstructed her and drew the hairpin from her hair, ready to strike at Xiao Jinxuan's face. Enough. Xiao Hong, who had been seated, slammed his palm on the table, rose abruptly, and seized Shui Yanyang's hand that gripped the hairpin, flinging her away with great force, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Sensing Xiao Heng's rising fury, the ever-composed Madame Ning hastened to interject. My lord, please temper your anger. Shui Yang is merely a mother driven by concern for her daughter. She has acted thoughtlessly. Do not hold it against her. Though Shui Yang was not the sharpest, she had always been obedient, a mere pawn of Madame Ning, and thus felt compelled to defend her. Xiao Hung threw the gold hairpin onto the floor, his voice low and heavy. I do not wish to hear any mention of the past. Jin Xian is my daughter, and I have never subscribed to superstitions about calamities befalling people. As a seasoned general who had taken countless lives on the battlefield, he had never believed in such nonsense. Had it not been for his mother's stern command, he would not have allowed the young mother and daughter to move to the estate. At that moment, a weak yet bitter voice pierced through the tension. Father, it truly is because of fourth sister, but not because she is cursed. Rather, she is the one who has turned me into this. Turning towards the voice, they beheld Xiao Jinfu, her face swathed in bandages save for her eyes, miraculously awake. Her words had just escaped her lips. Seeing her daughter awake, Shui Yinyang rushed over. Weeping Fuer, what did you say? Is it this wretched girl who harmed you? Turning to Xiao Hong, she implored, did you hear that? Surely you must believe it now. Madame Ning maintained her impassive expression, but internally, she was elated. Jin Xian, if it weren't for Jin Fu's own words, I would scarcely believe you capable of such a dreadful act. She is your own sister. How could you do such a thing? Confronted with the accusation, Xiao Jinxian remained unflustered, softly retorting, at the time of the incident, mother was not present. How can you believe fifth sister's words alone? The situation was chaotic. Perhaps she merely misremembered. Yet before she could finish, Xiao Jinxianlian, standing beside Madame Ning, interjected haughtily, though mother was absent, I was there, and I saw clearly it was you who shoved fifth sister, causing her to collide with the coal basin. I can testify to that. With two daughters now asserting the same, Xiao Hong could no longer doubt. His expression filled with disappointment. He said, Jin Xian, Fuer is but a child. I never expected you to be so malicious. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Xiao Jinxuan's eyes. Indeed, despite their relationship having improved, it was still not comparable to that with the daughter who had been raised by his side. Had it been Xiao Jingxuanlian in her place, Xiao Hong would have certainly granted her no chance for defense, swiftly delivering his verdict. In his heart, he still trusted the two daughters he had nurtured and cherished. Yet, Xiao Hong did not question her, and Xiao Jinxian would not feign ignorance. She stepped forward, her expression one of sorrow, and said, there are things I had wished to keep unsaid, but now I must speak. In truth, it was fifth sister who pushed me first. I lost my balance and accidentally caused her to be injured. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Heng's face, but he was evidently reluctant to believe her. Fuer has always been well-behaved and sensible. How could she have pushed you unprovoked? Xiao Jinxian smirked inwardly, knowing he would not readily believe her. Nevertheless, she had a witness too. She suddenly turned to Xiao Jingxuanying, saying, if father doubts me, he may inquire of third sister. Thankfully, she was there to support me. Otherwise, I too might have met a fate akin to fifth sister's. Xiao Jingxuanying, who had been nodding quietly, suddenly lifted her head, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Heng's gaze. She sighed and said, this was a matter between sisters, and I should not have spoken, but seeing fourth sister wronged, I felt compelled to intervene. As she stepped forward, she looked at Xiao Jinfu, her voice filled with anguish. Fifth sister, how can you still seek to blame fourth sister? Your current plight is clearly of your own making. How can you lay the blame on others? Observing the sorrowful expression on Xiao Jingxuanying's face, Xiao Jinxian couldn't help but smile derisively. Truly, her third sister was just as selfish as in her past life. In matters that did not concern her, she would not even glance at the suffering of others. Yet when it served her own interests, she would lie without a second thought. Indeed, her claim that Xiao Jingxuanying had supported her and witnessed everything was unfounded. But what did it matter? Xiao Jinxian was certain her sister would play along, helping to cover her lie. For in doing so, Xiao Jingxuaning would not only gain a reputation for rescuing her sister, but could also eliminate Xiao Jinfu, her longtime rival, for their father's affection. Moreover, should Xiao Hong believe her, then Xiao Jingxuanlian's testimony would be rendered false, and this legitimate daughter would fall from her father's favor. This plan of threefold benefit was something Xiao Jinxian knew her sister would not overlook, and indeed, her expectations were met. The ensuing drama was most entertaining. Xiao Hong felt a headache coming on. With 4 daughters presenting 2 conflicting narratives, he was at a loss as to whom to trust. Just as he hesitated, he saw Xiao Jinxian slowly kneel, her voice choked with emotion, unlike my other sisters who grew up together. I truly do not know what I did to offend 5th sister. 2nd sister protects her, and I have no words to say. I am grateful that 3rd sister is willing to speak on my behalf. This remark shifted Xiao Hong's perspective toward Xiao Jinfu. Indeed, Jingxuanlian would say such things because they were close, wanting to shield Xiao Jinfu, while 3rd daughter and Xiao Jinxian had never been close, providing no reason to fabricate lies for her. Realizing this, Xiao Hong hurriedly helped Xiao Jinxian to her feet and scolded Xiao Jinfu. At such a young age, who taught you these despicable tactics? Thankfully, your 3rd sister did not side with your 2nd sister to conspire against others. Otherwise, I would have been deceived by you today. The dramatic reversal left the room in shock, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Madame Ning looked at Xiao Jinxian with a gaze that seemed as though she wished to devour her, while Shui Yang was momentarily speechless, forgetting her tears. The one most unable to accept this was, of course, Xiao Jinfu. True, she had lied before, but this time her words were true. Why did no one believe her? Struggling to rise, tears streaming down her face, Xiao Jinfu implored, "Father, you have been deceived by them. Why do you not believe your daughter? My face has been ruined. All because of that wretched Xiao Jinxian." Yet, Xiao Heng's anger only intensified at her words. "You have learned well from your aunt. That wretched girl is your own sister. I initially had my doubts, but seeing you now, I can no longer ignore the evidence. Jinfu, you have greatly disappointed your father. You shall not return home, but remain at the estate to recuperate and reflect on your actions." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Jinxian has been wrong this time. She is now 12 and of marriageable age. Wenyo should also begin her studies. She shall return home as well. In matters of punishment and comfort, Xiao Hong remained consistent with his military habits, even at home. Xiao Jinxian gracefully performed a curtsy. Her head bowed as she listened to the cries and feeble protests of Xiao Jinfu. A smile suddenly graced her lips. In her past life, she had fallen victim to Xiao Jinfu's ploy, branded as the villain who harmed her own sister. She had wept, protested, and even declared her intent to die. Yet no one had believed her. Even after she had collided with the pillar, she was accused of lying, left with no face to continue living, wishing only for a release from her suffering. Now, tasting the bitterness of truth unacknowledged, it was time for 5th sister to experience the same. In the previous life, she had wrongfully accused her of pushing her into the water. In this life, she would personally push her once, ensuring her irrevocable downfall. As the governor's concubine, destined for a life of wealth and privilege, Xiao Jinfu, you shall never again dream of possessing such a fate. Chapter 14. The princes gather in Yangzhou. The sky was adorned with a flurry of snowflakes, drifting down like goose feathers, soon blanketing the world in a pristine white. Dressed in a lilac silk gown, with her hair elegantly tied up and a light touch of makeup that accentuated her beauty without being overly delicate, Xiao Jinxian exuded an air of grace and sophistication, akin to an orchid blooming in a secluded valley, standing apart from the crowd. With her left hand supporting her biological mother, Madame Yang, and her right hand holding her younger brother, Wen Yao, the trio made their way slowly towards the waiting carriages outside the estate. Before boarding the carriage, Xiao Jinxian brushed the snow off Madame Yang's clothing and smiled, saying, "Mother, have you brought everything? After we return this time, we shall not come back." Having spent half a month at Meizhuang, Xiao Hong was now preparing to return home, and the 3 women of the Xiao family had also made their arrangements to leave with the others. Madame Yang pondered for a moment before shaking her head and replying, "Everything is packed, but I wonder if this return will bring fortune or misfortune." Xiao Jinxian chose not to respond, instead glancing at her exuberant younger brother, Wen Yao. Regardless of what lay ahead, It was enough for her that her brother would not suffer from the cold or illness, nor face death in this lifetime. After helping Madame Yang and her brother into the carriage, she was about to climb in herself when she was called from behind. "Miss Xiao, please wait." It was Lu Longzhong, the physician who had been left behind to care for Xiao Jinxian, panting as he hurried over. Once he reached them, Xiao Jinxian, puzzled, asked, "Do you need something from me?" "I do not recall any previous interactions." Lu Longzhong smiled sincerely and replied, "I'm truly grateful for your assistance that day. Otherwise, I would have made a fool of myself. I have been caring for the fifth miss these past few days and have not had the chance to properly thank you. I heard you were returning to the city, so I rushed here." Xiao Jinxian was taken aback. Her gesture that day had been a mere trifling act, yet it seemed to have made a lasting impression on him. In truth, her willingness to help stemmed from a past experience when her brother had fallen gravely ill, and the estate had been snowbound. She had ventured out against all odds, but no doctor was willing to accompany her, fearing they would perish on the way. Only Lu Longzhong had readily agreed to accompany her, enduring 2 days of treacherous travel through the snow to reach the estate and attend to her brother. Although they had ultimately failed to save Wen Yao's life, this earnest and devoted barefoot doctor had left a profound impression on her. Thus, with a smile, Xiao Jinxian responded, "Lu Longzhong, you are overly courteous. It was merely a small act of kindness. You need not thank me so profusely." Noticing a little girl in coarse clothing following Lu Longzhong with her head bowed, Xiao Jinxian recognized her as his daughter. Since Lu Longzhong had stayed behind to care for Xiao Jinxian, his daughter had naturally accompanied him. With a smile, Xiao Jinxian removed a golden hairpin adorned with a magpie motif from her hair and placed it gently into the girl's hands. In response to their puzzled expressions, she softly explained, "You have worked hard to treat my sister's injury. This is but a token of my appreciation." While that was her spoken reason, her true intention was to express gratitude for his selfless aid in her past, as she had never been able to pay him for his services before. Extending her hand, she caught a snowflake, her demeanor warm and gentle. Her perspective had shifted, and as she gazed at the falling snow, it seemed transformed. The delicate snowflake melted slowly in her alabaster palm, and she smiled with a hint of mischief, leaning against the railing of a high balcony. A man clad in black murmured, "The snow in Yangzhou is unexpectedly heavy. They say March in Yangzhou is picturesque, yet I find the October snowfall here equally captivating." The speaker was none other than the enigmatic man who had taken refuge in Xiao Jinxuan's carriage to evade soldiers. As he finished speaking, another man, dressed in a blue satin robe and wearing a jade crown, interjected, "Indeed, I have not seen such heavy snow on my journey from the capital." However, the black-clad man chuckled lightly and replied in a teasing tone, "No matter how heavy the snow falls, can it hinder your filial piety, sixth brother? Traveling thousands of miles to Yangzhou to seek birthday gifts for Consort Hui, should you not be heading to the western regions for Father S' next birthday?" His sardonic remarks brought an awkward cough from the blue-robed man, who, with a sheepish smile, remarked, "Seventh brother, you still love to jest. I wonder if your carefree demeanor will be tolerated by your future sister-in-law." Before he could finish, a girl in a pink dress standing beside him chimed in with a playful pout, "If brother you continues like this after marriage, I shall not allow him into my chamber and will make him sleep in the study every day. Let us see if he dares to speak so flippantly then." With a defiant glare at the black-clad man, her eyes betrayed an undeniable affection and admiration. Yet the man merely shrugged, saying, "Qian Ingluo, your room is one I shall not enter. Spare yourself the delusions." "Zhou Xinyu," the girl in pink exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she stepped forward, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. The eldest of the four, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, "Princess Xuan, my younger brother is merely jesting. Might I ask you to step outside for a moment? I need to discuss matters with my 2 royal brothers." This near-dismissive request did not provoke the girl's ire. Instead, she cast a timid glance at the speaker, the man in the purple robe, and responded obediently, "Very well, your highness Ray. I shall take my leave." Once the door was closed, the man in the ornate purple robe raised his head, revealing a pair of deep-set eyes, wise yet cold. His resolute features exuded an aura of quiet authority. If Zhou Xinyu was the epitome of captivating beauty, this man, known as Prince Rue, conveyed a sense of righteousness and poise. With no one else present, the prince spoke in a calm voice, "Sixth brother, regardless of your intentions for coming here, the salt transport issue is something Father has personally tasked me to investigate. Should you attempt to obstruct this, do not expect me to show brotherly compassion. The notion of seeking gifts for their mother's birthday, leading him to Yangzhou, would only deceive a child of 3, among those who had navigated the court for years. Who would believe such a far-fetched excuse? The 6th prince maintained his composure, but inwardly he chuckled bitterly. Of all his brothers, he found the 5th prince most intimidating. Known for his icy demeanor and decisive actions, he was a man of his word, and the 6th prince believed that should he take any drastic measures, the 5th prince would not hesitate to carry them out. At this juncture, it was imperative to address the current political climate of the Great Zhou dynasty. The reigning emperor had been on the throne for 41 years, under the reign name Ming, and had fathered 11 princes. The eldest son, currently the crown prince, was the child of the late Empress Xuan, known for his humility and respect for the populace, earning him widespread affection. The 5th prince, Zhou Xinrui, was a staunch supporter of this elder brother, representing the core of the crown prince's faction. However, the position of crown prince had historically been one of fierce contention among princes, and the 2nd prince, the Prince of Tai, was currently the most formidable rival to the crown prince. His birth mother was the reigning Empress Xue, and although he was not the eldest son, he was a legitimate heir with a strong backing due to the empress's noble lineage, thus gathering a faction of supporters around him. The 6th prince, Zhou Xinqi, was among those who championed the 2nd prince. The salt transport in Yangzhou had long been a lucrative enterprise, and with the Xue family's involvement, it had transformed into a financial reservoir for the 2nd prince, continuously supplying funds for his political endeavors. Recently, however, allegations of corruption and embezzlement among Yangzhou officials had reached the court, inciting the emperor's fury. He promptly dispatched Zhou Xinrui to investigate, prompting the 2nd prince to send Zhou Xinqi in pursuit, with intentions to disrupt the inquiry. However, within this week, Zhou Xinqi's heart was burdened with unspoken sorrow. Though they were both princes, one was granted a royal title, while he, a mere prince, could not contend with the esteemed 5th brother, the Rui Wang. Moreover, the latter had the assistance of their 7th brother, who had been conferred as the imperial Wang since birth, the favored child of the Ming emperor, Zhou Xinyu. Always unpredictable in his actions, Zhou Xinqi dared not chastise his elder brother. Otherwise, upon returning home, it would be he who faced severe punishment from their father, while the other would remain unscathed. Leaning against the railing, Zhou Xinyu clearly showed no interest in the conversation between the 2 elder princes. Instead, he discreetly reached into his sleeve and, with a soft smile, produced a pristine white handkerchief. This handkerchief was as white as snow, devoid of any creases, indicating it had been meticulously preserved. In the lower right corner, a sprig of carefree grass was embroidered alongside the elegant character for Xian. Carefree grass, also known as Wu Yu Chao, evoked memories of the day when Xiao Jinxian gently bandaged his wounds with this very handkerchief. Zhou Xinyu's smile deepened at the thought. Woman, what are you doing now? Perhaps you, like me, are admiring the falling snow. Yet he quickly shook his head, pondering that such a ruthless woman might be plotting against someone else. How he wished he could see her now. Lost in thought, Zhou Xinyu gazed aimlessly at the street below the tavern, which, due to the heavy snowfall, was eerily deserted. Suddenly, he sat upright, his eyes widening in delight as a carriage slowly passed beneath him. The carriage's window curtains were drawn up, revealing a delicate, fair hand reaching out to relish the snowflakes cascading down. Through the open window, Zhou Xinyu distinctly saw the woman who had occupied his thoughts day and night. Her countenance still serene and gentle. As fate would have it, just as he recalled her, Xiao Jinxian appeared before him, proving that destiny is indeed a subtle force. Zhou Xinyu let out a hearty laugh, turned, and boldly stood upon the railing. He called out to Rui Wang, "5th brother, I have matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly." With a mischievous grin, he leaped from the 3-story height. "Woman, at last I have found you again. Do you know how much I yearn for you?" Chapter 15. True Identity. Yang's chronic headaches intensified on cold, blustery days. Perhaps she had caught a chill on her way back, for her head began to throb anew. Xiao Jinxian had always been the one to procure medicine for Yang. And concerned for her mother, she promptly arranged for a separate carriage to the apothecary before returning to the Xiao residence. Zhuzi wrapped Xiao Jinxian's cloak more snugly around her shoulders and softly advised, "Miss, you should lower the curtain. It's cold. Be careful not to catch a chill." Zhuzi had recently been purchased from a nearby village and had become the 4th Mrs. Maid. As Xiao Jinxian returned, she naturally accompanied her. Xiao Jinxian smiled, but did not take the advice to heart. Though she appeared frail, her body had endured strenuous labor since childhood and was not so delicate as to succumb to illness from a mere chill. Just as she resumed her contemplation of the snow, a muffled thump sounded from outside the carriage, causing it to come to an abrupt halt. Xiao Jinxian gently inquired, "Driver, have you arrived at Baoxiang Hall?" Baoxiang Hall was the finest apothecary in Yangzhou, and Xiao Jinxian intended to procure medicine for Yang there. However, the carriage door swung open, revealing Zhou Xinyu leaning against the entrance, urgency lacing his voice as he asked, "Woman, are you unwell?" Upon recognizing him, Xiao Jinxian was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, stating calmly, "Whether I am or not is of no concern to you. Please step aside." This man, who had intruded upon her life multiple times since her return, was someone she wished to avoid at all costs. Aside from her family, she yearned to have no entanglements with anyone. Men, in her view, were the deadliest of poisons. Zhou Xinyu, clearly taken aback by her icy demeanor, was unprepared for such a swift change. Her frigid facade suggested they had never met. This stark contrast to his expectations left him momentarily disheartened as he furrowed his brow, saying, "I sought you at the Shao residence, but the three young ladies there had no knowledge of your whereabouts. Who are you really?" "The character embroidered on this handkerchief, does it not belong to you?" Xiao Jinxian merely regarded him coldly. After all, who would remember her, the fourth miss, when she had not returned home in over a decade? Glancing at the handkerchief, she turned her head and said, "This is not mine. Zhuzi, drive the carriage and remove this person." She could not, and would not, allow her emotions to sway her. If she could not keep her heart as serene as still water, she would rather lock it away completely, thus shielding herself from further wounds. Zhuzi, noticing the original driver lying motionless nearby, felt fear, yet resolutely positioned herself to shield Xiao Jinxian, trembling as she urged, "Young master, please leave. My mistress does not know you. If you persist, I shall call for help." Zhou Xinyu seemed oblivious to her words, fixated on the interior of the carriage where Xiao Jinxian sat. After a long moment of silence, he jumped down from the carriage, striding toward the window, and declared, "Woman, hear me clearly. My name is Zhou Xinyu. Even if you refuse to speak, I will eventually uncover your identity." Xiao Jinshuan's hand trembled within her sleeve, her icy demeanor nearly crystallizing with frost. She remained silent, swiftly lowering the curtain to conceal his striking visage from view, and commanded, "Zhuzi, let us depart." The carriage sped away, leaving Zhou Xinyu standing in a sullen silence. Had it not been for the necessity of maintaining his cover, he would have unraveled her identity long ago. Now, this infuriating woman dared to feign ignorance, transforming his initial joy into profound disappointment. Unbeknownst to them, a figure clad in pink by the tavern's entrance observed everything with jealousy ablaze in her eyes. Her grip on the door handle so tight that her nails left deep imprints in the wood, revealing the extent of her rage. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinxian, oblivious to the turmoil around her, sat alone in the carriage, cradling a warming stone, unable to calm her racing heart. Zhou Xinyu, the man in black, was none other than Zhou Xinyu, the seventh prince, once known as the War King in a past life. How could he be here in Yangzhou? Though Xiao Jinxian had once held the title of princess, she had only heard of the seventh prince, never having met him. Not that she had not wished to. He had perished on the battlefield before the second prince ascended to the throne, though he had never participated in the struggle for succession. He had always followed the commands of the fifth prince, Rue Wang. Had Zhou Xinyu not met an early demise, the outcome of their history might have been vastly different. As Xiao Jinxian recalled their initial encounter, she remembered the cloaked figure whose voice was hauntingly familiar, the voice of the fifth prince, the Rue Wang, who had nearly killed Ji Lingfeng on several occasions. Closing her eyes, she let out a heavy sigh. Such was fate. In this life, all she desired was to quietly protect her loved ones and seek vengeance against those who had wronged her. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself entangled once more with the imperial family and political intrigue. In her past life, she had been a mere pawn, aiding Ji Lingfeng in his ascent. This time around, she refused to be anyone's plaything again. No one would have that power over her. In discussing the wine house, Zhou Xinrui did not converse privately with the sixth prince for long. Upon rising and descending the stairs, he spotted Zhou Xinyu, who was drinking alone, seemingly oblivious to Qian Yingluo's incessant chatter. This demeanor of his younger brother was quite unfamiliar to Zhou Xianrui, who furrowed his brow and remarked, "Seventh brother, it is time for us to depart." Zhou Xianyu, who had remained silent, set down his cup, evaded Qian Yingluo's advances, and said nothing as he followed the prince out of the wine-house. Once their figures had vanished completely, Qian Yingluo's smile suddenly twisted into a malevolent grimace. She smashed the cup that Zhou Xianyu had used into shards and exclaimed fiercely, "That wretched woman! How dare she approach my Yu-Gij? I shall rend her face and flay her skin." Though Qian Yingluo was quite beautiful, with large eyes, a delicate nose, and charming dimples that appeared when she smiled. At that moment, she resembled a vengeful spirit, her expression wild and terrifying. The sixth prince, descending the stairs behind her, seemed accustomed to such outbursts. He merely inquired with mild curiosity, "Cousin, who has vexed you this time? Do take care not to harm your health." Qian Yingluo was the daughter of the sixth prince's uncle, her mother being the younger sister of the Ming emperor. Thus, she was a princess by birth and had been granted the title of county princess, which had fostered her increasingly unruly temperament over the years. At that moment, a man dressed in a moon-white robe with bamboo patterns, standing behind the sixth prince, suddenly spoke with a smile, "County princess, are you aggrieved by the woman from the carriage? If so, I have a plan." He had witnessed the earlier scene clearly while waiting for the sixth prince on the second floor. Although he posed a question, his tone was imbued with remarkable confidence. As he lifted his head, his fair and handsome face became visible, his gentle eyes resembling jade, and a soft smile gracing his lips, imparting an impression of courtesy. His refined attire and eloquent speech further enhanced his appeal, making him instantly likable upon first glance. Should Xiao Jinxian be present, she would undoubtedly be even more astonished than when she learned the identity of the man in the black robe, and without hesitation, she would seize a blade to behead him, for this man was none other than Ji Lingfeng, the one who had forced Xiao Jinxian into a harrowing fate. Chapter 16. The letter from the eldest sister of the Wanshang Pavilion had stood vacant for many years, yet today its doors stood wide open, having been thoroughly cleaned. This corner of the Xiao residence was about to welcome its new mistress, Xiao Jinxian, who had just returned. Standing within the loft, Xiao Jinxian gazed around, her heart brimming with emotion. In her previous life, upon her return, she had been relegated to a servant's room, with Ning merely stating that she could not spare a chamber for her, compelling her to endure in less than satisfactory accommodations for an extended period. But now, upon her return to the Xiao residence, not only were all necessities prepared in advance, but she also had a dedicated loft to inhabit. Although it was somewhat secluded, it offered tranquility, and she felt quite content. After purchasing medicine and returning home, Zhuzi busily arranged the items. Observing her beaded forehead, Xiao Jinxian smiled and said, "Come, take a break. I did not bring much. It will not take long to tidy up, so there is no need to rush." Zhuzi, holding a jewelry box and unsure where to place it, shook her head and replied, "Miss, you will be staying here tonight. It cannot remain in such disarray." At that moment, another maid entered, dressed in a sky-blue gown, with a delicate oval face and a pleasing appearance. She carried several garments, and, panting, said, "Miss, Zhuzi is right. You need not worry. We will handle the cleaning." This maid, named Lanzi, had been assigned to Xiao Jinxian by Deng Jiu upon her return to the estate. She was quick-witted and industrious, making her one of the finest among the servants. Xiao Jinxian sipped her tea and smiled, choosing not to press the matter further. She had come to understand that excessive indulgence would not elicit gratitude, but could lead to a situation where neither master nor servant maintained their respective roles. It was a lesson learned too late in her previous life, where she treated her maids as sisters, only to find them ultimately disregarding her. One maid she trusted the most even became a concubine of Ji Lingfeng, tormenting her daily. Zhuzi and Lanzi worked efficiently, and by the time the lamps were lit, everything was nearly in order. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, a woman in her 40s, wearing a silk-lined coat, entered with a smile. She first performed a curtsy and announced, "Fourth miss, the master has sent word that dinner will be served in the back hall. Please tidy yourself and make your way there." This woman, surnamed Li, managed the household affairs and was quite adept at navigating the complexities of the Xiao family, having earned considerable respect over the years. Xiao Jinxian did not rise, but nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you, Mama Li, for coming to inform me. I will prepare and head over shortly." After a brief interval, dressed in a light purple skirt adorned with patterns of begonia, Xiao Jinxian walked gracefully to the back hall. There, save for Xiao Hong, everyone else had already arrived. With a gentle smile, she took a seat next to Xiao Wenyao, who looked at her expectantly and whispered, "Where is Aunt? Why has she not come? Is her head still bothering her?" Upon her return to the estate, protocol dictated that she could no longer refer to Yang as mother, but must address her as aunt. Xiao Wenyao's little face scrunched up as he replied softly, "Her head feels better, but she says she wants to recite scriptures and eat vegetarian food, so she will not join us." Sighing, Xiao Jinxian understood that this was Yang's deliberate avoidance, not wanting to be embroiled in disputes, especially not wanting to see Xiaohong. The excuse of reciting scriptures was indeed a convenient one. The closeness exhibited by the siblings was bound to draw attention, particularly from Ning, who had been wary of Xiao Wenyao's return, especially since her own son was still away in the military, leaving her feeling uneasy. Slamming her teacup down on the table, Ning's tone turned sharp as she admonished, whispering like that, "How unbecoming. You have returned to the estate. You must behave like a proper young master and miss." Noting Ning's overt provocation, Xiao Jinxian raised her head with a smile and replied, "Mother speaks true, but Wenyao is still young and sometimes speaks without thought. I merely wish to keep our conversation quiet to prevent any misstatements." Ning was eager for Xiao Wenyao to err in his words, as it would provide her with leverage. She smiled and said, "As your biological mother, there is no need for you to be so tense. A few misplaced words will not lead to my ire." Indeed, Ning thought to herself, "I will not be angry. I will simply whisper sweet nothings to your father, ensuring that you illegitimate ones will never overshadow my children." Xiao Jinxian displayed a grateful expression, as though moved by Ning's apparent benevolence. She then remarked, "Had I known my mother was so magnanimous, I would have worried less. Earlier, when Yao asked me why our second sister did not come, was it because she lied on behalf of the fifth sister, and thus father forbade her from attending dinner?" Observing the tension in Ning's frozen smile, Xiao Jinxian secretly reveled in her triumph, while continuing, "I naturally reassured Wen Yao that it was not so, yet he remained skeptical, persistently questioning why Aunt admonished him against lying while our legitimate second sister is full of deceit. Does it not seem that mother has never taught her not to lie? Ning, have you not always regarded the legitimate children as the most noble? Now your daughter is even less esteemed than an illegitimate one. All the illegitimate children are seated here, while your daughter is confined to her room for reflection due to her testimony on behalf of Xiao Jinxiu. I'm quite curious to see what you still have to boast about." At this, Ning could no longer maintain her composure. She leaped to her feet, her previous grace and composure evaporating, her face contorted with rage as she pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Jinxian, as though she wished to devour her whole. However, before she could utter a word, a puzzled voice inquired, "Feng Xia, what are you doing staring at Jinxian like that?" Suddenly, Xiao Hong stepped into the hall, catching the scene right in the act. Upon seeing Xiao Hong, Ning immediately realized her indiscretion, quickly retracting her finger, her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "Master, look at your precious daughter. She dismisses me entirely now." The words spoken by the other party ostensibly referred to Xiao Jinlian, yet they also implicated her, subtly insinuating her failure in educating her daughter, rendering her inferior even to a concubine. Xiao Hong was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the meaning behind Ning's words. Yet he still inquired, "Jinxian, how have you dared to defy your mother? Apologize at once." Xiao Jinxian, her face filled with trepidation, rose to her feet and stammered, "Father, how could I dare to defy mother? It was mother who instructed me to speak." Now even more baffled, Xiao Hong instinctively asked, "Then what exactly did you say?" With a smile playing on her lips, Xiao Jinxuan's expression grew increasingly aggrieved as she hurriedly attempted to explain, "I just said." "Enough." Ning interrupted her in a fit of rage, ignoring Xiao Heng's presence. She could not bear to have her earlier humiliating words repeated, fearing another round of shameful insult. Consequently, she would not allow Xiao Jinxian to finish her sentence. Xiao Heng's countenance darkened considerably. As the head of the family, he was conducting the inquiry, and Ning, though his wife, should not have interrupted him so brazenly, displaying a complete lack of decorum. Thus, he coldly remarked, "I have questioned her, but if the lady does not wish to pursue this further, then let us not speak of Jin Xuan's supposed disrespect. Although she is a secondary daughter, you are still her legitimate mother. Do not be excessively harsh." Ning's expression grew even more unsightly. For years, she had strived to maintain an image of grace and dignity, never before having been chastised by Xiaoheng in such a manner. She felt stifled, nearly succumbing to internal injury. Observing the changes in Xiaoheng's demeanor, Xiao Jinxian couldn't help but smile faintly. Ning had always presented herself too perfectly in public, which had earned her Xiaoheng's favor. Now, she intended to make her suffer, to understand that she was not to be trifled with, lest Ning frequently sought her trouble, which was exceedingly vexing. This disruption had significantly dampened Xiaoheng's good spirits. Yet as he pulled a letter from his pocket, a smile returned to his face, and he joyfully announced, "Today, I received a letter from Yue. She will be returning this year to celebrate the new year with us. I haven't seen my eldest daughter in 3 years." As soon as Xiaoheng's words left his lips, the expressions of those at the table shifted dramatically. The previously furious Ning now appeared only anxious and uneasy, as if the return of Xiaoheng's daughter heralded some great calamity. In contrast, the expressions of Xuan and her daughter were markedly different, particularly Xiao Jinying, whose face was alight with excitement and longing, as if her sister's return was not merely a familial reunion, but the arrival of someone she idolized. The only ones unperturbed were the siblings Xiao Jinxian and Xiao Wenyao. Having just returned to the Xiao household, he was only aware that an elder sister had long resided in the marshal's residence in the capital, raised beside their grandmother. Thus he had no reaction towards this sister he had never met. As for Xiao Jinxian, her expression remained placid, yet if one were to gaze closely into her eyes, they would perceive a chilling intensity, as if an icy depth had formed therein. Her hands, resting on her knees, were nearly tearing at her skirt from the tension. Xiao Jinxian, the sister who had ruined her entire past life. She never anticipated that in this lifetime, they would reunite so swiftly. "Do you realize, dear sister, that I, the fourth daughter whom you have wronged, returning with all my resentments, have been reborn? I still remember vividly all the suffering you inflicted upon me. I will not, and cannot, let you escape unscathed." Xiao Jinxian felt as if hatred was consuming her entirely, and just as she was on the verge of unleashing her fury, even contemplating tearing apart Xiao Jinxuan's handwritten letter, a gust of cold wind swept in as Deng Jiu entered from outside, bringing clarity back to Xiao Jinxian, restoring her composure. Indeed, what was she now but a pitiful creature recently freed from the estate, just moved back to the Xiao family? With her current standing, what strength did she possess to compete with her father's beloved daughter, the foremost daughter of the marshal's residence? Thus, until she had grown her wings, she could only endure. Even in the depths of her anguish, she must persist in her restraint. As the coldness in her eyes receded, a gentle smile returned to Xiao Jinxuan's lips, and she calmly greeted Deng Jiu with a smile. After Deng Jiu exchanged greetings with the master and misses within the hall, he presented the gilded invitation to Ning, whispering, "The lady from the prefect's residence sent an invitation, requesting that you, the second miss, and the fourth miss attend a tea gathering tomorrow, claiming to have acquired some fine tea, inviting everyone to come and taste." Chapter 17. The Turmoil of the Banquet 1. Naturally, the Xiao family would accept the invitation from Madame Song, the prefect's wife. Early the next day, Ning prepared the carriage, taking Xiao Jinlian and Xiao Jinxian out. This was Xiao Jinxuan's first gathering since her return, and with the memories of 2 lifetimes. She certainly would not approach it with the same trepidation as in her past life, where her cautiousness led to blunders and ridicule. Having previously attended palace banquets, she found nothing at the Song residence to cause her anxiety. Thus, upon arriving at the Song residence, she maintained her composure, while her maid, Zhuzi, who had grown up in the countryside, found herself at a loss, not knowing where to place her hands and feet amid such grandeur. Zhuzi's demeanor immediately drew scorn from Xiao Jinlian, who sneered, "It is evident that a master produces such a servant. She should quickly return home to avoid embarrassing herself." Upon hearing this, Zhuzi's eyes reddened, feeling she had brought shame to Xiao Jinxian, and she lowered her head even more. Xiao Jinxian smiled coldly. Her second sister truly had no sense of propriety and sought every opportunity to trouble her, yet her servants were not to be chastised by the likes of her. Taking a few steps forward, she shielded the frightened Zhuzi behind her, fixing her gaze on Xiao Jinlian with a sardonic smile. "There is no need for you to worry about Zhuzi. Rather, you should be cautious yourself. Now that your confinement has been lifted, you must tread carefully, otherwise." Should you provoke father again, I fear you may not be so fortunate to be released early next time. The invitation from the Song residence clearly listed the names of the invitees, and, as the legitimate second daughter, Xiao Jinlian was naturally included. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. Thus, Xiao Hong had lifted her confinement, permitting her to attend the banquet. If she were to speak of Zhuzi's embarrassment, Xiao Jinxian would not hesitate to remind her of who truly faced humiliation. Xiao Jinlian was infuriated. She had never encountered anyone in the Xiao family who dared to speak to her in such a manner. Just as she was about to retort, her mother Ning, who had hurried over, restrained her. Lianer, do not pay attention to this girl. Let's go. After delivering this, Ning shot a glare at Xiao Jinxian and departed with her daughter. After several confrontations, Ning had begun to comprehend that Xiao Jinxian was no longer the same timid girl she once was. She had transformed into a hedgehog, capable of inflicting injury upon anyone who dared to prick her. Therefore, with a clear mind, Ning immediately regained her composure. Unless she could find a way to exploit Xiao Jinxuan's vulnerabilities, she would refrain from making any rash moves. Watching the mother and daughter fade into the distance, Xiao Jinxian chuckled softly. In truth, if they ceased their provocations, she had no intention of retaliating against them. Although in her past life, this stepmother and elder sister had been excessively harsh, often putting her in difficult positions, neither were they the ones who ultimately caused her demise. The ones she loathed most were, from the beginning to the end, Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Jinxian, the pair of scoundrels. As long as Ning and her daughter did not seek her out again, she was willing to coexist peacefully with them. However, seeing the look Ning cast back at her as they departed, Xiao Jinxian understood that this hope was likely exceedingly bleak. After sending off Xiao Jinlian, she entered the tea room prepared by the Song family, accompanied by Zhuzi. Inside, 6 tables were arranged, adorned with an array of delicacies and tea, all ready for the gathering. Numerous distinguished ladies had already convened, each adorned in splendid attire, exuding an aura of elegance. They clustered in small groups, engaging in soft conversations and savoring their tea. Xiao Jinxian showed little interest in them, choosing instead to sit alone and quietly observe the vibrant assembly around her. At that moment, a young lady clad in a warm green embroidered dress, adorned with a jade hairpin, approached her with graceful steps. This girl possessed a delicate cherry-red mouth and willow-like brows, though her eyes appeared somewhat elongated and carried a hint of allure. Her beauty tinged with a trace of excessive makeup. As the young lady stood before Xiao Jinxian, she scrutinized her for a moment before breaking into a smile and exclaiming, "Ladies, behold, a new sister has graced us today. May I inquire which esteemed family she hails from? With such beauty, she must undoubtedly be of noble birth." The term noble lady referred specifically to legitimate daughters, as illegitimate ones were seldom addressed in such a manner. Instantly, Xiao Jinxian, who had previously gone unnoticed, became the focal point of attention due to the green-clad girl's remarks. The other young ladies seated nearby quickly surrounded her, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and scrutiny directed at Xiao Jinxian. Although it was a festive occasion, Xiao Jinxian had not particularly dressed up. She wore a simple purple dress, yet to avoid being impolite, she adorned her hair with a striking red gemstone hairpin. Her demeanor was gentle, and her appearance was appropriate. The ladies momentarily agreed with the green-clad girl, believing her assessment was accurate. Such poise could only belong to a legitimate noblewoman, yet they were puzzled by her unfamiliarity. Just as they were speculating, Xiao Jinlian's sharp voice pierced through. "Sister Song, you jest. This noble lady you speak of is merely my half-sister. Surely, you do not believe she is a legitimate daughter?" In that moment, Xiao Jinlian felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction as she exposed Xiao Jinxian as illegitimate status in front of so many onlookers, rendering her unable to hide and subjecting her to their disdain. The other young ladies, who had intended to approach Xiao Jinxian, halted in their tracks, their expressions now laced with mockery. All the guests invited that day were legitimate daughters, and associating with someone of such a lowly status was beneath them. Even speaking to her would be a loss of dignity. The green-clad girl was none other than Song Jiai, the only daughter of the governor of Yangzhou, Song Peng. At that moment, she displayed an incredulous expression, exclaiming, "Sister Jinlian, you cannot be serious. How could this young lady, possessing such grace, be of illegitimate birth? Moreover, Since when did you acquire another sister? I was unaware of this. Xiao Jinlian eagerly seized the opportunity to respond. It is no surprise that you ladies do not know her. She is my fourth sister, raised in the countryside since birth, and only just returned yesterday. As for her grace, Sister Song, are you referring to her rustic demeanor? After her teasing remark, Xiao Jinlian could not suppress her laughter, and the surrounding young ladies found her words amusing, joining in with their own giggles. Xiao Jinxian observed coldly as these legitimate daughters surrounded her, disregarding her existence and mocking her openly. She had long grown numb to the vast chasm between legitimate and illegitimate births, having experienced it in her previous life. For these legitimate children, viewing an illegitimate sibling as an equal was utterly inconceivable. In their eyes, the illegitimate were the most despicable and shameless of beings, born to compete with them for resources. Expecting these individuals to befriend her was as futile as hoping for gold to fall from the sky. However, what truly captured her attention was Song Jiai. Xiao Jinxian sensed that the young lady's approach was intentional, and her seemingly careless remarks were aimed at placing her in an embarrassing predicament. Yet, upon reflection, she felt perhaps she was overthinking. There had been no intersection between her life and Song Jiai's in either this life or the last, leaving her puzzled as to the motive behind such behavior. Just then, Song Jiai unexpectedly declared, "Regardless, since Miss Xiao Si has graced us with her presence, she is a guest of the Song family. As the host, it is my duty to ensure everyone enjoys themselves. Come, sister, let us sit together at the head table." Without waiting for response, she took Xiao Jinxian by the hand and led her to the foremost table, where the wives and daughters of officials were seated. It was a place where even legitimate daughters from wealthy families rarely found themselves, let alone an illegitimate child. At that moment, Madame Song, who had been busy attending to the guests, noticed her daughter's return and remarked, "Jai, come here to your mother. I was just discussing your studies in music with the ladies. Everyone is eager to hear how your skills have progressed. Please entertain us with a performance." Seated beside Madame Song, a somewhat stout noblewoman chimed in, "Miss Song has always been known as a talented musician. Now that you have received guidance from the esteemed Qiu Yu, we are truly fortunate today." The husband of this lady served as a magistrate, and as the governor of Yangzhou was his superior, her compliments were plentiful. Ning Shi, who sat next to Madame Song, merely smiled but refrained from speaking. Her daughter, Xiao Jinlian, though beautiful, lacked musical talent, and thus she chose to remain silent to avoid embarrassment should she be compared unfavorably. Upon hearing the request, Song Jiai blushed slightly and responded, "It is my honor to perform for you all, but a solo performance can be rather dull. Will my sister join me in a duet?" Her radiant smile was directed at Xiao Jinxian. Xiao Jinxian was taken aback by the suggestion. Had she not just heard Xiao Jinlian say that she had been raised in the countryside? How could someone of such humble beginnings possibly have learned music? Knowing full well that she could not play, Song Jiai's request could only be seen as either foolishness or an intentional challenge. Recognizing that Song Jiai was certainly not foolish, Xiao Jinxian concluded that the young lady was deliberately attempting to put her in a compromising position. Before she could contemplate the reasoning behind this, all eyes in the room turned toward her once more, and those few young ladies who were aware of her background now bore expressions of amusement. Ning Shi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "Jinxian, since Miss Song has invited you, you should accompany her in a performance." Xiao Jinxian felt a cold smirk rise within her. Ning Shi clearly did not wish to reconcile, seizing every opportunity to undermine her. This woman, who had monitored her for 11 years, surely knew she had never lived in a manner that would allow her to possess any musical skill. If she believed she could make a fool of her in public, then let them see who would truly be embarrassed. With that thought in mind, Xiao Jinxian smiled calmly and replied, "As my mother commands, I shall comply. However, as I am new to this gathering and maybe a bit nervous, I would like to request my second sister's company to accompany me." "Mother, what say you?" Ning Shi's brow furrowed slightly, but she quickly replied with a smile, "Oh, my girl, how shy you are. Jinlian, you should accompany your fourth sister." Having just allowed her illegitimate daughter to perform, it was now her legitimate daughter's turn. If she denied this request, it would appear that she was intentionally making things difficult for the illegitimate child. Though she harbored such thoughts, she could not let them show. She must maintain the appearance of a dignified and gracious matriarch. Although her daughter lacked proficiency in music, Executing a flawless performance was still within reach, especially with Xiao Jinxian setting the bar low. The audience would only ridicule the latter for her incompetence, leaving Jinlian unscathed. However, Xiao Jinxuan's swift agreement made Ningshi uneasy, as though she sensed something was amiss. Chapter 18. The turmoil of the banquet too. Soon, a space was cleared in the center of the tea room, and, as requested by the young ladies, the necessary musical instruments were brought forth. In a gathering where the esteemed ladies of Yangzhou had assembled, Song Jiai chose a 7-string guqin, while Xiao Jinlian selected a bamboo flute. The guests, well acquainted with each other over the years, were already privy to their respective musical prowess. However, the greatest curiosity surrounded the young, illegitimate daughter who had recently returned from the Zhuangzi. What instrument would she choose? It was known that within the Song residence today, nearly all the prominent families were represented, and any misstep would undoubtedly lead to ridicule, making it impossible for her to hold her head high in Yangzhou again. As everyone eagerly awaited, the instrument chosen by Xiao Jinxian was revealed, a 4-string pipa. The appearance of this instrument immediately sparked a flurry of whispers. A young lady dressed in pink exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my, look! The illegitimate daughter has chosen the pipa, an instrument said to be incredibly difficult to play." Yet, another voice chimed in, "You're so naive. Perhaps she is merely attempting to deceive us with something we don't understand." Indeed, it seemed that this cunning young woman was deliberately seeking to attract attention. The doubts murmured around her reached Xiao Jinxian, who concealed half her face behind the pipa, yet a faint smile flickered across her lips. At that moment, Song Jiai turned her gaze toward Xiao Jinxian, and upon seeing her smile, felt a sudden flutter in her heart. Swiftly, she stood up and graciously proposed, "Since we are to perform together, how about we play a piece titled Meihua Sano? Each of us can take a turn, if that pleases everyone." The prospect of solo performances heightened the audience's anticipation, especially regarding the illegitimate daughter, who would now have no opportunity to blend in unnoticed. After a brief contemplation, Song Jiai arranged, "In that case, Lian's sister shall play the first section. I will follow with the second, and Jinxian's sister will conclude with the most soothing final part." With everything settled, Xiao Jinlian commenced her solo on the bamboo flute. While her notes lacked brilliance, they flowed smoothly enough to avoid any major faults. Upon finishing her performance, she cast a challenging glance at Xiao Jinxian before retreating with a sense of triumph. Xiao Jinxian, however, remained unfazed, her focus solely on Song Jiai, unwavering in her gaze. If there had been any uncertainty before, she now felt assured that Song Jiai was indeed targeting her. First, she had coaxed Xiao Jinlian into speaking, publicly embarrassing her, and now she orchestrated a solo performance intended to further humiliate her. To claim that she had reserved the most soothing section for Xiao Jinxian was disingenuous, as anyone versed in music knew that the most challenging part of a piece is often its conclusion. Any slight misstep could ruin the entire composition. By leaving the simplest section aside for herself, Song Jiai had cleverly set a trap for Xiao Jinxian, ensuring that, should she lack skill, she would appear all the more unrefined in comparison to the refined performance of the so-called Pipa Fairy. While she could not fathom the reasons behind Song Jiai's animosity, the intent was undeniably irksome. The title of Pipa Fairy was rightly bestowed upon Song Jiai, as her rendition of Meihua San Nong was played with such grace and depth that it captivated the hearts of her listeners. Evoking images of a peerless beauty dancing amidst the plum blossoms, each gesture enchanting beyond measure. The melody resonated deeply, and before anyone could fully absorb the experience, Song Jiai elegantly concluded the final note. As the last sound faded into silence, all eyes turned to Xiao Jinxian, puzzled as to why she remained seated, allowing the performance to halt without playing her concluding section. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a figure concealed in shadows at the corner of the tea hall wore a triumphant, sinister smile as they observed Xiao Jinxian's predicament. "Ah, Xiao Jinxian," they mused, "how delightful it must be to be the center of attention, feeling the weight of public scrutiny. You are unaware that this tea party has been meticulously arranged for your downfall. I intend to expose your lack of talent and virtue, to have you become the subject of mockery and scorn, forever tarnished in the upper echelons of Yangzhou. I shall relish in your shame, hoping it drives you to despair." The shadowy figure's eyes glinted with malice as they relished the unfolding drama, their smirk unwavering until the resonant notes of a Guqin silenced their thoughts. The astonished gaze fixed on the purple-clad figure in the tea hall became unbreakable. The essence of the plum blossom lies in its solitary defiance against the harshest of winters. Although the melody was hauntingly beautiful, it could never embody the spirit of the plum blossom. The ancient, profound tones conveyed a sense of desolation. Yet, Xiao Jinxian felt a deep connection, believing it more fitting to express the essence of the plum blossom. Yangzhou, a land blessed with gentle waters, typically favored soft and delicate melodies, but this distinct sound instantly sparked lively discussions among the gathered elite. If Song Jiai's performance had conjured images of women dancing amidst the plum blossoms, Xiao Jinxian's notes now painted a vivid scene of a proud plum tree bravely facing the wind and snow, stirring the emotions of all present. A lady clad in a pale lotus-hued gown turned to Lady Ning, her face a mask of astonishment. Such music, so resolute and spirited. Your fourth daughter possesses remarkable talent at such a young age, Lady Ning. Lady Ning's teeth clenched in frustration, yet she managed to maintain a smile, replying, "Indeed, Madam Meng. Jinxian is undeserving of such praise." While Lady Ning could dismiss critiques from others, she dared not offend Madam Meng, whose husband had once been the tutor to the crown prince. Should the crown prince ascend the throne, he would become the imperial teacher. Such individuals, even in retirement, were not to be trifled with, leaving Lady Ning with no choice but to feign humility. At that moment, Lady Song's expression soured as she recalled the day's plans and the discussions with her associate. While Miss Xiao plays admirably, one cannot help but feel that her music lacks a certain vigor, perhaps a result of the inherent difficulty of this Western instrument, she remarked, seeking to defend her daughter. To those listening, it appeared she was attempting to shield her daughter from embarrassment, as Song Jiai, known as the Peep of Fairy, found her glory overshadowed by an unknown, illegitimate daughter. Madam Ming, however, countered, Lady Song, you underestimate the pipa, an instrument capable of producing such fierce and commanding melodies. Miss Xiao, in avoiding the sharpness, has instead showcased a remarkable strength in her performance, rarely seen even in the capital. The room fell silent, as comparisons to the capital's renowned musicians left the gathered ladies hesitant to voice their opinions, fearing ridicule for their ignorance. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinxian continued her pipa performance, while Song Jiai, now diminished in stature, found herself standing before another young lady, her cheeks marked by a stinging slap, her eyes brimming with tears. Before her stood a girl clad in an apricot-red gown adorned with butterfly motifs, her lively eyes sparkling and her round face exuding an endearing charm. A mocking smile graced her lips, with a small dimple accentuating her expression. It was none other than the county princess, Qian Yingluo. Seeing Song Jiai, who appeared on the verge of tears yet stifling her emotions, only fueled Qian Yingluo's ire, and her hand shot up once more, delivering another resounding slap. Then she furiously exclaimed, "You worthless fool, calling yourself a Qin Xian. I believe you are even inferior to the musicians in my duke's residence. I intended for you to make Xiao Jinxian look foolish, not to serve as her backdrop. Just look at what you have done. You are utterly useless." As Qian Yingluo spoke, her hands were not idle. She viciously clawed at Song Jiai, and the more her victim pleaded for mercy, the harsher her grip became. In no time, the back of Song Jiai's exposed hand was marred with bruises. At this moment, Song Jiai could no longer hold back her fear and confusion and began to cry softly, thinking to herself that she was the daughter of a magistrate and had never endured such treatment before. Feeling aggrieved, she mustered some courage and sobbed, "Your Highness, you cannot place all the blame on me. It was you who told me she had no knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. How can I know she could play so well?" However, Qian Yingluo dismissed her words with a laugh, saying, "So you are implying that this princess is at fault? Should I then pour tea and apologize to Miss Song?" As Song Jiai gazed at the seemingly harmless Qian Yingluo, her eyes curved into a crescent moon with a smile. She hurriedly shook her head, but it was evidently too late. Qian Yingluo narrowed her eyes and abruptly seized Song Jiai's hair, forcefully smashing her head against the corner of the table. Again and again, she disregarded Song Jiai's cries for mercy and the blood that flowed down. Her gaze cold and merciless as she continued her actions until Song Jiai lay motionless on the ground. Now, looking at Song Jiai, who had once been presentable, her hair disheveled and her face streaked with tears, her scalp grotesquely exposed from repeated impacts, blood gushing forth, she had already fainted. Yet, Qian Yingluo remained indifferent, for she was a duke's daughter, her mother a princess, and the emperor her uncle. What was a mere magistrate's daughter to her? Turning with an air of arrogance, Qian Yingluo impatiently addressed Ji Lingfeng, who had stood silently by. This was your foolish idea. Tell me what we should do now. That wretched woman who dared to offend my brother must be reveling outside. Infuriates me. Glancing at the viciously angry Qian Yingluo, Ji Lingfeng's eyes flickered with disdain. However, he maintained a smile as he replied, Your Highness, your purpose here is to assist the sixth prince in keeping the Prince of Yu in check. Once the Prince of Yu is at your feet, what is Xiao Jinxian to worry about? Perhaps we should simply let it be. While saying this, Ji Lingfeng felt a surge of anger at the sixth prince's decision. He truly did not believe that this willful princess could control the Prince of Yu. Bringing her along might have been a mistake. She had barely arrived and was already at odds with the Xiao household, causing nothing but trouble. Yet, Qian Yingluo paid no heed to his comments. Lifting her chin defiantly, I will certainly claim the Prince of Yu, but I will not let that wretched Xiao Jinxian go unpunished. My cousin claims you are the most capable aide to the second prince, yet you seem hardly capable. Since you cannot handle it, I shall take matters into my own hands. Just watch how I deal with that wretched girl. With that, she turned and exited, heading directly toward the tea hall. Left behind, Ji Lingfeng suddenly smiled with a hint of malice. Ah, my princess, if I do not push you to act, how will you take matters into your own hands? If you do not intervene, how will I have the opportunity to rescue the fair maiden? I am determined to embrace the mighty Xiao family tree. Chapter 19. The princess's embarrassment. Song Jiai's departure did not incite much attention. The onlookers merely assumed she had been overshadowed by her musical inferiority and chose to avoid the awkwardness. However, the young ladies present admired Xiao Jinlian, who remained composed despite being overshadowed by her half-sister. Even if her smile was awkward and stiff, this thick-skinned demeanor earned her the admiration of others, who, while mocking her, couldn't help but respect her resilience. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinxian was no longer at peace. Clusters of noble young women surrounded her, curious to inquire about the Pipa. Just as Xiao Jinxian was feeling overwhelmed by their incessant questions, a haughty voice suddenly rang out. I have heard that the Song residence has a half-sister who plays the zither better than Miss Song. Which of you dares to step forward and show this princess? As this abrupt statement echoed, the hall fell into a stunned silence. It was Mrs. Song who responded first, quickly introducing, ladies. This is the county princess from Yuan County, visiting Yangzhou and staying at my Song residence. Please extend your greetings. Mrs. Song maintained her composure, though a flicker of concern flashed in her eyes. She knew her daughter must have altered her plans to confront the county princess. Now that the princess had appeared on her own, with her daughter absent, an uneasy premonition welled up within her. As for the others, upon realizing that this charming young lady was a fourth-rank county princess, they were astonished and swiftly paid their respects. After all, she held a proper fourth-rank title, and aside from Madame Meng, who had a second-rank title, no one could rival this princess. Yet, Qian Yingluo ignored the crowd, her gaze fixated on Xiao Jinxian, her jealousy intensifying. Why was it that Zhou Xinyu had always looked down on her, but showed such concern for this wretched girl? She was determined to uncover what made this girl so special. With this thought, she strode past the crowd to stand before Xiao Jinxian, squinting her eyes as she declared, You are Xiao Jinxian. Lift your head for this princess to see. Maintaining a respectful posture, Xiao Jinxian did not hesitate to raise her head, her calm and unwavering eyes gazing straight ahead. As Qian Yingluo drew closer, she scrutinized Xiao Jinxuan's face, letting out a soft huff. She had expected a dazzling beauty, yet found only a delicate and unassuming countenance, lacking any particularly striking features. Such beauty hardly matched the exquisite Zhou Xinyu. Only Qian Yingluo deemed herself worthy of him. Thus, she would not spare anyone who dared to covet Zhou Xinyu. With a sarcastic smile, she commanded, Yaji, prepare the ink. Such a talented half-sister is indeed a rarity. I must compose a poem in your honor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxuan's brows furrowed slightly. The county princess's words seemed to praise her, yet her tone was offensive, especially when emphasizing the term half-sister. If she failed to recognize the ill intent behind these words now, it would be sheer foolishness. However, Xiao Jinxian found herself at a loss. On her first outing in Yangzhou, she was first belittled by Song Jiai and now faced a mocking county princess. Instinctively, she sensed a connection between the two. While Xiao Jinxian pondered, Qianing Luo had already finished writing. She approached Xiao Jinxian once more, extending the paper forward as she said, "This is a gift from this princess. Do read it aloud to express your gratitude." With a sardonic smile directed at the county princess, Xiao Jinxian did not reach for the paper, but gracefully declined. "Your Highness's kindness is acknowledged, but it is merely a song to liven the atmosphere. It does not warrant such praise." A mere fourth-rank county princess. Did she think her work was worthy of imperial recognition? The tone was truly irksome. While she did not wish to create enemies for no reason, she would not endure the same humiliation as in her past life. Previously, her good temper only invited further bullying. In this life, she would rather die fiercely than suffer such indignity. The crowd did not expect Xiao Jinxian to refuse outright. Initially thinking the princess would be angered, they were surprised to see her instead step forward with a smug expression, raising her voice deliberately. "Are you afraid? You cannot read it because you are illiterate." The words instantly turned Xiao Jinxian into the target of everyone's scorn. As a lady of a noble family, even if she were a concubine's daughter, she could not be illiterate. This transcended personal disgrace. It was a matter of the entire family's honor. In an instant, speculation arose among the crowd regarding the veracity of the county princess's claims. Xiao Jinxian remained silent, her gaze steady upon Qianing Luo. However, this demeanor only strengthened Qianing Luo's conviction that she was indeed illiterate, merely pretending to maintain her composure. Taking a few steps closer, Qianing Luo suddenly whispered, "Though I know not where you acquired your skills on the pipa, your mother forbade you from learning to read. Thus you cannot even write your own name. Am I mistaken, your Highness's little harlot?" The last vestige of Xiao Jinshuan's smile vanished entirely. This county princess had actually investigated her, and it was clear that Song Jiai's recent unusual targeting of her was also the handiwork of this individual. Previously, she had been puzzled by the motives behind such actions. But upon hearing the term Your Highness, she suddenly recalled the identity of this county princess. In her past life, she had indeed heard of her name when she first arrived in the capital. After so many years, she had almost forgotten. The reason for her notoriety stemmed from her obsessive infatuation with the seventh prince, Zhou Xianyu, to the point of madness, making her a prominent figure in the capital. Years ago, she had heard that the capital's most renowned courtesan had harbored secret affections for his highness, only to be discovered by Qianing Luo. Without hesitation, the county princess had stormed into the establishment, gouging out the courtesan's eyes and severing her tongue, vowing that any woman daring to gaze upon or speak to his highness would meet the same fate. Yet, Zhou Xianyu's captivating beauty was too great an allure, and the daughter of the Minister of Revenue disregarded the county princess's warning, tossing a purse to the prince. When Qianing Luo learned of this, she stripped the woman bare, severed her tendons, and discarded her in the street, declaring that any further gifts sent to Zhou Xianyu would result in the same fate. This incident had caused quite a stir, and given that the Minister of Revenue had only one son and one daughter, he could not let such a tragic fate befall his only daughter. However, the county princess had powerful backing, and the matter was eventually laid to rest. Now, piecing everything together, Xiao Jinxian immediately recalled the day she had been stopped by Zhou Xianyu's carriage. It was likely that the county princess had witnessed this encounter, prompting her animosity. Understanding the reason only deepened Xiao Jinshuan's frustration. If she had indeed been enamored with Zhou Xianyu, being targeted would not have been unjustified. Yet, she harbored no such sentiments, and now she found herself the unwarranted target of this jealous madwoman, truly an undeserved calamity. It was no wonder that upon her return home yesterday, her name had appeared on the invitation from the Song family, while her half-sister, Xiao Jinying, had not been invited. At that time, she had found it odd, and now, observing the hall, she realized that not a single concubine's daughter was present. It seemed the Song family had deliberately orchestrated this to highlight her own lowly status, aiming to ostracize and ridicule her. Having unraveled the mystery, Xiao Jinxian would not passively accept this fate. She reached out to take the paper, glanced at it a few times, and then smiled, asking, "Does the county princess truly wish for me to read this aloud in public?" Qian Luo, interpreting Xiao Jinxuan's question as a desperate FA impatiently urged, "Stop your stalling. Just read it quickly." Nodding, Xiao Jinxian offered a faint smile, a glimmer of mockery flashing in her eyes as she began to recite. Grapes and fine wine in a glowing cup, the pipa hastens the call to drink. Lying drunken on the battlefield, do not laugh, for few return for more. This gentle voice rendered Qian Luo momentarily speechless, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Xiao Jinxian, unable to articulate a single word. Were all of her spies utterly useless? Hadn't they claimed this concubine's daughter was devoid of talent and virtue, incapable of anything? Yet here she was, not only proficient with the pipa, but also literate. This was a significant blow to Qian Luo's pride, a humiliation she had never before experienced. However, before Qian Luo could recover from the shock, Xiao Jinxian delivered another blow. She suddenly raised the paper and, with an extremely amiable smile, remarked, if I recall correctly, "This poem is the renowned work of the Tang poet Wang Han. However, though the county princess claims it was composed for me, while it does mention the pipa, it describes the hardships of war on the borders, which is quite incongruous with today's situation." Qian Luo's face flushed crimson. She had never been compelled to learn anything in her sheltered life, and today, her sole intention had been to humiliate Xiao Jinxian. Remembering that the poem contained the word pipa, she had thought to write it down, but now it served as a basis for ridicule. Feeling the weight of the guests' gazes upon her, even without a word spoken, Qian Luo felt as if she were being pierced by daggers, rendering her restless. Seeing Qian Luo's mortification, Xiao Jinxian could not help but smirk inwardly. How dare she provoke her? She must be prepared for retaliation. Fed up with the county princess's proud peacock demeanor, Xiao Jinxian had no intention of allowing her to escape unscathed. Then, pointing to the final line of the poem, she asked in a tone of feigned inquiry, and here, I distinctly remember it should be how many return from ancient battles. Yet the county princess has written return few. Was this a deliberate attempt to test my knowledge? A chuckle erupted from the guests. It was unclear who laughed first. Soon, restrained laughter and murmurs filled the hall. It was evident to all that the county princess had not been testing anyone, but rather revealing her own ignorance, having misquoted a classic line. What was intended to be a means of humiliation had turned her into the greatest joke of the evening, leaving everyone astonished by the rapid shift in circumstances. Qian Luo bit her lip tightly, her eyes clouded with a mixture of anger and shame, almost to the point of tears. Gazing at Xiao Jinxian, who continued to smile at her, Qian Luo felt as though she might explode with rage. Under the scrutiny of so many, she had never been subjected to such ridicule, all orchestrated by this contemptible woman. Though she had initiated the humiliation as a county princess, did she not have the right to chastise a lowly concubine? In her view, it was perfectly justifiable for Qian Luo to demean Xiao Jinxian, yet the latter dared to retaliate, a transgression deserving of severe punishment. Convinced that all fault lay with Xiao Jinxian, Qian Luo shouted, "You vile creature, how dare you publicly humiliate this county princess? Yaji, give her a slap, hit her hard." With her temper flaring, Qian Luo disregarded the setting and ordered violence. The maidservant Yaji, accustomed to being domineering alongside Qian Luo, immediately stepped forward to strike Xiao Jinxian. But she was intercepted by Zhuzi. Though she had been anxious since entering, upon witnessing her mistress in peril, her courage surged, and without a second thought, she positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Jinxian. The chaotic scene stirred concern among the onlookers, yet none dared intervene, fearing the wrath of the furious county princess. Just then, a swift figure clad in white leaped into the hall, revealing a gentleman who, with a flick of his folding fan, effortlessly separated Zhuzi and Yaji. With a graceful turn, he shielded Xiao Jinxian behind him, dramatically unfurling his fan with an air of nonchalance. Xiao Jinxian was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected arrival, but as she recognized the figure before her, an overwhelming surge of hatred flooded her eyes, and her body trembled with excitement. Yi Ling Feng, the man she would never forget. Even in a haze of ash, she would recognize him. "It is you, my dear husband. How fortuitous that we meet again so soon." Unbeknownst to her, a pair of piercing, icy eyes regarded Ji Lingfeng with disdain from behind. Smiling at Qian Luo's ashen visage, Ji Lingfeng remarked, County Princess. Have you forgotten about His Highness, the Rue Wang? This seemingly nonsensical remark left those around perplexed, yet the expression on Qian Luo's face darkened considerably. After pondering for a long while, she reluctantly uttered, "Let it be for today, Xiao Jinxian. Should you dare to act so arrogantly again, I shall ensure you regret it." Observing that this temperamental county princess had finally decided to let the matter rest, Madame Song and several noble ladies promptly stepped forward to escort her to the main seat. Attending to her with utmost care, Ji Lingfeng chuckled softly, having anticipated Qian Yingluo's reaction. He believed she could indeed resort to violence against the daughter of a second-rank official without a second thought. However, he was confident that if Prince Rue were present in Yangzhou, she would not have the audacity to act so freely. Prince Rue was notorious for having executed even the nephew of the Empress in public, simply because the young man had pushed a commoner to her death. While this incident might not have been significant for the Xue family, it drew the ire of the incorruptible Prince Rue, who displayed no regard for old ties and dealt with the matter decisively. In the capital of Chongping, the most affluent young men feared not the family rules, but rather the wrath of His Highness, the fifth Prince Rue. Thus, Ji Lingfeng was convinced that Qian Yingluo would not dare to make trouble, as she too held a healthy respect for Prince Rue, which he discerned when she first met Zhou Xianrue. With everything settled, Ji Lingfeng revealed what he considered his most charming smile and turned to gaze at Xiao Jinxian, whom he had just heroically rescued. He had orchestrated this moment, waiting for the opportune time to leave a perfect impression on the fourth Miss Xiao, facilitating his ulterior motives. However, upon witnessing the frosty expression on her face, his smile faltered awkwardly. Why did she look so icy, with her deep, cold eyes fixed intently upon him? This was a stark contrast to the admiration and gratitude he had envisioned. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Ji Lingfeng softened his smile further, inquiring, "Miss Jinxian, do you feel unwell?" If it weren't a physical ailment, why else would her expression be so peculiar? He even sensed a hint of murderous intent emanating from her countenance. But by the time he sought to examine it closely, Xiao Jinxian had already lowered her head. Ji Lingfeng chuckled inwardly, attributing his misperception to an optical illusion. After all, how could such a delicate young lady harbor any murderous intent? Xiao Jinxian, however, did not respond to Ji Lingfeng's concerned inquiry, merely shaking her head lightly. She refrained from speaking, fearing that if she opened her mouth, she might be unable to restrain herself from hurling the most venomous curses at the man before her. She even lowered her head, as her fervent hatred began to manifest uncontrollably on her face. Just moments ago, she had contemplated killing Ji Lingfeng without a second thought, seeking vengeance. Yet, she ultimately held back. After all, she was not his match, and even if she were to succeed, the act of murder would only lead to her own demise. Meanwhile, her sister, Xiao Jinxing, remained free and untroubled in the capital. And how could Xiao Jinxian bear to let it go? Furthermore, Ji Lingfeng had deceived her for 6 long years, marrying her without ever having loved her, and in fact, had always despised her. To marry her without love had ruined her life. If she were to kill him with a single strike, would that not be too merciful? Ji Lingfeng, did you not marry me for power and status? Then I shall destroy your career and the very authority you cherish. Only then would I feel avenged. Thus, she resolved to endure, to gradually ruin this man, forcing him to live in endless agony and regret, clinging to life in unbearable torment. When Xiao Jinxian lifted her head once more, a faint smile returned to her face, her eyes radiating calm and composure, fully restored to tranquility. Noticing this, Ji Lingfeng graciously suggested, "Miss Jinxian, if you are unwell, might I escort you to rest? Surely you were startled earlier." Observing the genuine concern in his gaze, Xiao Jinxian internally scoffed, her tone distant as she replied, "Sir, there are distinctions between men and women. It is rather inappropriate for you to speak so closely with me. And now you wish to escort me to rest? Do you not think that excessive?" Ji Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback. This fourth miss of the Xiao family had clearly taken offense. He had merely expressed concern, yet she treated him as though he were some lewd scoundrel. He had just rescued her from a predicament, and he believed he deserved better treatment. Suppressing his confusion, Ji Lingfeng attempted to clarify, "Miss Jinxian, you misunderstand. I merely felt pity seeing you so frightened. If my words were too forward, I beg your forgiveness." While he was attempting to showcase his thoughtfulness, He found himself feigning an apology. In a previous life, she had been captivated by Ji Lingfeng's courteous facade, mistaking him for a gentleman. Now, upon closer inspection, it was clear that he was merely seeking to curry favor, manipulating perceptions to further his own agenda. If he were truly so noble, why not simply depart after helping? Instead, he lingered on, continuing his chatter, even after she had coldly dismissed him. His audacity was truly shameless. Xiao Jinxian had intended to hurl further jabs, but upon seeing a figure approaching them, her expression shifted, revealing a hint of bashfulness. She instantly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Sir, I was overly startled earlier and spoke out of turn. In truth, I owe you my thanks. Without you, that county princess would have made my life exceedingly difficult." Ji Lingfeng's heart leapt with joy, and he hastily replied, "Miss Jinxian is too kind. I cannot abide the strong bullying the weak. Though she is a county princess, I am but a commoner, yet seeing you in distress, my heart could not bear it, and I rushed to your aid." He was well aware of the sentiments of these budding young ladies. A man who defies authority, upholding justice, and sympathizing with the vulnerable is precisely the type they admire. As expected, Xiao Jinxian blushed, shyly smiling as she remarked, "But I see you are near the county princess. By standing up for me, you risk incurring her wrath. I fear I have brought you trouble." She spoke with an air of concern, as if she would be deeply saddened should he suffer even the slightest harm. Ji Lingfeng smirked, though a flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. He had initially perceived her as an ice princess, yet she had so readily warmed to him. However, as a mere illegitimate child, she was simply a stepping stone for him to ascend the ranks of the Xiao family. Thus, he resolved to press on, fully capturing her heart. With a sigh, Ji Lingfeng donned a fearless expression and boldly proclaimed, "Though I currently serve the county princess, I shall never lose sight of right and wrong. I lament my limited abilities, should I one day attain a high office. I vow to bring justice to those who suffer under such a tyrant, be she a county princess, a lady, or even a princess." As he spoke, he gazed into Xiao Jinxuan's eyes with deep affection. However, his heart raced with excitement. He needed this opportunity. If today's events reached Xiao Heng's ears, it would surely leave a favorable impression. He envisioned himself visiting the manor, and with his silver tongue, he had no doubt he would be well utilized. Yet, Xiao Jinxian suddenly smiled oddly, all traces of infatuation vanishing. Rising on her toes, she leaned closer to Ji Lingfeng and whispered, "You need not concern yourself with my justice. I can seek it myself. You should focus on your own well-being." Ji Lingfeng, caught off guard by this unexpected turn, Ji Lingfeng was still trying to decipher her meaning when a voice, icy and furious, cut through the air. "Ji Lingfeng, you treacherous wretch. How dare you presume to bring justice? I shall show you what justice truly is." The sudden appearance of Qian Yingluo sent a chill down Ji Lingfeng's spine, and he hurriedly turned to explain himself. However, before he could utter a word, a resounding slap echoed across the room as it landed squarely on his face. Despite Qian Yingluo being a woman, her skill in striking is remarkably swift, precise, and fierce. In an instant, a clear five-finger imprint appeared on the previously fair and handsome face of Ji Lingfeng, which rapidly swelled. The dashing young man who had exuded charm just moments ago transformed into a pitiful sight. Observing this, Xiao Jinxian felt a sense of satisfaction. She had intended to extricate herself from Ji Lingfeng's entanglement, but upon spotting Qian Yingluo approaching with a dubious expression, she promptly altered her course of action. Although she lacked the ability to confront Ji Lingfeng directly, she was adept at orchestrating events to her advantage. Knowing that Ji Lingfeng was skilled in martial arts and possessed keen senses, Xiao Jinxian feigned admiration, deliberately diverting his attention so that he would remain oblivious to Qian Yingluo's arrival. As the conversation unfolded, guided by Xiao Jinxuan's subtle manipulations, Ji Lingfeng inevitably uttered many hypocritical and self-righteous remarks. Ironically, he even disparaged Qian Yingluo, who was standing right behind him, labeling her as worthless and repugnant. His words, however, would prove to be his undoing, as the proud and imperious county princess would not let him off lightly. Qian Yingluo, having already slapped Ji Lingfeng once, found her anger still unresolved. Pointing a finger at him, she coldly remarked, "What are you? Merely a dog brought here by my cousin, the sixth prince. Let me enlighten you on justice. It is when I Qian Ingluo, strike your left cheek, and you graciously present your right cheek for a repeat. Do you comprehend? Serval dog? Ji Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, and he replied in a calm tone, yes, I understand. Yet, the hand clenched tightly within his sleeve betrayed his humiliation, veins bulging and trembling slightly. Qian Ingluo, having just been reprimanded by Xiao Jinxian, was eager to unleash her pent-up fury. With a disdainful snort, she demanded, if you understand, why haven't you presented your dog face yet? Do I need to repeat myself? Finally, Ji Lingfeng's demeanor shifted, a flash of menace flickering in his eyes. If he could, he would have struck Qian Ingluo down. Initially, he had come to Yangzhou to forge connections with the influential, paving his future. Now, he would become the subject of mockery among the city's elite, a fate worse than being ridiculed. Yet, it must be acknowledged that in his past life, Ji Lingfeng's ascent from a top scholar to the position of princeling was not without merit. Seething with hatred, he nonetheless presented his right cheek with an fa ade of submission, exemplifying the adage that those devoid of shame become invincible. Another resounding slap echoed in the air, met with gasps from the assembled noblewomen. After Qian Ingluo's moment of satisfaction, she huffed and departed, leaving Ji Lingfeng's calm facade shattered. His gaze, icy and venomous, locked onto the retreating figure of Xiao Jinxian, filled with malevolent intent. So it is you, Xiao Jinxian. I had hoped to utilize you to gain entry into the Xiao family, but you have caused me such humiliation. I initially considered sparing your life, but now it seems unnecessary. I shall ensure you experience 100-fold of the humiliation I endured today, lest my resentment remain unquenched. Chapter 21. A visit through the snow. The incessant snowfall continued for several days, accumulating to a thick layer, bending the low branches of the courtyard's small trees. As Xiao Jinxian walked along the corridor, gazing at the swirling snowflakes, she sighed, recalling the devastating blizzard from her previous life that had claimed countless lives. Behind her, Zhuzi, noticing her furrowed brow, softly reassured her, Miss, young Master Yao is recovering well. There is no need for excessive worry. Xiao Jinxian paused, glancing at Zhuzi, who was holding a food box, and offered a faint smile without responding. She understood that Zhuzi assumed her concern was for Xiao Wenyao, who had fallen ill upon his return. The illness, typhoid fever, mirrored her past experiences with a relentless high fever, but now he received superior care and medical attention, ensuring he would not face an untimely demise. This morning, she had braved the snow to visit Xiao Wenyao, bringing along some of his favorite delicacies. The duo soon arrived at the Yang residence. After Xiao Wenyao fell ill, Yang had taken it upon herself to personally care for him, even relocating him to her quarters. As they approached the door, laughter from her mother and brother resonated from within, causing a smile to grace Xiao Jinxian's lips. In this life, she was determined to protect her two closest loved ones, ensuring their laughter remained warm and carefree. Brushing off the snowflakes, she cheerfully entered. Yao brother, are you feeling better? Sister has come to see you. Xiao Wenyao, who had been playfully clinging to Yang, brightened upon seeing his sister. Sister, you've come. I missed you terribly these past few days. Having grown up together on the estate, the bond between the siblings was exceptionally close, far surpassing that of others. Xiao Wenyao, brimming with joy, tossed aside the covers, eager to get out of bed. Yang, filled with concern, quickly intervened. Wenyao, lie back down. What if you catch a chill? Just be obedient, and I'll tell you a story tonight. Restraining her son, Yang turned to Xiao Jinxian, her tone laced with disapproval. You come in and immediately unsettle your brother. Go warm yourself by the fire and rid yourself of that chill. Wenyao cannot afford to be cold right now. Xiao Jinxian opened her mouth, but ultimately chose silence, moving to warm herself by the hearth, feeling the warmth envelop her. Yet, her heart remained cold. Zhuzi, observing her despondent expression, felt a pang of sympathy and chimed in. Aunt, Miss has come to visit young Master Wenyao and has even prepared corn porridge and radish rolls. She woke up early to make it in time for breakfast. You should take a look. To Zhuzi's surprise, Yang's frown deepened, her tone icy as she replied. I told you not to come. Why did you bring food? Your brother lacks for nothing. Take it back. As Xiao Jinxian, who had been warming her hands, heard this, her fingers trembled slightly, a flash of hurt crossing her eyes before she regained her composure. However, Xiao Wenyao could not remain silent, gripping Yang's hand in frustration. Aunt, please stop. To me, no delicacies compare to what my sister makes. At times, Xiao Wenyao found it perplexing why his mother favored him so heavily. Every time Yang scolded Xiao Jinxian for his sake, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, pondering if she would treat his sister differently if he did not exist. To ease the tension, he continued, "Sister, how have you been? Is anyone bullying you at home?" He had not forgotten his sister's gentle and timid nature, fearing that upon returning to Yangzhou, she might be mistreated. Before Xiao Jinxian could respond, Yang interjected with a scoff, "Bullied? Your sister has become quite remarkable. The entire Yangzhou is abuzz, speaking of the fourth miss of the Xiao family, who excels in music, surpassing even the governor's daughter. Am I not right, Jinxian?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jinxian forced a smile and gently replied, "Mother, please allow me to explain." Yet, Yang merely cast her a glance and continued, "Not only can you play the pipa, but I also heard you pointed out the misquoted lines of the county princess from the Song family. How could you keep such knowledge from me?" Xiao Jinxian found herself bitterly smiling within. Indeed, she had once been oblivious to such matters. Yet now she was well versed in them. However, she could not elucidate the source of her knowledge. Should she confess to Madame Yang that these skills were acquired in her previous life? Even if she did, Madame Yang would likely accuse her of being obstinate, further igniting her ire. Thus, Xiao Jinxian approached Madame Yang, poured a cup of tea, and gently presented it, saying, "Mother, please do not be angry. Allow me to explain." Madame Yang, typically serene, was evidently enraged. She swatted the teacup Xiao Jinxian offered onto the floor. Rising abruptly, she exclaimed, "You ungrateful girl! Who permitted you to learn such things? A woman's lack of talent is her virtue. My intention in preventing you from learning to read was to ensure you live a simpler life, to safeguard your very existence. Now you may feel empowered, but how many eyes are upon you? Your actions could endanger us both. Do you not realize this?" The fury of one's biological mother inevitably weighed upon her offspring. Regardless of the pain inflicted by Madame Yang's words, Xiao Jinxian knelt immediately, allowing the tea that splashed upon her to soak her garments without a single motion to wipe it away. Once the reprimand subsided, Madame Yang's anger had dissipated considerably, and she resumed her seat, stating, "Now, tell me, from whom did you learn these things?" Upon returning from a Song residence, Xiao Jinxian knew she required a plausible excuse to deflect inquiries regarding her newfound abilities, or else it would lead to complications. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "While in a village, I once ventured into the mountains to gather firewood and fortuitously saved an elderly woman. It turned out she resided in the mountains, and thus we became acquainted." Glancing at Madame Yang for her reaction and noting her lack of anger, Xiao Jinxian continued, "On another occasion, I visited her again and found her playing the pipa. Seeing my fascination, she taught me how to play." Madame Yang narrowed her eyes and remarked, "So, your literacy was also taught by this elderly woman?" Nodding, Xiao Jinxian affirmed, "Indeed, she possessed numerous musical scores and, upon discovering my inability to read, took the time to teach me." These words were, of course, fabricated, yet she was untroubled by potential scrutiny, for she had indeed saved an elderly woman at the age of 6, and the woman had truly lived in the mountains behind Mei Village. Whenever she was sent by Aunt Bai to gather firewood, she would visit this elderly lady, who unfortunately passed away when Xiao Jinxian was 10, leaving only an empty, thatched hut behind. Madame Yang scrutinized Xiao Jinxian for a long moment, yet her daughter remained composed, devoid of any trace of deceit. A wave of unease washed over Madame Yang. She realized that she could no longer comprehend the daughter she had raised since childhood. At this moment, she found it difficult to discern the truth in Xiao Jinxuan's words. This child was merely 11. What depths of cunning might she possess as she matured? Madame Yang was reluctant to entertain such thoughts. As her contemplation deepened, her gaze towards Xiao Jinxian grew increasingly distant. After a prolonged silence, she coldly declared, "Stand up. If there is nothing further, you may return. I would not want your brother to take out his frustrations on you." Realizing that Madame Yang had issued her dismissal, Xiao Jinxian nodded silently and rose, saying softly, "Very well, I shall trouble you with my brother, Aunt." After casting a glance at Xiao Wenyao, who appeared anxious for her, she subtly shook her head, conveying a message of reassurance before quietly exiting the room. On the return journey, neither Xiao Jinxian nor her maid, Zhuzi, spoke. Xiao Jinxian felt low-spirited, while Zhuzi was at a loss for words, fearing that her attempts to comfort might only aggravate her mistress's sorrow. Zhuzi was, in fact, quite indignant. She could not fathom why Madame Yang's heart had turned so cold. The mistress was her own flesh and blood. Not only did Madame Yang show no concern, but she had not once treated Xiao Jinxian kindly during the months Zhuzi had been in her service. Zhuzi had signed a contract to serve as a maid because her biological mother had passed away and her father had remarried. The stepmother, having given birth to a child of her own, sought to abandon Zhuzi. Being resourceful, Zhuzi resolved that rather than face the fate of being sold by her stepmother, she would find a household to serve, whereby she could retain her purity and one day marry well. Thus, she found herself at the Xiao residence. However, witnessing Madame Yang's treatment of Xiao Jinxian made Zhuzi feel that this biological mother was even more unkind than her stepmother, who at least pretended to care in front of her father. Zhuzi's heart ached for her mistress. Seeing her subjected to such treatment was infuriating. Unable to restrain her feelings any longer, she finally spoke. "Mistress, if you are upset, you may cry. How could Aunt speak to you in such a manner?" That day at the Song residence, the county lady was so cruel, and Aunt, instead of showing concern, chastised you for seeking attention. Is it right to be bullied and then reprimanded for it? Raised in the countryside, Zhuzi was direct and unrefined in her speech. Aware that her position did not permit such candor, she nevertheless could not hold back. Xiao Jinxian paused, turning back to look at Zhuzi, and with a sigh, she said, "Let this matter rest for now. Do not speak of it again. After all, she is my biological mother, and you are my maid." If such words were to reach the ears of the ill-intentioned, they might mistakenly believe I harbor resentment, allowing those around me to speak recklessly. Zhuzi stuck out her tongue, realizing her indiscretion, and quickly replied, "Yes, I shall remember, but I truly feel wronged on your behalf." Having spent over a month alongside Xiao Jinxian, Zhuzi found her mistress to be a rather amiable person, albeit somewhat aloof. Despite her cold demeanor, she was considerate and had not displayed any ill temper. On the day of their visit to the Song residence, when the second young lady made a disparaging remark about her mistress's status, Zhuzi, as a maid, should have felt humiliated and expected to be scolded. Yet, Xiao Jinxian stood up for her, and although it was a minor incident, Zhuzi was genuinely touched, feeling fortunate to serve such a master. Thus, when the county lady threatened to silence Xiao Jinxian, Zhuzi, despite her fear, had stepped forward. Now, she felt deep sympathy for Xiao Jinxian, believing her to be terribly unfortunate to have such a mother. Sighing once more, Xiao Jinxian did not mind the chill in the air and sat down in the corridor, softly saying, "You need not lament on my behalf. There are reasons for Aunt's behavior towards me, and I have never held it against her." Chapter 22. Past events. Upon hearing Xiao Jinxian's words, Zhuzi's eyes widened in surprise. "Mistress, why do you speak of yourself this way? You have been very filial." Xiao Jinxian had never defied Madame Yang, always ensuring that any delicacies and comforts were sent to her biological mother. Zhuzi observed that none of the other young ladies in the house exhibited as much filial piety as Xiao Jinxian. Yet, Xiao Jinxian gave a self-deprecating smile, her tone sorrowful as she replied, "Filial? Have you ever seen a filial child who nearly cost her own mother her life?" Zhuzi scratched her head, perplexed. "Mistress, what do you mean? Aunt is living well. How could her life be in jeopardy?" Having suppressed her feelings for too long, Xiao Jinxian required an outlet, and it was evident that Zhuzi was the perfect listener at this moment. She gazed toward the falling snow outside the corridor, her thoughts drifting into memories as she slowly began to speak. "I was born on a night of the first snowfall 11 years ago, but my arrival did not bring joy to the Xiao family. Rather, it heralded a death." Zhuzi held her breath, an instinct telling her that what Xiao Jinxian was about to divulge would be a profound secret, and she involuntarily tensed. Xiao Jinxian paused for a moment, closed her eyes, and continued her narration. "When I was born, all the servants in the courtyard responsible for my delivery, from the midwives to the maids fetching water, perished without a trace, their expressions serene and tranquil, leaving no indication of the cause of their demise. This memory is one I wish to avoid revisiting. I still recall the first time I heard Mama Chi, the only surviving old servant from that time, recount the tale. I trembled in fear, unable to believe that such a horrifying event had surrounded my birth. Clenching my hands slightly, my voice quivered as I continued the story. 3 days after my birth, a wandering monk passed by, proclaiming that the Xiao family had given birth to a calamity, destined to see blood and bring misfortune to my kin. And he was referring to me, still in swaddling clothes. Xuzi's hands instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. In that era, anyone branded with such a heavy fate or as a reincarnation of a calamity would be despised by all, even regarded as an outcast, often leading to their demise. Yet Xiao Jinxian had survived. Xuzi found it hard to imagine how a child marked as such could withstand the trials of life. Typically, such children would be disposed of. As Xuzi thought, Xiao Jinxian continued. At that time, the relatives of the Xiao family in Yangzhou, along with my biological mother, Ning, immediately captured both my mother and me and cast us alive into a well. Had my father not arrived in time, you would not see me here today. Xuzi frowned and spat 3 times on the ground, then said with irritation, Miss, how can you say such things? What do you mean we wouldn't see you? You survived that calamity, and you will surely live a life of peace from now on. Then, Xuzi appeared thoughtful and softly inquired, Miss, could it be that Aunt's distant demeanor towards you is related to that incident? A flicker of self-reproach crossed Xiao Jinxuan's eyes as she spoke in a desolate tone. Indeed, because I was deemed a calamity, my mother, who bore me, was also seen as an ill-omened person. Although she did not die, she was subsequently expelled from the Xiao family and lived in Meizhuang for 11 years. With a child like me, who allegedly brings misfortune, it is understandable that my mother would detest and distance herself from me. At this moment, Xuzi found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she had harbored grievances against Yang, but after enduring such experiences, it was entirely plausible that Yang had developed a shadow in her heart, leading to her disdain for Xiao Jinxian. After all, this daughter had effectively ruined her life. It would be difficult for anyone to accept. In that instant, Xuzi finally comprehended the meaning behind Xiao Jinxuan's previous words of regret towards Yang, acknowledging that it was all her fault. Yet, if one were to truly blame Xiao Jinxian, Xuzi felt it was quite unjust. After all, she was merely an infant then and understood nothing. Could she have wished for such a fate? The most innocent party in this tale was undoubtedly Xiao Jinxian. It could only be said that the bond between Yang and Xiao Jinxian was exceptionally tenuous. Fate had played a cruel trick on them. Having expressed her pent-up feelings, Xiao Jinxian felt a sense of relief. As she stood to return, she was unexpectedly called to a halt. On the left side of the corridor, Ning approached with a dozen maids and servants, smiling as she said, Jinxian, wait a moment. I was just on my way to find you, and I did not expect to encounter you here first. With no choice but to engage, Xiao Jinxian approached, exchanged greetings, and then inquired calmly, Mother, what brings you to seek me? Since her return from the Song residence, Ning had not troubled her, and Xiao Jinxian had enjoyed a relatively peaceful time, so she wondered what ulterior motives might be at play this time. Ning chuckled amiably and said, It is nothing of great consequence. I have been thinking of you since your return, and with no one managing the courtyard, I felt quite uneasy. Xiao Jinxian smiled and replied with a placid tone, I have lived on the estate for so long. I am quite content with my current life. There is truly no need for you to worry about me. Xiao Jinxian silently speculated that Ning was intent on placing someone in her courtyard. Unfazed by the rejection, Ning suddenly pointed behind her and said, It is only natural to be concerned for one's children. Besides, the person I arranged for you is already one of your servants. By Mama, why don't you come forward? As Ning finished her sentence, a woman in her 40s stepped forward, clad in a dark blue short coat. Her hair tightly coiled at the back of her head. Her long face bore many freckles, and her complexion was dark. If not for the abuse Xiao Jinxian had suffered at the hands of this by Mama for over a decade on the estate, who else could she be? Xiao Jinxuan's eyes narrowed. Since she had dismissed Pinger, she had contemplated dealing with by Mama as well, but the latter seemed to have vanished, only to reappear now. Bai Mama quickly knelt before Xiao Jinxian, performing 3 bows and declaring with a crisp voice, I pay my respects to the 4th Mississippi. I am honored to serve you upon your return, and I shall do my utmost. Xiao Jinxian smirked coldly at Bai Mama's audacity. The woman had indeed been diligent in her cruelty. However, Xiao Jinxian chose not to call for her to rise. Instead, she stated, Mother, I can only appreciate your kind intentions, but Bai Mama is Pinger's aunt. If she is to be my steward, I cannot feel comfortable with that arrangement, so let us leave it at that. Ning was taken aback. While she had anticipated Xiao Jinxuan's rejection, as the legitimate matriarch, she held authority over such matters within the household, so even if Xiao Jinxian disagreed, She had ample justification to impose her will. However, Xiao Jinxuan's refusal based on Ping'er circumstances was unexpected. Should she insist on placing Bai Mama with her, it would inevitably raise suspicions of intent, which could jeopardize her plans. It seemed that a more strategic approach was necessary. With that thought, Ning signaled for Bai Mama to withdraw, then spoke with a pleasant demeanor. If that is the case, let us forget it. I will keep an eye out for someone better for you. After expressing her gratitude, Xiao Jinxian exchanged a few more pleasantries before departing. The smile on Ning's face vanished the moment Xiao Jinxuan's figure disappeared from her view, replaced by an expression as cold as ice. She waved her hand, dismissing everyone, and retained Bai Mama for a private conversation, seething with anger as she remarked, "This wretched girl, truly adept at finding excuses. Now it will be difficult for you to gain entry into her courtyard. What shall we do?" Bai Mama furrowed her brow, having believed that today's affairs would progress smoothly. It was perplexing that the fourth miss had grown so resolute. Was this truly the same Xiao Jinxian who had once trembled at the sight of her? Seeing Bai Mama remain silent like a stone, Ning scoffed and said, "Bai Mama, do not forget who sent you back. If this goes awry, neither of us will have it easy." This reminder jolted Bai Mama back to reality, and she quickly responded with a fawning smile, "Madam, do not worry. Allow me a moment to think." Having spent 11 years in Xiao Jinxuan's company, Bai Mama understood her well. Not long after, she smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "I have thought of a solution, madam. This will surely work." Ning's eyes lit up, and as Bai Mama whispered in her ear for quite some time, Ning's smile grew increasingly satisfied. If Ning had previously made things difficult for Xiao Jinxian due to her grievances with Yang, her animosity had now shifted entirely to Xiao Jinxian, the illegitimate daughter. Since her return, Xiao Jinxian had consistently opposed her, causing Ning considerable embarrassment. Now, even her daughter was overshadowed by this illegitimate child, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. This was something Ning could not tolerate. Indeed, Ning sensed that if Xiao Jinxian continued to remain within the Xiao household, there would come a day when there would be no sanctuary left for them. Therefore, she was determined to ensure Xiao Jinxuan's disappearance, instinctively aware of the encroaching threat. Winter nights always arrived early, and Xiao Jinxian felt as though the day had barely begun when it was already time to light the lamps. Lanji adjusted the lamp wick to a brighter glow and added more charcoal to the brazier. Xiao Jinxian leaned gracefully against the couch, cradling a book in her hands, her expression serene and gentle. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was tranquil and inviting. Suddenly, a maid responsible for guarding the courtyard entered, performed her greetings, and said, "Fourth miss, there is a woman named by who claims to be your former servant and wishes to see you." Xiao Jinxian set down her book, raised an eyebrow, and inquired, "Did she specify the purpose of her visit?" Without a doubt, the visitor must be Bai Mama. It was puzzling why she would seek her out again after being so thoroughly rebuffed during the day. Xiao Jinxian found herself intrigued. The maid shook her head and replied, "She did not mention the reason." "Fourth miss, will you see her?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Jinxian smiled and said, "Then let her in. One does not visit without reason. I am curious to discern Bai Mama's true intentions." Chapter 23. The Ghost's Dream, rising to sit at the tea table. Xiao Jinxian held a cup of 8 treasure tea, sipping it leisurely as she awaited Bai Mama's entrance. It was not long before the door to the loft creaked open, and Bai Mama entered with a broad smile. Upon stepping into the room, she said nothing but stood there, scrutinizing Xiao Jinxian as if she were a rare flower. Xiao Jinxian smiled softly, placing her teacup down, and gently asked, "Bai Mama, do you not recognize me?" Bai Mama, upon hearing this, waved her hands dismissively, her smile warm as she hurriedly replied, "I have served you for 11 years. How could I fail to recognize the fourth miss? It is merely that you seem a bit different now." Casting a sidelong glance at Bai Mama, Xiao Jinxian asked with a playful smile, "Oh? And do you think this change is for the better or worse?" Bai Mama chuckled, cautiously responding, "The fourth miss has grown, and your thoughts have evolved, which is undoubtedly a good thing." Xiao Jinxian fiddled with a white jade bracelet on her wrist, her smile deepening. "Indeed, when I was less discerning, you never exercised such caution. Now that I have transformed, it seems your demeanor has changed as well." The intricacies of their relationship over the past decade were well understood by both, no matter Bai Mama's reason for visiting today. Xiao Jinxian was not inclined to soften her stance. She was no longer the naive girl of yesteryear, and a few pleas would not deceive her. To her surprise, Upon hearing Xuan's words, Mama disregarded all decorum and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, "Fourth miss. I know I was wrong in the past. Today, I come to plead for punishment. It was I who wronged you. I was blind and offended you. I implore you to forgive me." Xian observed Mama, who was weeping profusely on the floor, saying nothing, allowing her to continue her confession. It was not that her heart was cold, nor was she intent on being petty. The wounds inflicted upon her were far too deep. From a moment she could remember, she had endured the burdens of labor, the ceaseless verbal and physical abuse that marred her childhood. She recalled the first time she had attempted to cook at the tender age of 3. Her ignorance had resulted in a cloud of black smoke. And in a fit of rage, Mama had nearly shoved her head into the stove. Fortunately, there had been no flames, and she had only suffered minor abrasions. But the potential consequences were too ghastly to contemplate. At the age of 7, while fetching water from the river during a harsh winter, the ice was too solid for her small hands to break. Upon her return to the estate with an empty bucket, Mama had stripped her of her clothes and poured icy water over her, all to test if the cold could freeze on her skin. If it could, she would believe Xuan's words and allow her to cease the labor. That 7-year-old girl had wept and pleaded, but all she received in return were mocking laughter and unending icy torrents. No one came to her aid, no one offered understanding, and no one forgave her. Thus now, mere tears and a few words of repentance could not soften her heart. Why should she forget the past? Why should she absolve the transgressions against her? Xian could not bring herself to do so. Mama wept for a quarter of an hour, but as she noticed Xuan's calm gaze upon her, not even allowing her to rise, despair filled her heart, realizing that her ploy had failed. With one plan thwarted, another arose. Mama quickly ceased her tears and suddenly looked at Xuan with an air of mystery. In a hushed tone, she said, "Fourth miss, I saw Pinger last night." Xuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "She is your niece. What is unusual about seeing her?" However, Mama sighed deeply, her expression turning somber. "Fourth miss, that day you personally ordered punishment for Pinger. After 50 strikes, what chance did she have to survive? I did see her, but not in reality, rather in a dream." As she spoke, Mama's countenance inexplicably grew ominous. Xian lifted her cup, taking another sip of tea, partially obscured by the cup. A flicker of cunning flashed in her eyes before quickly returning to normalcy. When she finally set the cup down, her expression bore a hint of alarm and forced composure. With a trembling voice, she inquired, "Mama, what do you mean? Did Pinger send you a dream?" The very utterance seemed to frighten her. As she clasped her hands together, nervously rubbing them, a picture of unease. Mama's eyes gleamed with delight. Indeed, this fourth miss had changed. Yet her ghastly fears remained intact. Just a few words had frightened her so profoundly. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, Mama's expression grew even more sinister. "You are correct. Fourth miss, my niece met a tragic end. She has a message for you." Xian, clearly terrified, exclaimed, "What does she wish to say? Does she blame me for her demise? Tell her not to seek me out. I will burn paper money for her in the future." Mama shook her head, sighing. "Pinger believes it is all her fault. She feels overwhelming guilt. Without your forgiveness, she cannot find peace in her next life." As if that were not enough, Mama eagerly added, "This time, she sought me out, but if her wishes remain unfulfilled, she will come directly to you next time." Xian sprang to her feet, hastily approaching Mama, her voice frantic. "Do not let her come to me. I am afraid. I forgive her, so make her leave. Do not let her come." Observing the now timid and frail Xian, Mama scoffed. It was true that one's character is hard to change. She remained the same useless child, masquerading as a noble lady, only to revert to her original self when frightened. Yet, Mama was mindful of her purpose for coming and consoled her gently. "Do not be anxious. There's an old saying, words alone cannot suffice. To convince Pinger that you truly forgive her, you must write a letter of forgiveness. I will burn it for her, and she will surely find peace." Without hesitation, Xian rushed to the writing desk, grasping the brush and swiftly composing the letter as Mama had instructed. In no time, a letter of forgiveness was completed. Handing it to Mama, Xian, still anxious, asked, "Will this truly suffice? Please do not deceive me." Having achieved her goal, Mama had no time to indulge Xuan's concerns, replying dismissively, "Yes, I will burn it for Ping." I must take my leave now, 4th Mississippi. With that, she did not wait for further conversation and hurriedly exited the room. As the door swung open, a cold breeze swept in, causing the candle flames to flicker and dance, casting shadows that rendered the room's light unstable. The sudden turn of events left Lan Ji and Zhu Zi, who were in the room, utterly terrified. Recalling what Mama Bai had just said, both felt a chill run down their spines. Under the flickering candlelight, it seemed as if some invisible entity had quietly entered the room. Particularly frightened, Zhu Zi let out a shriek, clutching Lan Ji beside her, her eyes tightly shut, too afraid to open them, as if doing so would reveal something horrifying. Xiao Jinxian, amused by Zhu Zi's fear, teasingly inquired, Zhu Zi, you dare to confront a 4th-rank county princess. What has made you so fearful now? Merely because the candlelight flickered a few times? Lan Ji, holding Zhu Zi tightly, her voice trembling, said, Miss, do not just blame Zhu Zi. I am frightened too. Do you think that Ping Air will come looking for you? With a cold smirk, Xiao Jinxian calmly sat down, took a sip of tea, and replied, that old woman is merely spouting nonsense. I did not expect she would frighten you both so much. With Ping Air's temperament, should she truly become a ghost, she would not reflect or repent, let alone seek forgiveness. It is far more likely she would return as a vengeful spirit to exact a wrath. Given her nature, that is certainly within the realm of possibility. Besides, having once traversed the world of spirits herself, she found such phantoms to be laughable. Zhu Zi, straightforward in nature, hid in Lan Ji's embrace and said fearfully, Miss, you are merely putting on a brave front. You were clearly frightened just a moment ago. Lan Ji discreetly pinched Zhu Zi, thinking her foolish for not considering her words. It was fortunate that she had encountered Xiao Jinxian, who was not one to hold grudges. Otherwise, Zhu Zi would have faced severe consequences. Indeed, Xiao Jinxian was not angered. Rather, she laughed and said, if I do not feign fear, how could that wicked old woman believe me? Lan Ji, quick-witted, immediately sensed something amiss and furrowed her brow, asking, Miss, are you implying that Mama Bai's ulterior motives? What could her intentions possibly be? Xiao Jinxian shook her head, stating, the reasons for her actions remain unclear. I initially intended for Zhu Zi to follow Mama Bai and discern her true intentions, but seeing her so frightened, it seems only you can go now. Although Lan Ji was also afraid, she felt compelled to comply with Xiao Jinxuan's orders and steeled herself to venture out. After half an hour, Lan Ji returned, her face pale and needing support to enter the room, clearly shaken. Xiao Jinxian, observing her condition, inquired with concern, Lan Ji, what has transpired? Were you able to discern where Mama Bai went after she left? Supported by Zhu Zi, Lan Ji sat down and nodded, saying, Miss, what Mama Bai said was true. I hurried to follow her, and I saw her near the small garden. Behind the rockery, she muttered incantations for a long time. I was too scared to approach, fearing discovery, but I distinctly heard her mention Ping Air. While Lan Ji was not as utterly terrified as Zhu Zi. Being a 13-year-old girl walking alone at night was daunting enough, and witnessing Mama Bai seemingly communicating with spirits was chilling. The fact that she had not fainted from fear and managed to return was commendable. Xiao Jinxian comforted her briefly before inquiring, did you see if she truly burned that letter for Ping Air? A flicker of hesitation crossed Lan Ji's eyes, but she immediately replied, yes, she burned it. I saw it with my own eyes. Miss, let's not dwell on this any longer. It is late, and we should not speak of such things, lest we attract unclean entities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxian furrowed her brows in thought, but did not respond. Could it be that she had overthought the situation? Could Mama Bai's visit truly be as simple as seeking peace of mind by having her write that letter? She had intended to draw out the lurking spirit behind Mama Bai, but Lan Ji's words left her feeling perplexed, as though her worries had been unfounded. Yet instinctively, Xiao Jinxian sensed that matters were not so straightforward, as if a pair of crimson eyes lurked in shadows, fixating on her, luring her deeper into a mire of death. Chapter 24. Undercurrent Xia courtyard was the residence of the Ning family, and as night fell, all was quiet. The courtyard door, which should have been locked, was pushed open from the outside. A figure glanced around before stealthily entering, making her way toward the main house of the Ning family. Upon knocking and entering the room, the candlelight illuminated her features, revealing her to be Mama Bai, who had just emerged from Xiao Jinxuan's presence. Within Ning's chamber, in addition to the mother and daughter, sat a figure draped in a white satin cloak. The three had been conversing in hushed tones, but upon Mama Bai's arrival, they fell silent, exchanging expectant glances. The young Xuan, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Mama Bai, did you manage to procure the item?" Mama Bai nodded, her voice dripping with flattery as she replied, "Second, miss. Rest assured, I have obtained the letter. It is right here." With that, she produced a piece of stationery from her bosom, presenting it to Xuan with both hands. Then, with an air of self-importance, she added, "The fourth miss is truly cunning. She even sent someone to tell me afterward." However, that yellow-haired girl was easily frightened and departed after just a few attempts. Mama Bai was referring to Xuan, who, wise beyond her years, quickly realized she was being followed. Consequently, she circled to a secluded spot, putting on a performance to scare off the terrified Xuan, effortlessly shedding her unwelcome shadow and returning undetected. At this moment, Xuan was too eager to focus on anything else and hastily opened the letter, skimming through its contents. Suddenly, she recalled something and promptly handed the letter to the cloaked figure, asking shyly, "Young Master G, could you take a look at this letter?" Lian is still young and does not understand such matters. Her bashful demeanor was reminiscent of a lovesick maiden, and the figure beneath the cloak revealed himself to be none other than Ji Lingfeng. He politely nodded at Xuan before accepting the letter and examining it closely. Surprise flickered in his eyes. Although he had known Xuan could read, he had not anticipated her possessing such fine penmanship. The elegant and graceful script brought to mind her gentle and serene visage, causing his heart to skip a beat as an unfamiliar sensation began to blossom within him. Before Ji Lingfeng could comprehend the meaning of this feeling, Xuan interrupted, "Young Master Ji, what troubles you? Is the letter not satisfactory?" While she spoke, her eyes were entranced, fixated on Ji Lingfeng's handsome features, unwilling to look away. On that day, at the Song residence, she had not missed the sight of Ji Lingfeng being publicly humiliated. Yet human emotions can be peculiar. Had he been an ordinary-looking individual, such disgrace would have drawn only scorn from onlookers, with many thinking he deserved his misfortune. However, with someone as suave and refined as Ji Lingfeng, the reaction was entirely different. Countless young ladies had watched him receive that slap, their hearts aching for him, and Xuan was among them. Ever since that day, she had locked herself away, with others believing she was merely embarrassed by her half-sister's public display. Little did they know, the second daughter of the Xiao family was actually lovesick, her thoughts consumed by Ji Lingfeng, lying in bed daydreaming of her beloved. As Xuan neglected food and drink, Ji Lingfeng had unexpectedly sought out the Ning family, proposing a collaboration to unite against Xuan. This news was a delightful surprise for Xuan, as it not only allowed her to see her beloved, but also offered a chance to deal with Xuan. Thus, when Ning was hesitant, she pushed for the alliance, reveling in her success for days. Just as Ji Lingfeng was regaining his composure after being interrupted, he smiled elegantly and reassured her, "Second miss, there is no need for concern. With this letter, our plans will surely come to fruition." Beside her, Ning exhibited a remarkable caution. Observing that events were unfolding, she remarked, "In that case, it would be best for young Master Ji to take his leave. The longer you remain in this world, the more likely you are to be discovered." Upon hearing this, Ji Lingfeng rose, bowed to Ning, and said, "If that is the case, my lady, Miss Lian, I shall take my leave." Naturally, Xuan felt a sense of reluctance, but Ning held her back, stating, "This time, it is Mama Bai who deserves the credit. How she is rewarded is entirely up to young Master Ji." Ji Lingfeng smiled at the beaming Mama Bai beside him and replied, "Indeed, my lady speaks true. Mama, let us depart together. I have already prepared your reward." Upon hearing this, Mama Bai's eyes crinkled with joy. On that day, at the estate, she had gone out to procure supplies for Ning, only to return and hear that her niece, Pinger, had been severely punished for disrespecting Xuan, with her fate hanging in the balance. Remembering her previous actions, Mama Bai had been too frightened to return and had fled instead. However, having evaded for quite some time, she ultimately had to return, as her bond was still in Ning's possession. It was then that Ji Lingfeng found her and assured her that if she assisted him, not only would he help her reclaim her bond, but he would also avenge Pinger. This, however, was not what ultimately swayed Mama Bai. What truly convinced her was Ji Lingfeng's promise of a substantial sum of silver ensuring her a life free from worry. Now, as she anticipated the arrival of wealth, Mama Bai, in her excitement, still did not forget to inquire, "My lady, what about my bond?" Ning smiled, rising to retrieve a square piece of paper from a small box, handing it to Mama Bai as she said, "Here it is. Mama, take it." Observing Mama Bai's countless expressions of gratitude and delight, Ning could not help but let out a cold laugh inwardly. Regardless, she would not give her the bond. Soon it would be rendered worthless anyway. Let her enjoy this brief moment of happiness as a final gift from me to you, a parting memento from our shared journey as mistress and servant. On the deserted street, Ji Lingfeng, cloaked and mounted on a magnificent white steed, urged his horse onward. He did not dismount until he reached the gates of the Song residence, where he alighted and knocked before entering. He made his way directly to the back courtyard, heading towards one of the guest rooms. Upon reaching the door, he adjusted his appearance and gently knocked. Once granted entry, he discovered the sixth prince, Zhou Xianqi, the county princess Qian Yingluo, and a tall, slender man seated within, none other than Song Peng, the governor of Yangzhou. It was evident that the three were waiting for Ji Lingfeng's return, and the sixth prince immediately inquired, "Has everything been arranged? Do you truly believe this plan will succeed?" After returning the prince's greeting and taking a seat, Ji Lingfeng confidently replied, "Your Highness, rest assured. Now that Ning is willing to assist, we have already secured half of our success." At this moment, Song Peng, with evident concern, interjected, "Every official in Yangzhou is united. Yet the one holding military power, Xiao Hong, is utterly unyielding. I have attempted to gauge his support for the second prince multiple times, but he has shown no inclination to cooperate. Even if the Xiao family were to face scandal, do you truly believe it would compel Xiao Hong to compromise? I cannot shake my unease." Indeed, Song Peng harbored a genuine fear of Xiao Hong, the highest official in Yangzhou's political landscape, while his counterpart commanded military authority. Although both held the same rank, Xiao Heng's military power overshadowed Song Peng's political influence, leaving him feeling significantly outmatched during their conversations. Despite having the backing of the Prime Minister's office, Xiao Hong was a direct descendant of the Marshal S. Manor. And now Ji Lingfeng aimed to confront this long-standing political rival, leaving Song Peng understandably apprehensive. However, Ji Lingfeng chuckled and replied, "The Xiao family has never engaged in factional disputes. I had no intention of threatening Xiao Hong, but should a scandal arise within his household, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation in the military. He would be compelled to return to the barracks, effectively preventing any alliance with the Rue Wang. With only the Rue Wang remaining, I do not fear what he could stir up in Yangzhou." Upon hearing this, the sixth prince's eyes brightened. Officials in the Great Zhou valued integrity, particularly martial officials. If one's own conduct was questionable, they were prone to criticism. The only variable in Yangzhou was Xiao Hong. Should he be successfully contained, even if the fifth prince were a dragon, he would find himself constrained in shallow waters, unable to stir up significant trouble. With this weight lifted off his shoulders, the sixth prince praised Ji Lingfeng several times before rising, accompanied by Song Peng, to return to his residence for rest. Meanwhile, no one noticed a shadow, akin to a wraith, flash by the window and vanish into the night. This night was destined to be sleepless. In a guest house, two exceptionally handsome young men were engaged in a game of Go. Clad in a purple robe, the fifth prince, Zhou Xianrui, faced off against the seventh prince, Zhou Xianyu, who donned a black outfit. Zhou Xianyu placed a black stone on the board, cheerfully mused, "Fifth brother, do you think Xiying will bring back any news?" It seems sixth brother has been unusually subdued these past few days. Holding a white stone and intently observing the board, Zhou Xianrui replied calmly, "Once Xiying returns, we shall know." After speaking, he placed a stone on the board, swiftly capturing a significant portion of Zhou Xianyu's stones. Noticing the precarious state of his position, Zhou Xianyu remained unfazed, about to speak when suddenly a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He listened intently for a moment before resuming his languid demeanor, chuckling softly. "Just as I mentioned Xiying, he arrives. Fifth brother, you may as well refrain from playing. After all, I cannot win against you. It's better to hear what fun Xiying brings back." With that, Zhou Xianyu playfully swept his hand across the board, scattering the pieces into disarray. Observing his elder brother's usual stoic expression, a flicker of helplessness crossed Zhou Xianrui's face, and the devilish smile on Zhou Xianyu's lips deepened. It seemed that challenging Zhou Xianrui's limits had become a great source of amusement for Zhou Xinyu since childhood. Now that they had both grown, this mischievous inclination remained unchanged. Zhou Xinyu possessed remarkable hearing. No sooner had he spoken than Shadow leaped through the window with the swiftness of lightning. A man clad in dark attire knelt on one knee, his face obscured by a crimson demon mask, rendering his features unrecognizable. Zhou Xinrui's deep-set eyes regarded the man, his voice resonating with a magnetic timbre as he inquired, "Qi Ying, have you gleaned any intelligence?" The man known as Qi Ying nodded slightly, his tone flat and cold as he reported, "Ji Lingfeng has devised a scheme aimed at the Xiao residents. The sixth prince has consented, and Ning will serve as their inside informant." Zhou Xinyu suddenly burst into laughter. He chuckled heartily until Zhou Xianrui shot him a glare, prompting him to suppress his mirth. He then quipped, "Every time I hear Qi Ying report, I can't help but laugh. Truly, he is your shadow guard. His manner of speech is so strikingly similar to yours, fifth brother, both succinct and serious." Qi Ying's demeanor amused Zhou Xinyu, who was accustomed to a more carefree disposition. Zhou Xinrui, seemingly unperturbed by Zhou Xinyu's antics, continued without acknowledging him, "Did you uncover any specific plots?" Qi Ying simply shook his head in response, epitomizing brevity. A contemplative glint flickered in Zhou Xianrui's eyes as he murmured, "It seems I must pay a visit to the Xiao residence soon. Qi Ying, continue your surveillance and report back promptly if anything arises." At this moment, Zhou Xinyu, typically restless, was surprisingly quiet, refraining from interjecting. He toyed with a ghost stone in his hand, his gaze revealing a hint of tenderness, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Xiao Jinxian, I finally know your name. Now that fifth brother is heading to your home, we shall soon meet again. Let us see if you dare to feign ignorance of me this time." Zhou Xinyu's heart swelled with mixed emotions as he nonchalantly tossed the stone out the window, watching it vanish into the tranquil night. Chapter 25. The maid Yutsue. On the following morning, after washing and grooming herself, Xiao Jinxian stepped out of her courtyard, carrying a small warming stove, and headed to greet Xiao Hong. It was a rare day without snow, and the weather was splendidly clear, unlike the usual company of bamboo. She felt the day's brightness invigorate her spirit. Perhaps yesterday, Zhuzi was genuinely frightened and did not sleep well. This morning, feeling listless, Xiao Jinxian had no choice but to bring Lan Ji to her side. It wasn't that Lan Ji was lacking, but her lively thoughts made Xiao Jinxian prefer the straightforward and candid Zhuzi. Before long, they arrived at Xiao Heng's courtyard. Upon entering the room, they found Ning already there, conversing with Xiao Hong. After paying her respects, Xiao Jinxian took her place beside them. Soon after, Xiao Jinlian and the Shun mother-daughter duo also arrived. Once everyone was gathered, Ning suddenly stood up with a smile, stating that she had come early today to discuss with the master the arrangement of a red plum banquet, taking advantage of the blooming red plums in the courtyard. As the year-end approached, high-ranking officials like Xiao Hong and Song Peng would host banquets to invite their colleagues and families, fostering camaraderie before the new year. Last year, the Song family had entertained officials from Yangzhou, and this year, it was the Xiao family's turn. Since this was customary, no one found it unusual. The Xiao family busied themselves with decorations and invitations. Time flew by, and 5 days later, on a windless day with light snow falling from the sky, the Xiao residence was bustling with activity. Compared to the tea gathering at the Song residence over a week ago, which was merely a small gathering of women, the Red Plum banquet at the Xiao residence attracted nearly all the civil and military officials of Yangzhou, along with their families. Thankfully, the Red Plum garden in the Xiao family's backyard was spacious enough. Otherwise, accommodating so many guests would have been challenging. Today, Xiao Jinxian wore a light purple pleated skirt adorned with laurel patterns, her hair styled in a cloud and goose bun, complemented by pearl tassel hairpins and a ruby pendant around her neck. She appeared radiant and vibrant, lacking the usual tranquility, instead exuding a delicate charm. Typically dressed modestly, she dressed more flamboyantly today as the hostess to greet guests, as failing to do so would have been inappropriate. Just as the guests were nearly all present, Deng Jiao rushed in, visibly excited, exclaiming that the sixth prince and the princess of Xuan County had arrived and were heading towards the backyard. Deng Jiao's enthusiasm caused quite a stir, and everyone immediately followed Xiao Hong to welcome the royal guests. The princess of Xuan County, Qian Ingluo, being a lady, was naturally welcomed by Ning, while Xiao Jinxian, as a concubine's daughter, respectfully followed behind. Upon entering, Qian Yingluo waved her hand, signaling Ning not to accompany her, and said, "I have met Miss Lian from the last gathering at the Song residence. Madam Xiao, you need not fuss over me. With Miss Lian accompanying me, I'll be just fine." Ning smiled upon hearing this, glanced at the ladies present, and apologized, saying, "Since the princess is so considerate, I shall attend to the others. Jingxian, Jinxian, Jining, you must take good care of the princess." After a few more instructions, Ning took her leave. Once she departed, Qian Yingluo remarked, "Standing here is rather dull. Come accompany me to see the red plums. However, those of lower birth need not follow. It is rather bothersome for me to see you all in front of me." As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Jinxian, her face filled with displeasure and aversion. Xiao Jinxian maintained a calm demeanor. She too held no fondness for this overbearing princess. After a brief curtsy, she discreetly stepped aside. Just as she thought she was safe, hiding beneath a red plum tree to take a breather, someone suddenly tapped her from behind, startling her. Turning around, she saw a girl of similar age, her hair styled in a unique bun, dressed in a light pink satin gown, smiling brightly at her with an expression of curiosity and delight. Xiao Jinxian offered a gentle smile and quietly inquired, "Miss, do you need something?" The lively girl beamed and replied sweetly, "You must be Xiao Jinxian, the one who outshone Songjia and left the princess speechless, right?" However, the moment the words left her mouth, she gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Apologetically, she said, "I'm sorry, I misspoke. You aren't merely a concubine's daughter. You are the fourth miss of the Xiao family. It's just that everyone refers to you like that. And I got it wrong. How vexing." Observing the candid and innocent girl before her, Xiao Jinxian chuckled and said, "Regardless of what you call me, it is merely a title. I am indeed Xiao Jinxian. What do you seek me for?" Seemingly delighted to have found the right person, the girl, now familiar, grasped Xiao Jinxuan's hand excitedly, saying, "I am Meng Liangjun, daughter of Meng Heng. I specifically came with my mother. I usually dislike gatherings like this. I wouldn't have come if it weren't to meet you." She pouted, clearly displeased about attending the banquet. However, Xiao Jinxuan's surprise grew upon realizing that this lively girl was actually the daughter of Prince Shitzi Meng Heng. It truly astonished her. She could not fathom how the Meng couple, both of scholarly heritage, could raise such a vivacious daughter. Meng Liangjun was not only spirited, but also quite talkative. Noticing Xiao Jinxian's silence, she continued, "You don't know how much I admire you. I usually only dare to argue with the tutors, but you aren't afraid even of the princess. You are truly remarkable." Xiao Jinxian smiled helplessly, feeling somewhat speechless. She never anticipated that Meng Liangjuan's thoughts could be so unconventional, yet this boldness instantly endeared her to her. Meng Liangjun then vigorously shook Xiao Jinxuan's hand. Looking hopeful as she said, "Jinxian, can I come and visit you often in the future? My mother praises you highly, and having you as a friend would surely make her very happy." Looking into Meng Liangjuan's sincere eyes, Xiao Jinxian knew her words were heartfelt and devoid of pretense. For a legitimate daughter to willingly befriend her, a concubine's daughter, was indeed surprising. However, amidst her astonishment, a warmth blossomed in Xiao Jinxian's heart. She nodded gently and invited, "Feel free to come find me whenever you have time. I will always welcome you." Overjoyed, Meng Liangjun was about to say more when she was suddenly interrupted by a rushing maid. "Fourth miss, something has happened." Xiao Jinxian instantly recognized the maid as Yu Tsue, who served her mother Yang. Realizing that something was amiss with her mother, Xiao Jinxian rushed to ask, "What happened? Where is Aunt Yang?" Yu Tsue's eyes glistened with tears as she anxiously replied, "It's bad. Mississippi Aunt Yang has fallen and is now unconscious. What shall we do?" Xiao Jinxian's heart tightened as she grasped Yu Tsue's arm, asking urgently, "Where is my mother? Take me to her now." In her life, there were only a few people she cared for, and she would not allow any harm to come to them. Just as she was about to leave with Yu Tsue, Xiao Jinxian suddenly paused, approached Meng Liangjun, whispered a few words, and upon seeing her nod seriously, she softly expressed her gratitude before hurriedly departing. The crowd in the plum garden was far too numerous, and Xiao Jinxuan's departure went unnoticed. After all, she was just a lowly concubine's daughter. Even if someone had seen her leave, they would not have cared to inquire. Yu Tsue hurried ahead, and Xiao Jinxian anxiously followed her, traversing several long corridors. As they approached the Lotus Pond, the surroundings grew quieter, and the path became increasingly secluded. Suddenly, Xiao Jinxian halted her steps. Indeed, due to her deep concern for Yang, Xiao Jinxian hurried over without a moment's thought after hearing Yu Chui's words. However, Yang rarely left the courtyard, let alone ventured to such a secluded place. Even if she fell, it should not have been here. Once her anxious emotions settled, she sensed something was amiss. Yu Chui, noticing Xiao Jinxian had halted, flashed a moment of panic on her face, but still managed to smile, urging, "Fourth miss, Aunt Yang is just ahead. Come with me quickly." The flicker of alarm did not escape Xiao Jinxuan's keen observation. Suddenly smiling, she nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you." With that, she began to walk slowly towards Yu Chui. Yu Chui, watching with trepidation as Xiao Jinxian approached, trembled with the hand holding the cotton handkerchief hidden in her sleeve. The closer Xiao Jinxian came, the more Yu Chui's heart raced, fearful and hesitant to act. Xiao Jinxian regarded Yu Chui with a half-smile, her expression serene. When she was merely 3 steps away, she unexpectedly seized the pearl hairpin atop her head and swiftly thrust it towards Yu Chui's neck, her voice icy as she commanded, "Drop what you have on the ground and do not move, or I shall pierce your throat without hesitation." In stark contrast to the gripping scene in the inner courtyard, Mei Yuan remained lively. Within the plum-viewing pavilion, Qian Yingluo sat alone with Xiao Jinlian, her noble status ensuring no one dared to intrude. Qian Yingluo lowered her voice, saying, "Hey, have you secured the item, Xiao Jinlian?" Seated beside her, Xiao Jinlian, aware of Qian Yingluo's formidable nature, did not dare delay. She promptly handed over a purple sachet from her palm, speaking cautiously, "I took this from that wretched girl while she was distracted. With this, she will be left speechless." Qian Yingluo nodded in satisfaction and passed the sachet to her maid, Yaji, who immediately understood and departed with it. At that moment, Yu Chui rushed in, breathless and flustered, approaching Xiao Jinlian to exclaim, "Second miss, something terrible has happened. Fourth miss is not unconscious. She has escaped." The news of Xiao Jinxuan's flight instantly enraged Qian Yingluo and Xiao Jinlian. Each had their reasons to wish for Xiao Jinxuan's demise, and after such elaborate scheming, they could not bear to let her slip away. Xiao Jinlian abruptly stood, forcefully shoving Yu Chui, her voice harsh as she demanded, "What happened? How did that calamity manage to escape? You've thwarted my plans. I shall make you pay." Terrified, Yu Chui began to cry. "I did not expect Fourth Miss to be so sharp." During our struggle, she twisted her ankle and fled into the rockery by the Lotus Pond, then vanished. Now agitated, Qian Yingluo pointed at Xiao Jinlian, insisting, "You must hurry. That vile woman has injured her foot. She cannot have gone far. If this plan fails, neither you nor this maid will survive." Xiao Jinlian, alarmed by her words and recalling Qian Yingluo's fierce demeanor at the Song residence, wasted no time and followed Yu Chui towards the Lotus Pond. Meanwhile, Ji Lingfeng, accompanying the 6th prince, had been vigilant of the surroundings. Seeing Xiao Jinlian's anxious expression as she headed towards the inner courtyard, he felt a jolt of concern and was about to inquire when a girl suddenly collided with him. Falling to the ground and weeping pitifully, it was Meng Liangjun, who had recently befriended Xiao Jinxian. Ji Lingfeng was startled, yet in the gaze of onlookers. He could not ignore her plight. Despite his urgency regarding Xiao Jinlian's intentions, he found himself unable to extricate himself at that moment. Xiao Jinlian, following Yu Chui, soon reached the rockery. She pointed ahead and asked, "She is hiding in there?" The rockery was a towering formation, expansive and convoluted, with numerous crevices perfect for concealment. Yu Chui nodded and urged, "Second miss, let us hurry inside. Perhaps Fourth miss is frightened and has not dared to leave." Seeing the logic in her words, Xiao Jinlian proceeded without further thought, unaware that Yu Chui, trailing behind, smirked with eyes full of malice. As Xiao Jinlian ventured deep into the rockery, failing to find Xiao Jinxian, she realized her rival had escaped. Just as she turned to vent her frustration at Yu Chui, a cotton handkerchief suddenly clamped over her mouth and nose, its sweet scent overwhelming her senses. Xiao Jinlian's eyes widened in terror, her hands flailing. But gradually her consciousness began to fade. In the last moments before her slumber, she vaguely glimpsed a figure in purple materialize before her. Xiao Jinxian narrowed her eyes, observing the unconscious Xiao Jinlian sprawled on the ground. A deeper smile crept upon her lips as she glanced at Yu Chui, who was still clutching the cotton handkerchief. Trembling uncontrollably, Xiao Jinxian spoke coolly, "You may leave now. In light of your compliance, I shall not make things difficult for you." Yu Chui, upon hearing this, suddenly discarded the handkerchief and fell to her knees, weeping, "Fourth miss, I was truly coerced. They have taken my sister. I had no choice." Xiao Jinxian looked down at Yu Chui, shaking her head with a sigh. Not long ago, she had detected Yu Chui's unease at a critical juncture and had preemptively subdued her. Yet, no matter how Xiao Jinxian pressed, Yu Chui refused to divulge the identity of her instigator or the nature of the conspiracy. Ultimately, when Xiao Jinxian enumerated the residences of Yu Chui's family members, vowing that they would pay the price for her betrayal, Yu Chui broke down. Not only did she reveal everything, but at Xiao Jinxuan's behest, she also lured Xiao Jinlian into the trap, thus leading to the current predicament. One could not label her as wholly insidious, having been betrayed in her past life. Xiao Jinxian now exercised great caution. She made it her mission to uncover the backgrounds of all who served her and her mother, ensuring that should betrayal arise, she would possess leverage. Little did she foresee that she would need it so soon. Xiao Jinxian understood that Yu Chui was acting out of desperation, caught in the clutches of the Ning family. However, should she become a sacrificial pawn to protect Yu Chui's familial bonds? Xiao Jinxian questioned herself. She had not reached such heights of altruism. Seeing Xiao Jinxian silent, Yu Chui wept more fervently, choking out, "I have ruined everything today. The Ning family will surely not spare my sister. But I have followed your instructions. Please do not harm my family. I beg of you, 4th Mississippi." Having witnessed Xiao Jinxuan's decisiveness and ruthlessness, Yu Chui feared retribution against her family, knowing that should her sister be lost, her entire family would face ruin because of her. 100 deaths would not suffice for her to atone. Gazing at Yu Chui's frail form on the ground, despite her selfishness, her motives were rooted in familial protection. Thus, Xiao Jinxian found it difficult to harbor deep resentment towards her. If she were to harbor hatred, it would be directed at the originators of this scheme, the Ning mother and daughter. Therefore, she approached Yu Chui, assisting her to her feet, and sighed, "Do not worry. I keep my word and shall not trouble your family." After a pause, Xiao Jinxian continued, "Return home and take your family away from Yangzhou. If I am not mistaken, the Ning family will not let you go unscathed. As for your sister, do not hold out hope for her rescue. She has likely met a dire fate." Yu Chui's eyes widened in shock, but she quickly succumbed to despair, managing a hollow smile. "4th miss, I am well aware that after this, the madam will not spare me, let alone my sister. I know it all too well." Xiao Jinxuan's expression softened. She too had lost a brother in her past life and understood the sentiment of clinging to even the slightest hope. She removed the exquisite golden necklace from her neck and handed it to Yu Chui, saying, "Hurry, take care of your mother for your sister. Do not allow another loved one to be lost, nor witness another tragedy." Yu Chui trembled as she accepted the necklace, which felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in her grasp. Suddenly breaking free from Xiao Jinxian's supportive hand, Yu Chui knelt heavily on the ground, weeping as she faced Xiao Jinxian. She bowed deeply 3 times, then retrieved an envelope from her bosom and presented it to Xiao Jinxian. With fervor, she declared, "4th miss, you are a good person. I only claim that the Ning family had me drug you. I do not know anything else. That was a lie to protect myself from trouble. Yet, here you are, showing compassion towards me by providing me with jewelry for my journey. Good deed deserve their rewards. If I were to walk away with a guilty conscience, I would be no better than a beast." Xiao Jinxian remained silent, merely opening the envelope and extracting the letter within. Upon glancing at it, her eyes narrowed. It was indeed the handwritten letter of understanding that the had entrusted to Mama Bai. Longji had clearly stated that it was burned for paying heir. How could it possibly be here now? Meanwhile, Yu Chui, still kneeling, spoke with disdain, "4th miss, you cannot imagine that after they had me drug you, I was instructed to go to the small side gate in the west and fetch a man. I was then to deliver this letter to him, and..." Her face flushed, and she fell silent. However, Xiao Jinxian coldly smiled, her voice steady as she replied, "And this man would ruin my reputation, claiming that I summoned him to engage in illicit acts, correct?" Her expression had turned as frigid as ice. She had just read the letter, and many parts were marred by water stains, rendering it impossible to discern that it was intended for paying heir. If this personal correspondence were to land in another man's hands, it would undoubtedly be construed as a quarrel between them, leading to my writing a letter of understanding, thus allowing him to seek clandestine meetings with me to alleviate his longing. When others discovered them, despite the letter's dubious nature, who would heed the words of a mere woman? People would much rather believe their own eyes, branding her as a wanton woman of ill repute. Not only would her virtue be tarnished, but they would also accuse her of infidelity. Such a scheme was intricately woven, with each thread tightly interlinked. Xuan had initially intended to avoid a bitter feud with the Ning family, but their audacity to harm her was truly unforgivable. She was aware that in her past life, she had been wrongfully accused of infidelity, resulting in the loss of her title as princess and the tragic death of her child, labeled a bastard. Who would have thought that upon being reborn, even before her marriage, others would conspire to ensnare her? While she could tolerate various schemes, the act of tarnishing one's reputation brought with it an unbearable shadow. Therefore, she would not let this go unpunished. The Ning family would pay a price they could never bear. Reaching out, she helped Yu Chui to her feet and said softly, "Yu Chui, not only does the Ning family wish to harm me, but they have also subjected you to such suffering. Do you not wish to give them a parting gift before you leave?" Yu Chui looked up in surprise. When she met the icy gaze of Xuan, her fear dissipated, and with hatred, she replied, "Fourth miss, tell me what to do. I am willing to do anything that ensures the Ning family suffers." Xuan smiled, lowered her head, leaned close to Yu Chui's ear, and began to whisper darkly. Then, together, they lifted Xuan and concealed her in a dark hole beneath a rockery. Once everything was set, Xuan bent down, took a precious hairpin from the unconscious Xuan and handed it to Yu Chui, saying, "Go, complete your task, and leave immediately. There are many guests today, so be cautious not to be discovered." Watching Yu Chui exit the rockery, Xuan did not depart. Instead, she turned and concealed herself around the corner, attentively listening to the activity outside. After a while, she heard footsteps and Yu Chui's urgent voice, her heart racing as she strained to hear. "Young master, please hurry. If others discover it, we will be finished. Take this hairpin. You know what to say without me needing to instruct you." A stranger's voice responded. "What do you mean by a hairpin?" Jiling Feng clearly told me it was a letter. Can this hairpin truly serve as a token? It is certainly not as effective as a handwritten letter. Xuan's grip on the rockery tightened into a fist, her face filled with intense, murderous intent. Jiling Feng was involved in this plot. How audacious. It was not enough for him to have harmed her in her past life. Now he sought to ruin her once more. She had wondered when the Ning family had become so skilled. It seemed they had a formidable ally guiding them. At that moment, Yu Chui's voice rang out again. "This hairpin was given to me by the madam to deliver to you. As for what you believe or not, I do not know. My fourth miss is in the stone cave over there. Whether you choose to go or not is up to you." The man chuckled and eagerly replied, "Of course I will go. A hairpin is just a hairpin. After all, once I have that charming girl's body, who would care if Xiao Hong does not recognize me as a prospective son-in-law?" He laughed heartily and made his way toward the stone cave. As Xuan, hidden nearby, heard the faint sound of garments falling and the man's heavy breath from within the cave, a cold smile graced her lips. She understood that everything had fallen into place. The performance was set to commence, and all that remained was to await the arrival of the audience. Chapter 27. The Emperor's Fury. Within the Red Plum Garden stood a modest yet elegant pavilion named Ishua Pavilion. The esteemed sixth prince, given his noble status, was naturally invited by Xiao Hong to this gathering, accompanied by numerous officials who sat beside him. The sixth prince, Zhou Xinshi, beamed as he exchanged pleasantries with the officials, relishing the attention. He had not often enjoyed such a moment, as during his time at Chongping, he had been quite inconspicuous among the princes. He could not compare to the crown prince, who held the esteemed title of heir, nor to the second prince, who had the backing of the prime minister's house. He lacked the integrity of the fifth prince, who was known for his righteousness, and he was overshadowed by the affections showered upon his brothers. The seventh prince, Zhou Xinyu, and the ninth prince, Zhou Xianxian. To be surrounded by officials, basking in their admiration, was a novel experience for the sixth prince, and he found himself somewhat euphoric, almost losing himself in the moment. However, before he could savor it further, a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, master, something terrible has happened." Intruders have entered the rear courtyard where the ladies reside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng's expression darkened instantly. He glanced at the anxious maid, silently chastising her for her lack of decorum. With so many officials present, including a prince, this maid's announcement of a burglary in the ladies' quarters was tantamount to declaring his inability to maintain order in his household. If this were true, where would his dignity as a military commander stand? Yet, with all eyes upon him, Xiao Heng could not dismiss the maid and had to suppress his anger, saying, "Do not speak recklessly. Perhaps you're mistaken with so many guests today. There are no thieves here." As a military general, he had many servants who were capable of defending themselves. Not only did he not believe anyone could intrude, but even if it were true, he could not investigate under the watchful gaze of so many officials. Any misstep would provide his political rivals with ammunition against him. The maid, however, was undeterred by Xiao Heng's silent signals and produced a purple sachet from her possession. Continuing, the master said, "What I speak is the truth. That man's behavior is indeed suspicious. I followed him and witnessed him enter the rockery by the lotus pond. Moreover, nearby, a maid found this sachet embroidered with the fourth young lady's name. Master, you should take a look. I truly fear something unfortunate has happened to her." At this moment, Xiao Heng could no longer remain composed. He swiftly seized the sachet and, upon lowering his gaze, he noticed the delicate character Xian beautifully embroidered in the center, causing his heart to sink heavily. However, being a seasoned general, though anxious inside, he maintained a calm facade and remarked, "This fourth girl must have carelessly dropped it while playing. Return it to her when you can. It is merely a trivial matter, not worth alarming anyone." With that, he handed the sachet back to the maid and gestured for her to leave at once. Yet at that moment, the sixth prince, who had been seated at the head of the table, called out to the maid with a concerned expression, "Lord Xiao, your actions seem rather inappropriate. Since a suspicious person has been lurking about, and a personal item belonging to the young ladies has coincidentally fallen nearby, if we do not investigate, I, as a prince, cannot find peace of mind." A flash of anger crossed Xiao Heng's face. Despite the sixth prince's esteemed status, he was merely a guest in his household. Yet here, he was acting as if he were in charge. Just as Xiao Heng was at a loss for how to respond, a languid laughter drifted in from outside. "I say, sixth brother, when did you become so protective of the fairer sex? But this is the Xiao residence. Your concerns seem rather excessive. It appears those who are capable must indeed bear the burdens." As the voice faded, Zhou Xianrui and Zhou Xinyu entered, one after the other. Although the officials had heard rumors of several princes arriving from Yangzhou, apart from the sixth prince, it was their first encounter with the Rui and Yu princes, prompting them to hastily pay their respects. The previously composed sixth prince, Zhou Xinqi, was now visibly embarrassed. He could discern that Zhou Xinyu was subtly mocking him for meddling and being overly talkative, but he could not afford to offend his seventh brother. So he pretended not to hear and remained silent. Seated beside him, Ji Lingfeng observed the sixth prince with a glimmer of derision in his eyes, yet he stood up, offering a slight smile, and said, "Your Highness, your words are misguided. Sixth prince has only good intentions, but whether or not to investigate is naturally up to Lord Xiao." Unexpectedly, Zhou Xinyu smirked and, after exchanging glances with Ji Lingfeng, said leisurely, "The matters of the Xiao residence should indeed be decided by Lord Xiao. However, it seems to me that my sixth brother's authority has now been usurped by you. While the master remains silent, you certainly are quite verbose." Ji Lingfeng's eyes twitched slightly. He had long heard of the seventh prince's sharp tongue. Despite his own eloquence, he found himself at a loss when compared to Zhou Xinyu, who could insult without uttering a foul word. Feeling frustrated, he pondered how to counter this. In the meantime, the composed Zhou Xinrui spoke up. "I heard today that the Xiao residence is hosting a plum blossom banquet, so I came uninvited. Lord Xiao, would you accompany me outside to admire the blossoms?" He was naturally providing Xiao Heng with a chance to exit. Knowing that the sixth prince and his companions had come specifically for Xiao Heng, he could not allow them to succeed. In a place where Yangzhou officials were colluding, the military governor was his only potential ally, which is why he had come to offer protection. Xiao Heng understood that leaving now was the best course of action, but to avoid offending the sixth prince. He politely replied, "Thank you for your concern for my fourth daughter, Your Highness, but the Xiao residence has always been safe. Today, it is merely that girl being overly cautious and talkative. Let us go admire the blossoms." In truth, Xiao Heng was not unconcerned about Xiao Jinxian. but he could not act rashly. Otherwise, if any unforeseen events arose, his authority and the Xiao family's reputation would be at stake. In his current position, sacrifices were sometimes necessary. If something were to happen to Xiao Jinxian, he could only lament her misfortune. As it appeared that the situation would pass, Ji Lingfeng and the sixth prince exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Suddenly, Zhou Xinyu, who had been targeting the sixth prince with his remarks, abruptly pushed through the crowd of officials and strode towards the maid who had delivered the message, asking coldly, "You say the person in trouble is the fourth Miss Xiao?" The maid, captivated by Zhou Xinyu's handsome visage, was too terrified by his icy demeanor to articulate a response, merely nodding her head in fear. Damn it! Zhou Xinyu was extremely vexed. Having arrived late, he had not seen Xiao Jinxian in sachet and had assumed the one in danger was Xiao Jinlian, the legitimate daughter, whose situation would naturally attract the most attention. Thus, he had spoken so casually. However, upon hearing that it was Xiao Jinxian, the woman he had longed for, in peril, he could hardly remain composed. His expression darkened severely as he kicked the door open and prepared to leave. He needed to hurry. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to that woman, he could never forgive himself. Yet, just as he was about to cross the threshold, Zhou Xinrui pulled him back, speaking in a low voice, "Seventh brother, where do you think you are going? This is the Xiao residence. Do not act recklessly." Zhou Xinyu's eyes flashed with irritation. He understood that Zhou Xinrui was cautioning him against acting impulsively, but he also recognized that by doing so, he would be aligning with Ji Lingfeng and others. But knowing this did not matter. He could not forsake Xiao Jinxian for the sake of the larger picture. Zhou Xinyu would not and could not do such thing. Without turning back, he shrugged off Zhou Xinrui's grasp and coldly declared, "Fifth brother, sixth brother is right. If we do not take a look, how can we rest easy? I will go and see for myself. If there are thieves, I will ensure they pay." Indeed, if that woman were to suffer even the slightest misfortune, he would not only tear apart whoever dared to harm her, but would also hold Ji Lingfeng and Zhou Xinqi, who had schemed against her, accountable. Those who dared to covet her were truly unaware of their own mortality. Zhou Xinrui remained silent, watching as Zhou Xinyu dashed out. He glanced down at his trembling right hand, shaken by the force of Zhou Xinyu's earlier action, and frowned. This was the first time Zhou Xinyu had physically pushed him away, albeit instinctively, which revealed the depth of his fury. What manner of person was this fourth Miss Xiao to incite such a strong reaction from Zhou Xinyu? Zhou Xinrui felt compelled to investigate her background. Naturally, the ones most pleased by this turn of events were the sixth prince and Ji Lingfeng. As soon as Zhou Xinyu exited, the two hastily followed, prompting the other officials to join them as well. In a short while, only Zhou Xinrui and Xiao Hong remained in the room. Zhou Xinrui offered a resigned smile and said softly, "Lord Xiao, it seems that today I am unable to assist you. However, my sixth brother comes with ill intentions, so you must remain vigilant." At this point, it was unnecessary for Zhou Xinyu to issue a warning. Xiao Hong had already sensed that something was amiss. Yet, with a chuckle, he replied, "Your Highness, let us go as well. I am rather curious to see what kind of storm this sixth prince intends to stir up in my Xiao residence." As the princes led the way, the officials followed suit. Their sudden appearance in the Red Plum Garden caused quite a stir among the noble ladies and maidens present. Those in the know, such as Ning Shi and Qianing Luo, were eager for the situation to escalate, and under their subtle encouragement, many noble women joined the group heading towards the lotus pond. In an instant, the once lively plum garden fell silent. Who still cared about the banquet? It was evident that something serious had transpired at the Xiao residence, and curiosity drew everyone to witness the unfolding drama. Zhou Xinyu strode ahead, and when he finally reached the rockery, he abruptly halted, unexpectedly pausing before entering. His eyes flashed with astonishment, quickly giving way to fury. His hands, clenched tightly in a fist within his robe, betrayed his internal turmoil. Although he had not entered, he could faintly hear sounds from within, soft gasps, delicate cries, and the sounds of violent collisions, accompanied by the man's satisfied grunts, all of which sent his mind reeling. For he comprehended all too well what those sounds signified. For the first time, he loathed his own heightened senses, if only they were less acute. Perhaps the anguish suffocating him would be eased. Trailing closely behind, the sixth prince, upon finding his brother motionless, felt a surge of impatience and urged, "Seventh brother, hurry inside. If Miss C is indeed within, the sooner we enter, the sooner she will be safe. Get lost." A thunderous roar, laced with palpable malice, erupted from Zhou Xinyu. He remained rooted in place, but abruptly extended his left arm, blocking the sixth prince's path with force, striking directly at his chest. The sixth prince gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he was violently hurled backward, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness amidst the shocked gasps of onlookers. Chapter 28. The Madness of Xiao Jinlian. 1. The sudden turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. Who could have anticipated that the crown prince would openly attack, rendering another prince bloodied and unconscious? It was as if the air had been sucked out of the surroundings, no one daring to take a step closer. The first to recover from the shock, Ji Lingfeng, furiously demanded, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? The sixth prince is your brother. How can you disregard familial bonds so callously? Do you not fear the repercussions?" Zhou Xinyu let out a cold snort, turning his attention back to the crowd, his crimson eyes scanning each face with a chilling intensity. A wicked smile curled at his lips as he coldly declared, "Today, should anyone dare to cross my path, I shall see to their demise." He was acutely aware of what lay behind the rockery, yet he could not preserve the other's innocence. Now, he was determined to safeguard that dignity, for he could not allow the sight of her disgrace to be witnessed by these onlookers. Anyone who dared to cast a disparaging glance would meet their end. As for the beast lurking behind the rockery, he would personally deal with that matter, ensuring that not a whisper of today's events would escape. "Xinyu, you are being reckless. Quickly help your sixth brother up." Zhou Xinrui, arriving just in time, was taken aback by the scene that unfolded in his absence. His younger brother seemed oblivious to their surroundings. This was Yangzhou, where all the officials were aligned with the second prince. It was not yet the time to antagonize them. He could not fathom why Zhou Xinyu would act so foolishly for the sake of a woman. Compared to the clarity of Yangzhou's political landscape, what significance did a woman hold? His lack of foresight was truly disconcerting. At this moment, Song Peng, the governor of Yangzhou, stepped forward, his face etched with indignation. "Your Highness, you have publicly assaulted another prince. I shall report this to the emperor for a proper judgment." The sixth prince represented the second prince, and Zhou Xinyu's brazen act of violence displayed utter disregard for the officials of Yangzhou. As the foremost figure among local dignitaries, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. As Song Peng spoke, the scholars behind him echoed their sentiments, expressing their intent to petition for justice on behalf of the sixth prince. They clamored for a quarter of an hour before Song Peng finally raised his hand, signaling for silence. "This matter can be discussed later. The safety of Miss C is of utmost priority. Where's the maid who reported this? Have you found the sachet?" Song Peng did not forget the purpose of today's gathering and swiftly redirected the conversation, ignoring Xiao Heng's furious expression. The maid, named, promptly produced the sachet, affirming, "Yes. I found it nearby." She gestured toward the rockery behind, which Zhou Xinyu had been obstructing. Song Peng chuckled, a sly glint in his eye. "Your Highness, have you heard? By blocking our way, do you have a connection with the thief, which is why you appear so anxious?" Zhou Xinrui furrowed his brow at this cunning maneuver. Song Peng was indeed shrewd, attempting to implicate the seventh prince. Should anything be discovered behind the rockery, it would be difficult for Zhou Xinyu to extricate himself from the situation. Just as he prepared to intervene on Zhou Xinyu's behalf, a soft, melodious voice drifted from the outskirts of the crowd. "I wonder why it took so long to find it. It turns out someone has already picked it up." As she spoke, Xiao Jinxian stepped forward, lightly laughing as she cast a glance at the maid, disregarding the astonishment on her face, and took the sachet into her own hands. She then feigned confusion, looking at Xiao Heng and asking, "Father, what has happened? Why have you and the guests come here?" Xiao Heng, previously tense, felt his worries dissipate and chuckled. "What trouble could my Xiao family be in? Just some meddlesome individuals looking to stir up trouble. As long as Jinxian is unharmed, all is well." He shot a glance at Song Peng, his displeasure palpable. Zhou Xinyu's once crimson gaze returned to its usual clarity upon seeing Xiao Jinxian. He knew this woman was too astute to fall victim to schemes. However, a fleeting doubt crossed his mind. If she was unharmed, then who was the one behind the rockery making those sounds? Gazing at Xiao Jinxian's smile, Zhou Xinyu felt as if she resembled a cunning little fox. Was she perhaps orchestrating something sinister? With this thought, Zhou Xianyu's sinister demeanor dissipated. Returning to his usual languid self, as he approached Zhou Xianrui, ready to observe the unfolding drama. Noting his younger brother's demeanor had returned to normal, Zhou Xianrui's penetrating gaze fell upon the woman in purple garments ahead. Initially, he had assumed the woman who had so captivated Zhou Xianyu would possess breathtaking beauty. Yet he found that while Xiao Jinxian was gentle in appearance, she was not strikingly remarkable. This left him perplexed, prompting him to scrutinize her closely, eager to discern what made her exceptional. Most astonished was Ji Lingfeng, whose martial prowess allowed him to discern the disturbances from behind the rockery. Yet, with Xiao Jinxian present, who could be causing the stir within? Suddenly, he recalled seeing Xiao Jingxian rushing toward the back courtyard earlier, and his heart sank as he glanced at Xiao Jinxian, who was also watching him, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Without warning, Ji Lingfeng turned and strode toward the rockery, declaring, "Now that Miss C is unharmed, the thief remains at large. I shall investigate the rockery. Should any wicked individual be found, I will assist Lord Xiao in apprehending them." Ning, who had also participated in today's scheme, was momentarily stunned. While she inwardly resented Xiao Jinxian for escaping yet again, she couldn't understand Ji Lingfeng's insistence on proceeding into the rockery. The plan had already failed. But just then, a loud shout rang out from behind the rockery. "Impudent scoundrel! How dare you speak such nonsense? How could second Miss Lien willingly consort with you? Watch as I seize you and bring you before Lord Xiao to face justice." Ji Lingfeng's voice, amplified by internal energy, was heard clearly by those outside, causing an uproar. Initially, upon discovering the sachet belonging to Xiao Jinxian, everyone had assumed something had gone amiss with the 4th Mississippi. But now that she was unharmed, it seemed the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family was entangled in scandal. If this were true, the reputation of the Xiao family would be irreparably tarnished, becoming the greatest scandal in Yangzhou. Before the crowd could process the implications, Ji Lingfeng emerged from the rockery, a disheveled man in tow. The most captivating sight was undoubtedly Xiao Jinlian, cradled in Ji Lingfeng's embrace, clad only in a coat. She was awake, though her eyes appeared somewhat dazed. A delicate, fair arm unconsciously rose to massage her head, revealing a significant expanse of skin. Beneath her clothing, Xiao Jinlian was nearly bare, save for a small pink undergarment that clung to her form. Observing her current state, with her intoxicated gaze, flushed cheeks, and slightly swollen lips, coupled with the bruises adorning her snow-white arms, the onlookers, both men and women, could discern what this young lady had recently engaged in. Xiao Heng's expression darkened with fury, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Xiao Jinlian, bellowing, "Rebellious daughter, look at what you have done. You have brought disgrace upon the Xiao family." Ji Lingfeng squinted as he witnessed Xiao Heng's outburst. In that instant, he subtly leveraged the force of the slap to propel Xiao Jinlian forward. As the coat flew up amidst the murmurs of the male guests swallowing hard, Xiao Jinlian, clad only in her small undergarment, gracefully descended before the crowd. Recently administered an antidote, and now fully conscious, she had first been struck and then thrown, thereby achieving complete awareness. Rising from the ground, she bewilderedly scanned her surroundings, only to discover countless eyes fixated on her. The women regarded her with disdain, contempt, and mockery, while the men gazed at her with an expression that suggested they wished to pounce upon her. Xiao Jinlian felt a mix of shame and anger. She was the daughter of the governor of Yangzhou, the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family. When had anyone dared to look at her in such a manner? Even those young ladies who had previously fawned over her now dared to cast such glances. The disdain and arrogance reflected in their eyes had always been reserved for the illegitimate daughters, and she had never imagined that one day others would look at her in the same light. Irritated, she glared at the crowd, her discomfort causing her to instinctively hug her shoulders. However, when her hands met not the comforting fabric of a coat, but the smoothness of her own skin, she froze, bewildered, and looked down at herself. Upon realizing her complete nudity as she sat on the ground, her eyes widened in shock, and her entire body trembled. In terror, she looked up at the onlookers who continued to stare at her unblinkingly, and tears streamed down her face. Then, a piercing scream escaped her lips. Ah! Xiao Jinlian desperately attempted to shield her exposed skin with her trembling hands, but it was evident that her efforts were futile. Amidst her cries, She shouted, "Turn away. Don't look. Please go away." Yet, her pitiful demeanor did not elicit sympathy from the crowd. Had they not heard Ji Lingfeng's earlier words? This esteemed young lady had willingly engaged in impropriety, and her current state of disgrace was a consequence of her own actions. Standing among the crowd, Ningshi nearly fainted when Xiao Jinlian was brought out. Once she regained her composure, she was met with the sight before her. In her maternal instinct, Ningshi rushed forward, shedding her cloak to drape it over Xiao Jinlian. She enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace, patting her back in comfort, while internally regretting her own decisions. Having plotted against Xiao Jinxian, she now found her beloved daughter entangled in this predicament. Realizing that she was the architect of this trap, having allowed the man who sullied her daughter to enter, and that the crowd surrounding them had been drawn by her own machinations, Ningxi's heart shattered with grief. Wishing she could strike herself. Though Xiao Hang's slap had been fueled by rage, he had not struck with lethal intent. However, he never anticipated that Ji Lingfeng would let go. What was already a humiliating situation had escalated. Now, with Xiao Jinlian exposed, any hopes of burying this incident were dashed. But the tumult was not yet over. Suddenly, the man who had been shielding his face approached, kneeling before Xiao Heng and pleading, "Lord Xiao, no, dear father-in-law, my feelings for your daughter are genuine. Please, grant us your blessing." Furious, Xiao Heng kicked the man away, shouting, "You madman, cease your wild claims. I would sooner see you obliterated." The man let out a cry as he was sent sprawling. At that moment, the crowd recognized his face, and a voice rang out. "Look, isn't that Zhao Quan?" A stout official exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the Zhao family, known for their gambling den. This boy was wandering the streets at 6. If I had a daughter, I would never allow her to marry him. Yet, the Xiao family's legitimate daughter shows interest in such a character. What unique taste she possesses. Hiding in Ningxi's embrace, Xiao Jinlian heard the murmurs and cried out in defense, "You scoundrel! I have no feelings for you. Father, do not believe him. I do not know him." Yet Zhao Quan was prepared, producing the golden hairpin that Yu Chui had given him. "Second miss, I know you are merely shy, but please, dear father-in-law, look. This is the token you gave me. If it were not for your affections, why would you gift me such a treasure?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Quan discreetly glanced at Ji Lingfeng, who nodded slightly, confirming his assertions. In truth, Zhao Quan was also apprehensive. He had initially been informed that he was to engage with the illegitimate daughter, yet moments ago, Ji Lingfeng had entered and whispered that the situation had changed. He was now entangled with the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Jinlian. The gravity of defiling either a legitimate or illegitimate daughter was vastly different. An illegitimate daughter might be overlooked by Xiao Heng to preserve family honor. But a legitimate daughter was another matter entirely. Zhao Quan knew he was unworthy of her. He had intended to seek Xiao Heng's forgiveness. But Ji Lingfeng had advised him that there was no turning back. Having jeopardized the 6th prince's affairs, even if he survived today, he would not see tomorrow. Ji Lingfeng further counseled him that the only way to escape was to drag Xiao Jinlian down with him. If her indiscretions were exposed, it would absolve him of blame. Thus, even if Xiao Jinlian denied it, Zhao Quan was resolute in his claims. Xiao Jinlian, no longer able to care about her dignity, broke free from Ningxi's embrace, wrapped in the cloak, and crawled to Xiao Heng's feet, panic-stricken. "Father, do not listen to him. How could I ever be interested in such a man? Please, say you believe me. Tell everyone I am innocent. Father, save me." A flicker of sorrow crossed Xiao Heng's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by anger as he retorted, "Do not call me father. I have no daughter like you. From this day forth, you are no longer part of the Xiao family." Do not blame him for his harshness. It was clear that someone was intent on setting a trap for him. His daughter had already paid the price. And if he did not contain the situation, he risked losing everything. Those plotting behind the scenes would only revel in their victory. Xiao Jinlian sat despondently on the ground, having never experienced such humiliation. She looked around in confusion, uncertain of what to do next. Suddenly, the elegant figure of Ji Lingfeng came into view. Indeed, it was he who had rescued her from peril. Xiao Jinlian had been in a stupor, unaware of the conversation between Ji Lingfeng and Zhao Quan. Upon regaining consciousness, all she knew was that she had been in his arms. Every young girl dreams of a hero rescuing her, and Xiao Jinlian was no exception. Ji Lingfeng, the object of her affections, now appeared to be her only lifeline in this dire situation. Even she found herself imagining that the two would develop feelings for each other. Afterward, Ji Lingfeng would sympathize with her plight, willing to care for her for a lifetime, disregarding her tarnished reputation, formally marrying her as his wife. And they would live happily ever after as a hero and a beauty. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiao Jinlian was overwhelmed with excitement. She approached Ji Lingfeng with a delicate demeanor, tears glimmering in her eyes as she pitifully said, "Young Master Ji, I know others do not believe me, but you must surely believe in my innocence. Jinlian can only rely on you to make this right." After speaking, Xiao Jinlian lowered her head and began to sob softly, her heart yearning for Ji Lingfeng to continue the conversation. However, Ji Lingfeng's response was entirely different from what she had anticipated. With a pained expression, he remarked, "Miss Lian, you are truly misguided. This is a matter concerning your Xiao family, and, as an outsider, I find it difficult to comment." He paused for a moment, then took off his cloak and draped it over Xiao Jinlian's shoulders, continuing, "But if you and this young master, Zhao, truly share mutual feelings, I suggest you seek the favor of Lord Xiao. I believe he would not refuse you, for you are his beloved daughter." Xiao Jinlian stared at Ji Lingfeng in disbelief, her mind racing as she felt his once grand figure suddenly diminish. Did Ji Lingfeng, the orchestrator of this situation, truly not grasp the reality? How could she, Xiao Jinlian, be deemed to share mutual affections? Zhao Quan was a man she had suggested bringing in, intending to ruin Xiao Jinxuan's reputation. If she had not found a beggar, it would have been utterly unacceptable. She would have preferred a filthy beggar with yellowed teeth. Yet now, what was this? The man she had chosen had become the very source of her disgrace. It was undeniable that her karmic retribution had arrived with alarming speed. And now, the man she held in her heart, Ji Lingfeng, expected her to accept this betrayal. The shock was overwhelming, leaving Xiao Jinlian reeling. Since Ji Lingfeng had helped her with the cloak, they were quite close. Suddenly, Xiao Jinlian grasped his collar fiercely and hissed in a low voice, "Ji Lingfeng, are you trying to cross a bridge after burning it? If you do not help me today, I shall reveal everything. If I cannot find peace, you shall not escape unscathed either." Yet Ji Lingfeng merely smiled nonchalantly and replied quietly, "If you have the courage to speak, then do so. But think carefully before you open your mouth. Do not forget that you and your mother share responsibility in this matter. Now that you have been sullied, do you wish to bear the stigma of framing your half-sister? Your mother will also face disgrace and lose your father's affection, along with your mother's protection. Can you endure the consequences, Xiao Jinlian? And do not forget who stand behind me." After Ji Lingfeng's calm words, he effortlessly extricated himself from Xiao Jinlian's grasp, standing elegantly as the refined gentleman he was. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinlian, seated on the ground, opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Indeed, Ji Lingfeng had powerful allies, including the sixth prince and the county princess of Yuanning. If she were to speak recklessly, her life would be in jeopardy. Xiao Jinlian tightly cradled her head with her hands, overwhelmed by a chaotic and painful swirl of thoughts. Even with her eyes closed, countless pairs of eyes seemed to bore into her. Yet she was not voluntary in this, unable to utter a word in her defense, and the suffocating sensation was almost unbearable. Beside her, Zhao Quan, at Ji Lingfeng's cue, raised his voice even louder, shouting, "If you do not believe me, I know that Miss Second has a black mole on the inner thigh of her right leg. This is something she confided in me during our time together. If she did not have feelings for me, why would she share such intimate details?" At this, Ningshi could no longer contain herself. The body of a young lady was far too precious. This scoundrel had publicly revealed the characteristics of her beloved daughter's private parts, forcing her Lianer into a situation where she could not defend herself against accusations of infidelity. Just as she was about to rush forward and tear Zhao Quan's mouth apart, Xiao Jinxuan's cold voice rang out. "Hongxiu, Mamali, are you all dead? Why do you not restrain mother? If anything happens to her, can you afford to pay with your lives?" After addressing them, Xiao Jinxian stepped forward to stand before Ningshi, bowing gracefully before speaking calmly. "Mother, I believe that my second sister is absolutely innocent. I understand your feelings, but as the matriarch of the Xiao family, you must maintain decorum. It would be best for you to remain here and observe quietly." While saying this, her heart sneered, reveling in the irony that after meticulously plotting this scheme, it had resulted in her own daughter being so grievously harmed. Ningshi, You must be suffering immensely now. Yet she wanted her to watch closely, to witness how Xiao Jinlian was ridiculed for daring to scheme against her. This price, whether Ningshi could bear it or not, was one she had to pay. Ningshi looked at Xiao Jinxian, her eyes betraying a glimmer of desperation as she trembled and said, Jinxian, I was wrong, but Lianer is your sister. Please help her. Seeing Ji Lingfeng now pushing Xiao Jinlian out and completely disregarding her fate, Ningshi realized he was unreliable. Her only hope now rested with Xiao Jinxian, whom she had long perceived as extraordinary. Today, she remained unscathed, having evaded this trap. Therefore, if Xiao Jinxian were willing to assist, Ningshi believed there was still a glimmer of hope for her daughter. As for settling the score with Xiao Jinxian later, that was a matter for another day. She would never let this slide. Xiao Jinxian smiled, moved closer to Ningshi, resting her hands on her shoulders. To outsiders, it appeared as though the illegitimate daughter was soothing her distraught legitimate mother. But no one could hear her softly mocking whispers in Ningxi's ear. Mother, are you begging me? A flash of indignation crossed Ningxi's eyes, but she closed her eyes and stiffly nodded, observing her mother in this state. Xiao Jinxian chuckled softly and said gently, You are the legitimate mother. Your words carry weight. Jinxian shall certainly comply and help my legitimate sister. Do keep your eyes wide open. With that, Xiao Jinxian turned away from the defeated Ningshi and strolled gracefully toward Xiao Jinlian. Chapter 30. The Madness of Xiao Jinlian 3. Upon approaching, Xiao Jinxian first bowed to Xiao Hong, Prince Rui, and Zhou Xinyu, who stood closely together. Before moving to Xiao Jinlian's side, she gracefully squatted down, abruptly yanking off the cloak Ji Lingfeng had just draped over Xiao Jinlian, coldly stating, My Xiao family can certainly afford cloak. Young Master Ji, as a man, how can you carelessly drape your belongings over my legitimate sister? Do you not understand basic decorum? From the crowd, a derisive snicker echoed, followed by Song Peng's voice. Young Master, Ji acted out of kindness. Yet it is your Xiao family that first allowed the legitimate daughter to have an affair, and now a concubine's daughter jumps out to attract attention. Who is truly lacking in decorum? Xiao Hong, your daughter has been well taught. As soon as he finished speaking, other officials chimed in. Such a family reputation is unworthy of commanding the troops of Yangzhou. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I believe Lord Xiao should relinquish military power and focus on properly educating his children. This behavior is truly disgraceful. Prior to arriving, Song Peng had coordinated with these officials, instructing them to act accordingly. So as soon as he spoke, they all clamored to join in, eager to criticize Xiao Hong. Although the military officials found the Xiao family's conduct today deplorable, they had always respected Xiao Hong and quickly countered the attacks. Thus, the scene before the rockery became more tumultuous than a marketplace, with all sorts of past grievances being dredged up, while Xiao Jinlian found herself largely ignored. At this moment, Xiao Jinxian wrapped the white fox cloak handed to her by a servant around the dazed Xiao Jinlian, then cast a cold glance at Ji Lingfeng. Initially, she genuinely believed that Ji Lingfeng's theatrics were aimed at her, Xiao Jinxian. However, when she appeared unfazed and Ji Lingfeng rushed into the rockery to pull Xiao Jinlian out, she realized her misjudgment. Today, she was merely a small fish that the opponent intended to catch effortlessly. Ji Lingfeng had grander schemes in mind, targeting Xiao Hong. Particularly, when the officials turned their accusations toward Xiao Hong, Xiao Jinchuan's suspicions were further confirmed. Though she had intended to watch the drama unfold with a detached eye, she could not allow Ji Lingfeng to achieve his desires unchallenged. If he sought to exploit Xiao Jinlian, she would certainly intervene to rescue her elder sister. Moreover, the adversary had already suffered, having received their due punishment. If they truly drove her to death, that would be a form of liberation. For living under such circumstances was akin to a fate worse than death. Casting a glance at the still clamoring crowd, Xiao Jinxian rose and approached Xiao Hong, speaking with calm assurance. Father, today I shall overstep my bounds, yet I shall not allow the schemes of these petty people to succeed. The action she was about to undertake required Xiao Heng's consent to be executed. With the Ning family rendered powerless, she sought to seize this opportunity to demonstrate her worth to Xiao Hong, thereby paving the way for her future. Xiao Hong regarded Xiao Jinxian and suddenly recalled her bold declaration during the punishment of Ping'er at Meizhuang, when she had spoken with the ambition of a man. Nodding, he replied, You may proceed as you wish, with your father here. there is no need for concern. Previously, he had believed that his eldest daughter, Xiao Jinyu, residing far away in the capital, was the most exceptional. Yet, he now found unexpected delight in his typically unremarkable fourth daughter, who proved to be a hidden gem. Xiao Jinxian bowed once more before turning to Zhou Xianrui, saying, "Your Highness, may I borrow your treasured sword?" Zhou Xianrui's usually serene eyes flickered with surprise for the first time as he regarded the composed and graceful young woman before him. Without uttering a word, he extended his hand, retrieving the sword and offering it to her with a single gesture. He was curious to see how this young lady would navigate the tumultuous situation that left him at a loss for intervention. Xiao Jinxian smiled, glancing at the dragon-patterned sword in her hand, and called out, "The golden dragon sword, bestowed by our current sovereign, is present here. To see it is to behold the emperor himself. With such a din, do you all still uphold the decorum between ruler and subject?" Her declaration, though not overly loud, carried significant weight, silencing the previously raucous officials. Ying Piying, who had been arguing vehemently with Xiao Heng's advisor, scoffed. "You, a mere illegitimate daughter, are exceedingly arrogant. The sword is in the hands of His Highness, and he possesses the right to act first and report later. What gives you the audacity to wield it as if it were command?" The golden dragon sword, granted by the Ming Emperor, allowed its bearer to take lives without facing legal repercussions. Xiao Jinxian was undeterred, responding with a light laugh. "As a daughter of an unacknowledged lineage, I may not catch the eye of esteemed officials, but it seems Lord Song has forgotten where we are." She surveyed the crowd, her tone suddenly icy. "This is my Xiao family estate. I am the fourth young lady of a Xiao clan, and you all, in essence, are my elder relatives. Yet, while my elder sister's innocence remains unproven, you insist on causing a ruckus here, as if unrest in the Xiao household pleases you. What reasoning is this? Could you elucidate?" Lord Song, named publicly, Ying Piying's expression froze, and he found himself at a loss for words. Had it been Xiao Heng questioning him, he could have spoken eloquently. However, with Xiao Jinxian addressing him, who had just acknowledged his seniority, speaking further would mean oppressing a younger generation, a humiliation he could not bear. Xiao Heng observed his old political rival, faltering under his daughter's scrutiny, maintaining an impassive facade, yet secretly relishing the moment. He looked forward to how Xiao Jinxian would continue to impress. The most composed of all was Zhou Xianyu, who had witnessed Xiao Jinxuan's formidable prowess. As long as no harm came to her, he was content to watch her navigate the chaos. Zhou Xianrui's typically calm gaze now held a glimmer of admiration. He was taken aback by Xiao Jinxuan's audacity and eloquence. Such a woman was indeed rare, and no wonder his younger brother was smitten. Ji Lingfeng furrowed his brow, observing Xiao Jinxuan's deft control of the situation with a mix of annoyance and astonishment at her quick wit, which truly earned his respect. Yet, he could not accept that his plans had been thwarted so easily. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Quan, who understood and immediately resumed his provocations. "What innocence? Lianer is infatuated with me. Otherwise, how do you explain the golden hairpin and that dark mark?" Xiao Jinxian snorted, replying slowly, "The golden hairpin could easily have been taken from my elder sister's head by you. As for the dark mark, it must have been seen inadvertently during the time you sullied my elder sister's reputation. Your supposed evidence proves nothing. People are often inclined to believe what they have witnessed with their own eyes, and thus, when Xiao Jinlian appeared in her state, coupled with Zhao Quan's words, the crowd subconsciously accepted this as evidence of an illicit affair. However, under Xiao Jinxuan's analysis, they began to realize that this so-called irrefutable evidence held no validity. As Zhao Quan stammered, unable to respond, Xiao Jinxian continued, "You claim my elder sister and you share mutual affection, yet she denies it. Why not test it and see who speaks the truth?" While the crowd pondered her intentions, she suddenly drew the golden dragon sword from its sheath and handed it to the bewildered Xiao Jinlian, saying softly, "If my elder sister were to take this sword and end your life, it would indicate her disdain for you, the one who tarnished her honor. However, if she cannot bring herself to do so, then I shall believe your claims of mutual affection, assuming her reluctance stems from compassion." This proclamation once again stirred a wave of astonishment. None expected the seemingly gentle and delicate Xiao Jinxian to devise such a ruthless and bloody solution. Et Neve, in a fluster, exclaimed, "I am the governor of Yangzhou, fourth young lady. Do you intend to take a life before my very eyes? Moreover, if Miss Lien were to preserve her honor by resorting to such drastic measures, how would that be justified? Yet, Xiao Jinxian fixed her piercing gaze on Ying Piying, retorting sharply, "In my great Zhou, the violation of a woman is not deemed a crime worthy of death. Yet, in the Xiao household, it transforms into a matter of life and death. My second sister, as a legitimate daughter of noble status, has never harmed even a chicken. Unless driven by grave vengeance, why would she take a life? Must you push my elder sister to the brink of despair before you are satisfied, Lord Song? I wish to inquire about your true intentions." Ying Piying trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Xiao Jinxian, shouting, "I have never meant such a thing. Do not slander me. Is it not acceptable for me to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the Xiao family?" The tide of public sentiment shifted towards him, and Ying Piying sensed the scrutinizing gazes of the military officials had changed. Although he sought to tarnish Xiao Heng's reputation, he dared not speak further. Xiao Jinxian let out a cold huff, ignoring him, and continued addressing the now dumbfounded Xiao Jinlian. "Elder sister, whether you can prove your innocence rests upon you. I have entrusted the sword to you. Whether to kill or not is your decision." If the Ning mother and daughter sought her assistance, then she would oblige. However, given their malicious intentions in accusing her of an affair due to past grievances, Xiao Jinxian felt compelled to intervene. Had it not been for her reluctance to allow Ji Lingfeng's schemes against Xiao Heng to succeed, she would not have involved herself in this matter. To reclaim her innocence is possible, but it requires her to stain her hands with blood. She must take action herself. If she lacks the courage, she can only blame herself for her own inadequacy, and it is futile to expect any leniency from Xiao Jinxian, who has already denied her any chance. Xiao Jinlian gazed incredulously at Xiao Jinxian, her sword trembling in her hand. Were it not for the latter gripping her wrist, it would have long since clattered to the ground. She could hardly fathom the cruelty of her half-sister, who had orchestrated her downfall. The moment before she lost consciousness, she had realized that it was Xiao Jinxian who had transformed her into this wretched being. Yet, after ruining her, Xiao Jinxian now stood ready to defend her, even urging her to commit murder herself. This half-sister was nothing short of a demon, a person of such depth and sinister methods that Xiao Jinlian had never encountered before. She felt like a puppet manipulated at will, and this sensation filled her with an inexplicable dread. With her hand forced around the sword by Xiao Jinxian, her other hand clutched her own hair tightly, her face a mask of terror as she shook her head in desperation. "Fourth sister, dear sister, I was wrong. Please don't force me. I beg you, consider this a plea from your elder sister." Xiao Jinlian's voice was hoarse with fear as she implored Xiao Jinxian. Wishing to cease their conflict, she truly was terrified. However, Xiao Jinxian regarded her with calm composure, softly stating, "Elder sister, it is not I who forces you. This is your only opportunity. Do you truly wish to live your life burdened by the stigma of infidelity? If you consent, I shall have no objections." Xiao Jinlian stared into the icy depths of her sister's eyes, momentarily paralyzed. Then, she ceased her tears, her expression void of emotion as she turned toward Zhao Quan, breathing heavily as she slowly approached him, her gaze vacant like that of a corpse. With each step she took, the sword scraped against the ground, producing a jarring sound. Yet she understood she had no retreat. For as Xiao Jinxian had stated, she could not live a lifetime under such a disgrace. Thus this man before her must die. Xiao Jinxuan's words echoed in her mind like an incantation, and now, all that filled her thoughts were her sister's entreaties. "Act swiftly, kill him, and you'll be liberated. Do you truly wish to be looked down upon for the rest of your days? You are a legitimate daughter, after all." Her trembling hands raised the sword, and Xiao Jinlian felt as though her head might burst. She could see no one else, and could not hear Zhao Quan's pleas for mercy. With a scream, she shut her eyes tightly, thrusting the sword forward, piercing Zhao Quan's body. A torrent of blood splattered across her face, even entering her open mouth, startling her into clarity as her eyes flew open. Another scream, filled with horror, erupted from her lips, typically quick-tempered and prone to scolding the servants. She had never before taken a life with her own hands, and now, Zhao Quan still writhed on the ground, blood flowing from his mouth. Unable to endure the sight, Xiao Jinlian released the sword, cradling her head in her hands as she wept. Ning Shi, witnessing her beloved daughter in such a state, broke free from the restraints of the servants and rushed over. She embraced the bloodied Xuan, crying, "Lianer, do not fear. Mother is here. It is over now. You are innocent. All is well." As she spoke, her gaze turned toward Xuan, filled with conflicting emotions. Indeed, the latter had helped to clear her daughter's name. Yet the outcome left her uncertain whether to express gratitude or harbor resentment. Meanwhile, Xuan, who had been wailing uncontrollably, suddenly fell silent. Nestled in Ning Shi's embrace, she erupted into a fit of laughter, a sound like silver bells ringing, as she exclaimed, "They are all dead, all dead." She laughed as she pushed Ning Shi away, disregarding her biological mother, and tumbled to the ground, racing toward Zhao Quan's lifeless form, pointing at him and clapping her hands in glee. "Lianer is dead. Father is dead. Mother is dead. They are all dead." Xiao Heng's brow furrowed as he approached to support Xuan, for her current state was undeniably troubling. However, before he could touch her, she let out a piercing scream, rolling and scrambling away, shouting, "You thief, do not touch me. My father is the governor of Yangzhou. Xiao Heng, if you dare lay a hand on me, my father will kill you. Kill, kill, kill." With that, she laughed once more, then ran off in a frenzy, disappearing from sight. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished by the turn of events that had culminated in this outcome. The most cherished, legitimate daughter of the Xiao family had succumbed to the shock and gone mad. Chapter 31. Seeking refuge at the Xiao Manor with a thunderous crash, the thatched hut, its beams bent beneath the weight of accumulated snow, finally collapsed under the strain. Little Lu, gazing at the fallen structure, lost count of how many homes had succumbed to the blizzard in Yangzhou since the calamity began. Yet, this was of little concern to him. As a new recruit in the city defense, his task was to swiftly remove the frozen corpses from the city, minimizing the panic within. As little Lu labored to load the body of the septuagenarian onto a rickety cart, he was suddenly kicked hard in the back. "Hurry it up! Lu, move faster. It's freezing out here. If we don't speed up, we'll end up like those poor souls on the cart, frozen solid." The speaker was a tall, lean soldier with a pipe clenched between his teeth, chattering away merrily while doing nothing to assist. Little Lu nodded in agreement, harboring resentment for the lazy veteran. Yet as a newcomer, he had no choice but to comply. After loading 5 or 6 more corpses onto the cart, little Lu surveyed the area he was responsible for and deemed it sufficiently cleared. Just as he was about to push the cart away, he noticed a half-buried leg, adorned in embroidered shoes, protruding from a broken jar in a nearby alley. Shaking his head, he resignedly approached, clearing the snow from the jar to reveal a pale young girl, likely around 11 or 12 years old, with delicate features. Little Lu sighed, "What a pity," and reached in to pull the frostbitten girl from the jar, dragging her by the arm toward the cart. However, his rough handling caused her to furrow her brow and slowly open her eyes, weakly protesting, "Please, don't take me away. I'm not dead yet." Although she was frozen and unable to move, her consciousness remained intact, and she understood the fate that awaited her should she be discarded with the rest of the corpses. Her voice startled little Lu, making him jump back in fright, believing he had encountered a ghost. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, stumbling backward, losing his grip on the girl. Observing little Lu's cowardice, the veteran soldier scoffed. "What are you afraid of? This girl is just not frozen solid yet. Hurry, get her on the cart. Once we reach the corpse pile, she'll be dead for sure." Little Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. "But she's still alive. Is that really acceptable?" The soldier, known as Blackie, shrugged indifferently. "How many have died in this snowstorm? Look at her. She 1T survived the day. Better to take her along and save us the trouble of retrieving her body tomorrow." Little Lu wished to argue further, but Blackie's glare silenced him. Taking a few steps forward, he grasped the girl's shoulder, disregarding her pleas, and attempted to hoist her onto the cart. Just then, a boy rushed over, blocking little Lu's path and smiling nervously. "Sir, please don't. This is my sister. We got separated. Let her go, and I promise I won't cause you any trouble." The youth speaking was merely 13 or 14 years of age, adorned with a tattered felt hat. His cotton jacket, patched in one area and torn in another, and a pair of straw shoes with the big toe of his left foot exposed, rendered him a picture of a little beggar. Yet, despite his ragged attire, he possessed an exquisite beauty. Though a boy, he bore delicate willow leaf eyebrows, captivating phoenix eyes, a thin, rosy mouth, and a fair, rosy complexion. Were it not for his voice, which unmistakably revealed his masculinity, Anyone who beheld him would likely mistake him for a girl at first glance. However, the only incongruity lay in the fact that the boy's temples were prematurely grayed, and his eyebrows were as white as snow. Little Lou, who was reluctant to load a living person onto the cart, immediately loosened his grip upon hearing this. Yet Heisey, standing nearby, was not pleased. With a pipe in his mouth, he approached with a sideways glance and remarked, "Is she your sister? You look like you're not long for this world. Don't cause trouble for me. Just do what you must. This girl is in dire straits. I need to take her away." The boy, upon hearing this, twirled his beautiful phoenix eyes, beaming with a smile, and said, "Gentlemen, she truly is my sister. I apologize for the trouble I've caused. Here, I have 2 pancakes. If you wouldn't mind, please take them as a humble offering for me." Upon hearing this, a flicker of a smile broke through Heisey's stern demeanor. He scoffed lightly and replied, "You're quite clever, kid. In that case, take your sister and scram. With the new year just half a month away, do your best to survive the cold and don't freeze to death, causing me more trouble." With that, he pocketed the 2 pancakes the boy had offered. Given the harsh winter disaster, all the rice shops in the city had either shut down or raised their prices exorbitantly. Food had become precious, and with those 2 pancakes, his wife and children would manage for a couple more days. The boy, relieved that Heisey had allowed them to leave, expressed his gratitude profusely before hastily pulling the girl away. Once they entered a dilapidated house, he sank down onto the ground, exhaling deeply and saying, "How could you be so careless? If those Grim Reapers had spotted you, it would have been over. Fortunately, I was there. Otherwise, you'd probably be among those corpses being carted out of the city." Since the onset of the snow disaster, soldiers stationed at the city gates have been daily transporting the dead outside. Initially, they only moved the deceased, but soon they began to take away the frostbitten as well. Consequently, people privately dubbed them Grim Reapers, implying that anyone caught in their gaze had to report to the King of Hell, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. The girl, frightened by this account and having been pulled along for quite some time, no longer felt her hands and feet stiffening. Wiping her tears, she softly murmured, "It's all because of me that you lost 2 pancakes. I'm so sorry." Hearing this, the boy sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy, and said, "Indeed, those pancakes were hard-earned from my Aunt S. place. I had intended to bring them home for my mother. Now it seems that plan is dashed." Upon hearing this, the girl's sobs intensified, feeling that she was the cause of someone else's misfortune. The boy, noticing that he had upset her, hurriedly reassured her, "Please don't cry. In fact, those 2 pancakes could have saved your life. If my mother knew, she would have wanted me to do this. Besides, I still have this," he said, gesturing to his waist. The girl lifted her tear-filled eyes toward him as he opened a tattered cloth bag and pulled out 2 steamed buns. After a moment's thought, he placed one back into the bag and handed the other to her. "You must be hungry. I'll keep one for my mother. You take this one." The girl looked at the bun, swallowing hard. She was indeed ravenous, but felt too embarrassed to take it. Bowing her head slowly, she began to cry again. The boy, seeing this, chuckled gently and pressed the bun in her hands, saying brightly, "Go on, eat. By the way, my name is Xuan. What's yours?" Clutching a bun, the girl replied, her voice barely above a whisper, "I'm Zhang Baiju." After she spoke, she quietly began to nibble on the bun. Having not eaten properly in 4 days, this bun, though no softer than stone, tasted like the most delectable food she had ever had. Xuan repeated her name a couple of times, and then inquired, "How did you end up on the streets? Where are your family members? Where do you live?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiju's tears flowed again. "My father froze to death during the snow disaster, and I have no relatives left. I actually fled from Meishan, hoping to seek refuge with a noble at the Shao residence." Xuan perked up immediately, curiosity ignited. "Which Shao residence are you referring to?" "The Shao family is a prominent clan in Yangzhou. Look, I bear the same surname. Perhaps this noble you speak of is a distant relative of mine." After a quick glance at the ragged Xuan, Zhang Baiju held back a retort, but softly replied, "I mean the Shao family of the Yangzhou military governor. I need to find Miss Shao C at their residence." Xuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "You're referring to that family? You won't believe it, but I'm actually distantly related to them. How about I take you there? I know where they live." Zhang Baiju felt fortunate today, forgetting about the bun entirely as she eagerly said, "Thank you, Wenxin. Let us hurry. I've been troubled trying to find a place." Wenxin readily stood up to lead the way. After a short while, both felt their legs freezing as if encased in lead. Finally, they arrived at the Shao residence. Seeing that Zhang Baizhu was having difficulty walking due to the cold, Xiao Wenxin quickened his pace and knocked hard on the door. In no time, the door swung open, revealing a servant who peered out cautiously and asked, "Who are you looking for? If you're begging, go somewhere else. Our Xiao residence hands out porridge every morning. Come back tomorrow." Xiao Wenxin rolled his eyes, realizing his tattered appearance led to being mistaken for a beggar. After a moment of frustration, he said, "Young man, I'm here to see your fourth Mississippi. Please inform her." The servant, initially prepared to close the door, burst into laughter upon hearing this. He scrutinized Xiao Wenxin from head to toe before mockingly retorting, "Get lost. Do you think someone like you can see the fourth miss? If you continue this nonsense, I'll have to call someone to chase you away." Everyone in the Xiao residence was aware that the family had undergone significant changes. The most powerful figure was no longer the esteemed matriarch, but rather the fourth Mississippi. The entire estate was managed by her, and if it weren't for her orders to treat the needy with kindness, the servant would not have been so polite. As the servant ignored Xiao Wenxin's further explanations and began to shut the door, a gold hairpin suddenly appeared before him. Then, in a frail voice, Zhang Baizhu said, "This was given to me by the fourth miss when she left Meijuan. She said if I were in need, I could use this pin to find her. If you don't believe me, feel free to take it and ask. We can wait here outside." Although the servant was merely a doorman, he had some discernment. Noticing the fine craftsmanship of the hairpin, he became somewhat convinced. He told the two to wait and closed the door, quickly hurrying towards the Wanxiang pavilion where Xiao Jinxian resided. Chapter 32. Cousins. Upon waking in the morning, Xiao Jinxian completed her morning routine and breakfast was already laid out. Approaching the table, she gazed at the exquisite dishes before her and sighed, having no desire to eat. Seeing this, Lan Ji, who was nearby, asked in confusion, "Miss, is there something wrong with today's dishes? This pigeon and ginseng soup has been simmered for quite some time. It's perfect for warming you during winter. Please do try it." Glancing at Lan Ji, Xiao Jinxian remained silent, her reluctance not due to the food being unsatisfactory, but rather because it was too good for her to eat. As the heavy snow disaster descended upon the land, many citizens of Yangzhou found themselves unable to procure even a morsel of food. She, having experienced such profound suffering in her past life, had long instructed the kitchen to simplify their preparations. Yet, to her surprise, extravagant supplements still found their way to her table. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "I did not request this squab, nor did I ask for ginseng to be used whole in the soup. Surely, the medicinal properties of this broth will be excessively potent." To her astonishment, Lan Ji merely smiled in response and quickly explained, "This soup was prepared at my behest. As for the ginseng, it was first simmered in water until its essence was optimal before being added to the broth. I supervised the entire process personally. Please, miss, do taste it and let me know if it pleases you." Xiao Jinxian lifted her gaze, casting a profound look at Lan Ji, and remarked, "You are truly thoughtful," before lowering her head to begin her meal. However, she did not touch the squab soup at all. Lan Ji observed this with a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. For over half a month now, regardless of her efforts, the fourth miss had remained distant and indifferent. Even when there were matters to attend to, she often sent Zhuzi to handle them, seemingly intent on creating distance between them. At that moment, Zhuzi returned from outside and entered, stating, "Miss, the first madam has become increasingly unruly. When I arrived, there was not a single intact item left in her room. Everything had been smashed. It seems the second miss's situation has indeed dealt a heavy blow to the madam." Xiao Jinxian set her chopsticks down and softly replied, "Naturally, one would feel pain by the loss of flesh from their own body. It is only normal for mother to react fiercely now that my elder sister has gone mad and is confined to the ancestral hall. If she finds the decor bothersome, we need not procure any more items. We must simply ensure her safety to prevent any unforeseen accidents." At this moment, Xiao Jinxian felt the passage of time acutely. It had already been half a month since the Plum Blossom Banquet. On that day, Zhao Quan had died, and Xiao Jinxian had gone mad. With the two involved parties in such states, the matter was effectively resolved. However, in the aftermath, unfavorable rumors about the Xiao family continued to circulate in Yangzhou. Subsequently, Xiao Hong had subjected the maid who discovered the sachet to severe interrogation, uncovering that the hand of Ning was involved in this affair. Outraged, Xiao Hong promptly confined Ning to her quarters, while Xiao Jinxian was hastily sent to the ancestral hall. As for Xiao Hong himself, He returned to the military camp to quell the rumors and stabilize the morale of his troops. Before departing, he entrusted the family's affairs to Xiao Jinxian, with concubine Xuan to assist her. Thus, Xiao Jinxian emerged as the unchallenged authority within the Xiao household. Having eaten sparingly, Xiao Jinxian was just about to have the dishes cleared when suddenly, a maid from the courtyard entered with a golden hairpin, presenting it to her. "Fourth miss, there is someone outside seeking an audience, claiming to come from Xuan." Xiao Jinxian was taken aback, lowering her gaze to examine the pin. After a moment's thought, she recognized it as the very pin she had gifted to Dr. Lu's daughter. Realizing that an old acquaintance had come to seek her out, she promptly instructed, "Have the gatekeeper admit them and bring them directly to me." The maid complied, and shortly thereafter ushered in Zhang Baizhu and Xiao Wenxin. Upon seeing the emaciated girl before her, Xiao Jinxian recognized her immediately. "You're Dr. Lu's daughter, Baizhu, am I correct?" Delighted that Xiao Jinxian remembered her, Baizhu knelt and bowed her head, saying, "Fourth miss, may you enjoy long life." "Is indeed I. My father has passed. I implore you to take me in." Xiao Jinxian was taken aback. In her previous life, during the snow disaster, Dr. Lu had been in good health. Thus, she had not forewarned him when leaving the manor. How could he have died now? As one who had received kindness from him, Xiao Jinxian quickly asked, "How could this have happened?" "Baizhu, please rise and tell me what transpired." Baizhu's tears fell, but she managed to recount the events. After Xiao Jinxian and her party had departed, Dr. Lu had stayed behind to care for Xiao Jinxiu's face, remaining at the manor with Baizhu for nearly 2 months. When the recent snow disaster struck, the father and daughter found themselves trapped at the manor. However, due to their lowly status, the food was not shared with them by Xiao Jinxiu's mother. When Dr. Lu sought assistance for his daughter, he was met with brutal violence. Left with no choice, he attempted to escape with Baizhu. Tragically, during their flight, he sustained injuries that attracted a bear. In a heroic act, he diverted the creature's attention to save his daughter's life, but he did not return. Alone and without relatives to turn to, Baizhu, in her desperation, lost the golden hairpin from her head. Remembering Xiao Jinxian, she ventured to Yangzhou with a glimmer of hope. Listening to her tale, Xiao Jinxian felt a pang of melancholy. Indeed, many events had shifted since her rebirth. She had inadvertently marred Xiao Jinxiu's face, allowing her to return home early and save her brother's life. Yet Dr. Lu had remained behind, sacrificing himself in the process. The thought that his demise was indirectly tied to her actions weighed heavily on her heart. Just then, a loud gulp captured Xiao Jinxuan's attention. Looking up curiously, she saw the young boy who had entered with Baizhu gazing longingly at the remnants of her meal, saliva nearly spilling from the corners of his mouth. Suppressing her discomfort, Xiao Jinxian smiled and said, "You both must be famished. I scarcely touched this breakfast. Why don't you help yourselves?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenxin's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he replied, "As long as you don't mind, little cousin, we won't be shy about it." With that, he pulled the reserve Baizhu down to sit beside him, took Xiao Jinxuan's used bowl, filled it to the brim with rice, and began to eat heartily. "Little cousin?" Xiao Jinxian chuckled at this term, teasingly asking, "What did you just call me?" "You're also a member of the Xiao family. Which branch do you belong to?" As Xiao Wenxin had previously explained, the Xiao family was a prominent clan in Yangzhou, and those sharing the surname were often related, albeit with varying degrees of closeness. Xiao Wenxin raised his head from a bowl, bits of rice adorning his face, and declared, "I am Xiao Wenxin, son of Xiao Kuo, the deceased scholar. Our forefathers were brothers, so we share the same great-grandfather. Given your age, I am 14 this year, which makes me your elder cousin." The convoluted explanation elicited laughter from Xiao Jinxian and the others. The degree of kinship was so distant that they hardly counted as relatives. Yet he enthusiastically referred to her as little cousin and himself as elder cousin, which struck them as amusing. Xiao Jinxian, in light of his antics, felt her spirits lift considerably and half-jokingly remarked, "Then, elder cousin, do eat your fill. Otherwise, little cousin will be quite concerned." Xiao Wenxin took the untouched squab soup closer, transferring all the pigeon meat to Baizhu. He then extracted the ginseng from the broth and tucked it into a cloth pouch at his waist, saying, "You are of noble birth. Calling me elder cousin is too much for me to bear. Do call me Wenxin instead. By the way, you have no use for this ginseng now that it has been simmered, so I shall take it with me to brew for my mother." At that moment, Lan Ji cast a disapproving glance at Wenxin. This soup had been prepared to curry favor with the miss, and now it was being consumed by these two unkempt individuals. Without waiting for Xiao Jinxian to speak, she scoffed, freshly established kinship, and already eating and taking. Thankfully, our Xiao family does not often entertain such impoverished relatives, or else we would soon find our household emptied. Wenxin's face flushed with embarrassment, but accustomed to ridicule from a young age, he quickly recovered, chuckling, "Today, I am simply indulging myself, but my mother awaits at home. This ginseng, now that it has been simmered, I trust little cousin won't mind me taking it to brew some tea for her." However, this time, Lan Ji let out a cold laugh and sarcastically remarked, "If you want to take it, just say so. Bringing up my name is merely a display of your filial piety, isn't it? No one's ginseng just falls from the sky. Even if it were a worthless root, it could still be ground into powder for a facial treatment. You think you can just take it with a few words? Such good fortune is hard to come by." Lan Ji's words were indeed harsh, prompting Zhuzi to tug at her sleeve twice, unable to bear the rudeness. Meanwhile, Wenxin slowly took the ginseng from his bag, bowed his head, and silently placed it back on the table. Xiao Jinxuan's expression turned completely frosty as she glanced at Lan Ji, who stood there with a smug look. Coldly, she said, "Since when have you, Lan Ji, taken charge of my courtyard? If that's the case, from now on, when the servants come to report, they need not bring matters to me. You could decide everything yourself and manage this household." As Xiao Jinxuan's voice rose at the end, she slammed her right hand on the table, making it evident to all that she was furious. Wenxin, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly looked up, his face a mixture of confusion and surprise. Having lost his father early and relying on his blind mother since childhood, he had a few wealthy relatives and often visited them, seeking support. Many times, these relatives would send their maids to belittle him, just as Lan Ji had just done. Thus, when Wenxin saw that Xiao Jinxian remained silent, he thought she was just another person unwilling to refuse out of vanity, letting her maid humiliate him. Though he was poor, he was not devoid of pride and knew when he was unwelcome. Deciding to return the ginseng, he planned to take his leave. However, upon seeing Xiao Jinxuan's frostbitten expression, he felt he had misjudged her. This fourth miss was indeed quite different. Chapter 33. Lan Ji is punished, originally wearing a mocking expression. Lan Ji was startled by Xiao Jinxuan's words and looked at her with a sense of grievance. In a barely audible voice, she defended herself. "This pigeon soup is so difficult to endure." The maid was merely expressing concern for the young lady. If my words were overstepped, it was out of my eagerness. Hearing this, Xiao Jinxian glanced at Lan Ji and replied in a cool tone, "So, you were acting out of kindness? If I were to reprimand you, would it not be a matter of distinguishing right from wrong?" Lan Ji hurriedly waved her hands and nervously said, "Please do not say that. As long as you understand my intentions, I will be content." Xiao Jinxian raised an eyebrow and calmly continued, "All right, Lan Ji, go to the storeroom and fetch the blood ginseng that the sixth prince sent a few days ago." After Ji Lingfeng and the others left, the sixth prince had sent a number of items under the pretense of calming her nerves, and this blood ginseng was among them. Upon hearing this, Lan Ji was taken aback, wanted to say something, but ultimately kept silent. As she turned to leave, she shot a displeased glare at Wenxin and Baizhu before exiting. Once Lan Ji had departed, Xiao Jinxian kindly said, "Wenxin, Baizhu, if you're hungry, please eat more without holding back." Having lived in the countryside, Xiao Jinxian could interact with those at the bottom of society with ease, for she had endured hardship herself and never felt superior to anyone. In fact, compared to the scheming nobility, she found the common folk much more comforting to associate with. Wenxin had already regained his cheerful demeanor, sipping on the pigeon's soup with satisfaction. After finishing the bowl, he burped and asked, "Cousin, what is your name?" Baizhu, who had been silent beside him, now spoke up, feeling less tense. The fourth miss is called Xiao Jinxian. Jinxuan means precious jade, while Xian refers to the Xian grass, also known as the carefree grass, which is said to alleviate worries. In truth, it is also a medicinal herb. Xiao Jinxian listened quietly and finally inquired, "Baizhu, you speak eloquently, suggesting you have received an education and possess considerable knowledge about medicinal herbs." Baizhu nodded gently. "I have read a few medical texts with my father since childhood, and he taught me to write." Mentioning her father, the tears welled up in her eyes again. Xiao Jinxian sighed and said, "Just in time, I lack someone knowledgeable in pharmacology by my side. If you are willing, please stay with me." This was overheard by Lan Ji, who had just returned with the ginseng, and she quickly interjected, "Miss, our courtyard is already adequately staffed. It is unwise to retain someone of unclear background." Her words were laced with ulterior motives, as she had noticed Xuan's attitude towards her growing cold. If Baiju were to stay, it would undoubtedly affect her position. With only 2 positions available for the closest maidservants, Lanji was unwilling to have another competitor. Xian took the blood ginseng, but smiled indifferently and said, "Indeed, our courtyard is quite full, but that is of no concern. We can simply send one away." Lanji was taken aback, for Xian was typically easygoing. Previously, when a maid accidentally broke a large green jade vase while cleaning, she had never scolded anyone, let alone dismissed them. Now, she could not recall anyone in the courtyard having committed a serious error. Why was this 4th miss suddenly insisting on expelling someone? Driven by curiosity, Lanji questioned, "Miss, who are you planning to dismiss? The young maids have been quite well behaved lately. This would not be appropriate." With Baiju's arrival, the miss was willing to expel someone. The more Lanji thought about it, the angrier she became, further resenting Baiju's presence. Xian handed the blood ginseng to Wenxing and calmly stated, "Yes, they're all quite well behaved. I have not said I wish to expel them. Lanzi, you may tidy up and leave. I will no longer require your service." As soon as she spoke, everyone in the room was taken aback. Zhuzi, who had always been close to Lanji, incredulously asked, "Miss, are you joking? Do you truly intend to expel Lanji from the courtyard?" Since returning from the countryside with Xian, Zhuzi had grown very close to Lanji, who had taught her everything she knew, and they had become as close as sisters. Naturally, she could not bear to see this happen. Baiju was equally flustered, believing that her presence was the cause of Xuan's decision to dismiss someone. She immediately stood up, ready to plead for Lanji, but was stopped by Wenxing, who gestured for her to remain silent. Having lived a difficult life, Wenxing had honed his ability to read the room. From the moment he entered, he sensed Xuan's attitude towards Lanji was rather cold. He suspected that her words were not solely due to Baiju's arrival, but rather indicated other underlying reasons. So he restrained Baiju to prevent her from complicating matters with careless words. Lanji remained stunned. Once she regained her composure, she immediately knelt on the ground, her face filled with confusion, and pleaded, "Miss, I believe I have been loyal to you, and I would never dare to be dishonest. Why is it that now, with this girl's arrival, you wish to expel me? I refuse to accept this." Xian cast a cold glance at Lanji, her heart mocking. It seemed she had been too accommodating, allowing Zhuzi and Lanji to dare question her openly. If she did not teach them a lesson today, they would surely become more audacious tomorrow. With a slight smile, she spoke in a soothing tone, "Loyal, not dishonest. Then tell me, Lanji, what was it that made you follow Mama Bai? You claimed that letter was indeed burned, did it not?" Although this incident had passed half a month ago, Xian had never forgotten how perilous it had been. Had it not been for her moment of kindness, moved by Yu Chui, that letter would have remained a potential disaster. At that time, Lanji had sworn that the letter was destroyed, which was utter nonsense and nearly led to her downfall. If it had not been for the snow disaster, preventing her from selecting new maids, she would have long since dismissed someone like Lanji. Lanji was initially taken aback, and then, in a flustered manner, replied, "Yes, indeed. The maid personally witnessed Madame Bai burn the letter. It has been so long since the young lady went over there. Why do you ask this?" Upon hearing this, Xian let out a cold laugh, then rose and approached the writing desk. Suddenly, she flipped open a tome and slammed a piece of letter paper onto the table, sternly questioning, "Since you claim to have seen it with your own eyes, why is this letter now in my possession? This is clearly a case of evasion. You dare to feign loyalty while treating me with such disdain. Lanji, your tongue is truly detestable." Lanzi, feeling guilty as she had not actually seen the incident that day, was frightened and had fled, and now, forced to confront her deception, dared not retort. She immediately begged for mercy, saying, "Miss, it was a moment of confusion. I lied out of fear of your punishment. I shall not do so again. Please grant me another chance." However, Xian raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, "You should have left quietly, and I would not have held it against you. Yet, you insisted on arguing with me, so I must punish you. Someone, bring in the bamboo ruler and strike her mouth severely." The servants outside soon returned with the bamboo ruler. 2 maidservants restrained Lanji, while another one prepared to strike, only to be halted by Xian. Bamboo, you shall administer the blows, no less than 20, and do not cease. After issuing her command, Xian settled into her chair, closing her eyes. In truth, her punishment was not severe, considering that a single falsehood from Ji nearly led her into a trap. This was merely a minor reprimand. Yet this posed a dilemma for Bamboo, who shared a deep bond with Ji. How could she bring herself to strike? Her hand trembled uncontrollably, wavering between lifting and lowering the ruler, unable to strike down. If you cannot do it, then both of you may leave. I will not tolerate disobedient servants. Xian spoke with an air of authority, her demeanor betraying her youth, as she exuded a gravity that intimidated those present. No one dared to plead for leniency, and even Bamboo swallowed her words in fear. It was not surprising. In her past life, she had been over 20 years old when she died. Now, although she bore the appearance of an 11-year-old, her heart was that of an adult. Having once been a princess, she had diligently studied palace etiquette and regulations to avoid bringing shame to Lingfeng. This unintentional display of composure was formidable enough to silence the room. Bamboo, now brought to tears, realized that if she did not act, she too might be dismissed. Steeling herself, she bit her lip, ignoring Ji's pleas, and swung the ruler down. Ah, please stop, Miss Wu Wu. By the fifth strike, blood oozed from the corner of Ji's mouth, and she began to wail in agony, her cries heart-wrenching. Bamboo, terrified by her own actions, wept loudly. Yet remembering Xuan's order of 20 strikes, she dared not relent, continuing to bring down the ruler in a flurry of sobs. By the end, Bamboo had lost count of how many times she had struck, while Ji lay unconscious, her cheeks swollen and bloodied, a tooth having been knocked out and lying on the ground. Enough, Bamboo, Xuan's cold voice rang out. Though her tone was frigid, it felt like a reprieve to Bamboo, who dropped the ruler and, too frightened to meet Ji's gaze, cried, "Miss, I have followed your orders. Please do not dismiss me." Xian stood and gestured for the other maidservants to take Ji away, then approached Bamboo, saying, "Do not think me cruel for forcing you. I want you to remember this feeling. Do you know that had I not been vigilant that day, it would not have been my second sister confined in the ancestral hall, but I, Xian?" Bamboo froze at this revelation. She was aware of the events of that day, and although she did not fully comprehend them, she understood that Ji's lie had nearly led to a dreadful fate for her mistress. With this realization, her sympathy for Ji dissipated, replaced by urgency as she exclaimed, "Then why does the young lady still keep that letter? It must be destroyed immediately." Xian smiled, turning to lift the so-called letter, revealing it to be merely a blank sheet of paper. Bamboo was bewildered once more. "Miss, this is not your letter at all," Xian explained softly. "Such a dangerous item, I naturally destroyed at the earliest opportunity. Just now I was testing Ji. Had she truly seen the letter being burned, she would have protested vehemently, even in the face of supposed evidence. I would have believed she was deceived by Madame Bai's trickery and had no intention of hiding anything from me." Bamboo nodded, suddenly enlightened. "But she panicked as soon as she saw you with that blank paper and confessed without even looking, which is why you determined she had lied that night." Xian merely smiled, unwilling to linger on this matter further. Changing the subject, she said, "Today's lesson should serve as a reminder for all of you on how to serve. You must always be vigilant, for if I fall into a trap, you too shall find no escape." Her warning was not mere hyperbole. When Xuan's sister had encountered trouble, none of the maidservants had escaped unscathed, either beaten severely or dismissed. With no one emerging unscathed, Baizhu and Bamboo fell silent, contemplating her words. Observing this, when Xuan, who had been nearby, chimed in with a jovial tone. "In these grand households, there are always so many intricacies. Thankfully, I am not your servant, or I would truly fear for my life." Hearing this, Xian chuckled and teased. "I initially thought you a kind-hearted and filial person, intending to find you a position in the household. But since you are so afraid of me, let it be. Take this ginseng to honor your mother, and do not return." When Xuan was taken aback, realizing that many would go to great lengths to secure a position in the Xiao household, yet this fourth miss was willing to send him away. Overjoyed, he quickly replied, "The young lady is kind-hearted. I was merely jesting. If you were to employ me, I would wholeheartedly dedicate myself to serving you, loyal and obedient, listening only to your commands for the rest of my life." Chapter 34. Infamous reputation. A few days later, the rare snowfall had ceased, revealing a beam of sunlight. The room of Xiao Jinxian was warm and cozy from the charcoal brazier. She leaned against the window, engrossed in a copy of his Xuan. Bai Zhu, having brought in hot tea to replace the cold, tilted her head curiously and remarked, "Miss, I can't help but notice that you often read these dry and difficult historical texts. You should read the book of songs or compose poetry instead. That would truly showcase your talent." Xiao Jinxian did not shift her gaze from the pages and smiled as she replied, "While poetry and songs are beautiful, they are ultimately superficial. Nothing compares to the wisdom found in historical texts, which expand one's knowledge and understanding of the past and present." Since the incident at the Plum Blossom Banquet, Xiao Jinxian had faced Ji Lingfeng head-on for the first time. Reflecting on it, she quietly lamented her fortune. Had she not been so lucky, she might have fallen into his trap. Ji Lingfeng, despite her strategic maneuvers, had managed to retreat unscathed, resulting in a stalemate where neither had gained a clear advantage. Thus, she came to realize that simply harboring a desire for vengeance was insufficient in her rebirth. In her previous life, she had been merely a sheltered matron, lacking the insight and cunning to match Ji Lingfeng. Therefore, she resolved to channel her resentment into motivation, much like a cloth absorbing water, and to diligently read countless books to enhance her intellect and strategy. As for poetry and songs, they were merely for superficial enjoyment. Honing those skills would not serve her well in life-threatening situations, so she deemed it unnecessary to expend excessive energy on them. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Zhu Xuan entered, teasing, "Miss, when Xuan, the manager of the Xuan family, insists on seeing you in person. He seems quite pleased, courtesy of your indulgence." Zhu Xuan, a name bestowed upon her by Xiao Jinxian, symbolizes the essence of bamboo. After Lan Ji was expelled, Zhu Xuan experienced a moment of enlightenment. She expressed that her original name was given by her parents, but with her mother gone and her father demanding much from her, she felt it best to change her name and start anew. Thus, she implored Xiao Jinxian to grant her a new name. At that moment, Xiao Jinxian recited, "Bamboo grows in the vast wilderness, its tips reaching the clouds. No one appreciates its lofty character, yet it clings to its virtuous heart." This verse extols the bamboo's purity and integrity, eschewing wealth and upholding honor. From the first and last characters of the poem, she crafted the name Zhu Xuan, signifying her hope that Zhu Xuan would remain steadfast like the upright bamboo, never forgetting her original intentions. As for Wen Xuan, the following day he arrived at the Xiao residence for work. Coincidentally, Xiao Jinxian was in need of a steward, and thus he was appointed. With a gentle smile, Xiao Jinxian remarked, "Let him in. If it were something he could not handle, he wouldn't seek me out." When Xuan proved to be exceptionally capable, and with his lively personality and eloquence, he alleviated much of Xiao Jinxuan's burden, earning her esteem. Shortly thereafter, when Xuan entered, and upon approaching, he furrowed his brow and said, "Jinxian, your stepmother is causing quite the ruckus. Mama Li has come again, demanding to see you. If you refuse, she claims she will die on the spot, so I came to ask whether you wish to go." They were considered distant relatives, and while others referred to Xiao Jinxian as Miss, he insisted on calling her by name, claiming it fostered a sense of closeness. Although Xiao Jinxian was indifferent to this, Bai Zhu had mentioned it to him several times, yet he stubbornly refused to change, and over time, she simply allowed him to continue addressing her as Jinxian. Gently closing her book, Xiao Jinxian smiled and said, "Her outburst stemmed from a mother's love, with the recent scandal surrounding Xiao Jinxuan's disgrace. Our family's reputation has already suffered immensely. As the matriarch, she cannot afford to create further turmoil, lest our family's name becomes irreparably tarnished." At the mention of this, Xiao Jinxian felt a surge of anger. Ji Lingfeng had indeed outmaneuvered her. Although she had thwarted his plans, rumors regarding Xiao Jinxuan's indiscretion had spread throughout Yangzhou. Fortunately, the recent snow disaster had somewhat quelled the situation, as she had organized daily distributions of porridge to aid the populace, which helped suppress the gossip. However, this merely suppressed it. The Xiao family's dignity had not been restored, and to dispel Ji Lingfeng's slander, she would need to devise a new strategy. Rising from her seat, Xiao Jinxian took up the purple copper hand warmer and softly stated, "Let us go. Since my mother was confined, I have yet to visit her. Since she longs for me, I shall listen to what she wishes to convey." After a brief tea ceremony, Xiao Jinxian arrived at Ning's elegant courtyard. Upon entering, She observed the desolation within. Apart from the accumulated snow, there was nothing else, not even a maid to relay messages. Unperturbed, she proceeded directly to the main house where Ning resided. Just as she approached the door, a cacophony of curses and cries erupted from within. "Wretched girl, worthless trash. I'm doing you a favor by striking you. Come here at once, do you dare hide?" Following this was a resounding slap, and the sound of others attempting to intervene. "Madam, why trouble yourself with this girl? Lanji, come out quickly, stop being an eyesore. Do you hear?" Standing outside, Xiao Jinxian recognized Mama Li's voice. Then came the heart-rending cries. "Lanji understands, I will go out now. Momins late." The door curtain was lifted, and Lanji emerged, clutching her swollen face and weeping. Upon seeing Xiao Jinxian at the entrance, she froze momentarily before hastily lowering her head and fleeing in tears. Xuan, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy and was about to speak when Xuan interjected. Ever since Lanji was banished by Jinxian, her deceit has become common knowledge. Now, she is despised in this household, suffering under the scrutiny of the matriarch, and enduring abuse is simply her just deserts. If she had known this would be her fate, would she still have acted as she did? After speaking, when Xuan shook his head at Xuan, who understood his meaning and nodded, suppressing her own discomfort without uttering a word. Xiao Jinxian remained silent, not lacking compassion, but recognizing that without discipline, chaos would ensue. In her past life, she had been too accommodating to others, which ultimately led to her own suffering. Such errors would not be repeated. Baizhu lifted the door curtain, and Xiao Jinxian stepped inside, immediately greeted by a wave of cold air. Ning's residence lacked even a brazier, the temperature no different from the outside chill. Once a figure of grace and poise, Ning now appeared disheveled and disordered. Her demeanor transformed into one of wildness and desperation upon seeing Xiao Jinxian. She rushed to the bedside, retrieved a pair of scissors from beneath her pillow, and pressed them fiercely against her neck. With a fierce glare, she commanded, "Xiao Jinxian, you must bring back my precious Lianer. The doctor has said that she is merely frightened, and with proper care, she can recover. Yet you, wretched girl, send her away. If you do not return my daughter, I will die here before you." Observing the frantic Ning, who had lost all semblance of her former dignity, Xiao Jinxian chuckled softly and replied, "Mother is mistaken. It is precisely because the ancestral hall is tranquil, conducive to healing, that I suggested sending my elder sister there. You may have found it inappropriate, but father consented. Are you now questioning father's judgment?" Ning, growing increasingly agitated, retorted, "Had it not been for your wicked instigation, my husband would never have sent Lianer away. You must bring her back at once, or if I come to harm, you shall bear the blame for plotting against your stepmother." With an icy gaze, Xiao Jinxian addressed the frantic Ning. "Am I to be accused of causing your death? Ask around. Who has witnessed my presence in the elegant green courtyard?" Mama Li, who had been preparing to seize the scissors from Ning's grasp, paled at the inquiry and immediately replied, "I have patrolled the elegant green courtyard and have not seen the fourth miss here." Satisfied, Xiao Jinxian smiled and declared, "Mother, do you hear? Your threats hold no power over me, so you might as well discard those scissors. As the matriarch, do not lose your last shred of dignity." Ning, gasping for breath, incredulously pointed at Xiao Jinxian, her hand clutching the scissors, faltering and ultimately falling to her side, her body collapsing onto the ground. Had Xiao Jinxian not visited her, Ning would have believed that her daughter felt guilty and still feared her in some way. Yet it became clear that Xiao Jinxian regarded her as insignificant, unworthy of her attention. Coming to this realization, Ning adopted a pitiful demeanor, tears streaming down her face. "Jinxian, I know you resent me. I was harsh on you in the past, but we are still family, and Lianer is your biological sister. She is unwell, even if you refuse to bring her back. Could you at least send a doctor to see her? Though I have harmed you, you are well now. Why must you hold on to this grudge? Heaven is watching. Do you truly wish to be so cruel?" Xiao Jinxian, hearing this, could not help but laugh, her eyes filled with derision as she gazed at Ning. "You think you are well? Have you not tormented me to the brink? Should I be grateful for your malice? Indeed, heaven is watching. Without divine intervention, how could I have been reborn?" With a wave of her hand, Xiao Jinxian commanded, "Everyone leave. I have matters to discuss with my mother." Upon hearing this, everyone bowed and retreated, but when Xuan took a few steps back before turning to say, "Jinxian, I worry for your safety here. Let me stay. Shout Jinxian. Glancing at Wen Xian and noticing the genuine concern in his eyes, felt a warmth in her heart and nodded in agreement. The intricacies of human relationships are indeed fascinating. Some individuals, even upon first meeting, feel an inexplicable connection, yearning for closeness, while others, with just a fleeting glance, evoke a sense of aversion, disinclined to forge any bond. This phenomenon can largely be attributed to fate. For Wen Xian, from the very first moment she laid eyes on Xiao Jinxian, an unexplainable trust and sense of security enveloped her. Consequently, even during a conversation with Ning Shi, which ought to have remained private, she paid no heed to Wen Xian's presence. This trust was a rarity for someone of her typically cautious disposition. Chapter 35. The secret adjustment of military provisions. After dismissing all others, Xiao Jinxian seated herself beside the chair and spoke coldly. Madam, please rise. The enmity between us cannot be resolved with mere tears. If you can remain compliant, I shall not trouble you further. As long as Xiao Heng had not divorced Ning Shi, she remained the legitimate wife. Now that she was in charge, it was imperative to prevent any misfortune from befalling Ning Shi, which could lead to adverse repercussions. Upon hearing this, Ning Shi took a deep breath and slowly stood. Xiao Jinxian, is your heart truly so cruel? I merely wish to cure Lian Heir's illness. Is that too much to ask? Xiao Jinxian remained silent, casting a frosty glance at Ning Shi. In her previous life, she had been confined in the ancestral temple for 2 years. Once, after being caught in the rain, she developed a rash that burned and itched, accompanied by a relentless fever. After much effort, she managed to send word to the Xiao family, hoping for a physician's visit, even if it meant remaining imprisoned. However, upon returning, the guard relayed Ning Shi's words, declaring that someone like her, a calamity, deserved to die at birth. The heavens had merely granted her an extension of life these past years, and she ought to be grateful without harboring excessive desires. If she were to perish as a result, it would be the will of the heavens, and no one else could be blamed. Not only was she denied a physician, but even a single dose of medicine. Ultimately, it was an old cook from the ancestral temple who, seeing her plight, brought her some yellow lotus to drink, thus saving her life. Now, with Ning Shi's own child in peril, it appeared that this woman was not entirely heartless, as she too could feel for her offspring. Yet, did her child's life hold more value than Xiao Jinxian's? The fact that she refrained from harming Xiao Jinlian and had not withheld her medicine was already a display of great mercy. To expect her to treat the very person who might harm her afterward was truly laughable. Gazing into Ning Shi's yearning eyes, Xiao Jinxian smirked and spoke softly. Life and death are predestined, and wealth and nobility lie in the hands of fate. If my elder sister is destined to live a foolish life, then consulting a physician would be of no avail. It would be best for our mother to refrain from worrying over such matters. These words echoed Ning Shi's own sentiments from a previous life, and now Xiao Jinxian was merely returning the sentiment, a gesture of reciprocity. Ignoring Ning Shi's wide-eyed stare, Xiao Jinxian's countenance hardened, a chilling aura enveloping her. Her voice dripped with enmity as she declared, "My willingness to stay and converse with you is not born from being moved by your plight, but rather to indelibly imprint your current state in my mind, serving as a constant reminder that if my heart lacks sufficient ruthlessness and my methods are not sufficiently venomous, today as you may very well become tomorrow as me." Ning Shi clutched her chest, rendered speechless by Xiao Jinxian's ghostly demeanor. It was only when Xiao Jinxian stood to leave that she suddenly shouted, "Xiao Jinxian, you witch, I will not let this go. You will pay for my Lian Heir." With that, she lunged forward, scissors raised, resolved to eliminate this threat. After all, as long as Xiao Jinxian lived, she and her daughter would remain in dire straits. Thus, eliminating her seemed the only solution. Even if this act led to her divorce from Xiao Heng, at least Lian Heir might still have a chance to return. However, before she could reach her target, Wen Xian, who had maintained her vigilance, stepped in front of Xiao Jinxian, suffering a cut on her right temple as she swiftly disarmed Ning Shi. Furious, Xiao Jinxian shouted, "Bring her! The madam is acting irrationally. Bind her. Release her only when she regains her senses." At the commotion's onset, Mama Li and others, who had been waiting outside, rushed in without hesitation, promptly securing Ning Shi and even stuffing a cloth into her mouth. Xiao Jinxian cast a worried glance at Wen Exant, whose forehead was bleeding profusely, and angrily stated, "From this day forth, everything in the madam's chamber is to be removed. All utensils will be replaced with wooden ones. If she is found with even a single item capable of self-harm or harming others, those serving her will face severe consequences." Mama Li and Hong Xiu instantly bowed their heads in trepidation, affirming her directive. After departing with Mama Li, only Ning Shi and Hong Xiu remained in the room. Hong Xiu glanced around before approaching to remove the rag from Ning Shi's mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she implored, "Madam, why must you put yourself through this? The fourth miss has the master's favor. We cannot compete with her. Originally, it was merely house arrest, yet it had escalated to binding her. Loyal to Ning Shi, Hong Xiu couldn't bear to witness such treatment. Ning Shi gritted her teeth, seething, "It is infuriating that I did not kill that wretched girl just now." Regardless of Lan Ji's intentions, Xiao Jinxian clearly showed her soft-heartedness. Hong Xiu lowered her voice. Lan Ji mentioned that the fourth miss did not even glance at her. However, Zhu Xian has been quite sympathetic towards her. Perhaps, given their past sisterly bonds, it could serve as a breakthrough. Ning Shi's resentment deepened at this suggestion. Her voice icy, since Lan Ji despises Xiao Jinxian so much, let her associate more with Zhu Xian. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure that wretched girl meets an end without a complete corpse. Yet Hong Xiu frowned. "Madam, I believe Ji Lingfeng is not to be trusted. He has betrayed you once. Why collaborate with him again? Miss Lian's current predicament is also entwined with him." Hong Xiu struggled to comprehend why, just days prior, Ning Shi had been willing to assist Ji Lingfeng. If not for him, how could the madam and her daughter find themselves in such dire circumstances? At her words, Ning Shi shot her a glare, menacingly retorting, "Well, you know, I am fully aware Ji Lingfeng is no paragon of virtue. I intend to aid him in bringing harm to that wretched girl, then let them tear each other apart. Regardless of who prevails, Lien Heir's vengeance will be half fulfilled." Realization dawned on Hong Xiu, and she inquired, "What are the other half of the vengeance?" Ning Shi's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness as she replied, "Hong Xiu, gather all my jewelry and silver, and visit Master Feng of the Yuan Jiang Escort Agency. Along with that letter I entrusted you with, deliver it to him. He will know what to do." While Ning Shi plotted her schemes, on the other side, Xiao Jinxian had returned to Wanxiang Pavilion. When Xuan, clutching her head, sat in a chair while Bai Shu anxiously fetched ointments and bandages to tend to her wounds. Xiao Jinxian, observing with a furrowed brow, expressed her remorse. "It was my oversight. I never anticipated Ning Shi would dare to attack, putting you in this predicament." When Xuan offered a faint smile, ready to speak. But Bai Shu, with red-rimmed eyes, interjected, "The madam is nothing short of shrew. How could she wield scissors to inflict harm? Had she aimed lower, you might have sustained a grave injury to your eye." When Xuan's life was spared by her intervention, though the latter was known for her sharp tongue. The complexities of a young girl's heart are often inscrutable. Bai Shu, upon witnessing Wen Xuan's injury, felt an emotional pang, far exceeding her own concerns. Yet Wen Xuan remained unfazed, dismissively stating, "It's just a minor injury. It will heal in a few days. A month ago, I fell into an ice hole. And look at me now, perfectly fine." Zhu Xuan shot him an incredulous glance. "You exaggerate. Falling into an ice hole and surviving? You speak nonsense." Having grown up in the countryside, she was all too familiar with the dangers of ice holes. Given this year's chill, if one fell in, they would likely drown or freeze before anyone could remove the ice. Survival seemed a mere fantasy. When Xuan, witnessing her disbelief, grew anxious. He pointed to his own white eyebrows and remarked, "Do you see these white eyebrows and the tufts of white hair on either side? This is the result of having fallen into the river and being frozen. The elders say this is called the cold entering the body, causing even my hair to turn white." In truth, Xiao Jinxian had long been puzzled by Wen Xuan's white eyebrows and hair, having assumed it was a natural occurrence, without considering the backstory behind it. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind. It seemed that in her previous life, after the departure of the Ning family, she had heard of a scholaress son who had perished in an ice hole. A wave of surprise washed over her, and she quickly inquired, "When Xuan, did you fall into the Sanjian River under Meishan?" When Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Jinxian, how did you know?" "Indeed, I originally intended to gather some plum fruits to exchange for money at the apothecary, but unfortunately, I fell on my way back. To this day, I can hardly recall how I managed to surface. Perhaps it was simply my ill fortune, and heaven could not be bothered to collect me. He chuckled while scratching his head. However, Xiao Jinxian fell into deep contemplation, struggling to comprehend why when Xuan, who should have perished in his previous life, was now alive and well. Yet, she soon found solace in the thought that, after being reborn, many events around her had already deviated from their former paths, transforming into something new. At that moment, a maid entered, announcing that Deng Jiu had returned. Xiao Jinxian felt a surge of joy. After days of anticipation, he had finally returned. She immediately instructed someone to bring him in. Not long after, Deng Jiu entered, covered in snow, his lips tinged with purple from the cold. "Fourth miss, please forgive me, but the master insisted that this letter be delivered to you at once." So Deng Jiu did not have time to change his clothes. He explained. Xiao Jinxian extended her hand to receive the letter, her face filled with approval as she said, "Deng steward, disregarding the peril of the snow, to deliver a letter from my father at the military camp. How could I fault you?" Zhu Xin, quickly prepare a cup of hot tea for the steward to warm himself. After she opened the letter and read it, her usually calm demeanor transformed, her eyes glistening with rare excitement. With joy, she exclaimed, "I had thought that even if my father agreed, the quantity of military grain allocated for disaster relief would be minimal. To my surprise, he is willing to mobilize 200,000 stones of grain, which is no small amount." Deng Jiu hurried to explain. Originally, the master did not dare to privately allocate such a large quantity of military grain, but coincidentally, His Highness the Rue Wang was present. He also deemed it crucial to address the snow disaster first and promised that should the court pursue accountability, he would share the responsibility with the master. Only then did the master dare to mobilize such a significant amount of grain. Upon hearing this, admiration flickered in Xiao Jinxian's eyes. The unauthorized use of military grain was a grave offense. And this Rue Wang truly lived up to his reputation as a wise ruler, willing to risk everything for the sake of the people. This was indeed fortuitous, as it meant her subsequent plans could proceed without hindrance. At that moment, Deng Jiu unexpectedly presented her with a black token, the Black Tiger token. Lowering his voice, he said, "The master has a few words he wishes me to convey personally to you." Mississippi Xiao Jinxian caressed the Black Tiger token, a symbol of the Xiao family's authority to command troops, and asked with curiosity, "What did my father instruct?" Deng Jiu bowed his head and replied softly, "The master said that while it is essential to uphold the Xiao family's prestige in disaster relief, one must also guard against the schemes of petty individuals, particularly Song Peng." 3 days later, outside the Xiao residence, early in the morning, the family members, under Deng Jiu's direction, busily loaded items onto 5 large carriages. "Hurry up, the fourth miss is about to depart, and we cannot afford any delays. Move faster," Deng Jiu urged, checking each carriage closely. Just then, Xiao Jinxian emerged from the estate. Today, she wore a purple chrysanthemum-colored silk dress, draped in a silver thread rabbit fur cloak. Her raven-black hair was styled in her favorite moon-holding bun, adorned only with a red jade plum blossom hairpin. She exuded tranquility, and against the backdrop of the heavy snow, her elegance appeared even more striking. Upon seeing her, Deng Jiu rushed over and said, "Fourth miss, please board the carriage first. I will conduct one final check, and then you may set off." "Are you certain you do not wish for me to accompany you?" Xiao Jinxian smiled and shook her head, saying, "If I go to the governor's office alone, it would only represent my personal opinion. Since you have been with my father for many years, your presence would imply his endorsement, which may not be ideal." While Xiao Hong agreed to the use of military grain, she was aware of his concerns, particularly regarding his long-standing political rival, Song Peng. This apprehension was not unfounded. Without first addressing this local official, disaster relief would be meaningless. Yet, she needed to ensure this matter progressed publicly. Xiao Hong and the others believed her proposal stemmed from a desire to uphold the Xiao family's reputation and assist the citizens of the city. In truth, Xiao Jinxian had her own motivations. She empathized with the refugees, yet she also sought to elevate her own standing and reputation through this relief effort. Only by doing so could she attract the attention of the Marshal's residents upon her return to the capital, ensuring her life was not easily swayed by others. Furthermore, she needed to establish herself as a worthy counterpart to her sister, Xiao Jinxiu, renowned as the celestial being of the capital. Without power and support, How could she hope to compete with her esteemed sister? Thus, she was determined to pursue disaster relief, having strategized this plan since leaving the estate. Now that the snow disaster had struck, she could not let this opportunity slip away. Knowing Song Peng would likely pose an obstacle, she contemplated that rather than waiting for him to act against her, it would be wiser to strike first and catch him off guard. As she prepared to board the carriage, Xiao Jinxian called Wen Xian over and said, "You do not need to accompany me. Please run an errand for me instead." She then retrieved the black tiger token given to her by Xiao Heng and whispered instructions to Wen Xian before turning and boarding the carriage. Due to the snow disaster, the once bustling city of Yangzhou now felt desolate, with empty streets, and even the governor's office stood solemnly closed. Xiao Jinxian, assisted by Bai Zhu, dismounted from the carriage and approached the governor's office, instructing Zhu Exin, "Go, beat the drum." Zhu Exin nodded, though nervous. She made her way to the drum to announce her arrival. Just as she steeled herself to strike the drum, Xiao Jinxian stopped her. "Not the grievance drum. Strike the left drum, the Tongtian drum." Her tone was calm, yet her words sent a shiver through both Zhu Exin and Bai Zhu. It was known that in the Great Zhou, every local government had two drums, one for the Tongtian drum, the other for the grievance drum. Ordinary citizens would strike the grievance drum to voice their complaints. The Tongtian drum, as its name suggests, was meant to call upon the heavens, particularly the emperor. If it were to sound, it would signal a significant matter. It was something that should never be struck lightly. In nearly a century, the Tongtian drum in Yangzhou had only been sounded twice. Once during the Northern Rong invasion 10 years ago, when the governor himself beat the drum to disperse the populace, and another time 50 years prior during a peasant revolt that led to chaos. Now, Xiao Jinxian intended to strike the Tongtian drum. How could this not terrify Zhu Exin and Bai Zhu, rendering them cold and trembling? However, after a moment's hesitation, Zhu Exin gritted her teeth and declared fiercely, "If the young miss commands it, I shall strike. At worst, it will cost me my life. To be able to strike the Tongtian drum in my lifetime is not a loss." With her straightforward demeanor and determination, Zhu Exin resolved not to let Xiao Jinxian down. With that thought, she grasped the drumstick, closed her eyes, and summoned all her strength to strike the Tongtian drum. Meanwhile, within the governor's office, the doors remained tightly shut, while Song Peng conversed jovially with the sixth prince, Ji Lingfeng. As Song Peng clasped his hands together and addressed Ji Lingfeng, he remarked, "Young master, you are indeed favored by the second prince, exhibiting both literary and martial prowess. With just a few rumors, you have sullied the reputation of the Xiao residents and compelled Xiao Heng to retreat to the barracks. He may not return even for the new year." The group erupted in hearty laughter, and Ji Lingfeng, brimming with confidence, replied, "Xiao Heng wields military power, yet he is ultimately a mere brute. Dealing with him is well within my capabilities. I hardly deserve such praise from Lord Song." However, the sixth prince furrowed his brow and interjected, "Have you all noticed that Xiao Heng's fourth daughter seems to be somewhat different? She dared to borrow a sword from my fifth brother, leaving even you, Lord Song, speechless. I truly fear she may bring about calamity." Upon hearing this, Ji Lingfeng's mind involuntarily conjured the image of a figure clad in purple, and he couldn't help but smile faintly. He then spoke softly, "The last time I sent a gift to the fourth miss in the name of calming her fears. She accepted it. Women are often short-sighted. If she intended to be our enemy, would she have accepted my present? Besides, I do not believe she possesses such capabilities." In Ji Lingfeng's heart, women were but playthings, mere vessels for men to propagate their lineage. Although Xiao Jinxian possessed a measure of intelligence and had indeed left a unique impression on him, particularly when she had orchestrated a scheme that caused him to lose face at the Song residence, he still regarded women as women. He did not believe Xiao Jinxian had the ability to thwart his plans. The sixth prince, hearing this, felt it to be a reasonable assessment. He then shifted the conversation to another matter. "Our spies report that the seventh brother is already investigating those illicit salt shops. If he truly brings back evidence, it may spell trouble." Ji Lingfeng chuckled, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he responded, "Rest assured, sixth prince, I have made arrangements on that front. Knowing that the crown prince possesses the highest martial skills among the princes, I would never act carelessly. Should he dare to venture forth, I shall ensure he does not return." The sixth prince nodded in satisfaction, still harboring resentment over the public humiliation he had suffered at Ji Lingfeng's hands. If anything were to happen to Zhou Xinyu, It would serve as a form of retribution for him, even though the one being plotted against was his half-brother. The sixth prince felt no remorse. Children raised within the palace were all too familiar with the art of scheming. It was a matter of survival. Either you eliminate others or await your own demise. At this juncture, Song Peng spoke again. If the crown prince is dealt with, that leaves only the Rue Wang. I wonder what clever stratagem young Master Ji has in mind. Ji Lingfeng, already harboring plans, was about to respond when a resounding drumbeat abruptly interrupted the conversation. The three individuals in the room exchanged puzzled glances until, after several rounds of drumming, Song Peng suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "It is the Tongtian drum. Who has the audacity to strike it? Bring forth the authorities quickly." The Tongtian drum was specially crafted. Once struck, its sound resonated throughout the city. Despite the cold outside, the unexpected drumming attracted a throng of curious onlookers. At that moment, the gates of the government office swung open, and two constables hurried out, advancing to apprehend Xuan while cursing. "Which madwoman dares to beat the Tongtian drum? Do you not value your life?" One constable raised his hand to strike Xuan, only to be halted by Xiao Jinshuan's sharp reprimand. "If you dare to touch my people, you must first consider whether the Xiao family will permit it." As her words fell, more than 20 of her household servants surged forward, encircling the two constables and glaring at them with warning expressions. Just as the constables, momentarily daunted, hesitated to act, Song Peng arrived on the scene. Observing the situation before him, he immediately shouted in anger, "Who dares to be so reckless? The front of the government office is not a place for your unruliness." Upon uttering these words, Song Peng's keen eyes caught sight of a familiar figure in purple. Alarm bells rang in his mind. It was indeed someone from the Xiao family, and he sensed that their intentions were far from benign. Xiao Jinxian, having noticed Song Peng, did not offer any greeting. Instead, she scoffed coldly, "Is the Tongtian drum merely for decoration? Why is it that my drumming is considered unruly? Is it your intent, Lord Song, to shield the heavens from the voices of the people?" Xiao Jinxian had come prepared, determined not to yield unless her adversaries were subdued. Thus, she approached with a commanding demeanor, aiming to assert her presence and gain the upper hand. Song Peng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiao Jinxian would forego pleasantries and directly accuse him of obscuring the emperor's vision and silencing the voices of the people. Such accusations were indeed severe. If substantiated, they could spell his doom. Though anger simmered within him, Song Peng, with years of experience in governance, was not easily thrown off balance by mere words. He suppressed his ire and shifted tactics, smiling amiably. "My dear niece from the Xiao family, your temper seems rather excessive. I am well aware that your legitimate sister has been involved in a scandal, and I merely spoke a few truths. You cannot hold that against me and cause a ruckus here. Return home at once, and for your father's sake, I shall let this matter rest." Song Peng's eyes glinted with malice. Regardless of Xiao Jinshuan's intentions for coming today, they were undoubtedly malevolent. He aimed to turn her motives into a personal vendetta. The Xiao family's reputation had already been tarnished, with a daughter embroiled in scandal and another causing a scene. Should this be substantiated, it would reflect poorly on Xiao Heng's ability to raise his daughters. The Xiao family's sullied name would be irreparable, and when he petitioned the emperor alongside the other officials, even if Xiao Heng did not lose his position, he would certainly incur the emperor's disdain for failing to uphold family values. This would be greatly advantageous for Song Peng. In his eyes, Xiao Jinxian was but a Navi girl. As he observed the surrounding populace, their expressions of indignation towards the Xiao family grew evident. He was eager to see how this fourth miss would fare. Even if she was eloquent, the public's current disdain for the Xiao family would render her efforts futile. Chapter 37. The arrival of Rue Wang. Indeed, as Song Peng had anticipated, once he uttered those words, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. "Look, that's the sister of Xiao Jinxian. If the legitimate offspring is already like this, how much worse must this young lady be? Indeed, just look at her, causing a scene right in front of the government office. The Xiao family is truly audacious." Xiao Jinshuan's eyes narrowed as she listened intently to the gossip. Turning to face the crowd, she regarded them calmly and raised an eyebrow, saying, "My family has been in Yangzhou for over a decade. Everyone should reflect upon whether we have ever oppressed the common people or acted tyrannically. Those rumors are merely the slander of petty individuals. You see only the Xiao family's misfortunes, but fail to recognize that we are the greatest victims in this situation." As her words concluded, a voice from the crowd chimed in. Indeed, the Xiao family has always been benevolent. During this recent snow disaster, they have distributed porridge daily, and many of us have benefited from it. Seeing the change in the crowd's demeanor, she pressed on. Moreover, Lord Song, your temperament seems rather small. I have yet to speak, and you have already assumed my intent is to stir trouble. Could it be that you are feeling guilty for some wrongdoing? Song Peng, with a flick of his sleeve, scoffed. He had not expected Xiao Jinxian to deftly return the ball to his court. Recognizing that casting blame would be futile, he replied, very well. Even if you're not here to cause trouble, striking the Tongtian drum is a capital offense. If you cannot provide a valid reason, I will have no choice but to act according to the law today. Xiao Jinxian responded with a cold laugh. There is no need to rush to hold me accountable. The one who should be held accountable is you, Song Peng. At this declaration, Song Peng became agitated, sternly rebuking. What nonsense are you spouting? I am the governor of Yangzhou. Who would dare to hold me accountable? Xiao Jinxian smirked, questioning. So, Lord Song is aware that he is the governor of Yangzhou? I shall inquire of you. Why, in these trying times, when the people of Yangzhou are besieged by the calamity of snow, do you not open the granaries to provide relief and rescue the populace from dire straits? Song Peng, momentarily taken aback, hastily retorted. The grain within the city is under strict guard. Without an edict from the court, I cannot take liberties, lest I incur the death penalty. Moreover, the snow disaster is a natural calamity. Although I serve as a paternal official to this city, I am powerless to intervene. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Xiao Jinxuan's eyes, for she awaited this very statement from you, Song Peng. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and laughed, then pointed emphatically at Song Peng. With a loud voice, she proclaimed, by uttering that you are powerless, you disregard the lives of the citizens within the city. Master Song, if you are indeed incapable, how can you still hold the esteemed position of this prefect? Ignoring the pallor on Song Peng's face, Xiao Jinxian smirked and continued. What a splendid excuse, claiming the lack of an edict. Yet I fear that should Master Song await such a decree, Yangzhou will become a ghost town. Her words struck a chord with the hearts of the people, as the new year approached in mere days. Yet there was not a trace of festivity within Yangzhou. The populace struggled even to eat, witnessing corpses being dragged away daily, their endurance teetering on the brink of collapse. Previously, no one had dared to take the lead. However, with Xiao Jinxuan's provocation, the citizens stirred with fervor, clamoring for Song Peng to open the granaries. Realizing the situation spiraled out of control, Song Peng raised his hand to signal the constables to suppress and arrest these unruly citizens. Yet, as he moved, Xiao Jinxian swiftly declared, all servants of the Xiao family, heed my command. The elders and fellow townsfolk of Yangzhou have endured torment from the snow for far too long. They must not suffer further oppression from the authorities. Whoever dares to harm the people today, you shall apprehend them immediately. Xiao Heng, being a martial general, had the strength to easily subdue the constables, and a standoff ensued. With the Xiao family backing them, the number of citizens questioning Song Peng grew, leaving him increasingly anxious. Fourth miss, you profess to care for the citizens of this city, pressing me to open the granaries. Yet your father is the governor of Yangzhou. Why do you not implore him to act, but instead push me forward? What are your true intentions? Xiao Jinxian scoffed, stepping away from her protectors to stand directly before Song Peng, her face alight with mockery. Master Song, your words are misguided. Do you not know that my father has already taken the liberty of reallocating military provisions? Within 3 days, they will arrive in the city. You must understand, to tamper with military supplies is a grave offense, and yet my father, unafraid of death, acts solely for the benefit of the citizens, while you dare to criticize him. What face do you have to utter such words? This declaration ignited the passions of the citizens. Even the most ignorant among them understood the severity of mishandling military supplies. The governor, risking his own life to save them, stirred their emotions profoundly. The crowd's gaze towards Song Peng transformed, filled with disdain and disgust. Previously, when he claimed he could not open the granaries without an edict, the citizens were frustrated yet powerless, as he was merely adhering to protocol. However now, with Xiao Heng's actions in stark contrast, Song Peng's true nature became repugnant, revealing that his words were mere excuses to safeguard his own wealth. Disregarding the lives of the entire city, Xiao Jinxian keenly observed the shifting sentiments of the crowd, realizing that with a decisive blow, Song Peng had utterly lost the people's trust, and the reputation of the Xiao family would be restored. With this thought in mind, she approached the 5 horse-drawn carts. As the citizens parted to create a path for her, their expressions filled with gratitude and admiration. Upon reaching the carts, she seized the silk covering and dramatically unveiled the bulging burlap sacks within. As she unveiled the remaining carts, she called out, "Fellow townsfolk, Master Song prioritizes his own position over your lives. That is his concern. But as the governor, my family will not stand idly by. Today I sound this great drum to summon everyone here, as we shall distribute these 5 carts of grain freely among you." The gathered citizens erupted into thunderous cheers, many unable to recall the last time they had eaten their fill. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon they were kneeling before Xiao Jinxian, showering her with thanks and likening her to a living bodhisattva, a savior from suffering. Xiao Jinxian observed this scene with a calm demeanor. This was the essence of winning the hearts of the people. After this event, whenever the snow disaster was mentioned, her name would be forever remembered. With such renown, upon returning to the capital, she would see who would dare to attribute her past misfortunes to her. Song Peng, witnessing the chaos, realized that further words would be futile. Dizziness overcame him, nearly causing him to collapse, but he was steadied by someone from behind. Upon turning, he found it was Ji Lingfeng. Ji Lingfeng narrowed his eyes coldly and remarked, "I underestimated this woman. She possesses a remarkable ability to win the people's favor. After this incident, Xiao Heng's reputation will likely soar to new heights, rendering our previous plans futile." The 6th prince, filled with urgency, lamented, "One must blame Xiao Hong for his audacity in reallocating military provisions. What can we do now while that girl revels in her triumph?" Yilim Feng scoffed softly, speaking in a low voice. She must not be allowed to bask in her glory. Although Xiao Heng's actions with the military provisions may garner him praise when reported to the capital, what Xiao Jinxian has just proclaimed is utterly subversive. As a member of the royal family, you must take action and apprehend her. This will allow us to suppress today's events. The 6th prince, understanding the urgency, recognized that if Xiao Jinxian continued to distribute rice at the government gate, capturing her would be met with resistance from the entire populace. This 4th miss was indeed a formidable adversary, and she had to be dealt with swiftly. With this thought, the 6th prince commanded, "Bring me that instigator of rebellion. Arrest her publicly and execute her to quell the people's unrest." At this moment, the 6th prince's intentions turned lethal. Ji Lingfeng, standing nearby, subtly furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a complex emotion, yet he remained silent. Following the 6th prince's orders, his guards immediately surrounded Xiao Jinxian. Though the citizens were enraged, they understood the guards' authority and could only seethe in silence. The Xiao family servants, while protective of Xiao Jinxian, were no match for the 6th prince's elite guards, who swiftly subdued them. Clenching her fists tightly, Xiao Jinxian cast anxious glances towards the crowd, pondering whether she had misjudged her supporter, who seemed to be a master of watching from the sidelines. Fortunately, she had not placed all her hopes on him. Otherwise, she might have truly paid with her life. As a guard approached her, his face contorted with fury, Xiao Jinshuan's expression hardened, and she discreetly passed an object behind her. Just as the situation became dire, a unit of 50 fully armed soldiers marched in unison, surrounding the area and overpowering the 6th prince's guards with their gleaming swords, instilling fear in all present. The 6th prince was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, pointing at the soldiers and demanding, "Who are you? I am the 6th prince, and you dare to seize my men? This is rebellion, a crime punishable by death." Yet before his words could fade, a deep, composed laughter resonated. Imbued with the authority of a superior, "6th brother, you wield considerable power here in Yangzhou, but I recall you hold neither official title nor noble rank. You threaten with death. Yet do you not realize that this is overstepping your bounds? You are the one guilty of a grave offense warranting execution." As soon as these words were spoken, a more elite group of guards parted the crowd, ushering in a figure, the esteemed Prince Rui, Zhou Xinrui. Upon seeing him, Xiao Jinxian immediately lowered her head, exhaling deeply, realizing that the plans of the day had come to fruition. However, before she could regain her composure, Zhou Xinrui's voice, low yet laced with amusement, reached her ears. "What is this? The 4th miss has learned to fear? Just moments ago, you were quite the imposing figure, earning my newfound respect." Startled, Xiao Jinxian lifted her gaze, only to be captivated by Zhou Xinrui's chiseled features and charismatic visage, leaving her momentarily entranced. Her moment of distraction was not due to his striking appearance. After all, having witnessed Zhou Xinyu's otherworldly beauty, anyone else would pale in comparison. Rather, it stemmed from the haunting memories of her past life, where she had narrowly escaped death at the hands of this very prince. When it came to character, Ji Lingfeng was indeed a rare talent, having been the most trusted aide to the second prince during the fierce competition for the crown. Naturally, the prince who supported the crown prince, Zhou Xinrui, viewed him as a thorn in his side, attempting multiple times to poison, assassinate, or otherwise eliminate him. Xiao Jinxian had once consumed poison treats on Ji Lingfeng's behalf while being pursued, all orchestrated by Zhou Xinrui. In fact, there was an instance where this prince directly abducted her in an attempt to coerce Ji Lingfeng into submission, only for her own husband to remain indifferent to her plight. Ultimately, it was Zhou Xinrui who deemed her useless and set her free, allowing her to escape a dire fate. In her previous life, during the years she faced adversity with Ji Lingfeng, the one she despised and feared the most was none other than this prince. Now, in this new life, she found herself seeking assistance from her former enemy, engaging in calm conversation, an experience that felt utterly surreal. Zhou Xinrui, observing the young girl before him, who was 10 years his junior, could not help but smile. Teasingly, he remarked, "What this? Have you been rendered speechless with fear? I might have to retract my earlier compliments. After all, you are still but a young lady." Xiao Jinxian blinked, regaining her senses, and replied with a subtle smile, "Your Highness jokes. Jinxian is merely a humble woman, unworthy of your earlier praise." Zhou Xinrui regarded her intently, a smile gracing his lips, yet he said nothing further. He then turned his attention to the sixth prince, noting the latter's visible trepidation. Calmly, he stated, "Sixth brother, why the silence? If you cannot provide me with a suitable explanation, I shall have no choice but to arrest you all for inciting unrest." The sixth prince trembled at his elder brother's words. The more composed Zhou Xinrui became, the more unnerved he felt. Casting a sympathetic glance at the guards kneeling in a line before him, he realized that with their absence, his options would be severely limited. Suppressing his fear, the sixth prince forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace and said, "Brother, it is that Xiao Jinxian who has been inciting the people and pressuring Lord Song to release grain, causing widespread panic. I feared the repercussions and sought to detain her." Yet Zhou Xinrui only laughed, his gaze turning icy as he addressed the sixth prince. The panic stems from the fact that the people cannot afford to eat and see no hope. The fourth miss merely voices the desires of the populace. What is wrong with that? Lord Song, do you understand your transgressions? Startled by Zhou Xinrui's sudden accusation, Song Peng hastily knelt, bowing his head and pleading, "Your Highness, I am unaware of any wrongdoing." Zhou Xinrui's piercing gaze bore into Song Peng as he spoke in a low, grave tone. "As a public servant, you must adapt in the face of calamity. Would you rather witness the people starve and freeze than provide disaster relief and distribute grain? In times of peace, your actions may be termed moderate, but in times of crisis, they are nothing short of criminal. How dare you question my judgment?" Sweat beaded on Song Peng's forehead as he dared not utter a word in his defense, continuing to bow repeatedly in fear. Zhou Xinrui, clad in the golden dragon insignia, carried himself with the authority of the emperor, and while Song Peng had argued with Xiao Jinxian, he would not dare to be audacious before the prince. Having dealt with Song Peng, Zhou Xinrui turned back to the sixth prince, stating sternly, "I understand that you and Lord Song have always been close, but you should not defend such a muddled official. As a prince, you ought to heed the voices of the people. As your elder brother, it pains me deeply." Filled with dread, the sixth prince lowered his head, unable to muster a rebuttal or even a single defense. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xinrui continued, "Sixth brother, your foolishness today warrants a punishment. You shall reflect upon your actions at the Song residence. Only when you can discern loyalty from treachery will you be allowed to return." The sixth prince closed his eyes, aware that he was effectively being placed under house arrest. However, Zhou Xinrui's reasoning was sound, and he was, after all, his elder brother. He had no choice but to acquiesce. Finally, Zhou Xinrui's gaze shifted to Ji Lingfeng, disdain flickering in his eyes. He spoke in a low tone, "Ji Lingfeng, as a guest by my sixth brother's side,
Your failure to dissuade him from such misguided actions places responsibility upon you. Today, I shall administer 30 strokes to serve as a warning." Ji Lingfeng did not protest. Instead, he gracefully knelt, proclaiming with a voice like thunder, "Your Highness is wise. I'm entirely convinced." After bowing, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as his forehead met the icy ground. Unexpectedly, he had not anticipated that Zhou Xianrui would ally with Xiao Jinxian. Though defeated today, he knew that they could distribute disaster relief and grain. But he would ensure they realized that good deeds do not come easily. Xiao Jinxian smiled, finding it amusing that Zhou Xianrui was indeed Ji Lingfeng's nemesis, just as he had been in her past life. At that moment, Zhou Xianrui turned to catch her smile, realizing the young lady was not always serious. Her laughter was truly sweet. With a wave of his hand towards the kneeling citizens, Zhou Xianrui declared, "Rise, everyone. I stand in Yangzhou and will not turn a blind eye to this calamity. Tomorrow, I shall order the granaries open to ensure that all may safely endure this harsh winter." Xiao Jinxian then added, "The 5 carts of grain today will be distributed according to the number of heads. You may come to collect it now. I believe that together, the people of Yangzhou will overcome this disaster." Zhou Xianrui represented the imperial authority, while Xiao Jinxian embodied the Xiao family's commitment to the people. Their repeated assurances calmed the hearts of the citizens, who expressed their gratitude, kneeling once more and exclaiming praises for both the prince and Xiao Jinxian. With everything settled, Xiao Jinxian deemed it inappropriate to linger further. She left Bai Zhu and Zhu Exan behind to assist with the grain distribution, preparing to return home. Just before stepping into the carriage, she found Wen Xing already seated at the reins. With a smile, she remarked, "Remember to credit me for inviting the prince. Let us return home quickly, as there is much to be done." In the past few days, she had gathered numerous cotton garments and herbs, which would be invaluable once the disaster relief points were established. While she did harbor ambitions of using this snow disaster to elevate her own reputation, her desire to genuinely assist the victims was sincere. After all, she had personally endured a similar calamity and lost loved ones. Such suffering could only be truly understood by those who had experienced it. Now that she was in a position to help, she was eager to extend her hand to those in need. When Xing replied excitedly, "Originally, you mentioned that a noble would be coming from the inn, but I never expected it to be a prince. Your token proved invaluable. Upon seeing it, Prince Rue accompanied me without hesitation." As he spoke, he retrieved the black tiger token from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Jinxian. Just as she was stowing the token away, Zhou Xianrui rode over on his chestnut steed, chuckling, the black tiger token, a symbol of the Xiao family's direct lineage. With such an item to extend the invitation, I doubt many in our great Zhou would dare to decline. Xiao Jinxian bowed gracefully and, with a smile, expressed her gratitude. "Today, I thank His Royal Highness, the Rue Wang, for coming to my rescue. However, I must take my leave as I have other matters to attend to. I shall certainly prepare a gift to express my gratitude on another day." Although she had drawn him into this situation, it was not as if she could not extricate herself. She had merely awaited his timely assistance. After all, the Rue Wang was known to be a formidable opponent for Ji Lingfeng, and she had long desired to forge a connection with him. Today's events presented the perfect opportunity, and she wished to approach the matter with the utmost decorum. Zhou Xianrui nodded, yet remarked, "I see that the 4th Miss has left a good number of people behind to assist with the grain distribution. I am rather concerned about your safety returning home alone. Since it is on my way, allow me to accompany you." Xiao Jinxian was taken aback. The Rue Wang was notoriously aloof and stern, so his sudden warmth was unexpected. Nevertheless, recognizing his good intentions, she graciously accepted his offer. After expressing her thanks once more, she entered her carriage, and Zhou Xianrui indeed mounted his horse, riding alongside her carriage to escort her home. Having ventured out today on official business, Xiao Jinxian had not brought anything to pass the time, rendering her ride quite dull. She lifted the curtain to gaze outside, only to find Zhou Xianrui discreetly coughing into his fist, occasionally sniffing, clearly suffering from a cold. Frowning, she softly inquired, "Your Highness, are you unwell? You appear to be in discomfort." Zhou Xianrui met her gaze and shook his head, calmly responding, "It is merely a slight cold. It is of no concern. Thank you for your concern, 4th Mississippi." At that moment, a woman clad in fitted attire, riding behind Zhou Xianrui,
urged her horse forward, voicing her displeasure. Your Highness, you are still running a fever. How can you say it is nothing? You could be recuperating, yet you bring this trouble upon yourself. After delivering her reprimand, she shot a fierce glare at Xuan, her disdain unmistakable. This woman, tall and slender, exuded an aura of confidence in her black and red attire, with a long whip coiled at her waist, indicating she was no ordinary female. Zhou Xinrui frowned, expressing his displeasure. Qi Ling, when did you become so talkative? Withdraw at once. Qi Ling, momentarily taken aback, chose not to retort, but glared at Xuan one last time as she turned her horse around. Xuan sensed Qi Ling's animosity, but chose to disregard it. Instead, she gently suggested, Rui Wang, given the cold weather and your illness, it may not be wise for you to ride. If you do not mind, please join me in the carriage. After all, Zhou Xinrui had come to her aid today, and it would be inappropriate for her to ignore his condition. Zhou Xinrui regarded her thoughtfully before. After a pause, he nodded in agreement. As the carriage resumed its journey, an awkward silence enveloped the two, both preferring quietude, and thus, no conversación en sooth. Xuan, aware of the discomfort, cleared her throat and felt compelled to speak. Rui Wang I. Fourth miss you. Their words coincided as if prearranged, both pausing to exchange a glance before smiling. Xuan encouraged, please, if you have something to say, go ahead. Zhou Xinrui inclined his head and inquired, I am merely curious. Had I not arrived in time today, it seems you would have been at the mercy of my sixth brother's sword. How do you intend to repay this favor? Xuan met his gaze with composure, unfazed by his candor. Their previous encounters had prepared her for his directness. He was always forthright and efficient in his dealings. With a smile, she countered, Your Highness, how can you be so confident? If you had not come, I assure you I would have found a way to extricate myself. Zhou Xinrui scrutinized her, replying earnestly, Given the circumstances, I genuinely could not envision how you might have escaped. You now owe me a favor, which is hardly a burden for you. Xuan chuckled, declaring, Indeed, however, it is known that debts of gratitude are the most challenging to repay. Today, I fear I have placed myself in a position where, when you come to collect, my family will be unable to refuse, no matter the difficulty. Zhou Xinrui remained silent, merely smiling at her insight. She had articulated the unspoken thoughts swirling in his mind. Indeed, his swift intervention had ensured that Xuan would owe him a favor, one he could redeem at a future date. Yet, he was aware of the intricacies of such debts. He too was reluctant to accrue them lightly. After a brief pause, Zhou Xinrui cleared his throat, the chill in his demeanor thawing somewhat. He chuckled softly, In light of this, it seems I must indeed acknowledge this favor. However, I too save you today. Thus, we are even. Xuan shook her head in disagreement. Your Highness, had you not arrived, I would have had my own means of escape. Compared to what I have done for you, your assistance is rather inconsequential. We cannot consider ourselves even. She had sought out Song Peng with a plan to extricate herself, and while she genuinely desired Zhou Xinrui's support, her primary aim was to ensure he owed her a favor. As a noble, when she returned to the capital, this incident would serve as leverage should she find herself in dire straits. He would not stand idly by. In her rebirth, while her heart had changed, her circumstances remained the same. She was still the lowly, powerless daughter of the Xiao family. Every step she took required meticulous planning, ensuring she gradually fortified her position and amassed more resources, thus securing her future. It must be said that books are invaluable. They not only broaden her horizons, but also allow her to think more deeply, see further, comprehend the art of balance, and master the principles of mutual benefit. Zhou Xinrui gazed upon her, this gentle yet astute woman, whose calmness and intellect were qualities he had never witnessed in others. With a smile, he said, Very well. Fourth miss, if you can elucidate how you would have escaped had I not intervened, I shall acknowledge your favor today and ensure it is not forgotten in the future. This was precisely the affirmation she sought. Hearing his words, Xuan slowly retrieved an item from her sleeve and presented it to Zhou Xinrui. Curiously, he accepted it and examined it closely, perplexed. A fire starter? Is this your answer, fourth miss? Xuan smiled at his inquiry, nodding. Surely, Your Highness. As you stand before the 5 carts laden with grain, you must have sensed something more in the air. Zhou Xinrui recognized that the woman before him was exceptionally intelligent. Her probing question was undoubtedly rooted in reason.
Thus, he concentrated intently, squinting slightly as he replied. At that moment, it seems I detected a rather strong odor of grease. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the torch in his hand, casting a disbelieving glance at Xiao Jinxian, the expression on his face revealing that he had grasped the underlying implications of their conversation. Xiao Jinxian let out a cold laugh, her eyes glinting with an icy resolve as she stated, "Indeed, just as your highness surmises, those nearly 100 sacks of grain were soaked in vegetable oil for 2 days and nights prior. I have arranged 5 carts in a chain. Should I throw this torch onto the carts, in an instant, those 100 sacks of grain will be reduced to ashes." Zhou Xinrui inhaled deeply before continuing. The surrounding populace is intimidated by the identity of the sixth prince and dares not act recklessly. However, witnessing the destruction of their life-saving grain will surely incite their fury. A rebellion could erupt in the blink of an eye, and it would not be you, fourth young lady, who would face the consequences, but rather my sixth brother and his entourage, whose lives would be in jeopardy due to the people's wrath. Am I correct? This young woman, who had just spoken with such confidence, had claimed that even if he did not intervene, there were means of escape. Zhou Xinrui was not skeptical. Indeed, he had contemplated that her strategy might involve invoking her father's name to instill fear in the sixth prince and his companions. Alternatively, she might choose to soften her stance if he did not arrive, ensuring her own safety. All these were plausible tactics, yet he had never anticipated that her so-called strategy would be one of aggression, directly aiming to take the lives of the sixth prince and his companions. He had to admit that Xiao Jinxuan's plan was not only feasible, but had a significantly high probability of success. Furthermore, as the populace was driven by their fury and attacked, any subsequent investigations would absolve Xiao Jinxian of any blame. The scheme was nefarious and impeccably devised. At that moment, Zhou Xinrui truly comprehended the extent of the woman's formidable nature. Xiao Jinxian smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness is entirely correct, since they have repeatedly sought to harm me. While I lack great power, I will not remain passive and must naturally retaliate." Zhou Xinrui sighed at her words. "Had I known that the fourth young lady harbored such intentions, I would not have come. To have me bear this favor and squander such a golden opportunity is truly regrettable. Do you not feel a sense of loss, young lady?" "I certainly do." He began to understand that, today, both the sixth prince and himself had unwittingly become pawns in her game. She had first dealt a severe blow to Song Peng, restoring the Xiao family's reputation, and then extended him a favor that he could not refuse. Little did Zhou Xinrui realize that the true victor in this scenario was the fourth young lady seated across from him. Xiao Jinxian lowered her head, her voice cold as she remarked, "Your Highness need not feel regret. Do you think that the sixth prince and his companions will remain idle? They are likely to make their move soon. Once they reveal their vulnerabilities, we shall have our opportunity to deal with them." Ignoring the fact that Xiao Jinxian was a woman, Zhou Xinrui perceived her as a confident and learned strategist seated before him. A strange sensation flickered in his heart, and a peculiar thought emerged. He spoke with a firm voice, "Fourth young lady, I sense that you have only revealed half of your intentions. Your schemes likely extend beyond merely avenging the grievances of the Xiao family. After all, I shall not linger in Yangzhou for long, and with your intellect, there would be no necessity for my assistance. Yet you have gone to great lengths to have me accept your favor, suggesting that you are laying the groundwork for the future, perhaps for the Xiao marshal's estate." Xiao Jinxuan's breath caught, her icy gaze fixed on Zhou Xinrui. She had not anticipated that he would be so astute, so capable of discerning her thoughts. It was astonishing that those who had once sought her demise in her previous life had now become the ones who understood her best in this life. Realizing he was correct, Zhou Xinrui smiled and said, "It seems I have become your confidant, fourth young lady. In fact, we can not only be confidants but also allies. What do you think?" Xiao Jinxian clenched her hands, fully aware that the olive branch extended by the prince held immense significance for her. Meeting Zhou Xinrui's gaze, she enunciated each word deliberately. "I will assist your highness in dealing with the sixth prince and his companions, and in return, when I arrive in the capital, you will ensure my life is free from worry. How's that sound to you?" Zhou Xinrui regarded Xiao Jinxian with curiosity, surprised that her terms were such. Did she possess the foresight to guarantee her safety? It sounded as if someone might seek her life. However, ensuring the safety of a mere girl posed no challenge for him,
especially since he genuinely needed her cunning intellect. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Their negotiation concluded. The carriage soon came to a halt, and Wen Xing opened the door, saying, "Jinxian, we have arrived. Allow me to assist you down." As Xiao Jinxian stood up and noticed Zhou Xianrui preparing to alight as well, she quickly urged, "Your Highness, please ride back in my carriage today. We are allies now, and it would be beneficial for you to recover quickly. I would not be so stingy as to deny you a carriage." Zhou Xianrui chuckled in response, offering his thanks as he took a seat without further ado. Xiao Jinxian disembarked and bowed slightly before turning to head towards the Xiao residence. Meanwhile, Wen Xing mysteriously leaned closer, producing a small jade gourd and whispering, "Jinxian, you may not know, but as I summoned the prince to the government office, just as he was about to approach you, a maid suddenly intercepted me and pressed this gourd into my hands, insisting that I deliver it to you. Afterward, she fled, and I believe this item is quite significant." Xiao Jinxian was taken aback upon hearing this, quickly taking the gourd into her hands. It felt remarkably light, indicating that it was likely hollow, and any intrigue would surely lie within. She hastened to a secluded spot, and without hesitation, shattered the gourd on the ground. As anticipated, a small piece of silk cloth appeared before her. Bending down to retrieve it, she swiftly unfolded it to reveal 7 characters inscribed upon it. "The Emperor is in peril. Hurry to rescue him." Chapter 40. Affection arises. The disaster from the snow had yet to recede, and the bitter cold persisted. However, the long line of citizens waiting to receive disaster relief grain bore no traces of sorrow upon their faces, for they had glimpsed a beacon of hope for survival. Some even exchanged light-hearted banter. Wen Xing, clad in a thick coat of bright blue fabric, no longer resembled the little beggar he once was. Now, he managed all matters related to the disaster relief, and apart from Dengjiu, he was the most influential figure within the Xiao family. As dawn broke, Wen Xing, with his head bowed, meticulously verified the accounts of grain expenditures, despite the dim light. Being the son of a scholar, he was literate, and his mother had instilled in him the importance of gratitude, prompting him to remain diligent and conscientious, lest he bring shame to Xiao Jinxian. Just then, a light laugh emerged from behind him. "You must be freezing, hunched over those accounts. Come warm yourself." A bronze hand warmer, shaped like a mythical beast, was presented before Wen Xing. He smiled upon recognizing Xiao Jinxuan's arrival and accepted it gratefully. "Jinxian, how did you come so early? Next time, come around noon. The sun will be shining, and it won't be so cold." Xiao Jinxian glanced at the queue of citizens and softly replied, "There is little to occupy my time at home. I could not help but worry, so I came." As soon as her words fell, the sound of galloping hooves reached her ears, followed by Zhou Xianrui's voice behind her. "It seems that the snow disaster has disturbed not only me but also you, 4th young lady, for you are indeed a person of concern." Xiao Jinxian hurriedly turned around to pay her respects, smiling as she spoke. "Your Highness, the Prince of Rui, is deeply concerned about the suffering of the people of Yangzhou. My meager efforts pale in comparison to your noble intentions." Hearing this, Zhou Xianrui chuckled and replied in a deep voice, "Today, I have received enough flattery. 4th Miss need not be so modest. I prefer the way you spoke so freely in the carriage that day." Xiao Jinxian merely smiled in response, choosing not to answer. She understood that the royal family could be quite ruthless, and it was wiser to temper her brilliance. Thus, she turned her gaze to Wen Xing and shifted the topic. "Have the dignitaries been active in their donations lately? How are the results?" Wen Xing, perceptive as always, recognized the diversion and eagerly took up the conversation. Initially, the response was lackluster, but after the Prince of Rui personally made a donation 2 days prior, the nobility became much more enthusiastic. They contributed rice, meat, vegetables, cotton clothing, and coal, anything and everything. Suddenly, Wen Xing laughed. "By the way, among them, Miss Meng from the Meng family is particularly interesting. She sends over her household's chickens and ducks, daily delivering a steady supply of eggs, sometimes dozens, sometimes just a few. Not a day has passed without her contributions." Xiao Jinxian laughed upon hearing this, knowing that Wen Xing referred to Meng Liangjun. This young lady had become a frequent visitor to her courtyard, always engaging her in conversation and play. Aware of Xiao Jinxuan's efforts during the snow disaster, she expressed her desire to assist, claiming her family had the most substantial contributions of grain and goods. Now, she even sent eggs daily, a refreshing and rare display of sincerity and kindness. At that moment, 3 horse-drawn carts laden with vegetables and grains arrived. To her surprise, the leader of the group was Lan Ji. Lan Ji seemed equally surprised to find Xiao Jinxian there so early and hurried forward to bow respectfully. "Miss, take care of your health. Don't catch a chill. I'm unable to serve you, but you are always in my thoughts." Xiao Jinxian glanced at her and then at the 3 carts, not responding to Lan Ji's words, but softly inquired, "Who sent these items?" Even if the Xiao family were to transport goods here, she should have been informed for the sake of accounting, yet she had no recollection of these 3 carts. Lan Ji quickly explained, "These are purchased by the madam with her private funds, as she wished to contribute, hoping for Miss Lian's recovery." Xiao Jinxian nodded, casting a glance at Lan Ji with a smile. "Mother is indeed thoughtful. Let us bring them inside. I believe her good deeds will surely ensure my elder sister's swift recovery." Lan Ji acknowledged this with a series of affirmations, then hesitated before whispering this. "I truly regret my past mistakes. Because I followed you, the madam has often looked down upon me, scolding and striking me. Please allow me to return to your side." Xiao Jinxian calmly regarded her, responding with poise, "Your position as the madam's servant is a privilege. It's time to go inside." Upon hearing this, Lan Ji's eyes reddened. Bamboo Heart, witnessing this, felt a surge of compassion and stepped forward to assist Lan Ji in carrying the goods into the disaster relief shop. Zhou Xinrui observed all this quietly, then approached to inquire, "Fourth Miss, you arrived quite early. Have you eaten yet?" Xiao Jinxian shook her head, having left home before dawn, thus lacking an appetite. Zhou Xinrui smiled. "In that case, allow me to accompany you for a meal. It is unwise to remain hungry." Xiao Jinxian was taken aback by the invitation to share a meal, but understanding the impropriety of such a gesture, she politely declined, pointing to the rice porridge being distributed to the commoners. "There is no need for your highness to trouble yourself. There is ample food here that everyone is consuming, and I can partake as well. The snow disaster is not yet over. Simplicity is best." In the spacious back courtyard of the shop, Xiao Jinxian and Zhou Xinrui sat in a guest house set aside for rest, with 4 pancakes and a plate of potato salad before them. They each held bowls of rice porridge, eating slowly. After sipping her porridge, Xiao Jinxian, without raising her gaze, inquired, "Your Highness, regarding the matter you asked when Xing to convey about the royal affairs, have you dispatched anyone for reinforcements?" For days prior, upon receiving the silk cloth from a jade gourd, she realized the gravity of the situation and promptly informed Zhou Xinrui. Now that she faced him in person, her curiosity compelled her to inquire further. Zhou Xinrui placed his porridge bowl down and responded calmly, "I have sent 2 of my shadow guards. My 7th brother is both brave and shrewd. He will be fine. As for 4th Miss, your belief in the authenticity of the message is quite remarkable." Xiao Jinxian raised her head, smiling as she replied, "If it were a trap, it would have been aimed at you. Yet the message was delivered to me, indicating that the sender harbors no ill intentions, perhaps merely unable to approach you directly or someone familiar with me. Regardless of the reason, this person certainly means no harm." Zhou Xinrui nodded, studying Xiao Jinxian with keen interest. Her tone suggested she might have guessed the identity of the messenger. Xiao Jinxian raised an eyebrow. "I cannot be certain, but I have my suspicions." With that, she took a bite of hard, slightly burnt pancake, chewing thoughtfully. Zhou Xinrui picked up a pancake himself, noting its stone-like hardness and the strong burnt smell. He frowned slightly, surprised that the daughter of the Xiao family could consume such coarse fare and bland porridge. It seemed she had endured considerable hardship during her years on the estate. After witnessing Zhou Xinrui's uncharacteristic display of emotion at the Plum Blossom Banquet, he had ordered an investigation into Xiao Jinxian, only to discover an unexpected truth. She had faced significant struggles in her childhood. Xiao Jinxian maintained a calm demeanor, casually smiling as she remarked, "Your Highness, as a prince, you have never experienced hunger. Though this pancake appears hard and unpalatable, it is durable and filling. When hungry, a bite tastes more delightful than delicacies." Zhou Xinrui's deep-set eyes silently regarded the woman before him, who continued to gnaw on the pancake. A wave of tenderness washed over him. Did she truly lack even such simple fare in her past? Even if she lived on the estate, the Xiao family should not have neglected her needs. Having not eaten such a pancake in ages, Xiao Jinxian found it difficult to swallow, hastily sipping her porridge to ease her discomfort. The estate still provided some provisions, but two servants at the estate consistently pilfered from the supplies, leaving a meager amount for her young brother. Thus, she often subsisted on wild vegetable porridge and cornbread. The servants she referred to were, of course, Mama Bai and Ping, who, with the support of Ning Shi, confiscated a significant portion of the provisions sent by the Xiao family for their own use. This had been the case for over a decade without exception. She waved the pancake in her hand, laughing as she said, "Compared to that cornbread that could knock someone out of throne, this pancake is a true delicacy. When I received a pancake, I would savor it over several days." As Xiao Jinxian recounted these experiences, she spoke casually, considering them mere anecdotes from her past. However, Zhou Xinrui, upon hearing her words, unconsciously tightened his grip on his knee. While he had previously admired her cunning, he had also found her schemes rather ruthless. Now, however, he felt a sense of understanding. Her tumultuous childhood explained her disposition. Without such shrewdness, she would likely have been consumed whole by those in the Xiao family. Reaching out, Zhou Xinrui offered the only plate of potato salad in front of him to Xiao Jinxian, his voice carrying a subtle tenderness as he gently urged, "There are vegetables here as well. Do eat more with your porridge." Within the confines of the room, two individuals occupied themselves, one indulging in a meal while the other observed silently, creating an atmosphere both warm and tranquil. However, outside the dwelling, two figures lurked in a secluded spot, occasionally glancing around and whispering to one another. Among them was Lan Ji, and if Xiao Jinxian had been present, she would undoubtedly recognize the other, Yaji, the maidservant accompanying Qianing Luo. These two were behaving furtively, with Yaji inquiring in hushed tones, "So, has Xiao Jinxian's heart softened?" Upon hearing this, Lan Ji's eyes flashed with disdain for that heartless wretch. She feigned tears, yet the other remained unmoved, perhaps plotting to ensnare her instead. Yaji, sensing the missed opportunity, promptly asked, "Were you able to persuade Zhu Xian? Does she wish to remain here and assist you?" This elicited a smile from Lan Ji, who scoffed, "Zhu Xian is the softest-hearted of them all, rather simple-minded. I merely expressed my remorse towards Xiao Jinxian and my desire to contribute privately." And she readily agreed. Now, this girl has become the favored one in front of that wretch, basking in her newfound authority. Her words dripped with bitterness. For Zhu Xian had once been a wild girl, and now, having gained power, Lan Ji found herself in a state of decline, naturally feeling discontented. Upon hearing this, Yaji appeared thoroughly pleased and said, "For the time being, do not act. Wait until the attention here wanes, and I will assist you from outside. We shall proceed according to the plan, understood?" Lan Ji, upon hearing this, offered a respectful bow, ingratiatingly assuring, "Sister Yaji, rest assured, I will not disappoint the county princess." Should she succeed in this endeavor, not only could she remain by the county princess's side, but she could also exact revenge on Xiao Jinxian for that slap she had endured. A glimmer of hatred flickered in Lan Ji's eyes as she thought, "Just wait and see. In a few days, when Xiao Jinxian kneels before me, pleading desperately, I shall relish the moment when I slap her back." At 10 o'clock in the morning, the soup kitchen was bustling with activity, as it was the busiest time for distributing porridge and provisions. Today, Xiao Jinxian arrived at the Disaster Relief Center to verify the second batch of military rations with Prince Rui. Bai Shu and Zhu Exing, who accompanied her, remained outside to lend assistance. Though it was the bitterly cold month of December, Bai Shu was busy enough to break a sweat, wiping her brow. Despite her exhaustion, a radiant smile graced her face. The recent snow disaster had claimed countless lives, and though she had narrowly escaped being discarded onto a mass grave herself, she felt genuine joy when witnessing the relief provided to the people who received food and warm clothing. At that moment, a middle-aged woman clad in a floral coat, accompanied by a child of 7 or 8, approached the front of the line. Bai Shu quickly handed over the food and a bag of meat paste. The woman's face lit up with overwhelming excitement upon receiving the provisions, especially the meat paste. "Young lady, you are truly kind-hearted. Not only do you provide us with grain, but for the children, you also give us meat. Thanks to you, our family will survive this winter." Everyone knew of the compassion displayed by the fourth young lady of the Xiao family towards the young children. Those under 10 were eligible to receive meat paste, which was not part of the official rations, but rather a generous supplement from the Xiao estate. Bai Shu, supporting the deeply grateful woman, kindly responded, "Aunt, please, do not mention it. It is all due to my young lady's benevolence. It is cold,
so hurry back home with your child." As she spoke, she affectionately touched the child's face and handed over an egg with a smile. Just then, another elderly woman, who had just received a bag of flour and some vegetables, chimed in cheerfully. "Indeed, the fourth young lady is a good person. With just 7 days until the new year, we not only have rice, but also flour and vegetables. We need not worry about celebrating now." The surrounding villagers nodded in agreement, their faces brimming with joy and gratitude. Suddenly, a middle-aged man hobbled out from the crowd, not bothering to wait in line. He approached Bai Shu directly, saying, "Young lady, please, I haven't tasted meat in half a year. Could you spare me a bag?" His request drew disdain from the onlookers, for food was scarce, and meat was even more so. Children needed it to grow strong. For a grown man to beg, for it was utterly shameful. Bai Shu felt a twinge of displeasure, but upon seeing the man's crippled leg, her heart ached, nearly bringing her to tears. The sight reminded her of her father, who had suffered a similar fate while trying to provide for her. Without hesitation, Bai Shu retrieved a bag of meat paste and added 2 flatbreads, handing them to the limping man. "Here, uncle, take this. If you find yourself hungry in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." The man accepted the offering, gazing deeply into Bai Shu's eyes, then nodded silently before turning away and leaving the crowd. Bai Shu watched his retreating figure with a smile, then turned back to continue distributing food to others. Yet, before even a quarter of an hour had passed, a commotion erupted from the outskirts of the crowd. The same limping man began shouting, "I struck gold. Come, everyone look. There's a gold ring in this meat paste. Look how big it is. I've hit the jackpot." Upon hearing about the gold, the nearby villagers rushed over. But when they discovered that the ring was still attached to a severed finger, the crowd erupted in chaos. No one knew who shouted first, but the panic spread like wildfire, with those who had come to collect meat for their children hastily discarding it and retching on the ground. This unforeseen turn of events caught Bai Shu and the others off guard, particularly Bai Shu, who understood the medicinal properties of the ingredients. Xiao Jinxian had instructed her to enhance the meat paste with several herbs for added nutrition. She had witnessed the preparation of this paste herself, knowing fully well that it was made entirely from pork. How, then, had it transformed into something so grotesque? As Bai Shu stepped forward to clarify the situation, she had yet to utter a single word when a lump of meat paste struck her squarely in the face. "I wondered why you were so eager to give me meat. It turns out the Xiao family is conducting a business without capital, offering food made from dead bodies. Your hearts are truly black." Bai Shu stood in shock, unable to comprehend the accusation hurled at her by the very man she had just aided. The kindness she had extended was now met with humiliation and falsehood. The surrounding villagers, witnessing her plight, assumed she was at a loss for words, while others in the crowd incited further outrage. Within moments, voices rose in anger as people began hurling their provisions at Bai Shu and her companions. At that critical moment, a melodious yet authoritative voice rang out. "The county princess has arrived." Soon, Qianing Luo appeared, gliding gracefully towards the front of the crowd, her air of nobility evident. As she surveyed the scene, her brow furrowed with concern. "I have come today to collect donations, but it seems something has gone awry." As her words hung in the air, the limping man immediately fell to his knees. "Your Grace, please, you must seek justice for us. The Xiao family claims to be distributing meat paste, yet it turns out to be human flesh. My life is of no consequence. But think of the children receiving this meat paste. How can they consume something meant for the dead?" His words ignited a firestorm, as those who had come to collect meat for their children, who had been receiving it for days, were struck with horror, imagining their young ones consuming human flesh. They lost their composure, kneeling and weeping, calling upon Qianing Luo to deliver them justice. Bai Shu observed the situation with growing anxiety and promptly knelt before Qianing Luo, pleading, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. We are using only pork, not flesh from the deceased. Please grant us justice." Having accompanied Xiao Jinxian for only a short while, she was unaware of the enmity between the county lord and her mistress. To seek vindication from Qianing Luo was akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. As soon as she finished speaking, Qianing Luo exchanged a knowing glance with her maid, Yaji, who immediately understood the unspoken command. Without hesitation, Yaji approached Bai Shu with a frosty demeanor and struck her twice across the face. "You vile creature, the county lord sees through your deceit. Do you think you can teach her what is true and false? Your desperate defense only betrays your guilt." This exemplified the adage of adding sin to sin, leaving no room for excuses. In other words, Baizhu was merely Xiao Xuan's maid, and whatever she said would be deemed wrong in Qian Yingluo's eyes. Just as Yaji prepared to strike again, when Xing rushed forward and seized her hand. With Qian Yingluo's backing, Yaji barked, "Who do you think you are to interfere? Step aside, lest you provoke the county lord and suffer the consequences." Though when Xing was unaware of the feud between Qian Yingluo and Xiao Jinxian, he was astute and quickly sensed that the county lord was not a benign presence. Recognizing the need for diplomacy, he smiled and said, "What my sister says is true. However, the esteemed Prince Rue is currently within the shop. If you resort to violence here, it may not end well should he happen to witness it." Without allowing Qian Yingluo and her entourage a chance to respond, he called out to Zhu Xian, "What are you waiting for? There's trouble outside. Hurry and inform the prince." Upon hearing the name of Prince Rue, Qian Yingluo's proud countenance flickered with a hint of panic, but she quickly regained her composure. What Prince Rue? Today's carefully laid trap by Ji Lingfeng was flawless, with ample evidence to support her claims. Xiao Jinxian, that wretched girl, would surely meet her doom this time. With that thought, she waved her hand dismissively. Yaji returned. "I shall not stoop to dealing with an ill-mannered wretch. However, since I have encountered this situation, I shall see justice served and provide an explanation to everyone." Her cousin, the sixth prince, had assured her that if she took the initiative today, the second prince would assist her upon her return, ultimately facilitating her union with the emperor. The mere thought of Zhou Xinyu sent a thrill through her, reinforcing her determination to execute this plan beautifully. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinxian remained blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, engrossed in reconciling accounts with Prince Rue. After toiling for most of the morning, Xiao Jinxian was exhausted and stretched languidly, exhaling a long breath. Given the current state of their grain reserves, they could withstand the harsh winter for another 2 months. Now that the snow had ceased, all that remained was to clear the accumulation, and the snow disaster would be largely alleviated. Prince Rue nodded in approval. Indeed, yet the sheer volume of snow, particularly on residential rooftops, presents a formidable challenge. Xiao Jinxian smiled at his words. "It is not insurmountable, Your Highness. You may not be aware, but salt can effectively melt snow. By applying salt to the rooftops, the accumulation will dissolve." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinrui was momentarily taken aback, then expressed his delight. The issue of the snow had troubled him for days, and he had never imagined a solution could be so simple. "If Miss Four's method proves effective, you have truly aided me immensely. It appears you possess not only strategic brilliance, but also remarkable knowledge," he remarked with admiration. Xiao Jinxian merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. In truth, this was not her original idea. It was a method proposed by someone 3 months after a previous snow disaster in her past life. She was merely recounting it ahead of time. Just as they were about to delve deeper into the details, Zhu Exen rushed in, her hair disheveled and covered in flour. "Miss, you must come outside at once. There's trouble." Xiao Jinxian quickly assessed Zhu Xian's disheveled appearance, realizing that the situation was indeed serious. "What happened? Speak slowly, and don't panic." Zhu Xian took a few breaths before explaining. "Miss, someone has accused us of using human flesh in our meat porridge, and the county lord has also arrived, striking Baizhu. Now she stands outside, demanding an explanation from us, claiming to seek justice for the onlookers." Though Xiao Jinxian was not particularly concerned about the accusations, the news of Baizhu being struck was intolerable. What happened to Baizhu? Is she injured? Knowing the malice behind this, why did she not avoid confrontation and instead chose to provoke trouble? She felt it was her duty to protect those close to her. Ever since her rebirth, she had become fiercely protective, perhaps due to the injustices she had suffered in her past life. Qian Yingluo had been waiting for days, knowing that the sixth prince would take action, but she had not anticipated that it would be directed at Baizhu. Those who dare to harm her would soon learn the consequences of their actions. Zhou Xinrui rose, his demeanor calm as he said, after a few days of quiet. "It seems the sixth prince and his companions can no longer contain themselves. Let's go and see how this county lord intends to play her part." However, Xiao Jinxian stopped him. "Your Highness, it may not be wise for you to intervene at this moment. I shall handle it myself. You should wait for the most opportune time to reveal yourself, and I trust you know how to gauge that timing." Zhou Xinrui narrowed his eyes, but ultimately remained still, watching the figure in purple stride out.
As Xiao Jinxian followed Xuan to the shop's entrance, the raucous shouts outside reached her ears. The Xiao family feigns righteousness, desecrating the dead and using human flesh in their porridge. They shall face divine retribution. Indeed, fellow townsfolk, we must demand that the fourth Miss Xiao come forth to provide an explanation. Xiao Jinxian sighed inwardly. Being the good person was indeed a challenging role. She had purchased pork out of compassion for the children suffering from hunger due to the snow disaster, only to find herself embroiled in trouble. Resolutely, she stepped outside, but just as she did, an egg flew toward her. "Miss, be careful," Zhu Xian cried out, instinctively placing herself in front of Xiao Jinxian. The egg struck her head, splattering yolk across her face, mixing with the flour that had already been thrown. Xiao Jinxuan's expression hardened as she turned to see the culprit, a woman clad in a floral jacket, gripping a young boy's hand tightly. "Miss Xiao, if you do not wish to assist us, no one is forcing you to, but you cannot serve my child human flesh. You must provide me with an explanation today, or I will not let this matter rest." Glaring at the irate woman, Xiao Jinxian scoffed but chose to ignore her. Instead, she helped Zhu Xian remove the eggshell from her face and wiped away the remnants. Once Zhu Xian appeared more presentable, Xiao Jinxian turned, raising the shell in her hand, and asked with a smile, "Is this what you refer to as human flesh?" Seeing Xiao Jinxian holding the eggshell and asking such a ridiculous question only fueled the woman's anger further. "Xiao Jinxian, your actions are utterly outrageous. This is clearly an egg, yet you absurdly question whether it is human flesh. What I requested you to clarify is the mincemeat." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxian let out a cold laugh, and the last trace of smile on her face vanished, replaced by a sharp and serious expression. "So you do recognize that this is not minced meat, but an egg. If you desire an explanation, I can provide one, but who grants you the right to squander food in such a manner? Do not forget, the government's disaster relief supplies consist solely of white rice. These eggs, vegetables, and flour were all donated. What authority do you possess to waste them so freely?" As soon as she finished speaking, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the scattered vegetable leaves, the flying flour, and the disheveled figures of those who daily distributed food to them. A sense of shame flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, and the rice bags they held suddenly felt unbearably heavy. The woman's face also reflected a moment of regret, yet she stubbornly exclaimed, "I was just too angry earlier. If you hadn't been deceiving us with human flesh, I would never have thrown the egg at you." Taking a few steps closer to the woman, Xiao Jinxian fixed her with a frigid gaze. "No excuse can justify your wanton destruction of a life-saving food for the entire city. The notion of human flesh being minced is still unproven, and I will certainly provide you with an explanation shortly. However, the wastage of food today cannot simply be overlooked." She then turned to Wenxing and commanded, "Compile a list of those who participated in the disturbance today. They shall receive the government's disaster relief supplies, but all other provisions are to be withheld. Do you understand?" Wenxing, already incensed by the crowd's refusal to listen and their reckless actions, responded loudly in affirmation and proceeded to register the names. The surrounding citizens displayed expressions of regret. They knew they were in the wrong, and given Xiao Jinxuan's reasonable statements, no one dared to voice a contradiction. As for the woman who had thrown the egg, she stood frozen in place. With 3 children to care for and her husband deceased, the government's supplies were barely sufficient. Had there not been other provisions available, her family would have long since perished. Realizing the implications, she immediately grasped the hem of Xiao Jinxuan's skirt and wept, "Fourth Miss, I acted foolishly just now. Please do not hold it against me. I have 3 children to feed. My husband is gone. Have mercy and do not cut off our supplies." Xiao Jinxian merely cast a calm glance at her, withdrew her skirt from the woman's grip, and without uttering a word, turned and walked away indifferently. Kindness has its limits. To be burdened by the suffering of others is to invite one's own distress. Xiao Jinxian understood this well. Thus, while the woman was indeed pitiable, her previous actions were undeniably contemptible. Watching from the side, Qian Yingluo observed how Xiao Jinxian effortlessly subdued the crowd with just a few words, leaving them silent. Frustrated, she nearly ground her teeth in anger. Realizing that inciting the crowd to escalate the situation was futile, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. With an air of arrogance, Qian Yingluo approached Xiao Jinxian.
Coming to Yangzhou has truly opened my eyes. Even a lowly born can now flaunt her authority. Xiao Jinxian smiled and gently inquired, County Mistress, is that not a misstatement? Though I am of humble birth, the matter of disaster relief has been entrusted to me by His Royal Highness, the Prince Rue. Do you imply that the prince has erred? Previously, she had tolerated Qian Yingluo's taunts due to their significant difference in status, but circumstances had changed. With her position firmly established within the Xiao family and an alliance with Zhou Xianrui, she now faced Qian Yingluo directly, without any reservations. Enraged, Qian Yingluo could not dare to question the judgment of a prince, thus refraining from responding. Yet, unwilling to relent, she pressed on, let us set that aside for now. I only ask how you will explain the human finger found in the minced meat. Xiao Jinxian smiled faintly, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Rather than answer, she countered, and what do you propose, County Mistress? Caught off guard, Qian Yingluo realized that this was an opportunity to steer the conversation towards searching the shop. Her face brightened as she assumed a serious demeanor, declaring, if it were up to me, we must thoroughly search the place where the minced meat was prepared. If nothing suspicious is found, then this will simply be a misunderstanding, and you can clear your name. What do you think, Xiao Jinxian? Xiao Jinxian readily agreed, even taking a few steps back to clear the way. Anyone present may join in as witnesses. She also invited the onlookers to enter the premises together. Qian Yingluo shot Xiao Jinxian an appreciative glance before leading the way into the shop, with the crowd following closely behind. Upon arriving in the courtyard, before they could even glance at the kitchen, they noticed a maid fussing about near a well. Upon seeing the gathering crowd, she gasped in alarm and attempted to flee. Such suspicious behavior naturally drew attention, prompting Qian Yingluo to order her apprehended. When the maid was brought before them, they recognized her as Lan Ji, who appeared significantly shaken. She frantically scanned the crowd before rushing towards Xiao Jinxian. Miss, save me. You promised that if anything happened, you would protect me and ensure I would not be implicated in the matter of the human flesh. Her words instantly created an uproar among the crowd, who began to suspect that the minced meat indeed held sinister secrets, and that the one who had instructed the maid was none other than the fourth miss herself. Xiao Jinxian maintained her calm demeanor, stepping back to create distance from Lan Ji, and replied composedly, I do not understand your words. I was unaware of your presence here. How could I possibly have commanded you to do anything? At this moment, Qian Yingluo interjected with a derisive laugh. Xiao Jinxian, it seems you do not comprehend. It is not a matter of misunderstanding, but rather that the truth of the human flesh being minced has come to light, and you fear being implicated, thus seeking to make this maid your scapegoat. Qian Yingluo's statement resonated with the crowd, as they nodded in agreement. Lan Ji, kneeling on the ground, appeared utterly devastated, looking incredulously at Xiao Jinxian. How cruel you are, miss. Since you are devoid of compassion, do not blame me for being unfaithful. With that, Lan Ji turned and bowed before Qian Yingluo, bursting into tears. County Mistress, you must hold me blameless. The minced meat indeed contains human flesh, and it was all the fourth Miss's orders. I was initially afraid, but she is my mistress, and in the end, I had no choice but to obey. Qian Yingluo's eyes gleamed with triumph, and she compassionately helped Lan Ji to her feet. You two have been coerced. This county mistress does not hold it against you. Now that you recognize your mistake and can identify the mastermind, you may atone for your sins. Zhu Exen, following closely behind Xiao Jinxian, could no longer endure the scene. Her eyes filled with disappointment and pity. Lan Ji, do not speak such nonsense. You are no longer the Mrs. Maid. It was the fourth miss who cast you out, and now you harbor resentment. Thus you slander her. At this accusation, Lan Ji wept even more fiercely. Zhu Xin, you truly wrong me. After being expelled from the courtyard, do you not know that the miss came to find me, telling me it was all intentional, that she wanted me to secretly prepare the human minced meat? Pointing at Xiao Jinxian, she continued with a wounded expression, I was foolish. Looking back, the miss's public dismissal of me was merely to sever ties, so that when the truth emerged, I would bear the blame. Fourth miss, how cruel your heart is. I have always been loyal to you. In Lan Ji's eyes, tears welled, yet her heart was filled with cold laughter. Back at Wanxiang Pavilion, she had been publicly slapped and expelled from the courtyard, losing a tooth in the process. How could she not harbor hatred? Thus, when the Ning family offered her the chance to harm Xiao Jinxian with her own hands, she accepted without a moment's hesitation.
Now, witnessing her former mistress being unable to defend herself, condemned and scorned by all due to her words, the feeling was exquisite, making her want to laugh uproariously. Just as the situation seemed to be turning against Xiao Jinxian, with the common folk cursing her, the calm and aloof voice of Zhou Xinrui broke through the tumult. Today is indeed lively. I have heard that the fourth miss has resorted to using human flesh for her dish. Such a curious affair. It would be a pity not to witness it. Chapter 43. The Princess Enters Prison. 1. When the Prince of Rue arrived, everyone hurried to pay their respects. He gestured for them to rise, and then turned his attention to Qian Luo. Ah, the Princess of Yuan County is present as well. It is my first time seeing you since the disaster relief began. What prompted your visit today? Quite rare indeed. Qian Luo smiled awkwardly, clearly understanding that the prince was implying her lack of concern for the people's plight amid the snow disaster. She had always felt intimidated by Zhou Xinrui and hastily replied, "Cousin, the sixth prince has been reflecting lately. I fear my words and actions may have been careless, so I have been in seclusion. Yet I cannot bear to disregard the suffering caused by the snow disaster. Thus, I brought food and supplies today to aid the people of Yangzhou." Zhou Xinrui nodded in acknowledgement, but then queried with a hint of confusion, "Your Highness has shown great concern, but if you came to donate, why have you ventured in the backyard? I have heard you intend to administer justice here. I was unaware of my own ineffectiveness under your watch." Qian Luo's face turned pale at his words, realizing that Zhou Xinrui was openly expressing his dissatisfaction with her involvement. Anxious about how to respond, she was determined not to let the opportunity to harm Xiao Jinxian slip away. Thus, she composed herself and pointed towards Lan Ji, who was kneeling on the ground. "Your Highness, I too have been quite incensed. I know you hold fourth Miss Xiao in high regard, but in front of so many witnesses, should we not first hear Lan Ji's account? Otherwise, your interference might seem unjust." Resolute, Qian Luo felt she had nothing to lose. After all, the evidence was irrefutable. Even if the prince were to be angered, she could not be punished for her scheming against Xiao Jinxian, which had repeatedly failed. To her surprise, Zhou Xinrui did not express anger, but instead followed her lead and addressed Lan Ji, "Since the princess claims you were the one who pointed out the fourth miss, do you have any evidence?" Words alone cannot suffice. Prepared for this moment, Lan Ji calmly gestured towards a desolate well in the corner of the courtyard. "I have evidence. That well is an empty one. Just now, in my fright, I disposed of the dismembered body into a sack and cast it into the well. If someone were to descend, they would surely find it." She continued, "The bodies we usually use are secretly transported away at night. Today's incident was sudden. I had no choice but to dispose of it in the well. If not for the Mrs. Orders, how could I have done such a thing? I implore your Highness to discern the truth." Zhou Xinrui, after hearing her, nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us send someone down the well to ascertain the truth. Go, see what you can retrieve." A guard obeyed the command and soon resurfaced, much to the anticipation of the crowd, holding a burlap sack that dripped with fresh blood. Upon seeing this, Qian Luo's face lit up with joy. "Huh, here, we have both witness and material evidence. Xiao Jinxian, what else do you have to say? Seize this wicked person." Yet, despite her fervent proclamation, no one dared to act without Zhou Xinrui's command. Realizing her hasty outburst, Qian Luo awkwardly cleared her throat, her expression souring as she fell silent. However, it was Xiao Jinxian who stepped forward with a smile. "Dear princess, you are rather hasty. If you wish to seize me, at least you should first open the sack and inspect its contents before passing judgment." When Xing, "Assist the princess and open that sack," she commanded. When Xing complied, stepping forward to untie the sack, as the bloodied contents were revealed, the crowd fell silent. Instead of body, they found a significant portion of pig meat within, with the blood merely that of the pork seeping through the burlap. No one was more taken aback than Lan Ji, for she knew better than anyone that the body should have been in the well. She had been the one to dispose of it there last night. How could it have transformed into half a pig's carcass? Xiao Jinxian observed the crowd's reaction, and once the murmur subsided, she gazed mockingly at Lan Ji. "Is this the body you spoke of? While you are not entirely incorrect, it seems it is merely a portion of a deceased pig. I fear you will not find human flesh in that well." At this moment, anyone who failed to recognize that Xiao Jinxian had ensnared them in a trap was rather dim-witted. Qian Luo sensed that matters were turning against her. The slight smile on Xiao Jinshuan's face filled her with trepidation. She realized that not only would she fail to bring down her adversary today, but if she remained, she might end up ensnared herself. Thus, she hastily prepared to make her escape. Clearly, there has been a misunderstanding. It must be that Lan Ji, resentful after being dismissed by the fourth miss, has spoken in anger. This is a matter of the Xiao family, and I, the county princess, should not interfere. I shall take my leave now. Your Highness, I bid you farewell. Watching Qian Yingluo hurriedly retreat, a glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Jinxuan's eyes. Since she had come and harmed her, how could she leave so easily? Princess, please wait. It seems your doubts have been alleviated. But Jin Xian has matters to discuss with you. Why are you in such a hurry to depart? Qian Yingluo halted, turning with a displeased expression. I have urgent business and cannot waste words with a mere concubine. Yet Xiao Jinxian merely smiled, turning to Zhou Xianrui and bowing respectfully. Your Highness, I kindly ask you to detain the county princess. For today, I have witnesses who can attest that this matter is indeed a deliberate frame-up by the princess. Until the truth is clarified, no one may leave. You slanderer, Xiao Jinxian. It is you who has mistreated your servants, provoking Lan Ji's retaliation. What business is it of the county princess? I shall take my leave now. Who dares to stop me? Qian Luo was genuinely alarmed now. Xiao Jinxian had always been sharp-tongued, and she found it peculiar that today she was so agreeable. In truth, it was a carefully laid trap waiting for her to fall into. Remaining here would surely complicate her escape. However, Zhou Xianrui would not allow her to have her way. Princess, I believe it would be prudent for you to remain for a while, given your involvement in this matter. It would be best to clarify everything before leaving. With a wave of his hand, guards immediately obstructed Qian Yingluo, regardless of her enraged protests, preventing her from taking a single step out of the courtyard. Xiao Jinxian smirked, suddenly clapping her hands. Deng Jiao, bring forth the evidence Lan Ji seeks, and let it be presented. As her voice fell, Deng Jiao approached with 3 individuals, accompanied by a stout middle-aged man and 2 servants carrying a rolled mat. As they drew near, Deng Jiao commanded the servants to lay down the mat, while the unfamiliar robust man knelt before Zhou Xianrui. With a gesture, Xiao Jinxian indicated the man before her, surveying the onlookers with composure as she spoke. Butcher Wang, kindly recount to His Highness the words you shared with me yesterday. Be sure to avoid embellishments, yet do not omit a single detail. The man known as Butcher Wang nodded vigorously before responding in a deep voice. Your Highness, I am the butcher from North Street. A few days ago, someone brought a corpse to me, insisting that I strip the flesh from it. Initially, I was reluctant, but the individual was quite generous, offering 50 taels of silver. Thus I acquiesced. Zhou Xianrui, maintaining his composure, glanced at Qian Yingluo and replied steadily. Please continue. Butcher Wang, encouraged by this, continued. I confess, I was tempted by the money, yet the act of butchering human flesh was unprecedented for me, leaving me perplexed. Thus, I waited for the group to depart and followed them, only to discover they took the body to this very shop. Concealed in the shadows, I overheard them plotting, stating that tomorrow they would proceed according to plan, ensuring the Xiao family could not defend themselves. I realized then that something was amiss. At this juncture, Butcher Wang rose from his kneeling position and addressed the crowd. Gentlemen, though I am but a humble butcher, I possess a conscience. The fourth miss has done so much for us during this calamity. How could I aid in their nefarious deeds? After much contemplation, I disclosed everything to the fourth miss yesterday, thus unveiling their scheme before it could unfold. We must not allow these villains to evade justice. The initially curious crowd was now stirred, reflecting on how they had been unwitting pawns in a plot that nearly condemned an innocent. They clamored for the culprits to face retribution and restore the Xiao family's honor. Seizing the moment, Zhou Xianrui posed a question. Butcher Wang, having shared so much, do you recall who approached you regarding the corpse? And are they present here today? Upon hearing this, Butcher Wang promptly stood and, without hesitation, advanced toward Qian Yingluo, reaching out to pull forth the pale-faced Yaji who had been hiding behind her. It was this woman, Your Highness. That night, she was among those who brought the corpse to me. At this revelation, Qian Yingluo could no longer maintain her composure and stepped forward with a sharp reprimand. You speak nonsense, Butcher. Do you possess any evidence for your claims? Surely, someone has coerced you into this. Yaji, her close maid, was now implicated, and Qian Yingluo felt a surge of anxiety. Butcher Wang, undeterred, raised his voice. I have evidence. That day, this young lady not only instructed me to strip the flesh, but she also commanded me to sever a finger from the corpse. I distinctly recall a gold ring inscribed with a character for fortune adorning that finger. If you compare it with the body, the truth will be revealed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxian let out a light laugh. This matter regarding the flesh has escalated. While you, Lan Ji, previously asserted that the body was just discarded into the well, it now appears to be pork. This mysterious body has vanished. Why not unveil the mat beneath it? Lan Ji trembled at her words, her composure shattered. Regardless of how this matter concluded, her previous assertions had already unraveled. She no longer sought revenge against Xiao Jinxian. Her only hope was to preserve her own life. Miss, I was wrong. I spoke falsely. It was the county master who urged me to act thus. You are aware that you embarrassed her at the Song residence, and she has harbored resentment against you. I beg for your mercy. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Qian Yingluo turned to flee, casting all blame onto her. Lan Zi, realizing her own precarious position, could no longer maintain her stoic facade and hastily implicated Qian Yingluo, presenting seemingly reasonable justifications for her actions. As the corpse remained unexamined, Lan Ji's confession had laid bare the truth. However, Xiao Jinxuan's intentions extended beyond mere vindication. She sought to ensure that Qian Yingluo would have no avenue for redemption. She shifted her gaze toward a nervous figure in the crowd, her eyes glinting with cold intent. Speaking of severed fingers, I recall that the origin of this matter lies in a discovery of a finger serendipitously adorned with a gold ring. That limping man, is this not correct? Upon her utterance, the crowd recalled this detail, their collective gaze shifting to the limping man, who was now attempting to retreat discreetly. Caught. He hesitated under Xiao Jinxuan's icy glare before promptly kneeling. Fourth miss, forgive my transgressions. I am willing to confess and corroborate Butcher Wang's account. The severed finger was indeed given to me by Miss Yaji, instructing me to escalate the matter today. The abhorrent talk of human flesh was also her directive. I still possess 20 taels of silver hidden in my hearth, a fortune bestowed upon me by others. This serves as my evidence. His confession was not born from genuine willingness, but rather from the undeniable truth of the inscribed ring. If he resisted, the evidence would soon reveal itself, leaving him no choice but to confess in hopes of earning leniency. With Lan Ji's admission and the butcher's testimony, even without examining the corpse, Yaji could not evade accountability. Zhou Xinrui lowered his gaze to the crumpled Yaji, his brow furrowing. Yaji, will you not confess? Should you continue to withhold the truth, I will be compelled to apply measures of coercion. In despair, Yaji closed her eyes, biting her lips until they bled. Yet she remained resolutely silent. As a servant of the Huan Marquis' household, with her family also employed there, she was acutely aware of the consequences of betrayal. Zhou Xinrui anticipated her silence, gesturing for the guards to remove her, the purpose of which was all too clear. Qian Yingluo felt a modicum of relief. After all, even if it was revealed that Yaji was complicit, if she steadfastly denied it, even the prince would hesitate to convict her. However, Qian Yingluo's focus on Zhou Xinrui blinded her to a cunning fox lurking nearby, keenly observing her every move. Xiao Jinxian lowered her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she toyed with her white jade bracelet, speaking softly. In truth, I do not believe this incident to be orchestrated by the county master. Yet, given Yaji's involvement, even her silence cannot absolve the county master of suspicion. I possess a method to ascertain her innocence, but I fear she may be unwilling to comply. Qian Yingluo shot Xiao Jinxian a sidelong glare, contemplating a refusal, yet such an action would only expose her guilt. Unable to appear cowed by Xiao Jinxuan's words, she resolved to maintain her stance. I, the county master, have nothing to fear. Speak your method, and if I comply, let today's events be forgotten, with Yaji subjected to your will. However, should any unflattering rumors about me arise thereafter, I shall not let it pass. Xiao Jinxian regarded Qian Yingluo's brazen demeanor with a cold smile within. Having failed to frame another, she now found herself ensnared, yet she dared to haggle. Let the county master revel in her arrogance. Xiao Jinxian was eager to witness her downfall. Concealing her emotions, she pointed toward the tattered mat nearby. Your Highness, within this mat lies the dismembered corpse that I have heard spoken of. It is said that even after death, a body retains a semblance of awareness. If it suffers torment in life and is further desecrated posthumously, superstition dictates that it harbors immense resentment, with its spirit lingering near its remains, refusing to be reincarnated. Upon hearing this, Qian Yingluo's countenance darkened, and her eyes reflected profound alarm, clearly indicating that she absorbed the weight of these words. Sighing, Xiao Jinxian continued, "It is rumored that such restless souls, upon encountering their tormentors, manifest extraordinary phenomena." The butcher Wang, visibly shaken, exclaimed, "What the fourth miss says is entirely accurate. I was to transport this body today, but no matter how I tried to lift it, it felt as if it were anchored to the earth. Yet when others attempted, it was effortlessly moved. Truly, it is most uncanny." Xiao Jinxian sighed again, declaring, "This is indeed an omen. The deceased resents you for mutilating her flesh, which is why she forbids your touch. Thus, Your Highness, if you were to unveil this mat and gaze upon the corpse, and no unusual occurrences transpire, I shall accept your innocence, and my family will cease to speak of this matter. Do you find my request unreasonable?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yingluo instinctively retreated several steps. Casting an uneasy glance at the rolled mat, a sudden chill enveloped her, prompting an involuntary shudder. At that moment, Zhou Xianrui turned his gaze toward her, speaking in a grave tone. "I did not expect the fourth miss to possess such reverence for the supernatural. In our great Zhou, we uphold Taoism. Though this practice may seem enigmatic, it is fair. Do give a try." Qian Yingluo, trembling with fear, found herself unable to counter his suggestion. To falter now would be tantamount to an admission of guilt. Yet, the butcher's earlier words gnawed at her, instilling a profound dread of the specter of the deceased. As all eyes were upon her, she gritted her teeth and steeled herself to approach. Despite her skepticism regarding the notion that the dead recognized their foes, perhaps this was merely a ploy by Xiao Jinxian to unsettle her. Her resolve strengthened. Crouching down, her hands trembled as she untied the hemp rope binding the mat, revealing the corpse in its entirety. Though she had braced herself, the sight before her elicited a shriek, compelling her to rise and distance herself from the cadaver. She had encountered death before, and had even been responsible for several. Yet the female corpse before her was grotesquely horrifying. From the abdomen down, it had been reduced to bare bones, with scraps of flesh clinging grotesquely to the skeleton. A gust of wind swept through, causing the remnants to sway, and Qian Yingluo felt nausea rise within her, turning to flee. In that instant, a wave of debilitating weakness washed over her, rendering her powerless as she collapsed toward the corpse. Though her body was feeble, her mind remained lucid. Her eyes widened in terror, and she screamed, yet could not alter her descent. With a resounding thud, she fell atop the lifeless form, her face mere inches from that of the deceased. This abrupt turn of events left the onlookers stunned. None could have anticipated that the county princess, who had appeared fine moments ago, would now be sprawled upon the ground. Before anyone could react, a more horrifying development unfolded. As Qian Yingluo lay atop the corpse, the eyes of the deceased suddenly snapped open, fixating intently upon her. As if scripted from a nightmare, streams of blood tears began to flow from the corpse's eyes, staining the mat below with crimson, a sight that left the gathered crowd in utter shock. Such an arcane spectacle was a first for many. In that moment, they recalled Xiao Jinshuan's foreboding words, and someone shouted, "The vengeful spirit has identified its assailant. This county princess is the one who harmed her." Indeed, the wide-eyed gaze of the corpse seemed to convey an unfulfilled grievance, and the incessant flow of blood tears suggested that without justice, the spirit would not rest. Zhou Xianrui's brow furrowed as he instructed an attendant, "Assist the county princess to her feet." The attendant rushed to Qian Yingluo's side, grasping her shoulders and lifting her. Strangely, the moment she moved away from the corpse, her strength returned, and she stood unaided. The crowd murmured, asserting that it was the ghost's weight that had previously restrained her. Now thoroughly frightened, Qian Yingluo would never forget the lifeless gaze fixed upon her, devoid of warmth, chilling to the bone. As whispers surrounded her, she instinctively raised her hands in denial, her voice tinged with distress. I have never seen this corpse. If you seek the culprit, look to Yaji or my cousin, the sixth prince. Do not implicate me." However, her frantic gestures only drew attention to the crimson stains on her palms. "Look, the county princess's hands are stained with blood. This is the sign of the deceased's wrath. This bloody-handed princess is indeed the murderer. Horrified, Qian Yingluo stared at her hands, which were now a vivid red. No amount of scrubbing could cleanse them. Letting out a wail, she fell to her knees, her gaze fixed on the corpse, unable to blink, as if any distraction might summon the dead to pounce. Zhou Xinrui observed her with an almost imperceptible smile, understanding that if the case of the butcher's remains could not lead to Qian Yingluo's condemnation, it would provoke supernatural ire, and she would be doomed. After all, even the royal family held an aversion to the supernatural. Should he execute Qian Yingluo here, he would face no repercussions from the court. At that moment, Zhou Xinrui indeed contemplated murder. If Qian Yingluo were to perish in Yangzhou, the sixth prince would be compelled to return to the capital and inform his uncle, the Marquis of Xuan, for the blame would fall squarely on him. Once she was gone, he could pursue a thorough investigation into the corrupt officials of Yangzhou without fear of reprisal. To rid the realm of corrupt officials and eliminate Qian Yingluo would be of no consequence to him. Just as Zhou Xinrui unsheathed his golden dragon sword, a cold, delicate hand clasped his wrist. Surprised, he looked up to find it was Xiao Jinxian who had stopped him. She leaned closer, whispering softly, "Spare Qian Yingluo. She holds great potential. If you trust me, I can ensure the sixth prince's downfall." Zhou Xinrui narrowed his eyes, the murderous intent dissipating as he sheathed his sword without hesitation. He instinctively believed her words were not mere bravado, for this woman indeed possessed the ability to manipulate the lives and deaths of others at will. Take the county princess into custody for now, until I give the order. No one is to visit her. Yaji requires no further interrogation. Execute her immediately to appease the deceased. He then glanced at Lan Ji, speaking sternly. How she is dealt with is at the discretion of the 4th Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxian nodded slightly and turned to Lan Ji, her expression one of indifference. On the day of your discharge from the hospital, I expressed my disdain for your deceitful lips. It was hardly surprising when you soon uttered a greater falsehood. If you cannot control that troublesome tongue of yours, it might be best to sever it, thus avoiding further complications. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinrui wasted no time and commanded the guards to drag Lan Ji away, executing Xiao Jinxian's orders. Even as Lan Ji was pulled from the courtyard, her cries for mercy echoed mournfully, but a few more pleas were expected. After all, soon she would never utter another sound again. Meanwhile, Qian Yingluo was lifted from the ground, yet she maintained her noble demeanor, refusing to comply with her imprisonment. Your Highness, my mother is Princess Huayang. Although not the Emperor's sister, she is still your aunt, and I am your cousin. You cannot treat me this way. My mother would never approve. Zhou Xinrui disregarded her words, gesturing for the guards to subdue her immediately. Within the royal family, it was common for kin to turn against one another. So what significance did distant cousins hold? As for Princess Nanyang, if he truly feared her, he would not be Zhou Xinrui. Chapter 45. New Year's Eve turmoil. The crackling sounds of firecrackers could be heard clearly, even with the attic tightly closed, signaling the arrival of New Year's Eve, a time to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. After today, a new year would commence. Xiao Jinxian sat gracefully at her vanity, gazing through the bronze mirror at her room, which was now infused with the spirit of the festival, and a genuine smile blossomed on her face. The decorations had transformed into auspicious and delightful items. Red window decorations, New Year's paintings bringing good fortune, an array of candies and pastries, creating an atmosphere of festivity. Reflecting on her past 23 years, she recalled how seldom anyone had thought of her before marriage. Being a concubine's daughter, she was labeled a harbinger of misfortune, spending every holiday isolated in her room. After marrying Ji Lingfeng, he was always occupied with gift-giving and visiting officials, leaving her alone in the grand residence. However, now things were different. Her loved ones were by her side. Soon, she would pay New Year-esque greetings to the Yang family and receive her red envelopes, followed by a celebratory dinner and staying up to welcome the new year. This year, she would no longer spend the festivities in solitude. With this thought, anticipation blossomed within her. She glanced at Zhu Xian and Bai Shu, who were rummaging through the wardrobe for dresses, and smiled, urging them, no need to search any longer. Please bring that purple sable fur pleated skirt. It was just finished yesterday, and wearing it today is perfect. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xian slapped her forehead and exclaimed, Of course. How could I forget that? It was specially sent back by the master, crafted from fine purple sable. Miss, the master truly cherishes you, always thinking of you. Xiao Jinxian smiled. Indeed, compared to the indifference of the past, her father's attitude had significantly changed. He not only sent letters inquiring about her well-being, but also included words of concern. Especially the purple sable fur, of exceptional quality, was promptly sent to her, indicating that Xiao Hong had grown more attached to her. However, Bai Shu frowned and remarked, "Today is New Year's Eve. Miss, you cannot wear such dark colors. Did not Aunt Yang send you a light, red lilac pattern gown? I believe it is more suitable, as red embodies joy and is festive." A warmth flickered in Xiao Jinxuan's eyes, although she did not favor such vibrant colors. The fact that Yang thought of her brought a smile to her face. "I shall heed Bai Shu's advice and wear the dress sent by Aunt Yang." Once Xiao Jinxian was fully adorned, she heard Wen Xing's voice from outside. "Jinxian, are you ready? We must head to Yisin Courtyard. It is auspicious to go early." Yisin Courtyard was where the Yang family resided, and, as their child, Xiao Jinxian needed to visit early to offer auspicious words and receive her red envelope, a customary practice to ensure good fortune. As they walked, Xiao Jinxian cast a concerned glance at Wen Xing and asked, "Is everything well at home? Is your mother's health improving? Feel free to tell me if you need anything. Do not hesitate." Wen Xing chuckled and playfully pointed to his attire. "Look, this new year, you gifted me and my mother 3 sets of new clothes, along with plenty of food and supplies. This is the best new year I have ever had. As for my mother's illness, the medicine has not worked. It is due to years of fatigue, but with the nourishing herbs you sent, she is much better now." Bai Shu, with a furrowed brow, hesitated before softly asking, "Miss, may I take a few days off from the estate? I wish to help Wen Xing's mother with her health. This will ease Wen Xing's mind and allow him to serve you better." Xiao Jinxian smiled gently. She was not an ignorant girl and could see Bai Shu's affections for Wen Xing. Moreover, Bai Shu was indeed a good girl, and she welcomed their budding relationship. "You may go see her tomorrow. If you need any herbs, do not hesitate to ask. Your kindness will surely delight Wen Xing's mother." Bai Shu blushed and lowered her head. Meanwhile, Wen Xing, though clever, was oblivious to the subtle emotions of girls, entirely unaware that Bai Shu had shown interest in him. As the group conversed, they arrived at Yisin Courtyard. Upon entering, Xiao Jinxian discovered that visitors had already arrived, and the atmosphere was lively, with the guests being Madame Xuan and her daughter. Upon seeing Xiao Jinxian, Madame Xuan quickly stood up with a beaming smile. "Jinxian, come over and warm yourself by the fire. It's freezing outside. We Wen Ti want you to catch a chill. Jingying, quickly assist your 4th sister in removing her cloak." Sitting nearby, Xiao Jingying's eyes flashed with reluctance, but upon noticing Madame Xuan's encouraging glance, she forced a smile and approached. "4th sister, let me help you with your cloak. There is also hot tea prepared. Please have a cup to warm up." Having dealt with Xiao Jinxiu, now came the more formidable Xiao Jinxian. This 4th sister had even surpassed Ning's mother and daughter, truly remarkable in her abilities. Xiao Jingying regretted a bit. Had she not pointed out Xiao Jinxiu's shortcomings back at Meizhuang, this calamity might have been averted. But there is no remedy for regret, and she never imagined the seemingly weak Xiao Jinxian would become so formidable, though the Xiao family was left with only these 2 young ladies. This 4th sister was even more oppressive than the legitimate daughter, Xiao Jinxian. Now, she had even reached the point of needing to curry favor with this 4th sister, which was difficult for her to accept. As she gazed at the hand extended by her 3rd sister, Xiao Jinxian gracefully sidestepped, politely but distantly saying, "There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Sister Jingying. I can manage on my own." Just then, the door swung open again, and the taller figure of Xiao Wenyao bounded in, rushing over the threshold. Upon spotting Xiao Jinxian, he joyfully dashed into her embrace. "Sister, you've been so busy lately. You haven't played with me. I've missed you." With affectionate eyes, Xiao Jinxian gently ruffled Xiao Wenyao's hair, apologetically saying, "It is my fault. I promise to visit you more often and make you delicious treats. Is that all right?" Xiao Wenyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, and he nodded eagerly, even going so far as to make a pact with Xiao Jinxian, fearful she might change her mind. Madame Xuan watched the sibling's affectionate interaction with a tinge of envy. Unfortunately, her body had failed her after giving birth to a daughter. She had not been blessed with another child. If only she had a son, she would have someone to rely on in this life. Xuan blinked, returning from her momentary daze, and her smile grew even sweeter as she affectionately said, Jinxian, come here. As your elder, I have prepared some New Year's gifts for you siblings. It is a token of my goodwill, so I hope you will not find it lacking. With that, she produced 2 identical small rui from her sleeve. These rui were carved from white jade, their color as pure and lustrous as fat, their sheen translucent. A mere glance revealed their exceptional quality. Naturally, Young also recognized the rarity of these 2 jade pieces, and her smile deepened in appreciation. You too. Do not forget to thank Aunt Xuan. Hurry and pay your respects, she urged. As Jiao Jinxian now managed the household, and Yang was her biological mother, her status had considerably elevated compared to the past. With Ning now confined, Yang had effectively become half a matron. Rumors circulated that Xiao Hong valued Jinxian highly, and soon Yang would rise in status through her daughter, rendering Ning obsolete as the primary wife. Consequently, Yang's expenditures had already equaled those of Ning in former times. Once Yang finished her words, Xiao Jinxian took her brother's hand and approached Xuan, kneeling respectfully to perform the ceremonial bow of a junior, thereby granting Xuan due honor. Despite her being a concubine unworthy of such reverence, no one is inherently fond of schemes and conflicts, and neither was Xiao Jinxian. Therefore, when Xuan extended her goodwill, Jinxian was equally inclined to reciprocate, hoping for a harmonious coexistence that would spare her the burden of strife. Subsequently, Yang distributed the New Year's gifts she had prepared earlier to Jinxian and the others, smiling as she accepted their thanks. Gazing at her kneeling children, Yang felt a surge of emotion. After years of enduring hardships and trials, she finally felt a sense of vindication. Since her entrance into the household, Ning had tormented her relentlessly, leading to the loss of her first child due to Ning's machinations. She had thought her only hope lay in Xiao Wenyao's growth, relying on him for a worry-free old age. Yet, unexpectedly, the daughter she had once held in disdain, Xiao Jinxian, had proven to be a source of pride. For the first time, she found it gratifying to have such a daughter. Thus, the usually indifferent Yang had recently taken a rare interest in Jinxian, occasionally preparing food for her and even selecting new clothing for her. Noticing that Jinxian was currently clad in the dress she had chosen, Yang felt increasingly satisfied. At that moment, the door swung open, and Mama Li, responsible for the household's affairs, entered with a hint of unease. She hurried to Jinxian, bowed, and whispered in her ear. However, Yang's displeasure flickered in her eyes at this display. To her, Jinxian was her daughter, and in her presence, any matter should be discussed with her first. This private exchange irked her. Mama Li, what significant matter are you reporting that we cannot hear? If that is the case, Jinxian, you might as well step outside with Mama Li to discuss it. Afterward, you can return, so we do not eavesdrop in vain, which would be inappropriate, she remarked, her tone neither warm nor cold. Upon hearing this, Jinxian recognized her mother's anger. She quickly halted Mama Li's actions and smiled, saying, Aunt Xuan, you think too much. There is nothing that cannot be said. It is just that there is some commotion at Mother's side, and I feared it might trouble you two ladies. Yang harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Ning. Her countenance immediately turned cold upon hearing Jin Xuan's words. An immoral person dares to stir up trouble? I believe we have been too lenient. In my opinion, she should be confined to the woodshed for a few days to see if she dares to cause a ruckus again. Jinxian frowned at this. With so many maids and matrons around, Yang's words, if they spread, would undoubtedly cause trouble. After all, no matter how disreputable Ning was, she remained the legitimate wife, and it was utterly inappropriate for a concubine to speak in such a manner. To prevent Yang from being criticized, Jinxian quickly sought to smooth things over. I know Aunt Xuan has a kind heart. Such words are merely for talk. I will go check on my mother and return swiftly. However, as Jinxian stood to leave, Yang failed to grasp that her daughter was attempting to shield her from embarrassment. Instead, she perceived it as a public defiance, diminishing her maternal pride. Jinxian, stop right there. It is New Year's Eve, and instead of staying here with your true mother, you wish to see your legitimate mother? Do you still hold a place for me in your heart? If you do not heed my words today, do not expect to call me mother in the future. With that, Yang turned her head away, refusing to look at Jinxian. Chapter 46. Unveiling the truth, a pang of sorrow flashed in Jin Xuan's eyes, yet she forced a smile, gently coaxing, Aunt Xuan, do not overthink. Jinxian will only take a quick look and return to accompany you. Today is a joyous occasion, Why let such trifles upset you? In truth, Jin Xian harbored plans to elevate Yang to the status of the primary wife. But the more she contemplated this, the more Yang's words must remain unspoken. Even if she felt resentment, there was no need to display it openly. Such behavior would not aid her in becoming the matriarch. Yet Yang was oblivious to Jin Xuan's intentions. Seeing her daughter persist in her stance only fueled Yang's ire. Go. This household is under your command now. What am I? A mere concubine. Once you leave me, do not return. I shall manage with your brother's company. I do not wish for your presence any longer. Jin Xuan's breath caught, her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves. She gazed at Yang's cold, wrathful expression, feeling an unbearable pain in her heart. However, being adept at concealing her emotions, she quickly regained her composure, silently bowing before turning to leave. It was not that she refused to speak, but she feared that if she did, tears would uncontrollably fall. In a state of profound discontent, Jin Xian made her way to Iya courtyard in silence, accompanied solely by Wen Xin, and entered Ning's chamber. Upon entering, she discovered that after several days of absence, Ning's room was now laden with cobwebs and dust. The windows were tightly covered with quilts, rendering the room dim and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. After a moment of adjustment, Jin Xian could faintly discern a figure seated on the bed in the shadows. As she stepped closer, she recognized Ning sitting cross-legged, her gaze fixed on Jin Xian with an unsettling intensity. Ning's eyes were devoid of life, resembling those of a corpse, her hair unkempt, wrapped in a thick quilt. In her current state, who would associate her with the formidable matron of a Xiao family from months prior? Feeling disheartened, Jin Xian chose not to waste words and directly asked, "Did you not summon someone? Now that I am here, what do you wish to discuss?" Ning's reply was curt and unyielding. "Why are you alone? Today is New Year's Eve. I'm the matron of the Xiao family, and all of you concubines should come to pay your respects." "Were they?" Observing Ning still clinging to her notions of status, Jin Xian shook her head in disbelief. "I have informed my father of your collusion with the county lord of Xuan and your attempts to frame me. Your actions have endangered not just me, but the entire Xiao family. I believe when father returns, he will send you away, so there is no need for me to pay my respects today. Moreover, given your current state, it is inappropriate for you to be seen." At last, her words stirred something within the once stoic Ning, who began to laugh maniacally, her laughter gradually morphing into sobs. "My appearance is unfit to be seen? I have become this way because of you, this calamity. Do you know I see Mama by every night, her eyes bleeding with tears, asking me why I had to kill her and afterward desecrate her remains? But I did not do any of this myself." After Ning spoke, she clutched her head and collapsed onto the ground, her expression a portrait of agony. It was evident that she had been severely tormented in recent days. Shout Jin Xian couldn't help but smirk coldly. Indeed, the woman whose bones had been extracted was none other than the elusive Bai Mama, who had deceived her into revealing a personal letter that night. From what Xiao understood of Jilin Feng, Bai Mama would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences for her actions. What she did not anticipate was that Bai Mama, who had always been at odds with her, would, even in death, almost bring her to harm again. A true specter that lingered. Nevertheless, the outcome for Bai Mama was fitting. She met a tragic end, her body horrifically mutilated, a consequence of her own misdeeds. Ning lay on the ground, her head in her hands, gradually regaining her composure. However, upon catching sight of Xiao Jinxian's calm demeanor, she felt a surge of irritation. "You truly are a calamity. Your resilience is remarkable. Yet I have heard that Yazi was killed and Lanji was silenced and then hanged. Are you not afraid they might come back for revenge and demand your life?" Xiao Jinxian responded with a scornful smile. "While they were alive, they could do nothing to me. In death, they are mere waste. If they dare to seek me out, even as spirits, I will ensure they are left in a state of utter confusion, experiencing death once more." Ning was momentarily stunned, gazing at Xiao Jinxian, whose aura was thick with malevolence. She understood that the girl's words were not mere fabrications. She was entirely capable of such actions. In fact, she believed that if a ghost were to appear before Xiao, this girl would not hesitate to plunge a knife into it repeatedly. She dared not question why she felt this way. It was simply a natural conclusion drawn from the icy depths of Xiao Jinxian's eyes. Ning trembled as she pointed a finger at Xiao, confusion etched across her face. "If you are unafraid of spirits, Then why did you allow the vengeful soul to identify the murderer? You witnessed the strange phenomena that day, Xian. I refuse to believe that you feel not a shred of fear inside. Despite being confined, she was informed of everything by Hongxiu, and knowing all too well. She was even more convinced that by Mama's spirit would come for her, as she was one of the culprits. Jinxian looked down at Ning with a smile. Surely, the number of people who have died directly or indirectly at your hands exceeds just by Mama. I never imagined such a tale of ghosts could even deceive you, Mother. This truly surpasses my expectations. Ning was taken aback and urgently inquired, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that the vengeful spirit's identification was orchestrated? Jinxian, if you wish to humiliate me, there is no need for such deceit. You can manipulate the living, but can you truly influence the dead as well? It was no surprise she thought this way. The corpse's eyes had been wide open, blood tears streaming down its face. When Xian Yingluo approached the body, she was rendered powerless. Yet upon distancing herself, she instantly regained her strength. These occurrences could not be attributed to human manipulation. Furthermore, the blood-like stains on her hands were undeniable. If this were all a human scheme, Ning would never accept it. She suspected that Jinxian's statement was merely a ploy to provoke her, to oppose her, and to humiliate her further. Jinxian shook her head helplessly, surprised that her rare moment of truthfulness was met with disbelief from Ning. However, she was curious about Ning's reaction, having been haunted by her own fears for so long. If she were to reveal the truth, how would Ning respond? This prospect intrigued her greatly. To satisfy her curiosity, Jinxian continued patiently. There is no need for Mother to rush to rebut. Allow your daughter to explain further. Initially, Xian Yingluo felt weak upon seeing the corpse because she had previously touched the rope that had been soaked in a paralyzing substance. The moment it made contact with her skin, she became limp, yet her mind remained alert, which is why she screamed in terror while lying motionless beside the corpse. This is what has been misconstrued as a haunting. Ignoring Ning's shocked expression, Jinxian turned and smiled. As for the phenomenon of unseeing eyes and endless blood tears, that credit belongs to you, dear Mother. Perhaps you should explain it to her yourself. Wen Xin, who had been by Jinxuan's side for a while, was quite aware of her cousin's history of mistreatment at the hands of Ning. Seizing the opportunity to vent his frustrations, he chuckled and said, Madam may not know, but there exists a group of individuals in the underworld who specialize in manipulating the dead. When someone passes, they stealthily insert silver needles into the brain of the deceased. After this manipulation, if the body is struck even slightly, the eyes will spring open and blood will flow forth. Subsequently, they will retrieve the needles, causing the deceased to close their eyes, thereby deceiving others for riches. I happen to know someone skilled in this art, which explains the earlier spectacle. Ning felt a wave of discomfort in her chest, and a bitter taste surged in her throat, but she quickly suppressed it. Even if what you say is true, then why did the county master leave the corpse only to regain strength? And what are the blood-red marks on her hands? How do you explain those? At this moment, she would rather believe that the torment she had endured for days was the result of a genuine, vengeful spirit than accept the notion that she had been outwitted and humiliated by Jinxian, reducing her to a state unrecognizable as human or ghost. Since Jinxian had begun to speak, she was determined to see it through. Raising an eyebrow, she slowly replied, the drug that weakens one's resolve was administered when she was assisted to her feet. An antidote could have been dispensed simultaneously. As for the persistent red stains on her hands, we had previously applied a powder that turns red upon contact with heat to Bai Mama's clothing. Xian Yingluo was fortunate enough to rest her face against Bai Mama's, avoiding contact with her clothes. Otherwise, her face would have turned crimson as well. What a pity. I would have loved to see that effect. Ning stared at Jinxian, whose face was filled with a blend of regret and disappointment. Anger surged within her, making her head spin, and it felt as though a heavy stone lay upon her chest, suffocating her. With a furrowed brow and tightened throat, she finally could not hold back, and blood spewed from her mouth. Her eyes widened in fury as she pointed accusingly at Jinxian, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed onto the ground, fainting completely. Chapter 47. An encounter in the plum garden looking at the unconscious Ning. Jinxuan's expression remained impassive as she turned to leave. Though Ning had been harsh towards her in the past, she had never sought her life. Thus, she felt that this outcome was sufficient.
What happened to Ning from now on was of no concern to her. As she stepped out of Xia courtyard, Xiao Jinxian paused in the snow, lost in thought. Wen Xin, seeing her dazed state, tentatively asked, Jinxian, shall we return to Yisin courtyard now? Shaking her head, Xiao Jinxian sighed, her tone melancholic. Did you not hear Aunt say she does not wish to see me? Returning would only serve to upset her further. I would be met with naught but disdain. Knowing this, why should I seek out such futility? She did not wish to sever the bond between mother and daughter, nor had she ceased trying, but alas, Yang's heart was colder than winter's ice, impervious to her warmth. Wen Xin also shook his head and muttered, had it not been for this snow disaster, the streets would be bustling. I could have taken you out to enjoy yourself instead of being cooped up in the manor, which would surely drive anyone to illness. Xiao Jinxian understood that Wen Xin was accustomed to a life of freedom, which made her unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere of the mansion. In truth, she too had once known a time of innocent romance, but life had gradually dulled her spirit. Smiling at Wen Xin, she gently remarked, enough of your concern for me. Today is the first day of the month. I grant you leave to return home and spend time with your mother. I am certain she is eagerly awaiting your company. Upon hearing this, Wen Xin's face lit up with joy, but he quickly grew anxious and replied, but if I leave, what will you do, Jinxian? Zhu Xin and Bai Shu are not by your side. They're assisting at Yisin courtyard. I cannot bear to leave you alone. Xiao Jinxian shot him an exasperated glance. This is my home. What could possibly happen to me here? Besides, do you really see me as so fragile that anyone could easily bully me? Wen Xin, sensing her strength, smiled ingratiatingly and waved his hands. He had witnessed how Xiao Jinxian dealt with the county princess and the madam. She was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Having said this, Wen Xin ceased to protest and accepted her kindness, feeling warmth in his heart. As he departed, Xiao Jinxian aimlessly wandered in the chilly winter air, exhaling puffs of breath. She had expected this year's festivities to be filled with warmth and joy, yet she found herself alone once more. As her mood darkened, she suddenly realized she had come upon the entrance to a garden. Several red plum trees stretched their branches over the wall, and it dawned on her that she had stumbled into the plum garden. A gentle smile graced her lips as memories of her past surfaced. During the New Year celebrations at the manor, she would often share a reunion dinner with the young matriarch, spending the rest of her time in solitude. On New Year's Eve, she would venture into the plum grove, braving the cold to whisper her small wishes to the moon, and would pluck a few plum blossoms to weave into a crown, treating it as her own New Year's gift. With a sudden inspiration, Xiao Jinxian stepped into the plum garden, and as she beheld the vibrant red blossoms in full bloom, she tiptoed to gather numerous branches of flowers. Skillfully, she crafted a floral crown and placed it atop her head. Gently caressing the crown, her smile blossomed sweetly, and in that moment, she felt a return to her childhood innocence, the chill in her heart dissipating into nothingness. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing countless crimson petals to flutter down like rain, a sight so beautiful that it left Xiao Jinxian entranced. Suddenly, she raised her delicate white hand, and amidst the shower of blossoms, she began to dance gracefully, her supple form and tender expressions evoking the image of a fairy among the plums. Dreamlike and untainted by the mundane, as she twirled, a joyful glimmer in her eyes, she noticed, not far away, Zhou Xianrui standing there, his gaze deep and filled with a smile as he watched her. Instantly, Xiao Jinxian halted her movements, removed the floral crown, and bowed her head in greeting. Your Highness, how is it that you are here? Why was there no announcement of your arrival? I apologize for my rudeness. Upon seeing the suddenly cold demeanor of the woman before him, Zhou Xianrui's eyes flickered with disappointment. The enchanting image of her dancing among the blossoms lingered vividly in his mind. Every smile and frown from Xiao Jinxian was something he had never seen before, compelling him to remain rooted in place, unable to tear his eyes away. However, had he known that his presence would shatter this tranquil beauty, he might have chosen to depart quietly. Zhou Xinrui, rarely caught off guard, finally returned to his senses when Xiao Jinxian called out to him again, and he stepped closer. Today is New Year's Eve, and I have brought gifts to visit you, 4th Mississippi. However, your mother, Lady Yang, mentioned you were busy and did not know when you would be free. So, I wandered the mansion and unexpectedly encountered you. Xiao Jinxian, hearing this, smiled lightly and replied, in that case, it seems I have interrupted your Highness's visit. I shall take my leave. Please feel free to enjoy your time. To be honest,
While they were somewhat familiar now, their relationship was one of mutual benefit. Xiao Jinxian did not wish to grow too close, as it would only disrupt the delicate balance between them. However, Zhou Xinrui evidently disagreed, smiling as he said, "Why does the fourth miss distance herself from me? Your aunt is quite pleased with our connection and has even suggested that once you are free, you should personally take me on a tour of the gardens." Xiao Jinxian lifted her gaze, her eyes as clear as a tranquil pool, and quietly regarded Zhou Xinrui before bursting into laughter. "I am well aware of my aunt's intentions. Your Highness is a paragon of nobility, and as a mother, she naturally wishes for her daughter to align herself with you. Yet I believe your Highness is wise enough to understand that I would never willingly submit to a subordinate role. If I were to enter the royal household, it would surely bring unrest to your residence." Xiao Jinxian understood her mother's motives all too well. In fact, when her mother learned she could meet Zhou Xinrui, she had hinted that she should seize the opportunity, even suggesting that becoming a concubine to the prince would be a favorable outcome. She could not claim her mother's desires were entirely misplaced, but Xiao Jinxian could never accept being anyone's concubine, even if he were a prince. Besides, she had never intended to marry in this lifetime. Thus, she had outright rejected her mother's proposal, which led to her mother harboring grievances against her for quite some time, lamenting that she was not considering her family's interests. After much coaxing, seeing Xiao Jinxuan's unwavering stance, her mother stormed off in anger. Yet Xiao Jinxian never expected that her mother would remain unyielding, directly hinting at this meaning to Zhou Xinrui. Her heart ached as if pierced by a dagger, struggling to comprehend why her mother treated her so lightly, treating marriage as a trivial matter and directly wishing to send her into servitude. It was utterly disheartening. Zhou Xinrui, who had been smiling playfully, was taken aback by Xiao Jinxuan's candid response. He laughed heartily, having anticipated some form of rebuttal but not such a direct declaration. A life of unrest in his royal household? He believed that, with her capabilities, it would not be a difficult task at all. Yet, so what? If he could truly bring her into the household, he would not bat an eye at suppressing other concubines, for none of the women there were genuinely dear to him. They were merely pawns in a game of political maneuvering. However, he recognized that such a proud woman as Xiao Jinxian would never consent to being anyone's concubine. Alas, he already had a legitimate wife. Otherwise, he would not let her slip away without a fight for her heart. After laughing for a while, Zhou Xinrui finally calmed himself and said softly, "Fourth miss, do not take my words to heart. I was merely jesting. We are merely confidants. I would never overstep my bounds, you may rest assured." Xiao Jinxian, hearing this, offered another respectful bow. Zhou Xinrui's response was as she had anticipated. This prince had always maintained a clean reputation, with very few women in his household, devoting all his energy to governance and assisting the crown prince. Xiao Jinxian even believed that compared to the benevolent crown prince, if this Zhou Xinrui were to vie for the throne, he would undoubtedly be a wise and just ruler, for his heart was filled with the voices of the people in matters of state. It would be a pity if such a man did not ascend to the throne. As Xiao Jinxian pondered these thoughts, Zhou Xinrui stepped forward and took the floral crown from her hands, placing it back on her head with a gentle touch that surprised her. "You are well suited to these red plums. You look splendid wearing it. Come, walk with me. There are matters that still require your explanation." Noticing the shift to more serious matters, Xiao Jinxian nodded and hurried to keep pace with him. "Is your Highness going to inquire about the incident where I prevented you from slaying Qian Yingluo?" A glimmer of appreciation shone in Zhou Xinrui's eyes. Often, he found that even when he did not voice his thoughts, she would immediately grasp his intentions. Apart from Xiao Jinxian, there is no other woman who can resonate with him so deeply. Even the Princess Xuan, who has lived with him for 3 years, cannot achieve this. Indeed, had I killed Qian Yingluo that day, my sixth brother would have immediately returned to his forces, making it difficult for him to interfere in Yangzhou. So why bother keeping Qian Yingluo alive? Xiao Jinxian smiled and asked, "But your Highness, since you have made your considerations, why still heed my advice to spare Qian Yingluo's life?" Zhou Xinrui turned a glance at Xiao Jinxian, which puzzled him. He was usually resolute, rarely swayed by others. Yet, that day, despite her mere words and lack of extensive explanation, he found himself compelled to listen and act accordingly. It was then he realized how significantly she had come to influence him. This change was perilous, yet strangely, he felt no resistance. Seeing that Zhou Xianrui merely gazed at her in silence, Xiao Jinxian remained unperturbed. With a smile, she explained, "Your Highness's method may banish the sixth prince, but it cannot eliminate him entirely. Once you return to the capital, he will still pose a significant obstacle. I intend to help you remove him completely." Zhou Xianrui understood this logic well. Although the other party was merely a prince now, his elevation to a lord was only a matter of time. When that day arrived, he would wield real power and become a formidable ally to the second prince, greatly hindering the crown prince. Now that Xiao Jinxian had a way to eliminate Zhou Shiqi, he was naturally pleased. Thus, he entrusted this matter to the fourth miss, confident that she would deliver a satisfactory outcome. Xiao Jinxian smiled, her eyes glimmering with profound depth. Indeed, this result would undoubtedly please the Prince Rui, and she herself would be equally satisfied. Chapter 48. New Year's Eve Robbery. Once Zhou Xianrui obtained the answers he sought, he departed shortly thereafter. As Yang wished, Xiao Jinxian did not visit Yisan Courtyard but returned to her own Wanxiang Pavilion. Upon reaching the loft, she discovered that Zhu Xian and Bai Shu had also returned, busily organizing their surroundings, warming her heart. Why did they not stay at their aunt's to enjoy the festivities, especially with rewards to be had in the evening? Upon noticing Xiao Jinxuan's return, Zhu Xian quickly handed her a brocade box. Smiling, "Miss, what are you saying? We are your handmaidens. Wherever you are, we shall be. Look, the Prince Rui has sent many gifts, and you're sure to like this hairpin." Had it not been for the elderly Mama Qi from Yisan Courtyard being too busy, the two would have returned with Xiao Jinxian much earlier. Now, as Zhu Xian presented the gifts from the Prince Rui, she aimed to distract her from the discontent brought on by Yang's words. Xiao Jinxian accepted the brocade box with interest, opening it to reveal a plum blossom hairpin resting gracefully inside. It was no wonder Zhu Xian had insisted on showing her this particular piece. Typically indifferent to such material possessions, she found herself enchanted by this hairpin at first glance. The hairpin was crafted from sandalwood, adorned with red agate carved into plum blossoms, each center embellished with yellow crystal to mimic the flower stamen, and gold threads outlining the petals, exquisite and lifelike. The use of superior materials rendered the plum blossom hairpin both elegant and unpretentious. 9 red plums were artfully arranged around the sandalwood shaft, neither excessive nor lacking. They harmonized beautifully. After admiring it for a while, Xiao Jinxian gently placed the hairpin back into the brocade box, recognizing it as a rare treasure. "Zhu Xian, keep it safe." Zhu Xian, puzzled, asked, "Miss, since you like it, why not wear it? You have always adored plum blossoms." Bai Shu, having nearly organized the medicinal materials from the gift list, glanced up and scolded Zhu Xian, "How can you be so thoughtless? The miss is a lady of the inner chambers. She cannot casually wear items gifted by other men. Such actions may lead to misunderstandings." Zhu Xian stuck out her tongue, understanding Bai Shu's reasoning, and promptly turned to stow the brocade box in the drawer of the dressing table. Xiao Jinxian then took the gift list and examined it closely, softly stating, "There are 2 horn combs here. Take them out, and you each can have one." Continuing, she said, 2 jars of Biluacan tea for Aunt. The sheep fat jade pendant for younger brother Yao. And please deliver that box of pastries to Mama Qi. Being elderly, she would enjoy such soft delicacies. After a moment's thought, she added, "The Prince Rui sent 4 hairpins. I shall keep the plum blossom pin, while the jade hairpin goes to third sister. The 2 gold and ruby hairpins, which are particularly striking, should be sent to Meng Mansion for Changjun. She adores such golden ornaments." Since Aunt Shun and her daughter had shown goodwill today, she was eager to reciprocate. As for Meng Changjun, she held genuine affection for her. Thus, she felt compelled to share her good fortune. The group of master and servant spent a good portion of the day sorting the gifts, and once everything was arranged, Xiao Jinxian approached the corner cabinet and retrieved a brocade box. "Today is New Year's Eve, and I have prepared reward silver for everyone in our courtyard. You two will help me distribute it shortly." Handing the box to Zhu Xian, she watched as it was opened to reveal numerous small red envelopes, plump and evidently filled with silver. She then reached into the corner cabinet once more, pulling out 2 large pouches embroidered with the character for fortune. Handing one to each of Zhu Xian and Bai Shu, "You both have worked hard alongside me. I have included 10 gold beads and 10 small silver ingots for a perfect year ahead. I will prepare for Wenxin tomorrow. Take yours for now." Zhu Xian and Bai Shu, knowing this was Xiao Jinxuan's kindness, accepted the rewards joyfully and expressed their gratitude. After they left with the box, Jinxian, left alone in her room, picked up a book and leaned back on the soft couch to read quietly. As darkness fell and the words became indistinguishable, she rubbed her eyes and set the book aside, noticing the evening sky had turned deep, knowing she preferred not to be disturbed while reading. Xuan had been waiting at the door. Hearing movement inside, she finally entered. "Miss, shall we still go to Easton Courtyard for the New Year's Eve dinner? We deliver the gifts." Aunt and everyone were quite pleased. Aunt even said that if you finish your tasks, you could join us for dinner. Jinxian chuckled self-deprecatingly at this. Aunt must be placated by those gifts. Never mind. Send word that I am unwell and shall not join for the New Year's Eve dinner. She had endeavored to win Yang's affection, but the latter's erratic temperament ultimately wore away the last remnants of her attachment. She was not made of clay. She felt pain and chill in her heart. Strangely, the maternal bond she once held with Yang now seemed insignificant. Since she was not favored, fulfilling her filial duties was sufficient, and she would no longer force anything further. Xuan was equally astonished. For having followed Jinxian closely, she understood better than others how much her mistress cared for Yang, hoping to win her favor. Yet now, Jinxuan's indifference was evident, a stark contrast to her previous self. Glancing at her, Xuan saw only detachment and aloofness on her face. Bai Shu, standing nearby, noticed Jinxuan's deliberate avoidance and quietly asked, "Miss, should we prepare some food ourselves? After all, it is New Year's Eve, and such a desolate atmosphere is inauspicious." Jinxian, upon hearing these words, chuckled and shook her head. There was nothing ominous about it. In the past, during the New Year's Eve at the Xuan, she still gathered firewood and fetched water, only to be rewarded with a bowl of meat and vegetables after a long day's toil. For someone who rarely enjoyed meat throughout the year, that was a celebration in itself. Waving her hand, she signaled to Xuan and the others to leave. As her mood was rather dismal, she desired solitude. "You all may go, and please inform Mama Li that I instructed a grand feast to be prepared in our Wanxiang pavilion. Enjoy the festivities with those maidens, and do not come to disturb me again. I am weary and wish to rest." Once alone in the room, Jinxian hugged her knees, gazing silently into the pitch blackness outside the window. A sense of desolation and solitude swiftly enveloped her heart, as the surrounding darkness seemed to threaten to engulf her entirely. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the night sky, followed by a brilliant firework that burst forth in resplendent colors, causing her lips to part in awe as her eyes sparkled with delight. "How beautiful!" she mused. Yet, alas, such splendor is but fleeting. If only these fireworks could last forever. What began as a mere expression of her thoughts unexpectedly drew forth a seductive laugh. "Ha! I knew it. You are indeed someone who loves fireworks, Xianer. It seems I understand you well." The sudden voice startled Jinxian, pulling her from her reverie and prompting an involuntary gasp. She shot upright from her cushioned seat, but in her haste, her balance faltered, and she began to tumble toward the ground. "Xianer, be careful," came a concerned voice, as she braced for an imminent collision with the floor. A sudden fragrance of osmanthus enveloped her, and she found herself cradled in a warm embrace, gently set back down onto the soft couch. Without needing to look, the familiar floral scent made it abundantly clear who had come to her aid. "Your Highness, do you not think you are being rather presumptuous? This is my private chamber. How dare you sneak in like a thief?" Seeing her slightly irritated expression, Zhou Xinyu chuckled softly, his handsome visage alight with joy. "Who said I snuck in? You were so engrossed in your thoughts that I entered through the window and stood there for quite some time without you noticing. It's fortunate that it was I who came in. Had it been someone with ill intentions, you would have been in dire peril." Jinxian could hardly suppress her eye roll. "So, should I thank you then, Your Highness, for merely entering through my window and not turning me into a corpse?" It was utterly unreasonable for him to intrude on her privacy at such an hour and yet blame her for being lost in thought. Zhou Xinyu grinned mischievously and suddenly stated, "Don't call me Your Highness. Just use my name." Jinxian turned her head away, responding in a muffled tone, "I am of lowly status and unworthy to address you so. Furthermore, please refrain from calling me Xianer in the future. Our acquaintance is superficial, and such familiarity could lead to misunderstandings." Zhou Xinyu casually lifted the hem of his robe and sat beside her on the couch. Frowning, he mumbled, "What misunderstanding could there possibly be? You are mine, What is strange about me calling you Xianer? Let others think what they will. Why should we concern ourselves with them? Xiao Jinxian widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom his words. When had she become his? Each interaction with Zhou Xinyu seemed to strip away her composure, leaving her feeling powerless against his unpredictable nature. And it was evident that, once again, she was at the mercy of this audacious individual. Suddenly, Zhou Xinyu stood up, took her hand, and proclaimed, "Let us go. I have prepared a New Year's gift for you, and I shall take you to see it now." Before Xiao Jinxian could utter a word of refusal, she found herself swept off her feet, astonished as he carried her to the window. With a devilish grin, he declared, "We can only leave through the window. If you wish to remain undetected, cover your mouth. If you scream and attract attention, I will carry you away regardless, and you will have no one to blame but yourself." Without allowing her a moment to respond, he leaped gracefully from the third-floor balcony. Their figures entwined as they vanished into the night. Chapter 49. A vow under the moon. The howling cold wind, driven by the galloping steed, lashed against their faces like daggers. Xiao Jinxian wrapped herself tighter in the dark cloak adorned with golden patterns that Zhou Xinyu had draped around her. Yet she could not help but shiver. "Zhou Xinyu, stop this instant and return me to the Xiao residence. Did you hear me?" With the wind howling in her ears, she had to raise her voice to a near scream, but her words fell on deaf ears. Frustration surged within her. She had once addressed him with respect, yet now, anger had stripped her of all decorum. Zhou Xinyu glanced down at her and laughed heartily, mercilessly urging the horse to speed up even further. Thus, they rode for half an hour until they reached the foot of a mountain. Zhou Xinyu reined in the horse, dismounted with flair, and extended his hand, inviting Xiao Jinxian to join him. She shot him a glare, refusing to budge. He merely smiled, and before she could react, he hoisted her effortlessly from the saddle. Once she regained her footing, it became painfully clear that reasoning with the prince was futile. She would have to observe his intentions and see where this led. After tying up the horse, Zhou Xinyu gestured ahead. "Xianer, do you remember? We first met at the foot of this plum mountain. Had it not been for you, I would have been trapped." Xiao Jinxian was taken aback. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, and the moonlight barely illuminated a few steps ahead. She had not expected him to bring her here, to the very place where they had first crossed paths. "Zhou Xinyu, what is the purpose of this? If you recall your debt of gratitude, take me away from here at once." If she were adept at riding, she would have returned on her own without needing to engage in such pointless banter. Zhou Xinyu flashed a captivating smile and pointed toward the plum trees. "Xuan, do you not adore plum blossoms? The ones from Yangzhou are the finest, and on this New Year's Eve, I thought you would appreciate witnessing the beauty of these blossoms while keeping vigil." Xiao Jinxian stood speechless, unable to fathom that he had brought her here solely for this reason. The realization that someone had cared enough to bring her to see the most exquisite plum flowers struck a chord within her heart. It was a feeling she had never before experienced. No one had ever shown such consideration for her. Turning her head away, she feigned indifference. "Your Highness, look around. It's pitch black. There is no chance to appreciate the blossoms. If you wish to keep vigil here, feel free, but I cannot accompany you." With that, she turned to leave, determined to walk back on foot rather than remain in his company. For reasons she could not comprehend, her heart, which she believed had long since ceased to beat, now fluttered with a disquieting rhythm, urging her to flee. Yet, no sooner had she turned than a sudden and sharp crack of fireworks erupted behind her. A brilliant firework illuminated the pitch-black night of Maishan, casting a radiant glow that captured the delicate beauty of the moment. The enchanting spectacle reflected in Xiao Jinxian's eyes, melting away the cold depths within them. As she slowly turned, her gaze lifted to the sky. Watching one firework after another ascend, an irresistible urge compelled her to reach out, as if to grasp the breathtaking pyrotechnics. At that moment, a warm hand, as gentle as jade, clasped her cool fingers, guiding her up the mountain. "Xiar, should you wish to admire the plum blossoms, it matters not if it is night. Behold the sky ablaze with fireworks, illuminating Maishan as bright as day." Xiao Jinxian offered no retort this time, captivated by the mesmerizing scenery that surrounded her, lost in a dreamlike state. As they made their ascent, countless fireworks erupted on either side of the path, some soaring high into the sky, while others burst forth like a rain of blossoms. The plum grove, bathed in the glow of the fireworks, appeared ethereal its radiance unlike anything one could witness during daylight. Zhou Xinyu glanced at the hand he held, noting that Xiao Jinxian did not resist. A satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Xiar, you have no idea how utterly disheveled I felt that day when I sought refuge in your carriage, and yet I never expected to be seen. Xiao Jinxian couldn't suppress a smile. It amused her that he had yet to recognize her as the woman he had saved from the cage. If anyone was to feel embarrassed, it was she, reborn and haunted by that moment. Zhou Xinyu, undeterred by her silence, continued, Xiar, do you understand? I have never encountered a woman like you. Bold, decisive, merciless. You are undeniably wicked, yet you possess an irresistible allure. When he first laid eyes on her, she had been using her cunning to thwart a young girl's pride. Their second encounter in the carriage showcased her dramatic flair as she skillfully deceived her pursuers. Later, at the Xiao residence, he had anticipated her to be frazzled by the schemes against her, yet she stood before him, composed and unharmed. Meanwhile, her legitimate sister had been left in shambles, which he found hard to believe was unrelated to Xiao Jinxian. At times, Zhou Xinyu pondered how he had become so infatuated with such a cold-hearted woman, losing sleep over thoughts of her. Xiao Jinxian lowered her gaze and halted her steps, quietly withdrawing her hand from his grasp. Your Highness, there are many women in this world. What merit do I possess that I should capture your attention? I would rather marry a commoner, leading a humble life, than set foot in a royal palace. Your vows are naught but faded flowers, destined to wither. I cannot trust your words, nor will I. Zhou Xinyu clenched his fist in frustration and struck a nearby plum tree, sending petals cascading like a floral rain. Then tell me, what must I do for you to believe me? He now understood that this woman was not only ruthless, but as frigid as ice, leaving no room for him to reach her. Suddenly, he recalled his elder brother Zhou Xinrui, equally cold and distant, and found an uncanny resemblance between them, both favoring purple attire. This realization stirred his agitation, prompting a desire to vent his frustration through a fight. Xiao Jinxian, however, merely scoffed, turning to face him with a frigid gaze. If you wish for me to believe you, it is not impossible. Accomplish 3 tasks, and I shall accept your words as sincere. Zhou Xinyu's eyes brightened with hope, eager to learn of these tasks, vowing to fulfill them regardless of difficulty. Xiao Jinxian, her demeanor as icy as frost, replied, when the sun sets in the west, a bridal procession stretches across 1,000 miles, and the entire nation is offered as a dowry. Should you achieve these, I will believe in your sincerity. Without waiting for his response, she continued her descent, knowing full well that such feats were impossible. After all, how could the sun rise in the west, or a bridal procession span 1,000 miles? Even a monarch could not offer an entire nation as a dowry for the hand of a mere girl. Her words were but a facade to extinguish Zhou Xinyu's aspirations. Yet, to her surprise, he remained resolute after a brief pause, his eyes filled with determination. Very well, I accept your challenge. Should I succeed, you shall become my wife. Xiao Jinxian, you are a clever woman. Let us pledge an oath. His steadfast declaration left Xiao Jinxian momentarily speechless, stunned that he had acquiesced. Zhou Xinyu wasted no time, grasping her hand and compelling her to kneel with him. Heaven above, earth below, I, Zhou Xinyu, swear an oath to the moon tonight. If I fail to fulfill these 3 tasks, I will never speak of marriage again. He then turned to Xiao Jinxian, urging her, it is your turn, Xiar. If you pledge, I vow not to mention marriage until I have fulfilled these tasks. Xiao Jinxian stared at him, taken aback by the earnest expression on his handsome face, momentarily at a loss for words. In that moment, she hesitated, a voice within her warning that if she made this vow, it would seal their fate forever. Could she truly let go? An overwhelming sense of reluctance and doubt gripped her heart, causing her to clutch her chest in pain. This sensation was all too familiar. It was her heart aching, and in that instant, she realized she had unwittingly opened herself to feelings once more. Yet, having been burned deeply before, she feared repeating the past. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her turmoil, trembling as she raised her hand to declare, I, Xiao Jinxian, hereby pledge to Zhou Xinyu that should he achieve those 3 tasks, I will marry him. If he fails, I shall never allow my heart to be swayed toward marriage. At that moment, she not only severed any chance he had, but also extinguished her own burgeoning feelings, leaving no room for either of them. Chapter 50. The mysterious visitor of the night was tranquil and profound, the dark moon above casting a crimson hue. Xiao Jinxian hesitantly walked forward, reaching out to part the darkness that enveloped her, but it only tightened its grip. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed from behind, startling her into turning around to see Xiao Jinyu standing there, a derisive smile on her face, with her young son, Nanner, beside her. "My dear sister, are you not missing Nana? Come closer, he is right here." Tears streamed down Xiao Jinxuan's face as she hurried towards the other person. Yet in an instant, Nanner had vanished, and she found herself holding a plate of meatballs. Instinctively, she recognized that it was her son, reduced to minced meat by someone else's hand. With a scream, she overturned the plate and stumbled backward. But before she could regain her balance, she collided with someone, and upon turning, she discovered it was Ji Lingfeng. His eyes were as cold as ice, fixated on her, and the sword in his hand was slowly raised, inching closer. Helplessness, fear, and a frenzied hatred surged within Xiao Jinxian. Yet she found herself paralyzed, unable to flee, forced to watch as the blade descended. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing for death, a sudden cry pierced the air, and she was abruptly lifted into a tight embrace. "Shinner, be careful." The anticipated pain of the sword piercing her heart never came. When Xiao Jinxian opened her eyes, she was met with the enchanting visage of Zhou Xinyu. Though the smile that once graced his lips had vanished, and blood poured from his mouth, the sword in Ji Lingfeng's hand having completely impaled him. Weeping, she clutched Zhou Xinyu, who lay in a pool of blood, as she gazed into his star-like eyes, which slowly closed. In that moment, she felt as if the entire world had lost its brilliance. Just then, a multitude of soldiers surged forth, and Zhou Xianrui, clad in a purple robe, exuded an aura of authority as he surveyed the crowd. Drawing the golden dragon sword, he swiftly severed Ji Lingfeng's head and then handed the sword to Xiao Jinxian. "Seek your vengeance. This is my promise to you." Xiao Jinxian laid Zhou Xinyu down and coldly regarded Xiao Jinyu, ignoring her pleas for mercy as she struck again and again, until Xiao Jinyu was reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Only then did she laugh maniacally, discarding the sword, but tears flowed uncontrollably. Suddenly, the golden dragon's sword pierced her body, and in disbelief, Xiao Jinxian turned to see Zhou Xianrui grasping the sword, gazing at her with a silent intensity. "I have fulfilled my promise, so you need not live any longer. Go accompany my seventh brother in death. With you here, I cannot find peace." In an instant, everyone vanished, leaving only an overwhelming golden light. A commanding voice echoed, "Xiao Jinxian, have you forgotten how you were reborn? You are unworthy of love and must not allow yourself to feel. Otherwise, you will surely invite divine retribution, harming both yourself and others." With a terrified scream, Xiao Jinxian awoke, sitting up abruptly, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. At that moment, her door swung open, and Zhu X, holding a candle, rushed in. "Miss, what is wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Taking several deep breaths to calm herself, Xiao Jinxian reflected on how she had frequently been plagued by nightmares since her rebirth, visions of Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Jinyu, reliving the torment she had suffered in her previous life. However, unlike those past dreams, which had only left her drenched in cold sweat, today she felt an unprecedented fear, especially at the moment she witnessed Zhou Xinyu fall. It pained her to the point of suffocation, wishing it were her own demise instead. Indeed, she had sacrificed an entire lifetime of emotions, destined to abandon love and live in solitude. If she were to feel again, she feared the dream would all too quickly transform into reality, a burden she could not bear. "Zhu Xin, please pour me a glass of water. What time is it?" After swearing an oath under the moonlight with Zhou Xinyu yesterday, he had taken her to the plum grove to welcome the new year before sending her home. Exhausted from the horseback ride, she had fallen asleep immediately. Glancing outside, she noticed the faint light of dawn, realizing she had awakened to a new year. Now 13 years old, Zhu Xin poured a glass of water and handed it to her, saying, "Miss, it is currently the hour of the tiger. It will only brighten shortly. You can sleep a bit longer." However, upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxian immediately threw off the covers, shaking her head. "No more sleep. Today is the first day of the new year. I must go to Baoyan Temple for the temple fair. Is Wenxing here? Tell him to prepare the carriage. I need to set off at once."
Xuan took the teacup, unable to suppress a smile. Wenxing truly understands you, Mississippi. He rushed over before dawn. The carriage is already ready. I was initially annoyed at his early preparations, but it seems you truly require it. Xiao Jinxian smiled without speaking, quickly completing her grooming and wrapping herself in a cloak before stepping out of Wanxiang Pavilion. Upon reaching the courtyard, she saw Wenxing approaching. Xiao Jinsun Hatet Yuxin, who was about to accompany her, and walked with Wenxing towards the gate. Once they were out of sight, Wenxing quietly asked Jinxian, "That day you asked me to send a letter to the Song residence. I found the maid who delivered the white jade gourd. But could she truly come as promised today?" Xiao Jinxian exhaled, smiling as she replied, "She has shown genuine intent to assist, revealing the news of the royal prince in peril. I trust the person behind her will come to meet me." The journey continued in silence as Wenxing drove the carriage, and soon they arrived at Baoyan Temple, the most renowned temple in the northern suburbs of Yangzhou. By now, day had fully broken, and countless devotees offered incense, worshipping earnestly. Fortune tellers shook divination sticks, while others sought blessings with various charms, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Xiao Jinxian pulled her cloak over her head, lowering her gaze to avoid recognition, and swiftly followed Wenxing through the crowd towards the back mountain of the temple. She paid no heed to the temple fair. It was not out of disrespect for the divine, but rather due to her own experiences. She approached these mystical matters with sincerity and would not desecrate them. Yet, she seldom offered incense or prayed before the statues, knowing full well that sincere prayer could only yield peace of mind. If she wished for her desires to be fulfilled, she must rely on her own efforts, for no divine intervention would bring her fortune without effort. As they ventured further up the mountain, the throngs began to thin, and upon reaching a row of thatched cottages midway up, only she and Wenxing remained. Xiao Jinxian lowered her hood and entered one of the cottages, only to find a figure standing with their back to the door, also cloaked, rendering their features indistinguishable. Turning to Wenxing, she instructed, "Stay outside and keep watch. If anything unusual occurs, come quickly." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wenxing nodded and stepped out to stand guard. Once only Xiao Jinxian and the mysterious figure remained inside the cottage. She smiled gently and spoke in a warm tone. "Since you have come as invited, why do you hesitate to reveal your true self? This seems rather lacking in sincerity, Madame Song." The person beneath the cloak chuckled softly at her words, then reached up to remove the hood, slowly turning to reveal none other than Madame Song, the wife of the Yangzhou governor. "Fourth Miss, how astute you are! When did you realize the messenger was mine, and what scheme do you intend by summoning me here?" The cottage contained a simple table and chairs, and Xiao Jinxian casually took a seat, gesturing for Madame Song to do the same, as they would likely engage in a lengthy discussion. "In truth, the moment I saw the message within the gourd regarding the prince's plight, I suspected it was your assistance. As for why I sought you today, I believe you're more aware of that than I." Madame Song scoffed. "Fourth Miss, your efforts to alleviate suffering and distribute grain are commendable, and I admire your tenacity. However, if you think that merely by receiving a letter, you could deduce it was me, I do not find that credible. If you are unwilling to be forthright, then no matter what intentions you harbor today, I shall take my leave." With that, Madame Song rose to exit, and it was no wonder she reacted so strongly. The more people who knew about the letter, the greater her risk. Thus, she was deeply troubled by how Xiao Jinxian had traced it back to her. With a smile, Xiao Jinxian quickly stood and blocked Madame Song's way. "Why must you be angry? I understand your concerns, but within the Song residence, there are no spies from the Xiao family. Otherwise, I would not have invited you to discuss such important matters." She continued without waiting for Madame Song to inquire further. "Although there are no informants within the Song residence, I am somewhat aware that your daughter, Miss Song, is afflicted with an ailment that confines her to bed. I have indeed received information through certain channels suggesting that her condition is somehow related to the distant county princess." Upon hearing this, Madame Song paused, sorrow flickering in her eyes as she murmured, "What of it? You speak truthfully, but what does it signify?" Xiao Jinxian gently urged her to sit again before she continued at a measured pace. "It signifies little, yet as a mother, witnessing your beloved daughter in pain, it would be disingenuous to claim you feel no resentment. In my past life, I too was a mother. Even the slightest injury to my child would bring me to tears. Miss Song's plight is no trivial matter, and your heart must harbor considerable bitterness." Observing the silent Madame Song, Xiao Jinxian softly added. The contents of that letter involved the royal family. Such sensitive information would be impossible for an ordinary person in the Song residence to uncover. Those who possess such knowledge would have little reason to take the risk of passing it to me. The only individual daring enough to do so would be someone who harbors enmity towards Qian Yingluo, and by extension, you, madam. Am I mistaken? Madame Song lifted her gaze in astonishment, scrutinizing Xiao Jinxian with newfound respect. She had not anticipated that this gentle girl possessed such keen insight, leaving her utterly astounded. She found it easier to believe that she had been infiltrated by spies rather than accept that this young woman had unraveled her identity through mere whispers and the contents of a secret letter. The more she pondered it, the more unsettling it became. Regrettably, Madame Song felt she had acted rashly by coming here today, as an unsettling sense of unease gripped her. It felt as though she was conspiring with a tiger. Sensing her discomfort, Xiao Jinxian suddenly flashed a captivating smile. There is no need for you to guard against me. Dear madam, we currently share a common enemy. Aiding me is tantamount to aiding yourself. This arrangement is highly advantageous. If you miss this opportunity, once the sixth prince and Qian Yingluo depart from Yangzhou, your chance for vengeance on behalf of your dear daughter will be lost forever. A flicker of struggle crossed Madame Song's eyes. Indeed, she yearned for revenge, a desire that was driving her to madness. She could never forget that day after the banquet when she searched frantically for Song Aijia, only to have a servant discover her beloved daughter lying in a pool of blood. In that moment, despair consumed her as she summoned a physician, only to learn that Song Aijia's head had suffered grave injury and that she might never awaken again. Madame Song understood all too well that this calamity had befallen her daughter because Qian Yingluo had deemed her unsatisfactory. She approached her husband, but Song Peng, in pursuit of wealth and status, refused to offend Qian Yingluo, even for their only daughter. She sought help from the sixth prince, but he merely offered gold and silver, coupled with empty words of consolation, never once reproaching Qian Yingluo. From that moment on, Madame Song realized that no one would avenge her daughter's wrongs. Since Qian Yingluo had ruined her beloved child, if she could not exact revenge, she would ensure that Qian Yingluo would not find peace either. Thus, when she unwittingly overheard that Ji Lingfeng and others were plotting against the royal family, she spread the word, hoping to incite frustration and anger among the sixth prince and his associates, satisfying her thirst for retaliation. Yet now, Xiao Jinxian was offering her a means to achieve vengeance, and though she felt a stirring of desire, Madame Song remained hesitant. She feared that should she proceed and things go awry, her own life would be of little consequence. But who would care for her daughter? Her cold-hearted father was utterly unreliable. Xiao Jinxian, discerning the turmoil in her expression, recalled a phrase she had read. To bend others to your will, one must offer an equivalent incentive. A light incentive will not suffice, but a sufficient one can achieve anything. Raising an eyebrow, she realized that her current offer was not enough to sway Madame Song. It was time to present her final incentive. Madame Song, should you choose to assist me, I can entrust you with the fate of Qian Yingluo, allowing you to dispose of her as you see fit. Would this proposition satisfy you? Madame Song sprang to her feet, grasping Xiao Jinxuan's hand, her eyes alight with exhilaration. Are you serious? If I could personally slay Qian Yingluo, I would willingly sacrifice my own life. Her daughter, in the bloom of youth, was admired by many suitors. Her talent with the Guqin renowned throughout Yangzhou. All of this foretold a life of unparalleled promise and carefree joy for Song Aijia. Yet because of Qian Yingluo, all had been shattered. Thus, if she could eliminate her, Madame Song would do anything. She was confident she could ensure her daughter's well-being in advance. Xiao Jinxian shook her head, softly responding, "What need have I for your life, dear madam? Rest assured, the task I assign you is quite simple." Leaning closer, she whispered in Madame Song's ear, her words igniting a spark of excitement in her eyes, causing her to tremble with anticipation. "Very well, fourth miss. I shall heed your words and return to act according to our plan." Xiao Jinxian stood, bowing slightly as she said, "Then I shall rely on you, madam. I await you good news." On the first day of the new year, the festivities were vibrant and cheerful, yet within the Song residence, a palpable tension loomed. With Qian Yingluo imprisoned and the sixth prince under scrutiny, the officials of Yangzhou trembled with fear, dreading the consequences of any misstep. That morning, the sixth prince drowned his sorrows in drink Anxious after Zhou Xianrui summoned all officials to review the past 3 years of cases, searching for wrongful convictions or coerced confessions. During this time, his fifth brother had relentlessly dismissed many officials, and he wondered who would be targeted next. After Song Peng was summoned away, the sixth prince felt a surge of urgency, yet remained powerless, resorting to alcohol to numb his distress. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted him, revealing Ji Lingfeng, who had been bedridden for over half a month after receiving 30 strokes. "Why have you come here instead of resting, Ji Lingfeng? Is your injury healing? If you don't recover quickly, we may all face dire consequences." Ji Lingfeng, moving with difficulty and gritting through the pain, approached the room, his irritation mounting at the sight of the sixth prince's despondency. "Your Highness, instead of wallowing in drink, you ought to devise a strategy to counter Zhou Xianrui. Given his demand for your reflection, sufficient time has passed. Why do you confine yourself here instead of confronting him?" The sixth prince scoffed, frustratedly hurling his cup against the table. "Look at what has become of my cousin Luo. Had it been me in her place, I would be the one imprisoned now. This disastrous scheme was your idea, Ji Lingfeng, and now my cousin has fallen. Do you wish for me to share her fate?" He was nearing his breaking point. Qianing Luo was the beloved daughter of the Hou family, cherished by her uncle, the Duke of Xuan. Now, she languished in a cell, and he had no idea how to explain this predicament upon returning home. At this moment, he was solely focused on rescuing Qianing Luo. The thought of facing Zhou Xianrui in open conflict terrified him. He would rather endure the sixth prince's self-reflection than wade into turbulent waters. If the second prince were to blame him later, he could easily place the blame on Ji Lingfeng, who was favored by their brother. After all, Ji Lingfeng had repeatedly suffered setbacks against Zhou Xianrui. It was understandable that he had not succeeded. Ji Lingfeng observed the sixth prince's dejected demeanor, understanding precisely what was brewing in his mind. As the two men locked eyes, the tension in the air thickened. Suddenly, Madame Song rushed in through the door, her demeanor frantic. "Your Highness, we are in grave trouble. I just returned from the temple fair, where I encountered the warden's wife. During our conversation, she revealed that the county princess has been subjected to daily torture in her cell, leaving her severely injured and her life hanging by a thread." At this revelation, the sixth prince could no longer remain composed. He was unaware of Qian Yingluo's imprisonment, and now he was faced with the reality of her brutal treatment. How would he explain this to the Marquis of Huai'an upon his return to the capital? The situation seemed dire. Meanwhile, Ji Lingfeng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Madame Song for a long moment. "Madam, this matter seems suspicious. We have no intel regarding such events, yet the warden's wife would confide in you? Does that not strike you as illogical?" Taken aback, Madame Song responded quickly, "I have been friends with that lady for many years. Furthermore, according to her, this situation was executed in secrecy by the Prince of Rui, which outsiders would naturally be unaware of. She learned of it through her husband's ramblings. Do you think I would fabricate such a tale? Why would I lie?" Madame Song's expression shifted to one of irritation as she waved her sleeve dismissively. "I merely intended to inform His Highness of this dire news, yet I am met with suspicion. My husband and you are allies. Harming you would harm me as well. I perceive that some individuals are excessively paranoid, failing to discern good from bad. If you choose not to believe me, then let it be as though I never came. I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, the sixth prince hurriedly stepped forward, smiling as he intercepted Madame Song. He turned to Ji Lingfeng with a serious expression. "Ji Gongzi, since your arrival in Yangzhou, it seems you have been of little assistance. Perhaps it would be best for you to return and recuperate, rather than complicate matters further." Fists clenched in anger, Ji Lingfeng felt the absurdity of the situation. Madame Song, typically cold, was now exhibiting an unusual warmth that aroused suspicion. Yet, the sixth prince, dense as a pig, was urging him to leave, showing no awareness of the gravity of the situation. "If His Highness finds me bothersome, I shall return to my quarters to recover. Your affairs are no longer my concern." With a huff, he turned to depart. If the sixth prince were to fall from grace in Yangzhou, Ji Lingfeng would be free to act as he pleased without constraint. With Ji Lingfeng dismissed, the sixth prince invited Madame Song to sit. "Do not mind that fellow. It is my brother's fault for treating him like a treasure, allowing him to run amok. I appreciate your goodwill, madam. Please do not let a mere servant's words upset your health." The coldness on Madame Song's face melted away as she sighed. "Your Highness speaks wisely. My grievances are minor,
but you must devise a plan to rescue the county princess. The sixth prince nodded, acknowledging her concern. Indeed, madam, you are correct. However, my elder brother has confined me for introspection, making it difficult for me to intervene. Perhaps we should wait for Lord Song's return and ask him to take action. Madam Song, however, disagreed. The county princess is gravely wounded, her life uncertain. Who knows when my husband will return? What if I go myself? Would your highness trust me to do so? Upon hearing this, the sixth prince readily agreed. Although he would not trust just anyone, he had faith in Madame Song, especially since she was closely tied to his own family. Seeing his unhesitating acceptance, a glint of determination flashed in Madame Song's eyes, though her lips remained poised in a calm smile. Yet, while I am the governor's wife, the county princess is imprisoned by the prince of Rue's orders. How shall I gain entry? After a moment's thought, the sixth prince removed a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Madame Song. This is a prized dragon jade bestowed upon the princes by our father. With this in your possession, as long as you do not encounter the Prince of Rue, the guards will not dare to hinder you. Madame Song nodded, accepting the pendant and inspecting it closely. There is no time to waste. I shall go visit the county princess at once. The sixth prince, anxious for her prompt departure, kindly escorted her to the door. However, as he turned back to his room, Madame Song tightened her grip on the pendant, a faint, cold smile playing on her lips. The prison was perpetually dark and damp, and in the winter, the chill was even more pronounced. Xiao Jinxian, merely standing at the entrance, could not help but shiver. Beside her stood Chiliang, sent by Zhou Xianrui to accompany her. Observing her fragile demeanor, he could not suppress a snort. Is this simply an ordinary prison? If Miss Xiao is so weak, I fear she would faint if taken to the death row. Xiao Jinxian glanced at Chiliang and calmly replied, You are quite right. Miss Chiliang, I fully understand that entering a prison is routine for you. As an assassin, if you cannot withstand this chill, it would indeed be laughable. Don't you think? Chiliang, about to retort, was restrained by Qing, who sensed the brewing tension. Both of them recognized that Xiao Jinshuan's words seemed to praise Chiliang's bravery, suggesting she was far superior. Yet, upon closer examination, her remarks were laced with sarcasm, undermining Chiliang's competence and implying that someone of her skill should be capable of more than merely enduring the cold of a prison. Qiang, hidden behind his mask, looked at Xiao Jinxian with renewed interest, silently admiring her ability to remain unfazed by Chiliang's pressure. No wonder their master held her in such high regard. She could dismiss Chiliang's aggression with ease, displaying a unique composure. Xiao Jinxian's smile faded as she fixed a cold gaze on Chiliang. Remember your place. The Prince of Rue sent you to assist me. If you speak out of turn again, I will not be so courteous. And do keep in mind, the one who stands to gain the most from my actions is your master. If you jeopardize this, you will have much to answer for upon your return. Zhou Xianrui entrusted her with his most elite subordinate, and whether she could manage to utilize them effectively was a testament to her own skill. Chiliang had shown hostility when Zhou Xianrui returned her home, but that had been inconsequential. Now that she required Chiliang's assistance, her attitude needed to be addressed. Chiliang, initially poised to confront Xiao Jinxian, halted at her words. Observing the composed and coldly regal figure before her, clad in purple, she momentarily mistook her for Zhou Xianrui, given the striking resemblance in their calmness and authority. This impression was not lost on Qiang, who had been by Zhou Xianrui's side for many years, and he too felt the uncanny familiarity. A touch surprised, Qiang bowed apologetically. Miss Forth, I beg your pardon. My junior sister was impudent and has offended you. However, we must prioritize the task at hand. I shall ensure she is duly reprimanded afterward. Xiao Jinxian acknowledged him with a slight nod and softly instructed, Chiliang, stay here. When Madame Song arrives, take her directly inside. Qiang, accompany me. I will need your assistance with the guards within. Qiang nodded and stepped forward into the prison, followed closely by Xiao Jinxian, who adjusted her purple shawl as she entered. Upon their arrival, the guards who had been on duty collapsed unconscious, and the sounds of clashing swords echoed in the air. Yet, by the time they approached, the battle had long since concluded, and they proceeded without interruption to the cell where Qian Yingluo was kept. Due to Qian Yingluo's unique status, her cell was flanked by empty spaces, typically silent as a grave. The commotion from earlier had undoubtedly drawn her attention, and she was currently peering out through the bars,
her heart racing with hope, believing rescue was at hand. However, when Xiao Jinxian appeared before her, she froze momentarily, only to be overtaken by an overwhelming surge of rage that consumed her entirely. I shall not spare you for the misery you have inflicted upon me. Do not think your tricks can deceive me. For a fleeting moment, I was ensnared by your machinations, but it is all but a ruse. Qian Yingluo, having grown up within the confines of the Marquis estate, has witnessed many underhanded schemes among her father's wives and concubines. It is merely the fear of supernatural tales that has rendered her dazed. In the aftermath, as she scrutinized her so-called blood-stained hands in the prison cell, she realized she had been duped, her rage nearly overwhelming her. Xiao Jinxian smiled faintly, praising, indeed. The county lord is as astute as the frost and snow. Yet alas, you have come to this realization too late. Your cries now echo unheard. Qian Yingluo, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Xiao Jinxian, last time, it was mere fortune that the butcher turned against me. Otherwise, you would have met your demise. A glimmer of darkness flickered in Xiao Jinshuan's eyes as she replied with a gentle smile. Fortune? I never wager on chance. Do you truly believe the butcher spoke on my behalf out of goodwill? Human greed is but a pursuit of profit. Ignoring Qian Yingluo's bewilderment, she continued calmly. The county lord offered the butcher 50 taels, hence he was willing to assist you. Afterward, I bestowed him with 100 taels. Naturally, he would serve me in return. Do you comprehend now? Indeed, Xiao Jinxian was toying with Qian Yingluo, who had been at odds with her since her arrival in Yangzhou. Though she was not without anger, she had previously lacked the ability to retaliate and chose to endure. Yet, no matter how much she retreated, her adversary clung to her like a mad dog. Since she could neither drive it away nor evade it, the most prudent choice was to eliminate it. Upon learning that she had been outmatched by a mere butcher, Qian Yingluo was nearly consumed by fury. However, before she could unleash her curses upon Xiao Jinxian, a mocking voice cut through the air. Qian Yingluo, have you not always held yourself in high esteem? Now, you are but a pawn, fresh from your prison cell. How does it feel? She turned to see the source of the taunt, cloaked and obscured. Yet by the voice alone, she recognized the speaker. Madam Song, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you not fear retribution when I am free? Madam Song abruptly threw back her hood, advancing to grasp the prison bars, her face twisted in a grimace as she locked eyes with Qian Yingluo. Fear? How could I not? You dare to maim my daughter. What depravity is beyond your reach? Realizing Madam Song's intentions were far from benevolent, Qian Yingluo instinctively recoiled. Yet, Madam Song would not allow her adversary to escape so easily. With a fierce grip, she seized Qian Yingluo's hair and yanked her towards the cell door, resulting in a brutal collision against the bars, contorting half of her face. Qian Yingluo shrieked and cursed, her hands desperately attempting to reclaim her hair. The ensuing struggle left her locks in disarray, a multitude of strands strewn across the ground. You madwoman, release me. I will inform my parents to exact vengeance upon you. Madam Song's eyes burned with rage, and as she witnessed Qian Yingluo's defiance, a sinister smile crossed her lips. Very well, the county lord's orders must be obeyed. I shall release you. With that, Madam Song's voice rose, her grip tightening as she yanked fiercely. A gut-wrenching scream escaped Qian Yingluo as a patch of scalp was torn away, blood splattering across the bars, causing her to collapse. Weeping profusely, Xiao Jinxian observed the scene with an unflinching gaze, delicately dabbing her nose with a handkerchief to shield herself from the stench of blood before addressing Madam Song. Madam, I have stated that once this token of gratitude is delivered, your fate lies in your hands. However, I trust you have not forgotten our prior arrangement. Madam Song, reveling in her revenge, nodded vigorously, having come to recognize Xiao Jinxian as a formidable force not to be trifled with. Miss Xiao, I have fulfilled your request. Here is the jade pendant of the Sixth Prince. Does it meet your satisfaction? As Xiao Jinxian inspected the pendant, noting the character inscribed on its back, she nodded with approval. With a subtle smile, she handed it to her attendant, Qi Ying. Once Madam Song has concluded her personal affairs, ensure this pendant is placed in Qian Yingluo's grasp, so it appears as evidence of her final moments. The execution of this task must be flawless. Despite her excruciating pain, Qian Yingluo heard every word, the chilling implications sinking deep into her heart. Abandoning her tears, she scrambled to the cell door, pleading desperately.
Xiao Jinxian, please. Do not leave me with Madame Song. If you assist me this once, I will relinquish my claim on you, Gidge. Let us put aside our grievances, shall we? Clinging to the bars, Qianing Luo was a shadow of her former self, her eyes reflecting a fervent desire to cling to life, a profound fear of death. Xiao Jinxian regarded her placidly, crouching down to meet her gaze, a smile curling at her lips. You are mistaken, County Lord. Our enmity can be resolved today, but should you cease to exist, it would be an even cleaner slate. Such an efficient resolution would be foolish to overlook. Your time is limited. Savor these final moments. Even amidst the pain, for the very sensation of suffering signifies that you are still alive. With that, she turned away, leaving Qian Yingluo's despair-stricken visage behind as she made her exit. As she passed Madame Song, she softly remarked, Madam, you have half an hour. Do not delay your actions any longer. Once Xiao Jinxuan's figure vanished from the cell, Madame Song's malicious grin returned as she turned to face Qian Yingluo. Half an hour is ample time. She then commanded her two aides. What are you waiting for? Begin. These aides were loyal retainers from Madame Song's family, unwavering in their allegiance. Without a flicker of hesitation, they opened the cell door and seized Qian Yingluo as if she were a mere chick. Madame Song, trembling with excitement, declared, You shall suffer as my Aijia did. Strike her until she bleeds. At her command, one aide gripped Qian Yingluo while the other unleashed a flurry of slaps across her face. When their hands grew weary, the aide removed her shoe, continuing the assault until Madame Song commanded a halt. Qian Yingluo's once delicate visage was now unrecognizable, bruised and bloodied, her mouth filled with blood, teeth shattered, her eyes rolling back as she convulsed, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. But Madame Song would not permit her to slip into oblivion. That would be too merciful. With a mere glance, she signaled her aide to draw a hairpin from her hair, thrusting it mercilessly into Qian Yingluo's back. She struck with tremendous force, each jab piercing deep, causing blood to flow profusely. Qian Yingluo could not endure such agony and immediately regained consciousness, letting out a piercing scream. Yet she was powerless to move. Before long, her back was a gruesome sight, her clothing stained crimson. Madame Song clutched the bars of the prison cell tightly, laughing maniacally, though tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Aijia, Dino, Mother has avenged you. This county princess has caused you to lie in bed for the rest of your life. You will no longer smile at Mother or play the qin for her. You have suffered so terribly. I shall ensure that Qian Yingluo meets a dreadful end. With this thought, Madame Song shouted fiercely, Seize this wretched woman and slam her head against the wall. Qian Yingluo, you possess a heart of cruelty, causing my daughter's head to bleed, rendering her paralyzed for life. I will ensure your brain bursts and that you perish. As her words echoed, the sounds of continuous thuds against the wall filled the cell. Initially accompanied by cries of anguish, the wails gradually diminished, becoming weaker, until finally, all that echoed in the desolate prison was the sound of impact, with no other noise to be heard. Chapter 53. A case without defense. The sixth prince, remaining within the manor, was blissfully unaware of these events, anxiously awaiting Madame Song's return, oblivious to the torment his dear cousin was enduring. Just as he was growing impatient, a servant rushed in, panic etched across his face. Your Highness, the madam sent me to inform you to hurry to the prison. The county princess may not last much longer. Upon hearing these words, the sixth prince could no longer remain idle. If Qian Yingluo were to die, he would face dire consequences upon returning to the capital. Even if she still breathed, he had to do everything in his power to save her. However, despite his anxiety, he did not let down his guard and scrutinized the young servant before him. The boy appeared to be in his teens. Though not strikingly handsome, his features were spirited and sharp. Who are you? I do not recall seeing you before. You claim Madame Song sent you. Do you have any proof? The servant's eyes flickered with an indescribable sorrow as he bowed his head and replied, I am but a stable hand in the manor, and the madam has shown me great kindness. She feared that someone close would alert others. So she sent me to deliver the message. After saying this, the servant produced a pearl ring from his pocket. The sixth prince immediately recognized it as the very ring Madame Song had been wearing, for she had a habit of twirling it while speaking, leaving a deep impression on him. With this, the sixth prince felt no doubt remained, and, disregarding any restrictions, hurried out of the manor. At this moment, he could not even think of Zhou Xinrui. If something happened to Qian Yingluo, He would not be able to pass through the gates of the Marquis of Xuan without his fifth brother's intervention. As the servant led the sixth prince into the prison, after walking a short distance, Zhou Xianqi sensed something was amiss. There was not a single guard in sight, and an unsettling silence enveloped the area, filling his heart with trepidation. He halted, no longer proceeding, and gazed at the servant's back, his heart inexplicably trembling. "Who are you really? And what do you intend to do?" "I shall return. I demand to see Madame Song." As soon as he turned, the servant broke into a sinister laugh. "Who am I? I have already told you. I am merely a stable hand from Song Manor. What troubles you, your highness? Do you not wish to see how the county princess fares? You are her dear cousin." As the servant spoke, he slowly lifted his head to meet the sixth prince's gaze, which was void of life. His hand stealthily reached into his bosom, and then he brandished a bloodied hairpin, gripping it tightly with a fierce look directed at the sixth prince. The servant then dashed towards the prince, the hairpin poised to strike. The sixth prince had sensed danger beforehand. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack, and the two soon found themselves in a fierce struggle. The sixth prince, possessing some martial skills, managed to seize the hairpin and drove it into the servant, who let out a muffled groan as blood oozed from a wound in his shoulder. Yet, the servant would not relinquish his grip on the hairpin. The desperation of his opponent startled the sixth prince, and the more urgent he felt, the harder it became to escape. As they grappled, neither could gain the upper hand when suddenly a noise came from the prison door, followed by the sound of many footsteps approaching. The sixth prince's heart leaped with joy, thinking the guards had arrived, but before he could call out for help, the servant shouted first, "The sixth prince has killed someone. Help! The county princess has been murdered by the sixth prince." As he cried out, the servant pushed the sixth prince aside with all his might and ran towards the exit. At the corner, he unexpectedly collided with a group of people, who knocked him to the ground, finally halting his escape. The sixth prince, recovering from his shock, quickly pursued. Upon recognizing who had intercepted the servant, his complexion paled instantly. Zhou Xianrui and several officials stood at the corner, gazing at him quietly. Zhou Xianrui glanced at the sixth prince and then down at the servant, his expression turning colder. "Sixth brother, what are you doing here? If I recall correctly, you were meant to reflect upon your actions in Song Manor. What is the meaning of this man's words? What have you done to the county princess?" The sixth prince, upon hearing this, waved his hands frantically. "Fifth brother, do not heed his lies. I came here upon hearing that Ing Luo was being tortured and was in peril, but he attacked me with that hairpin, seeking to kill me." The servant on the ground suddenly pointed at the sixth prince, his eyes filled with sorrow and indignation. "Your Highness, I am Chi Hua, a servant of Song Manor. Today, the sixth prince insisted I accompany him, but I never expected he would murder the county princess and now seeks to kill me. Look at the wound on my shoulder. It was inflicted by the sixth prince, and the bloody hairpin is still in his hand." The officials following Zhou Xianrui had initially come to inspect the prison, but none could have anticipated such an incident. Upon hearing the servant's words, they turned to look at the sixth prince and indeed saw him holding a still dripping hairpin. Anyone witnessing this scene could hardly doubt the servant's claim. The sixth prince was thrown into a panic. Realizing the situation, he promptly discarded the hairpin. "Fifth brother, I truly did not do this. I have yet to even see Ing Luo." The accompanying officials, mostly loyal to the second prince, could not allow the sixth prince to be unjustly condemned before their eyes. They exchanged glances, and finally, Song Peng stepped forward. "Your Highness, today's events seem rather peculiar. Moreover, the sixth prince and the county princess are cousins. He has no reason to act in such a manner." Zhou Xianrui nodded, solemnly stating, "What Lord Song says does hold merit, but what is paramount now is to ascertain the county princess's condition. I shall ensure that today's events are thoroughly investigated." With that, he led the way, and as they approached Xianing Luo's cell, they found the door wide open. Blood was splattered across the floor and walls, and Xianing Luo lay on her back, eyes wide open and face covered in blood, clearly lifeless for some time. Seeing this grim spectacle, the sixth prince rushed forward, his face contorted with grief. "Ing Luo, cousin, I have arrived too late. Who has done this to you? Please wake up and tell me." However, before he could finish his plea, the servant Chi Hua let out a cold snort. "Your Highness, cease your theatrics. The county princess lies in this state because of your actions. You feared she would expose your misdeeds in the prison, so you silenced her and intended to kill me, framing it as if I had slain the county princess and then committed suicide out of guilt. You truly have a heart of malice. Watching this unfold with a cold gaze, Zhou Xinrui raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, the prince inquired, "You claim my sixth brother has committed murder to silence witnesses. I find myself rather curious about the events that have instilled such panic in him." The sixth prince was poised to retort, but Qi Hua seized the opportunity, interjecting without hesitation. "Your Highness, the sixth prince has indeed confessed that he intended to eliminate me to prevent me from revealing the truth. The incident with the ground meat from years past was orchestrated by him, with the county princess merely serving as a scapegoat. Furthermore, the disgrace of a young lady from the Shao family was also his doing. He fears the county princess will divulge these secrets, prompting his murderous intent." Song Peng, listening anxiously from the side, feared that should these accusations be substantiated, he too would be implicated, especially considering that the sixth prince had been residing in his household during his time in Yangzhou. Thus, he exclaimed, "Do not utter such nonsense. The county princess has been confined for so long. If the sixth prince truly wished to silence her, why wait until now to act? Moreover, he personally came here, practically inviting capture. Do you assume we are all dull-witted? Who will believe your claims?" Hearing this, the sixth prince found a glimmer of hope and nodded vigorously, saying, "Indeed. As Lord Song has pointed out, Madame Song can attest to my innocence, for it was she who summoned me here today." Initially composed, Song Peng was taken aback, bewildered as to why the sixth prince would drag his wife into this predicament. Yet, Zhou Xinrui merely chuckled, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. It appeared the sixth prince had a witness. Therefore, he commanded that Madame Song be summoned to clarify the matter. Half an hour later, Madame Song arrived at the jail. Breathless, upon seeing the gruesome sight of Qian Yingluo's lifeless body, she shrieked and instinctively hid behind Song Peng. "Who is this poor soul? How dreadful! Your Highness, why have you summoned me? Can we not discuss this in another location?" Before anyone could respond, the sixth prince dashed to Madame Song's side, seizing her. "Madame Song, look at Qi Hua. Is he not one of the many servants from the Song household? He accuses me of killing the county princess. You must clarify to my elder brother that I was never here. It was you who visited her on my behalf." To this moment, the sixth prince held no suspicion towards Madame Song, given her connection to Song Peng. He could scarcely imagine that she had long since lost faith in her cold-blooded husband and was indifferent to his fate as long as she could exact vengeance. Madame Song's face was a mask of terror as she tremulously pushed the sixth prince's hand away. "Your Highness, what are you saying? I was at Baoyan Temple this morning, and the guard brought me directly from there. When did I ever visit the county princess on your behalf? You must cease this ridiculous talk." The sixth prince was momentarily taken aback, confronted with Madame Song's calm denial. He suddenly felt ensnared in a tightening web, with no escape in sight. As he stood there, dazed, Madame Song appeared fearful, yet inwardly she reveled in her triumph, thinking, "You accomplices shall not evade justice." Her return to the estate had been discreet, known only to Ji Lingfeng, and she had managed to slip back without difficulty, having presided over the Song household for decades. As for Ji Lingfeng, who was the sole witness, everyone knew he was loyal to the sixth prince. Even if he stepped forward to reveal the truth, few would believe him. Thus, in this game, the sixth prince had no chance of redemption, regardless of his royal status, for she possessed her own lethal strategy. Today, she not only intended for Qian Luo to perish, but also aimed to ensure Zhou Xinqi's downfall. Chapter 54. The prince's mediation. Realizing that today's events could not be easily explained, the sixth prince clenched his jaw and declared, "Elder brother, as a member of the royal family, I must return to the capital to explain myself to father. Until then, no one can hold me accountable for my actions." Upon hearing this, Madame Song's eyes glimmered with derision. While today's scheme was effective, it lacked one crucial element. No one had witnessed the sixth prince committing murder. However, this was inconsequential. She was confident that the next act would seal his fate. With a subtle glance at Qi Hua, she nodded slightly. Qi Hua, understanding the cue, suddenly lunged at the sixth prince, grabbing him and pulling him toward Qian Yingluo's body. "As a member of the royal family, do you believe you can evade the consequences of murder? You wish to drag my wife into your crimes. I saw everything clearly. I will be the witness. And when we return to the capital, I will speak of all that I have witnessed." As they grappled within the cell, Qi Hua turned abruptly, positioning his back against the door to obscure their actions from the outside. Seizing a fleeting moment, he drew a knife from his sleeve. The sixth prince, startled by the sudden turn of events, instinctively recoiled, but Qihua held him firmly by the front of his garments. In a voice only the two could hear, tinged with sorrow, he said, "Your Highness, do you not know? I have long admired the young lady of my family, yet you have caused her such suffering. As a humble man, I have done nothing for Miss Ai Jia in this life. Now, let me offer my life in her service." Before the sixth prince could respond, Qihua thrust the knife toward his own chest. Blood erupted from his mouth, yet he turned to the sixth prince, grinning with satisfaction, then pushed him away and stumbled toward the cell door, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. "Your Highness, cough, cough, save me. The sixth prince has committed murder to silence me. Please, save me." Before he could finish, Qihua collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. As his eyes fluttered closed, he glimpsed, in a fleeting moment, a young woman sitting beneath a peach blossom tree, gently caressing a Guqin with a smile. Witnessing this unfold, Zhou Xianrui's expression turned deadly serious at the moment Qihua breathed his last. "Bold Zhou Xianqi, in plain view of all, you dare to commit murder to silence witnesses? As a prince, you are so brazenly disregarding the law, reveling in cruelty. If you are not apprehended, how can I bear the honor of wielding the golden dragon sword?" He then raised his voice, commanding, "Seize the sixth prince at once. Place him in shackles and return him to the capital for formal investigation by the Ministry of Justice. Bring along the bodies of the county princess and Qihua as well. Is there anyone present who dares to oppose my decree? In light of this public murder." The matter was grave, yet with Zhou Xianrui pursuing it relentlessly, other officials dared not voice dissent. Meanwhile, Song Peng fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon his wife, his instincts warning him that something felt amiss. However, before he could discern the truth, Zhou Xianrui's voice rang out again. "As the magistrate of the Song household, you have imprisoned the county princess in Yangzhou's jail, and now she lies dead. You too bear responsibility. You need not retain your position and shall return to the capital alongside the sixth prince to offer your apologies." Upon hearing this, Song Peng's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. It was clear to all that Zhou Xianrui was orchestrating a significant reshuffling of power in Yangzhou. With the sixth prince detained and Song Peng compelled to return to the capital, the province would be left without leadership. Zhou Xianrui's investigation into the salt trade would likely proceed unimpeded. Casting a cold glance at the assembly, he instructed his guards, "Collect all evidence from the two deceased and securely transport it to the Ministry of Justice. As for you, esteemed officials, take heed of your own actions." With that, he swept out of the cell, his demeanor now composed and serene as he turned to the waiting Qi Ling. "Where is she? Lead me to her." A flicker of reluctance passed through the crimson eyes of Qi Ling, yet she nodded and led Zhou Xianrui towards a two-tiered observation platform adjacent to the prison cells. This platform, once the watchful post of the guards, had been cleared of idle bystanders by Qi Ying. At present, only Xiao Jinxian remained hidden in the shadows, quietly observing every movement outside the cells. Footsteps approached, echoing up the stairs, accompanied by Zhou Xianrui's voice. "Fourth miss, I knew you would not leave. It seems you harbor some doubts about my capabilities. Fortunately, today I have fulfilled my mission, lest I disappoint you." Xiao Jinxian turned, offering a respectful bow with a gentle smile. "Your Highness jested. With your wisdom and resourcefulness, how could I not trust you? However, until matters reach their conclusion, uncertainties persist. It is always prudent to exercise caution." Zhou Xianrui nodded in agreement, a sigh escaping his lips. "In your presence, I cannot claim to be resourceful. Today's events, from planning to execution, were orchestrated expertly by you, 4th Mississippi. I merely reaped the fruits of your labor, and thus, I owe you a debt of gratitude." His words were sincere, not mere flattery. After all, according to the adversary's plan, they intended to publicly execute Qian Yingluo and force the sixth prince to flee Yangzhou. Yet, upon returning to the capital, the other party's status would remain unscathed, still a central figure within the royal faction, leading to continued strife. Now, however, the situation had drastically changed. The sixth prince bore the accusations of murder and silencing witnesses, being escorted back to the capital. Regardless of whether the second prince could protect him, this younger brother would no longer be able to vie for the throne. The second prince's faction had effectively lost a significant ally, a wound that would linger for some time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxian did not respond with joy at Zhou Xianrui's indebtedness. Instead, her expression grew melancholic. But has Qi Hua truly perished? After conferring with Madame Song, she had made it clear that for the sixth prince to be implicated, someone must willingly offer their life. After all, he was a prince, and no price could be exacted from him. Merely relying on the evidence found on Qian Yingluo's body, it would be futile to attempt to pin the crime on him without a witness to the act. Only if someone were to die by the sixth prince's hand in plain sight would he be left with no room to argue. And Madame Song had recommended Qi Hua for this grim task. However, upon realizing Qi Hua's infatuation with Song Aijia, she hesitated. How could she, a person so wounded by love, bear to take the life of one so devoted? Yet, external assassins would not suffice. It had to be someone from the Song household, or else the investigation would unravel their scheme. Zhou Xianrui raised an eyebrow, his voice turning serious. Fourth miss, are you feeling remorseful? But Qi Hua willingly chose this path. There is no need for you to bear guilt. Xiao Jinxian lifted her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. Indeed, I met him just today. I implored him to reconsider, yet he remained resolute. It is lamentable that he and Miss Song are fated to be apart. Otherwise, he would have made a worthy companion for life. Zhou Xianrui chuckled in response. You are mistaken, fourth Mississippi. Even if he were alive, he would never have the chance to be with Miss Song. Do not forget his status. She is a legitimate daughter. Even if she were to remain unmarried, she would never wed a mere stable hand, for it would tarnish the Song family's reputation. Lowering her head, a cold glint flickered in Xiao Jinxuan's eyes. Your Highness speaks truly. Status dictates the destinies we must accept from birth. No amount of struggle can alter that. Gazing deeply at Xiao Jinxian, Zhou Xianrui discerned an undercurrent of profound resentment in her icy demeanor. Thus, Qi Hua, sacrificing his life for an unattainable love, could be seen as dying with purpose. Perhaps fourth miss need not feel so sorrowful. There are others in this world, even those indifferent to rank, who seek only genuine affection. Xiao Jinxian laughed lightly, skepticism evident in her voice. Your Highness jesting again? It is often the powerful men who take multiple wives. Although Qi Hua is devoted to Song Aijia, should he rise to prominence, who knows if his feelings would remain as sincere? Such notions of true love are but the dreams of fools. Those who excel in strategy are often burdened by suspicion, Zhou Xianrui mused. In his eyes, Xiao Jinxian embodied this very trait. Fearful of being hurt, she preferred to isolate herself, denying others the chance to wound her, while simultaneously closing off her own opportunities. Fourth miss, what do you think of my seventh brother? Though he may seem carefree and frivolous, he is deeply sentimental. If you are willing, I would be glad to act as matchmaker to formally propose to the Xiao family, making you his legitimate wife. He and Zhou Xinyu were 3 years apart, having grown up together, and their bond needed no further elaboration. Zhou Xianrui understood that this time, his younger brother was genuinely smitten. In all these years, he had never seen Zhou Xinyu treat a woman with kindness. Having been scarred by childhood trauma, he usually viewed women as venomous creatures, avoiding them at all costs. Now, a woman had captured his brother's heart, and Zhou Xianrui was determined to foster this connection. He held a favorable view of Xiao Jinxian. Even if she was a secondary daughter of the Xiao family, she was deserving of the position of primary consort. Xiao Jinxian looked at Zhou Xianrui in astonishment, momentarily speechless, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. Your Highness, please refrain from such remarks in the future. The status of the crown prince is too esteemed. I am unworthy. Please do not meddle in matters of romance, lest our relationship falter. She had not anticipated that their conversation would shift from Qi Hua to Zhou Xinyu. For reasons unknown, the memory of their oath beneath the moonlight in the plum grove resurfaced, tightening her chest with unease. Bowing slightly to Zhou Xianrui, her expression turned as cold as ice. Since everything has been settled, I am weary and shall return home. Your Highness, farewell. With that, she turned on her heel, refusing to glance back at Zhou Xianrui, making it evident to all that she was indeed angered. Zhou Xianrui suddenly chuckled, pleased to witness this unfamiliar display of emotion from Xiao Jinxian, realizing that even she, when incensed, possessed a youthful candor. Qiling, ensure that Miss Xiao returns home safely. Once she is secure, you may return. At his command, Qiling promptly complied, leaving only Zhou Xianrui and Qi Ying on the platform.
Qi Ying's gaze lingered on Zhou Xianrui, who continued to watch Xiao Xuan's departing figure, lost in thought. Your Highness, why do you wish to act as matchmaker for the Crown Prince? Do you not harbor feelings for the fourth miss? Without turning, Zhou Xianrui smiled softly, his eyes still fixed on the fading silhouette in purple. Qi Ying, only you would dare pose such a question. What do you think of Xiao Jinxian? Chapter 55. The position of concubine Qi Ying pondered for a moment before responding calmly. She possesses a deep intellect and is highly skilled in strategy, making her a perfect match for your Highness. Zhou Xianrui turned to face Qi Ying, intrigued by his response, and suddenly chuckled. You are usually so taciturn, yet your words ring true. I do indeed harbor affection for the fourth miss, but it is more rooted in admiration. Mutual respect does not always lead to love. Moreover, I am already wed to Lady Xuan. Do you believe Xiao Jinxian would willingly accept a position beneath another woman? Even if I were to offer her the status of a secondary consort with equal treatment to my primary wife, she would likely refuse. The eyes visible beneath Qi Ying's mask glimmered with understanding, recognizing the wisdom in Zhou Xianrui's words, and he chose not to elaborate further. Zhou Xianrui, accustomed to Qi Ying's reticence, sighed, a rare flicker of melancholy crossing his resolute features. From her recent discourse, it is evident that she yearns for a lifelong companionship, a singular bond that I, as the prince, cannot provide. However, my younger brother possesses the capability to fulfill her desires. One is the woman I cherish, and the other is my brother by blood. Should they unite, I would find joy in their union. As for myself, my aspirations lie in the vast realm of the great Zhou, where I aim to assist a wise sovereign and uphold the imperial mandate. Such noble pursuits are my lifelong ambition. Although romantic sentiments may be profound, they are not the foremost concern of my heart. As a member of the Zhou royal family, I have long prepared to dedicate my life to the dynasty, tirelessly serving until my last breath. Despite the lingering chill of March, the absence of heavy snow has bestowed a warm sunlight that evokes fond memories. Over a month has passed since the sixth prince was escorted to the capital, and without the constraints imposed by him and Song Peng, Zhou Xianrui has taken decisive action to cleanse the political sphere of Yangzhou. Throughout this period, Ji Lingfeng has attempted to obstruct his efforts, but his solitary endeavors have proven futile. Lacking power and support, the officials of Yangzhou have become frightened and wary, rendering his strategies ineffective. Zhou Xianrui has diligently rectified the governance and pursued corruption within the salt transport, now unopposed in his resolve. Encouraged by Xiao Jinxian, Xiao Hong has even dispatched a contingent of personal guards to bolster Zhou Xianrui's efforts, akin to adding wings to a tiger. As of now, 8 officials have been executed, with more than 10 others detained and sent to the capital. In this climate of fear, the corrupt officials in Yangzhou are on edge, while the common folk cheer for Zhou Xianrui's reputation, which has soared to unprecedented heights, unmatched in Yangzhou. The only individual who might rival his standing in the hearts of the people would be Xiao Jinxian, who bravely resisted the snow disaster and provided aid to those in need. Meanwhile, this fourth miss, who has been subtly stirring the waters behind the scenes, enjoys a life of leisure and contentment, practicing her calligraphy in her secluded quarters while Zhou Xianrui is engulfed in his fervent endeavors. As she diligently pens a poem dedicated to the plum blossom, her concentration is abruptly shattered by the entrance of Yulan, the maid responsible for guarding the courtyard. With an air of impatience, Yulan expresses discontent over the lack of decorum among the guards in Wenxin's absence. The situation is exacerbated by Wenxin's mother's deteriorating health after the new year, despite efforts to provide medical care. Consequently, Xiao Jinxian has permitted Wenxin to return home and fulfill her filial duties, and it has been a fortnight since they last met. Yulan, undeterred by a reprimand, reveals that a young gentleman named Ji has requested an audience with Xiao Jinxian. Upon hearing the name Ji, Xiao Jinxian's pen strikes the table forcefully. It is evident that the only person it could be is Ji Lingfeng. Annoyance flickers in her eyes as she coldly instructs Yulan to dismiss him, stating there is nothing to discuss. Ji Lingfeng, now reduced to a state akin to a stray dog under the pressure of Zhou Xianrui, holds no appeal for her, and she sees no reason to indulge in his presence. However, just as Yulan is about to exit, Xiao Jinxian calls her back. Wait, allow the guards to bring Ji Lingfeng in. I wish to understand the purpose of his visit. Her feelings towards Ji Lingfeng are complex, while she finds him detestable.
Her curiosity compels her to hear what he has to say. Before long, Ji Lingfeng is ushered into the small parlor where Xiao Jinxian awaits. Dressed in a refined bamboo green robe, he exudes an air of elegance that momentarily distracts her, transporting her back to a time when they were husband and wife, sharing a tender connection. Yet, the present is starkly different. She is no longer the naive girl she once was, and gazing upon his handsome visage, she feels only a profound resentment. Upon entering, Ji Lingfeng notices Xiao Jinxian seated with a frosty gaze, offering no words or greetings, leaving him to stand awkwardly. "Fourth miss, I am aware that you harbor grievances against me. Yet as a guest, you might consider inviting me to sit," he suggests. Xiao Jinxian lowers her gaze, taking a sip of her tea before responding coolly, "Your words are exaggerated. There are plenty of chairs in this room. If you wish to sit, you may choose one yourself. I would never dare neglect my esteemed guest." A flicker of amusement crosses Ji Lingfeng's eyes. Although her words permit him to sit, the implication is clear. She does not regard him as a guest worthy of a formal invitation. Such pettiness, he muses, is typical of women, and it adds an intriguing layer to their interactions. Particularly with someone as astute as Xiao Jinxian, her stubbornness is not only amusing, but also poses a danger. Yet, Ji Lingfeng finds himself increasingly drawn to this complexity. Indifferent to her frosty demeanor, he finds a chair and seats himself. "I have come today to bid farewell, as I must return to the capital tomorrow. I hope you will take care of yourself, and I look forward to our paths crossing again in the future." Xiao Jinxian is not surprised by this news. The current political landscape of Yangzhou belongs to Zhou Xinrui, and with Xiao Hong's assistance, the second princess' defeat is all but assured. Ji Lingfeng's departure is inevitable if he wishes to escape the impending peril. She casts a cold glance at him and replies, "I wish you safe travels, but we are not close enough for farewells. As for seeing each other again, there will be ample time, and I await that day with great anticipation." Her anticipation is not merely for a meeting, but for the moment she returns to the capital, where her grievances may finally be addressed. Unbeknownst to Ji Lingfeng, who remains blissfully unaware of her deep-seated animosity, he smiles and presents her with a copper mirror he had intended to gift her during the new year. "Though I was injured then and unable to deliver it, consider this a parting gift. I hope this mirror reminds you of me in the days to come." Accepting the intricately crafted mirror, adorned with a peony design and surrounded by a circle of rubies, Xiao Jinxian cannot help but admire its exquisite beauty. Ji Lingfeng, noticing her acceptance, grows more delighted, for he knows that women are often captivated by such lavish trinkets. As he gazes at her with affection, he acknowledges her role in Zhou Xinrui's swift control over Yangzhou's political landscape, recognizing her invaluable assistance in these matters. Seeing that Xiao Jinxian remained silent, Ji Lingfeng chuckled and continued, "At the Song Mansion, you openly humiliated the county princess of Yuaning, leaving me in an awkward position. Later, with the wrongful accusations against the spirit of the butcher case and the death of Qianing Luo, the sixth prince was accused of murder. All of this is inextricably linked to you." Xiao Jinxian raised the bronze mirror, gazing into it. Her eyes, cold as a frigid pond, flickered with a faint smile. "I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Mr. Ji. However, if you insist on attributing these matters to me, then so be it. You must be satisfied now. If your sole purpose today was to question me, I have provided you with my answer, and you may take your leave." Ji Lingfeng, witnessing her lack of defense, felt a deeper satisfaction bloom in his eyes. "You misunderstand me, Mississippi. I did not come here to interrogate you, but to express my admiration for your cunning intellect. If you would consent to be my advisor in the future, I could wed you as a secondary wife beneath my primary spouse. I am currently unmarried. Should you marry me, you would hold a position of significance. You must understand that the second prince greatly values my counsel. As a mere concubine, you would find it hard to rise to the top despite your talents. Why not cast your sights further and plan ahead?" Xiao Jinxian shifted her gaze from the mirror, her beautifully arched brows now directed at Ji Lingfeng, and she lightly covered her lips, a sardonic smile breaking across her face. "Mr. Ji, you overestimate your own worth. Not only are you currently nothing more than a guest strategist, but even if you were to ascend to greatness in the future, I, Xiao Jinxian, might not find you appealing. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to refrain from speaking further, lest you become a subject of ridicule." In her past life, She had even occupied the position of Ji Lingfeng's legitimate wife. Now, reborn, she found his intentions to merely offer her a secondary position in exchange for her talents laughable. She would not allow herself to be used a second time. Ji Lingfeng, unwilling to concede, retorted, with your strategic mind, Miss, if you were to ally with me, who could escape our schemes? We would share wealth and honor, and I would cherish you like a treasure. Are you truly content to marry beneath yourself due to your lowly status, spend your life revolving around your husband and children? You could achieve so much more, and I, Ji Lingfeng, am the one who can provide you with all of that. Xiao Jinxian fixed him with a penetrating gaze, noting the fervent obsession for power gleaming in his eyes. With a cold laugh, she slowly placed the bronze mirror back on his table, a fleeting look of desolation crossing her features. Mr. Ji, I wish to understand your true feelings regarding the woman you intend to marry. Is it love you seek, or merely a profitable alliance? Your proposal to take me as a secondary wife is nothing more than a transaction in which I strategize for you, while you offer me access to the power that a woman of my status could never attain. I doubt you harbor any genuine affection for me, let alone love. Ji Lingfeng was taken aback by her sudden outburst. He had not anticipated such a candid revelation from Xiao Jinxian. However, upon reflection, he had to admit that she was correct. He was indeed primarily interested in her intellect. While she intrigued him, any deeper feelings were absent. Observing Ji Lingfeng's expression, Xiao Jinxian recognized her assessment was accurate. This man, in both this life and the last, was forever fixated on power, with women merely an afterthought in his heart. Rising from her seat, Xiao Jinxian dismissed him, stating, I am weary and shall no longer entertain your company. While this mirror is exquisite, it does not suit me. Please take it back. I will not see you out. After summoning a servant to escort Ji Lingfeng away, she turned to return to her quarters. Watching her figure disappear, Ji Lingfeng gripped the bronze mirror tightly, his eyes filled with frustration. No woman had ever dared to treat him with such disdain. Xiao Jinxian, one day I shall make you submit to me, groveling for my favor and serving my purposes. Unbeknownst to her, her icy demeanor only fueled Ji Lingfeng's desire to conquer her. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinxian, feeling somewhat vexed, reclined on her soft couch, preparing to rest. Sometimes, time seemed to stretch endlessly, and, at others, it raced by with frantic urgency. Just as she began to succumb to fatigue, Yulan knocked on the door. Miss Meng has come to visit. Shall I let her in? Meng Liangjun often visited, and Xiao Jinxian enjoyed her lively spirit. However, today she felt particularly drained, instructing Yulan to inform her friend that she was unwell and would visit another day. Yet, Yulan hesitated, adding, Miss, the gatekeeper just told me that Miss Meng arrived in tears and seems to be in urgent need of you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxuan's fatigue evaporated, and she quickly sat up. Without waiting for Yulan to lead her in, she hurriedly made her way to the front door of the Xiao residence. Upon arrival, she found Meng Liangjun standing at the gate, accompanied by her maid, weeping pitifully. Xiao Jinxian rushed forward, furrowing her brow. Liangjun, what troubles you? What has happened? The cold wind will ruin your face. If you continue to cry, you will suffer even more. Seeing Xiao Jinxian approach, Meng Liangjun burst into more tears, throwing herself into her embrace and refusing to let go. Realizing that questioning her would yield no clarity, Xiao Jinxian anxiously turned to Meng Liangjun's maid, Pei Huan. What has happened to your young mistress? Has she been wronged? Pei Huan shook her head vigorously, her eyes reddening. Fourth miss, it is my master who is in trouble. He has been missing for several days, and the master is away visiting friends, leaving the madam anxious and unwell. Thus, my young mistress had no choice but to seek your assistance. Upon seeing Xiao Jinxian, Meng Liangjun's anxious heart felt somewhat relieved, and her emotions began to settle. She choked out, my brother went to the countryside 6 days ago to teach impoverished children who cannot afford schooling. He has not returned, and he usually writes if he is late. I fear something has happened. Jinxian, what should we do? Understanding the urgency, Xiao Jinxian immediately instructed a nearby guard. Fetch Steward Deng. I have matters to discuss with him. Moments later, Deng Jiu arrived, and before he could speak, Xiao Jinxian commanded. The son of the Meng family has been missing for days. Take the household staff with you and find him, no matter the cost. Deng Jiu quickly inquired, Miss, where did Meng Gongzi go missing? Without guidance, how can we search? Meng Liangjun, peeking out from Xiao Jinxuan's embrace,
pleaded, I know the way. I will lead you. Furrowing her brow, Jinxian sighed, prepare a carriage. I will accompany Miss Meng. Meng Liangjun was straightforward but overly impulsive. While it would be fine to find her brother, she feared her friend would not handle a potential crisis well, so she preferred to keep a close watch on her. Once everything was arranged, Jinxian and her entourage set off from the city. Following Meng Liangjun's directions, they traveled for 2 full hours before reaching the village she mentioned. The place was exceedingly remote, even more so than the Mei village where Jinxian had previously resided. Upon entering the village, the carriage could not proceed, and they had to disembark and walk. Just then, a woman carrying a pig feed bucket approached, and Jinxian hurried over. Annie, may I ask you something? Do you know where the private tutor, Mr. Meng, who teaches the village children, is located? Meng Liangjun had previously accompanied her brother here, but she had never visited the private school herself, so they could only inquire among the local villagers. The woman, upon hearing the news, sighed deeply, her expression filled with regret as she spoke. Who are you? To Mr. Meng. You have arrived too late. His private school was buried by the snow that rolled down from the back mountain a few days ago. Thankfully, it was night, and the children did not attend class. But alas, Mr. Meng is no longer among the living. At that moment, Meng Liangjun burst into tears, unable to be consoled by Pei Huan. Jinxian urgently inquired about the location and hastily set off towards it. Upon their arrival at the so-called private school, they were met with a scene of desolation. A wide expanse obscured by snow, with remnants of shattered tiles and walls barely visible, devoid of any human presence. Meng Liangjun, with wide eyes, knelt down on the ground weeping. Brother, it is me, Liangjun. I have come to save you. Please do not frighten your little sister. Jinxian gently patted Meng Liangjun's back while instructing Deng Jiao to find help quickly. As time passed, and Meng Liangjun sat on the ground in a state of shock, despairing and ceasing her cries, suddenly a servant shouted with delight, I have found young Master Meng. Upon hearing this, everyone present was filled with joy. However, when they approached, they discovered that young Master Meng was trapped between 2 massive blocks of ice, and most alarmingly, his right leg was completely embedded in one of the ice masses. No matter how hard they tugged, he could not be freed. When Jinxian arrived, this was the sight that met her eyes, and Meng Liangjun also clearly saw it. Immediately, she cried out, pull harder. Quickly, get my brother's leg out. If that doesn't work, break the ice. At her urging, the surrounding servants hurriedly gathered, each armed with tools to shatter the massive ice and rescue young Master Meng. Jinxian, observing the frantic attempts, felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Yet saving young Master Meng was of utmost importance, so she remained silent. Accidentally glancing at a small tree nearby, she noticed that, due to the heavy snow, it had been forcefully bent, with several small birds chirping incessantly atop it. In a flash, an epiphany struck her, and she realized what had felt wrong. She stepped forward, pushing aside the workers who were trying to break the ice, and shouted sternly, Stop! Do not touch that ice any longer. Everyone step back. Her unexpected intervention left the crowd bewildered, but being servants of the Xiao household, they complied and stepped aside. Jinxian, her forehead glistening with sweat, saw that the ice had been pounded into a pockmarked surface but remained intact within. Sighing in relief, before she could continue speaking, Meng Liangjun erupted in protest. Jinxian, what do you mean? My brother is on the brink of death, and you refuse to save him? I have misjudged you as a friend. If you will not help, then I shall do it myself. With that, she picked up a sharp stone from the ground and rushed toward the ice, scraping it fiercely. Jinxuan's heart sank again, and she called out to Deng Jiao, Seize Miss Meng. Do not let her move. Bring over the charcoal, the soft cloth, and the food boxes from the carriage. Deng Jiao, now thoroughly confused, was nonetheless impressed by the fourth Miss's decisiveness and, despite his bewilderment, complied with her commands. Meanwhile, Meng Liangjun was restrained, her frantic protests and tears falling on deaf ears. Jinxian, I hate you. Let me go. I must save my brother. Jinxian glanced at Meng Liangjun, her expression unchanged. Once everything was gathered, she nodded and began to issue further instructions. Ignite all the charcoal, wrap it in the soft cloth, and use the heat to melt the ice around young Master Meng's leg. Then she pointed to the food boxes and said, Similarly, empty the contents of the boxes, fill them with charcoal, and start melting the ice from the other side. Once the box catches fire, replace it with a new one. Move swiftly, do not waste time.
The crowd sprang into action, lighting fires and filling boxes, yet had it not been for Xuan's high standing within the Xiao household, many might have scoffed at her seemingly impractical approach. Clearly, breaking the ice would have been more efficient, yet the fourth miss chose this laborious method, leading the onlookers to feel sympathy for the trapped young mastermind. Had she not been present, they mused, perhaps he would have already been freed. As the minutes dragged on, half an hour passed, and the charcoal burned down. The soft cloths were all consumed, leaving only one food box remaining. The massive ice, if they wished to carve a hole, would still take considerable time. At that moment, Deng Jiu approached, somewhat awkwardly, and whispered, "Fourth miss, your method seems futile now. We have run out of materials to wrap the charcoal. We should resume chiseling the ice. If we delay further, young Master Meng may truly perish before our eyes, and we would have no explanation to offer the Meng family." He cast a glance at Meng Liangjun, who was on the verge of fainting from her tears. Recognizing the arduousness of their task, Xiao Jinxian, upon hearing his words, pointed at the battered ice and sighed. "Deng Jiu, do you also think I am merely complicating matters?" Deng Jiu remained silent, but his expression spoke volumes. With a sigh, Xiao Jinxian continued, "Deng Jiu, let me ask you, if we break open the ice, what will happen?" Deng Jiu paused, slightly taken aback, and instinctively replied, "If the ice is broken, young Master Meng will be freed." But Xiao Jinxuan's expression turned grave as she slowly articulated, "Then tell me, Deng Jiu, when this towering mass of ice collapses, how do you intend to rescue young Master Meng? Do you think his leg will be spared?" Deng Jiu was struck speechless, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if they recklessly attempted to break the ice, while it might crack, the hundreds of pounds of broken ice would come crashing down, potentially jeopardizing not only young Master Meng's leg, but also his life. Furthermore, those surrounding him could also be severely injured or killed. In that moment, as he looked upon the clumsy efforts of the crowd trying to melt the ice, he no longer saw Xiao Jinxuan's actions as needless. Rather, he felt a wave of relief that she had accompanied them, for otherwise they might have inadvertently committed a grave error. Understanding the stakes, he quickly said, "Fourth miss, I must concede to your wisdom, but we have run out of materials to wrap the charcoal. What shall we do now?" Xiao Jinxian narrowed her eyes and, after a moment's contemplation, declared, "Tell everyone to remove one outer garment. I will offer 1 tael of silver for it. I refuse to believe we cannot melt this massive ice. As the saying goes, under a heavy reward, there are bound to be brave men." Once Deng Jiu relayed Xiao Jinxuan's words, the servants nearly erupted with joy. 1 garment for a tael of silver was an incredible fortune. Typically, a family could live comfortably on 5 taels a month, while these servants earned merely 2 taels and 4 yen. Now, by shedding a few garments, they could earn more than their monthly wages. The previously sluggish crowd now buzzed with enthusiasm, quickly shedding their outer coats, and had Deng Jiu not intervened, they might have stripped down to their undergarments in their eagerness. In no time, within the span of a few moments, the massive ice that had ensnared young Master Meng's leg was finally melted into a hole centered around his leg, and the crowd hurried to rescue him. They assisted him onto the carriage, but before anyone could catch their breath, a resounding crash echoed behind them, followed by an earth-shattering sound. As I turned back to glance, I realized that the massive ice block had finally succumbed to the relentless chiseling, melting and collapsing under its own weight. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone, causing a wave of cold sweat to wash over them. Had we been a moment slower, half of those present might have met an unfortunate fate. At that moment, Deng Jiu seized the opportunity to explain to the crowd why Xiao Jinxian had insisted on carefully melting a hole in the ice rather than hastily chipping away at it. Those who had previously scoffed at Xiao Jinxian now looked at her with admiration, secretly grateful that the fourth miss had intervened just in time. The consequences could have been unimaginable without her foresight. Meanwhile, Meng Liangjun, standing beside them, absorbed Deng Jiu's words with clarity. Her cheeks flushed, she lowered her gaze, feeling too shy to even glance at Xiao Jinxian. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Jinxian felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Although Meng Liangjun had spoken hastily earlier, she could hardly be angry. After all, if it had been Xiao Wenyao trapped in that ice, she might have lost her composure even more. Approaching, Xiao Jinxian playfully tugged at Meng Liangjun's sleeve and said with a smile, "Why are you standing there with your head down? When we were trying to save someone, you cried so loudly, but now that the person is safe, you want to even look at him. I truly don't know what to say to you." Upon hearing Xuan's tone, which seemed devoid of anger, Meng Liangjun quickly lifted her head, pouting in embarrassment. "Xuan, soda. I was just too anxious earlier. Please don't be mad at me." Xian laughed lightly and playfully glared at her. "If I were angry, would I still be talking to you? Now come on, let us get in the carriage." With that, she smiled and turned to walk away. Meng Liangjun, her tears dried, skipped a few steps to catch up, linking her arm with Xian as they headed toward the carriage. As they began their return to Yangzhou, the once spacious interior of the carriage felt a bit cramped with the addition of Meng's young master, who lay sprawled across the seats. Xian, intrigued, studied this young master from a Meng family, and upon noticing him clutching several books, even in his unconscious state, she couldn't help but chuckle. He truly was a bookworm. In a frenzy of saving him, she hadn't paid attention to anything else, but now she saw that he had wrapped himself in more than 10 books, and there were another 50 or so piled beneath him when they had dragged him up. In a life-and-death situation, his thoughts remained solely on protecting his precious books. He was indeed a bibliophile. Bored, Xian casually picked up a scroll from beside her and began to read. Earlier, during their time at the private school, Meng Liangjun had mentioned that the collection of books belonged to her brother, and she had brought them all back. The scroll she was now examining was one of those treasures. Yet, after reading just 2 lines, the weariness that had previously enveloped her vanished, and she straightened up, her eyes sparkling with delight as she pored over the manuscript. The more she read, the more she appreciated the depth of knowledge displayed by its author. This manuscript was a translation of the Analects, unlike any other version she had encountered before. The content was not only profound and well-researched, but also rich with insightful references. After perusing just a few pages, she felt inspired, gaining much from its wisdom. Meng Liangjun, propping her chin up with one hand, watched Xuan's rapt expression and shook her head in resignation. "I once thought my brother was the most passionate book lover, but I never imagined you, a young lady, would also be so enamored with these texts. As for me, if I try to read, I can barely stay awake for half an hour before I fall asleep." Xian, her eyes still glued to the manuscript, absent-mindedly replied, "It depends on the book. To be able to read such a gem is indeed a stroke of luck. Coming here today has truly been rewarding for me." Just then, a faint cough interrupted her thoughts. "Ahem, miss, my humble work can hardly be deemed a treasure." The sudden, weak voice startled Xian, and then she realized it was the young Master Meng, speaking to her from within the carriage. Meng Liangjun, beside her, let out a joyful cry and leaped on her brother, laughing and crying in excitement. Under the weight of his sister, the young master coughed again before giving her a resigned yet affectionate glance. "Junior, if you don't get off me, I might just be crushed under your weight. I suppose you've been indulging in too many pastries again. You've grown heavier." Xian couldn't help but laugh at the lively sibling dynamic. She hadn't expected such a close bond between them, and with a brother who had such a charming sense of humor. It was no wonder Meng Liangjun was so refreshingly candid and delightful. Quickly, she coaxed the pouting Meng Liangjun up, and then turned to the young Master Meng, raising the manuscript she held. "Young Master, from your words, does this manuscript happen to be your own creation?" Meng Yun nodded, his voice soft and feeble due to his fragile state. "It is indeed my humble work, but compared to the works of the sages, it is truly crude and unworthy of your praise. I am Meng Mian, and may I ask how to address you, miss?" Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Meng Mian, her heart racing with astonishment. How could it be him? It was no wonder she was taken aback. In her past life, Meng Mian was exceptionally renowned, even if she had been confined to the family temple shortly after returning to Yangzhou. His name was well known to her. In her previous life, he had been celebrated as the foremost talent of Yangzhou. The idea she had proposed to Prince Rui about using salt to melt snow was originally his suggestion. To think that he was Meng Liangjun's brother. She had failed to connect the dots earlier, as Meng Mian had been a disabled man in her past life, having lost both legs for reasons unknown. Yet here he was, appearing whole and healthy. Although the manuscript he had written was brilliant, Xian had not anticipated that he was the famed talent of Yangzhou. Realizing this, she discreetly glanced at Meng Mian's legs, suddenly understanding. If he was now whole, it implied he was not born disabled. In her previous life, he had also gained recognition for his wisdom during a snow disaster, but from that point onward, he had been without legs. This led her to a bold speculation. Perhaps in her past life, he had been trapped under the giant ice, and it was Meng Liangjun who had chosen to save him, likely employing the same reckless method of hammering the ice, which had ultimately led to the loss of Meng Mian's legs. Yes, it must have been exactly like that. The more she pondered, the more she felt this possibility was exceedingly likely. This meant that because of her presence in this life, this Meng Mian had avoided becoming disabled, and his life trajectory had undergone a profound transformation, leading to an unpredictable future. It seemed that her reincarnation had begun to alter many events, reshaping the narrative entirely. At times, this sensation made Xiao Jinxian feel as though she were ensnared in a dream. Chapter 58. A letter from the capital. As Xiao Jinxian was lost in thought, she suddenly felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Blinking, she looked up to see Meng Liangjun gazing at her with concern. Jinxian, are you all right? You seem lost in thought. Did you catch a chill earlier? Once we return to the Xiao residence, make sure to drink a bowl of hot ginger tea to ward off the cold. Xiao Jinxian chuckled softly at Meng Liangjun's kindness and nodded, gratefully accepting her concern. Meanwhile, Meng Mian, having regained a bit of strength after lying down for a while, managed to sit up. He then clasped his hands together and hesitantly asked Xiao Jinxian, "Is it true that you are the renowned fourth miss of the Xiao family in Yangzhou?" Xiao Jinxian? Before Xiao Jinxian could respond, Meng Liangjun, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Your brother possesses remarkable insight. The good friend I often mention to you is indeed Jinxian. She is formidable. It was her assistance that saved you this time. Had it not been for her ingenious idea to create a hole in the ice to free your leg, you have suffered greatly from my initial approach." Meng Mian, being the astute individual he is, reflected on the situation and comprehended that his safe rescue today was solely due to the efforts of Miss Xiao Si before him. Bowing respectfully, Meng Mian earnestly expressed, "I owe my safety today to Miss Si's timely intervention. I shall never forget this kindness, and should you require anything in the future, I will not hesitate to assist." Xiao Jinxian quickly returned the gesture, smiling as she replied, "Young Master Meng, I shall remember your words. If I find myself in need one day, I may trouble you." Bestowing kindness without seeking repayment is a principle Xiao Jinxian upheld in her previous life. Yet now she embraces the belief of giving and not forgetting to return the favor. Recognizing the talents of others, she willingly accepted this debt of gratitude. Viewing it as a fortunate gain, Meng Mian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled sincerely. He had not anticipated Xiao Jinxian's candor, devoid of any pretense. As she accepted this favor, he then remarked, "In truth, I have long heard of Miss C's reputation, particularly regarding her method of melting salt into snow. Recently, I encountered a reference to it in a book from the Northern Rome Kingdom, and I did not expect you to possess such knowledge and apply it so adeptly to avert a disaster in Yangzhou." Xiao Jinxian was at a loss for words. She could not reveal that this idea was originally his. She merely utilized her memories from 2 lifetimes. Even if she did, no one would believe her. Just as she felt the awkwardness settling in, the carriage halted. They had returned to Yangzhou and arrived at the Xiao residence. After bidding farewell to the 2 men and reluctantly parting with the manuscript, she exited the carriage. Watching it depart, she turned to enter the residence, and after taking a few steps, she encountered Zhu Xian approaching her. "Miss, where have you been? It's nearly dark. I was worried sick." Zhu Xin et Golim. Madame Yang's persistent ailment has flared up again, and without anyone capable around, I sent you to help. Bai Shu has also been tasked with caring for Wen Xian's mother, leaving me without any reliable assistance. Xiao Jinxian smiled softly and replied, "Your concern is appreciated, but is there something urgent? Is Auntie feeling any better?" Zhu Xin, pulling Xiao Jinxian along to the inner hall, urgently stated, "Miss, you must prioritize this. Father returned this afternoon and was looking for you, but couldn't he find you? I fear he may be upset." As they conversed, they soon arrived at the inner hall, where the family was gathered around the dining table. Yang Shi and Shan Shi sat on either side of Xiao Hong, while Xiao Wenyao was being playfully entertained by Xiao Hong, giggling with delight. Upon Xiao Jinxian's entrance, all eyes turned to her. The smile on Yang Shi's face faded instantly as she shifted her gaze from her husband, who was amusing their daughter, to her daughter, and she reproached, "A girl should not parade around carelessly, and now you return home so late. You shall kneel in the ancestral hall and reflect on your actions.
With the absence of Ning Shi's restraint in the Xiao household, Yang Shi's disposition had grown increasingly indulgent. She feared that Xiao Jinxian's behavior would provoke her husband's displeasure. Now that they had left the estate, Yang Shi's previous composure was dwindling, replaced by a desire to secure her own interests. However, she neglected the fact that her own standing within the Xiao family, akin to that of a half-lady, was not a result of her scheming, but stemmed from her daughter, Xiao Jinxian. Yet, Yang Shi persistently chose to overlook this truth. Xiao Jinxian gazed at Yang Shi, disappointment overshadowing her feelings of hurt. With a slight bow, she calmly replied, "Today, an esteemed guest from the Meng family came seeking my assistance. The Xiao and Meng families have always maintained a cordial relationship. Now that father has entrusted me with managing our household, I cannot turn a blind eye, for it would surely breed discord between our families. Therefore, I do not believe I have erred in my actions. Do you not agree, Andy?" Yang Shi's breath caught in her throat, stunned by Xiao Jinxian's boldness. Throughout her life, her daughter had never so directly contradicted her. She had always complied with Yang Shi's words, executing her wishes without question, and had never dared to protest when faced with punishment. But today, in front of everyone, Xiao Jinxian had challenged her authority and questioned her judgment. Though Yang Shi was the biological mother, she was merely an aunt, and she had no right to intervene in the affairs of the Xiao and Meng families. Stunned into silence, she found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Hong, smiling, set Xiao and Yao down and gave Xiao Jinxian a meaningful glance, gesturing for her to take a seat. "It is a rare occasion for our family to gather. Zhu Xian, you should speak less. Managing this household is no easy task for Jinxian. As her mother, you ought to show her more concern. She has returned home late after a long day, and instead of offering her a warm bowl of soup, you threaten to punish her? If you do not sympathize, then as her father, I certainly will not allow it." With that, Xiao Hong rose and personally served a bowl of jade shrimp soup to Xiao Jinxian, smiling as he handed it to her. Yang Shi forced a smile, reluctantly picking up some candied lotus slices and placing them in Xiao Jinxian's bowl. Xiao Hong observed the interaction between the two women, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. But he chose not to dwell on it further. He then retrieved a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Jinxian. "Xianer, this is a letter from your elder sister, Jinyu, who resides in the capital. She had planned to return for the new year, but due to the snowstorm, she could not. Nevertheless, she mentioned that your name has been frequently mentioned, and even the emperor has praised your efforts in disaster relief, acknowledging your talents. Jinyu also mentioned that your grandmother intends to summon you back to the capital." Xiao Jinxian held the letter without opening it. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. But compared to her previous life, when she took a carriage to the capital to marry in place of her sister, her upcoming journey to the capital now would be one of honor and distinction, recognized personally by the emperor. No one could belittle her. They must first consider whether they have a right to do so. Maintaining her composure, Xiao Jinxian smiled and replied, "I will indeed be delighted to return to the capital, to serve my father in the presence of my grandparents. I have long heard tales of my elder sister's ethereal beauty and unparalleled virtue. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to learn from her." Indeed, she felt a genuine joy. For her elder sister, Xiao Jinyu, had been living a carefree life while Xiao Jinxian had toiled under the burden of her circumstances. However, soon all of this would change, as she was about to return to the capital and resolve the lingering grievances between them. Xiao Hong, pleased with her response, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then inquired, "Jinxian, how is everything at home? And what of Ning Shi? Has she reflected on her mistakes?" The mere mention of Ning Shi ignited a fire of anger within Xiao Hong. She had conspired with outsiders to harm others, resulting in her own daughter suffering the consequences. In the matter of disaster relief, she had recklessly jeopardized the entire Xiao family's future despite Xiao Jinxian, even going so far as to create a scandal with the princess of Yuanning. After Xiao Jinxian informed him of these events through letter, Xiao Hong, who was at the military camp at the time, felt that had he been at home, he might have been inclined to take swift action against Ning Shi for her treachery. Beside her, Yang Shi, noticing the hint of annoyance in Xiao Heng's tone, quickly interjected, "During this period of confinement, Ning Shi has been quite restless. She even attempted to harm Jinxian with scissors. Wouldn't you agree, Xiana? If Ning Shi were to be cast aside, it was most likely that Yang Shi would be elevated to the primary wife, for she had a son and a daughter, and Xiao Heng's affections for her surpassed those he held for Xuan Shi. Upon finishing her statement, she eagerly looked towards Xiao Jinxian, the only one who could speak to Xiao Hong at present. Although Yang Shi was reluctant to admit it, that was the undeniable truth. Thus, she hoped that Xiao Jinxian might say a few words that would further her cause, which would greatly assist her. Xuan, hearing Yang Shi's rare display of affection, Xiao Jinxian felt no joy in her heart. It was merely a matter of necessity. Were she not of use, she would likely be disregarded entirely. She glanced at Xiao Hong, who awaited her response, and offered a composed smile. Auntie, your words are rather excessive. I understand your concern for your daughter, fearing that I might be harmed in any way. However, my legitimate mother also harbors a deep love for her child. Her methods may be extreme, but they are understandable. Moreover, she is now incapacitated, unable to speak or care for herself. Let bygones be bygones. There is no need for further grievances. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong nodded in approval, feeling increasingly satisfied with Xiao Jinxian's capabilities and composure. Alas, had she been a son, even an illegitimate one, he would have devoted himself to her education and cultivation. Meanwhile, Yang Shi's handkerchief was nearly torn to shreds from her agitation as she cast several discontented glances at Xiao Jinxian. This child was indeed a burden, here to collect debts. How could one not support their biological mother, but instead speak on behalf of others? It was evident that this daughter was unreliable. Chapter 59. Shocking news. Xiao Jinxian was acutely aware of Yang Shi's resentful gaze, yet she feigned ignorance, maintaining a serene expression. Regardless, she had discerned that her biological mother harbored some ambition. Should Ning Shi be discarded, Yang Shi's ascension was inevitable. Given Yang Shi's evident disdain for her, Xiao Jinxian even believed that she would create more troubles for her than Ning Shi ever did. Just moments ago, upon returning late, Xiao Hong had yet to speak, but Yang Shi had already seized the opportunity to press her point, since it was clear that Yang Shi would not serve as her support, but rather her hindrance. It would be wiser for her to remain in her place as a concubine. Xiao Jinxian believed she could secure Yang Shi a life of wealth and comfort. But as for the status of the primary wife, Yang Shi should relinquish such thoughts. Once the maternal bond grew cold, she would analyze the situation with the clarity of an observer, making choices that best served her interests. In Xiao Jinxian's eyes, Yang Shi's remaining in Yangzhou without any influence was fortuitous, as it would reduce friction between them, preventing the last remnants of familial affection from turning to ice. With Ning Shi now rendered powerless, Xiao Jinxian's words gradually extinguished Xiao Heng's initial thoughts of divorce. After all, his first wife, Bai Shi, had died after giving birth to their eldest daughter, Xiao Jinyu, and Ning Shi had accompanied him for over a decade as his second wife. Their bond was not without merit. Reflecting on her past kindness, Xiao Hong was willing to provide for Ning Shi for the remainder of her life. As a final gesture of their marital connection, Xiao Hong remained silent, lost in thought, while Xiao Jinxian, having managed the household for several months, was preparing to depart for the capital soon. She had numerous matters to clarify. Apart from the issue of her legitimate mother, her second sister was bedridden at the ancestral temple, showing little improvement and remaining unable to recognize anyone. Additionally, due to a snow disaster, concubine Xue from the main manor had passed away, and her fifth sister had become trapped at the manor, refusing to heed advice and insisting on leaving, ultimately resulting in her disappearance. The servants had only found one of her embroidered shoes in the deep snow. Xiao Hong closed his eyes, rubbing his forehead. After all, they were his flesh and blood. One was mad, and the other was missing. Naturally, he felt unsettled. However, accustomed to the cycles of life and death on the battlefield, he felt sorrow but was not overwhelmed. Xiao Jinxian sensed the oppressive atmosphere and, after a moment of thought, cast a glance at concubine Xuan, offering a faint smile. Oh, there's another matter. Our third sister is already 14, and next year she will come of age. Father should pay attention to her marriage. However, I trust that concubine Xuan has suitable candidates in mind. This matter cannot be delayed. Once she departed, only Yang Shi and Xuan Shi remained in the inner quarters of the Xiao residence. Yang Shi had entered with repeated overtures of goodwill, and Xiao Jinxian was willing to reciprocate, providing her with some benefits. After all, Xuan Shi was a concubine and, in principle, held no right to choose husbands for her children. But now that Xiao Jinxian had spoken up, she was afforded this opportunity.
free from the worry that her children's marriages would be arranged arbitrarily. This kindness was not insignificant, and Xiao Jinxian hoped that Shunshi would remember her assistance and remain composed, refraining from troubling Yangshi and her younger brother, Yao. Conversely, she was also issuing a warning. Today, she could extend a favor with a word, but in the future, she could just as easily retract it. Merely providing sweetness would breed greed. A balance of kindness and authority was far more effective. Indeed, when Xiao Jinxian spoke, Xiao Heng immediately acquiesced, and Shunshi was overjoyed, even rising to bow to Xiao Jinxian in gratitude. Thank you, fourth miss, for understanding the heart of a mother. Rest assured, I shall treat Sister Yang as my own sister, and since I have no sons, I will cherish young Master Yao as if he were my own child. The deceitful elements of the Xiao family will be eradicated, and harmony shall prevail. Xiao Jinxian smiled with satisfaction. Concubine Xuan was indeed perceptive. Since she comprehended the situation, Xiao Jinxian felt reassured about her departure. Although her attitude towards Yangshi had shifted from previous submission to heightened vigilance, she could not entirely disregard her own mother. Naturally, she sought to pave a smooth path for Yangshi, ensuring her comfort and ease within the Xiao residence, free from worry. As the meal concluded, the atmosphere remained relatively cheerful, with everyone displaying outward signs of camaraderie. By the time Xiao Jinxian returned to Wanxiang Pavilion, it was already quite late. After a full day of exertion, she was utterly fatigued. She quickly washed up and retired for the night. Perhaps due to her exhaustion, she experienced a deep slumber, free from the nightmares that usually plagued her, sleeping soundly. However, suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted her sleep. Lying in bed, Xiao Jinxian furrowed her brow but turned over, reluctant to awaken. Miss, it is Bai Shu. Are you awake? Something has happened at Wenxing's house. I must come in. The intermittent sounds of weeping mingled with the knocking finally roused Xiao Jinxian from her slumber. Especially upon hearing something has happened at Wenxing's house, she became significantly more alert, gradually regaining her composure as she sat up. It must be Bai Shu outside. Guomin, what has happened to Wenxing? Impatiently waiting outside, Bai Shu, hearing the movement within, hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in. Upon seeing Xiao Jinxian, who was still half asleep, her eyes filled with determination, and she cried out even louder, Miss, something terrible has happened. Wenxing's mother has passed away. With that, she covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Jinxian blinked, still groggy from being abruptly awakened, and instinctively asked, passed away? Where has she gone? But before Bai Shu could respond, her eyes widened in realization as she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Sitting upright, the confusion in her gaze evaporated, replaced by a calm and collected demeanor. When did this happen? Is there anyone in charge of Wenxing's house now? He has just lost his mother and is still so young. He must be unable to handle this alone. Bai Shu's face flickered with urgency as she replied, Miss, I came back to find you for this very reason. The matriarch has been unwell since last night, and I stayed to care for her. But she ultimately did not survive until this morning. Wenxing is now silent and unresponsive. No matter what I say, he ignores me. I'm truly worried he might do something reckless. At this, Xiao Jinxian had already risen from her bed and was quickly dressing. Do not rush. I shall accompany you to take a look. Please summon Mother Li. As her age and years of managing the household for the Xiao family render her the most experienced in matters of mourning and celebration, it would be prudent to bring her along to avert any potential mishaps. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu remained still, her face flushed with indignation as she huffed in annoyance. Miss, merely bringing Mother Li may not suffice, for chaos has already erupted at Wenxing's home. It would be wise to bring more hands, otherwise, I fear Wenxing will be unable to fulfill his filial duties during the mourning period. Xiao Jinxian, who was combing her hair, paused abruptly and turned to Bai Shu with a perplexed expression. What is happening? Please elaborate, so I may know how to proceed. It was clear to her now that Wenxing's family had encountered not only the death of his mother, but also other formidable challenges. This urgency from Bai Shu compelled her to seek assistance. Upon seeing Xiao Jinxian, Bai Shu felt a sense of relief. Since she had been by her side, she had witnessed no situation that could pose a challenge to her resolute mistress. Once her emotions settled, she recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that Xiao Wenxing was not the biological child of the scholar Xiao, but rather an abandoned infant he had fortuitously discovered and raised. The dilapidated courtyard where Wen Xin now resided was bequeathed by the scholar upon his death. As his widow, Huang had the right to dwell there. However, with Huang's recent passing, the Xiao relatives sought to expel Wen Xin, claiming he was unworthy of occupying the premises, as he was not the scholar's true son. Xiao Jinxian slammed the comb she was holding onto the vanity, her expression reflecting profound displeasure. Such behavior was infuriating. Regardless of whether one was a biological child or an adopted one, the deceased body still lay within the home. Yet these so-called relatives sought to evict him without a shred of compassion, denying Wen Xin the chance to express his final filial piety. It is worth noting that in her previous life, Xiao Jinxian had experienced profound familial coldness, her mother's distance, her brother's early demise, her father's indifference, her stepmother's oppression, her elder sister's betrayal, her grandmother's disdain. Often, she treated Wen Xin with greater kindness than others precisely because he reminded her of her own past. Yet, Wen Xin's plight was even more dire than her own, and despite this, he remained optimistic and resilient, a quality she had always aspired to but had never attained. Seeing such a strong and optimistic individual now rendered silent and despondent struck Xiao Jinxian deeply. She understood that his heart had withered, much like when she had extracted her own heart in her past life, devoid of tears or pain. He too seemed to have succumbed to despair after losing his only family. Thus, the relatives relentlessly pressuring him appeared utterly despicable in her eyes. Unable to bear the frustration any longer, she rose and strode toward the exit. Baizhu gathered the comb and hairpin, stating, "I will prepare in the carriage. Inform Deng Jiu to bring the household staff and motherly, and let us hasten to Wen Xin's home." Watching Xiao Jinxian depart with purposeful strides, Baizhu covered her mouth in excitement, nodding vigorously. Such a mistress commanded admiration. Even the most resolute of men paled in comparison to Xiao Jinshuan's decisiveness and fortitude. Under her swift command, Deng Jiu, motherly, and others were assembled in less than a quarter of an hour, all standing at attention, ready to serve. Xiao Jinxian succinctly relayed the situation to them before leading the group out of the Xiao residence, heading directly toward Wen Xin's home. Chapter 60. The self-serving relatives. The group traveled swiftly, reaching Wen Xin's doorstep in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Xiao Jinxian gazed upon the dilapidated courtyard for the first time. Although she was aware of Wen Xin's hardships, she did not expect his circumstances to be so dire. The surrounding walls were not constructed from brick, but rather from a crude mixture of clay and straw, with large cracks patched haphazardly with straw. Upon entering the courtyard, she found it eerily vacant. Not a single chicken, duck, pig, or sheep could be seen. The three houses had roofs of straw, devoid of tiles, and the windows were covered with tattered paper that offered no protection from the wind. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Baizhu and asked, "Did I not give Wen Xin 2 months' wages in advance? How can his home remain in such disarray? Is it even habitable?" Baizhu, her eyes reddened, replied, "Miss, he used the money to buy nourishing food for his mother. Although you instructed him to ask for assistance when in need, you know Wen Xin's nature. He is playful and carefree, but possesses a sense of dignity. He frequently mentions that you have already done enough to help him and that he cannot burden you further." At this revelation, Xiao Jinxian was at a loss for words, intending to admonish Baizhu for not informing her sooner. Just then, a cacophony of shattering pottery and a woman's scolding erupted from the main house. Even from the courtyard, the sounds were unmistakable. "You wretched child! Who knows where you were picked up from? Get out. Our elders are here. See clearly in this family tree. You have been disowned and are no longer a member of the Xiao family. What are you still doing here? Do you want us to force you out?" Xiao Jinshuan's eyes flashed with anger. In the great Zhou kingdom, to be disowned from one's clan carried grave implications. Such individuals were believed to wander as restless spirits after death, without a place to rest, not even in the afterlife. Thus, unless a family member committed a grave offense, kin would seldom expel one of their own. Yet, for the sake of these three houses, they sought to erase Wen Xin from the family tree. Unable to endure this any longer, Xiao Jinxian stepped forward and forcefully pushed open the door, her expression as cold as frost. The door, already on the verge of collapse, slammed against the walls with a resounding crash, causing one of the doors to fall to the ground with a dull thud. This noise startled the middle-aged woman in the center of the room, who had been berating Wen Xin. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of curses erupted from her lips once more. Which grim reaper dares to disturb me, making such a ruckus? Is the commotion in here not enough? Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? As she continued her tirade, the woman turned to face Xuan, who stood unwaveringly at the threshold with an air of authority that instinctively caused the woman to shrink back, suddenly rendered speechless. The others in the room also took notice of this unexpected guest. An elderly man in his 60s, seated at the head of the table, scrutinized her before rising unsteadily. I do not know who this esteemed young lady is, but I am the clan leader of the Xiao family. We are currently addressing family matters. If there is no pressing concern, might you kindly excuse yourself for a moment? Xuan regarded the elder, but did not respond to his query. Instead, she turned to Mother Li and commanded in a low voice, "That brazen woman's tongue is intolerable. Mother Li, ensure she learns her lesson and understands who she can offend and who she cannot." Upon hearing Li Mama's words, she immediately obeyed the command. The other members of the Xiao family in the room, however, were unwilling to comply. Let us not forget that Deng Jiao was outside with a host of servants from the Xiao residence, and once they burst in, any resistance would be as futile as paper. In no time at all, the middle-aged woman was forced to her knees before Xuan. Li Mama stepped forward to silence her, but was halted by Xuan's words. "Why should she kneel before me? Bring her before Wenxin. You shall only cease when Wenxin commands you to stop. Otherwise, even if it leads to her demise, do not relent today. I shall bear all consequences." The members of the Xiao family promptly complied. Soon, the sounds of slaps and the woman's cries echoed through the room, causing unease among Wenxin's relatives. Yet none dared to make a move. Those accustomed to being accompanied by handmaidens and followers knew that this suddenly appeared woman must possess an extraordinary identity, leaving them momentarily speechless. Eventually, it was the elder who claimed to be the clan leader who stepped forward, his tone filled with anger. "Miss, you are being unreasonable. To enter and resort to violence. I can see your noble status, yet you disregard the law." Hearing this, Xuan sneered, her eyes mocking as they fell upon the elder. "Unreasonable? Disregarding the law? Are you speaking of me or yourself? Now that the head of the family has passed, you come to bully an orphan who has lost both parents, who is truly in the wrong. I suggest you reflect upon that." The elder's face momentarily flashed with embarrassment, yet he firmly struck his cane upon the ground, raising his voice further. "This is a matter of the Xiao family. Who are you to meddle in our affairs?" Xuan raised an eyebrow, proclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? Just a moment ago, I heard you declare that Wenxin has been expelled from the family tree. He is no longer one of your lineage, and, as he serves in the Xiao residence, he is under my protection. Anyone who dares to harm him must first seek my permission." Her words sent ripples through the air. Even a child of 3 in Yangzhou would know who Xuan was, now that they discovered she was indeed the daughter of Governor Xiaohong, the 4th young lady of the Xiao family. The people in the room could no longer remain seated. They understood clearly that she had come to support Wenxin. While they knew he worked in the Xiao residence, they had thought him merely an errand boy. Who could have imagined that the 4th young lady would personally come for him? Had they known of the closeness between the two, they would not have dared to entertain any greedy thoughts about seizing this property. Now, they wished only to depart quickly, although they shared the surname Xiao. Compared to the lineage of Xiaohong, they were not even worthy of carrying his shoes, let alone in today's matter, where they were clearly in the wrong. However, Xuan was not one to let matters rest. As she prepared to leave Yangzhou, she knew if she did not resolve this issue today, these opportunistic relatives would surely return to torment Wenxin in her absence. As the elder of the Xiao family was about to exit, Xuan called out to him, "Why the haste, elder? I haven't finished speaking yet. Is it unbearable for you to stand in the same room as me?" This nearly frightened the elder to death. He had no such thoughts and immediately waved his hands in denial. "You misunderstand, Mississippi. Today we are at fault. This child, Wenxin, is indeed pitiable. He may stay in this house for as long as he wishes. All is left to his discretion." Xuan chuckled softly, replying, "Of course, for this house rightfully belongs to Wenxin's parents. You should know that the laws of the Great Zhou clearly state that all property rights belong to the holder of the land deed. No one else has the right to occupy it unlawfully. Do you comprehend my words?" The elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding repeatedly. At his age, he certainly understood this. Today he had intended to forcibly seize the house, having seen Wenxin's vulnerable state, but did not expect to kick against an iron plate. With a satisfied smile, Xuan continued,
I will instruct my steward, Deng, to safeguard Wen Xin's land deed. Should a scene like today occur again, it will not merely be a discussion. Steward Deng will be waiting for you in court with a land deed. Ordinary folk, if asked what they feared most, would undoubtedly say being summoned to meet the officials. The elders swayed, nearly collapsing. It was only the quick action of a relative beside him that kept him upright. After having sufficiently punished and frightened them, Xiao Jinxian signaled for Li Mama to cease, allowing the group to take away the woman whose face had become swollen like a pig's head. She could see that Wen Xin's current state suggested that even if the woman were beaten to death, he would show no reaction, as he had already shut himself off from the world around him. Gazing at Wen Xin, curled in the corner, clutching his knees with unfocused eyes, Xiao Jinxian gestured for everyone to leave. She then sighed and approached him, squatting down. If you wish to cry, then let it out. You have done your utmost. I believe that the moment your mother passed, she felt at peace, for regardless of whether you were her biological child, she felt a sense of pride in you as a mother. You have not failed her. Wen Xin's arms trembled as he clutched his knees tighter, his brows furrowing deeply, his eyes shutting in pain. His mouth opened wide, yet no sound emerged. After what felt like an eternity, he finally cried out, enveloping Xiao Jinxian in a desperate embrace. Weeping loudly, his cries grew hoarse and weak, as if he intended to shed every tear he had in this lifetime. Yet still, they would not cease. Ever since his mother fell ill, Wen Xin had shouldered all the pressures of life, forcing himself to smile and not worry her. Yet, he was merely a teenager. With the death of his mother, the tension within him snapped. Had it not been for Xiao Jinxuan's arrival, he might not have been able to withstand the emotional strain and could have driven himself to madness. Xiao Jinxian said nothing, simply holding him quietly, her hands gently patting his back, again and again. Chapter 61. An invitation to accompany the cold wind howled, desolate and solemn, before a modest yet solemnly arranged grave. Xiao Jinxian, clad in a moon-white skirt, stood solemnly to one side, quietly observing as Wen Xin knelt before the grave, burning yellow paper, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. Since the 7th day, you have knelt before the coffin daily, refusing to leave until you faint. Now that your dear aunt has been laid to rest in the back mountains of Meizhuang, if you miss her, you may come to pay your respects often. Do not further burden your own body. Otherwise, how could your mother rest easy knowing this? Wen Xin did not raise his head, continuing to burn the yellow paper in silence. After a long while, his hoarse voice finally emerged. Jinxian, stay with me for a while. Once today passes, who knows how long it will be until I can visit my mother again. Just as Xiao Jinxian pondered the meaning behind his words, Wen Xin stood up, gazing at her quietly. I have heard from Baizhu and Zhu Xin that you are to travel to the capital. Now that my mother has passed, there is nothing left for me in Yangzhou. I wish to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxian felt no joy. Instead, she frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? Your mother has just departed. As her child, you must remain to observe mourning for a year. Once that year is completed, you may come with me whenever you wish. But not now. Yet Wen Xin lifted his head, staring at the azure sky, a sudden smile breaking upon his face. Life is fleeting. Does my staying to observe mourning make me a filial son? Besides, true filial piety resides in the heart. I will never forget her no matter where I go. That is sufficient. There is no need to feign sincerity with empty gestures that serve no purpose. Perhaps it was the experience of losing a loved one that transformed Wen Xian's perspective, rendering it markedly different from before. In the past, he would have been the first to condemn anyone who did not honor their parents, but having lived through such personal grief, he now viewed everything with a sense of detachment. Unlike other children, he had endured scorn from a young age, and now, with the death of his mother, he found himself pressured by those he once called family. It must be said that his heart, amidst such suffering, had become somewhat twisted. He no longer wished to believe in the existence of justice or that good deeds would be rewarded. Rather, he had come to recognize the greed and ugliness inherent in human nature. At this moment, he held a singular thought. If he did not wish to be trampled upon, he must outdo the wicked in their greed, shamelessness, and unscrupulousness. His heart was cloaked in darkness, but within that darkness flickered a glimmer of light, illuminating his soul. That light was none other than Xiao Jinxian. This woman had provided sustenance and companionship during his most desperate times, entrusting him with significant responsibilities. She had become his benefactor, a lifeline.
Had it not been for her unreserved assistance, his mother would likely not have survived the harsh winter. It was Xian who had prepared an abundance of provisions for their final New Year's Eve together, allowing them to celebrate with a sense of fulfillment, compensating for the debts he owed his mother. Furthermore, when others sought to cast him out, disregarding his mother's recent passing, she stood up for him, offering support and even financial aid for his mother's burial. Such kindness, he felt, could never be repaid in a lifetime. With a handful of yellow paper in hand, when Xuan forcefully cast it into the sky, he then lifted his head and called out loudly, "Mother, you have departed, leaving only your child behind. If it were not for Xian, I fear we would not have weathered that snowstorm. Thank you for raising me for 14 years, but from this moment on, my life belongs to Xian. I will carry a handful of earth from your grave wherever I go, but I cannot stay in Yangzhou with you. Please take care, and if I ever have the chance to return, I will come to pay my respects." With those words, when Xuan knelt before the gravestone of the Huang family, bowing deeply 3 times, yet not a single tear fell. The deceased were gone. Now, he must protect the living, dedicating his life to that cause. When he stood once more, his demeanor had returned to normal as he took Xuan's hand and left without looking back. Watching when Xuan forged ahead, paving the way for her, Xian felt a pang of sorrow, but chose to remain silent. Everyone has the right to choose their own path in life, and she had no authority to interfere. All she could offer was respect and understanding. Once they descended the mountain and approached their carriage, they discovered someone waiting for them. Clad in a purple robe, it was none other than Zhou Xinrui. Xian stepped forward and bowed, inquiring, "Your Highness, how did you come to find this place? Is there something urgent?" Zhou Xinrui smiled amiably and replied, "Indeed. I had originally come to seek the 4th miss at the estate, but upon learning from Miss Zhu Xuan that you were here, I made my way." However, he held back a part of his thoughts. After several days of absence, he had assumed his usual reserved demeanor would suffice, but upon not finding her at the estate, he could hardly wait a moment longer before hastening here. "Xian, do you know how much I have missed you?" shouted Xian, unable to fathom his inner feelings. Raised an eyebrow and asked, "What could be so pressing in Yangzhou? I doubt anyone would trouble the prince here." Zhou Xinrui, upon hearing her words, gazed at her and said, "In Yangzhou, I have been fortunate to have your assistance, and everything has been resolved. I will be returning to the capital in a few days, and knowing that the 4th miss is also heading to the capital, I thought it best to invite you to travel together for mutual support along the way." This proposal was one Xian could hardly refuse. Traveling with a prince meant a retinue of guards would accompany them, alleviating any concerns for her safety, a most favorable arrangement. "I thank your highness," she replied. "The current clarity in the officialdom of Yangzhou is indeed a testament to your efforts. However, I wonder how stable things are in the capital?" As she prepared to return to the capital, gaining insight into the current affairs there would undoubtedly be advantageous. Unfortunately, she lacked the means to gather such intelligence. While Zhou Xinrui, she knew, would be well informed. Zhou Xinrui smiled and casually flicked his riding crop. "Recently, the situation with my 6th brother caused quite a stir. But since his mother, consort Qian, is of the Qian family, the Marquis's estate ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. They begrudgingly accepted the situation, allowing him to retain his life. But the emperor has decreed that he shall never be granted a noble title. So he will remain merely a prince for life, a complete fall from grace." Noticing Xian's keen interest, Zhou Xinrui continued, his tone warm and gentle. "The Qian family is aware that my 6th brother was outmaneuvered by me, yet they do not dare to confront me. What I now worry about is that they may turn their scrutiny towards you. 4th miss, once you return to the capital, you must exercise caution. Though as a member of the military household, they would not dare to act openly against you. I fear they may resort to underhanded tactics." Nodding, Xian responded calmly, "Thank you for the warning, your highness. I will heed your advice and remain vigilant." Zhou Xinrui, hearing her acknowledgement, shifted the topic, this time returning to the capital. "My 7th brother cannot accompany me due to a royal command, and this separation may last a while. Last time, I asked you about marrying my 7th brother, and though you declined, I must inquire again. Are you truly unwilling to become his wife?" It was not a pleasant experience to push the woman he cherished into another's embrace. However, recently, he had discovered a handkerchief embroidered with her name in his 7th brother's quarters, showing signs of frequent handling. Knowing his younger brother's deep affections, how could he? as an elder brother, not take the opportunity to encourage this union? Xiao Jinxian had not anticipated him broaching the subject again. She turned her gaze to the distance, and, after a prolonged silence, spoke softly, "Your Highness, I have significant matters yet to attend to, and until they are resolved, I cannot consider marriage. Moreover, as I mentioned before, I do not believe myself worthy of a prince, nor do I desire the intrigues of the palace. Please do not speak of such matters again. Humans are not mere wood or grass, who is devoid of feelings." In truth, she could not deceive even herself regarding her emotions for Zhou Xinyu. Particularly that night during the Lantern Festival, she knew she would never forget that evening, nor the moment when Zhou Xinyu knelt under the moonlight, earnestly holding her hand to pledge his vows. The exhilarating feeling she experienced then was something she had never felt before, even during her past life with Ji Lingfeng. Yet, all that beauty was fleeting. The terrifying dream from that night constantly reminded her that, having been reborn, she had lost the right to love and be loved. She resolved to forsake all emotions. If she were to feel love, it would only invite calamity. If the punishment were solely her own, she might have been willing to fight against it. However, love would inevitably alter the fate of another, bringing misfortune upon them. How could she dare to open her heart again? It seemed wiser to endure a solitary existence than to bring harm to others and herself. Zhou Xianrui observed Xiao Jinxian, recognizing she was no longer the naive girl she once was. He could see clearly the affection in her eyes, which only deepened his confusion. If she held feelings for his seventh brother, why could she not accept him? Just as he was about to inquire further about the reasons behind the other's hesitation, a sudden sound of horses neighing interrupted him. Then he saw Zhou Xinyu, clad in a sleek black outfit, on horseback. With a graceful bend, he lifted the melancholic Xiao Jinxian onto the horse's back, then turned elegantly and rode away. "Brother, regarding my matters with Jinxian, there is no need for you to concern yourself any further. If Jinxian does not wish to marry, I shall wait until the day she is willing. Should she decide to wed, I would give my all to welcome her as my consort, but I do not wish to force her, not even a little." Watching Zhou Xinyu gallop away, Zhou Xianrui smiled softly, realizing that the one most suited for Jinxian was indeed his seventh brother. What he could offer her, this prince would never be capable of. Chapter 62. A bittersweet farewell, surrounded by the sweet scent of golden orchid flowers. Xiao Jinxian sat atop the horse, feeling the strong arms that embraced her waist. She closed her eyes, her ever-calculating heart gradually finding a moment of tranquility. After carefully holding Xiao Jinxian close, Zhou Xinyu slowed the horse's pace, his handsome face adorned with a mischievous expression as he tilted his head in curiosity towards the lovely lady in his arms. "How strange today is. Last time, when I took you from the attic, you struggled incessantly. Yet today, in front of brother, I have lifted you onto the horse, and you remain silent. You little fox, I have yet to decipher your thoughts." Yet, the more he found it perplexing, the more he felt an irresistible urge to understand her, leading him deeper into a captivating enigma. Xiao Jinxian, still with her eyes closed, replied calmly, "If I protested, would you release me from the horse? The answer is certainly no. Rather than futile struggles, I might as well learn to accept it. At least, riding freely and wielding the reins is rather enjoyable." In truth, this was merely a deflection. She was uncertain when it began, but she had ceased to resist Zhou Xinyu's proximity. Seeing him so carefree made her feel considerably lighter, a sensation that grew stronger, even intoxicating her. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Xinyu laughed heartily, raising the whip in his hand, urging the horse to gallop faster. Knowing Xiao Jinxian enjoyed riding, he took her on a swift ride for a considerable time until the steed beneath them began to pant heavily, prompting him to finally halt. "When I return to the capital, I will introduce you to Wuxua, my steed, a magnificent horse that travels 1,000 miles daily. This horse is not suited for such endurance. Let us dismount and allow it to rest." Xiao Jinxian said nothing, silently dismounting and following Zhou Xinyu. As they passed beneath a towering tree, Zhou Xinyu suddenly stopped, excitedly pointing at the grand tree. "To think we have ridden here. Jinxian, do you know that when I first arrived in Yangzhou, I took this very path? It was under this tree that I saved a peculiar woman who was locked in a wooden cage. It has been several months since, and I wonder how that poor soul is faring now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxian looked up, realizing they had circled around Mei Zhuang's rear mountain, arriving at the very spot where she and Zhou Xinyu had first met. Noticing that he still did not recognize her as the woman from that day, she couldn't help but smile, feeling the impulse to tease him. "Your Highness, to think you still linger here, having heroically rescued a damsel in distress. It seems you have not forgotten her since your parting." Zhou Xinyu quickly shook his head, carefully observing Xiao Jinxuan's expression, fearful that she might misunderstand him. He hastily explained, "Jin Xian, do not overthink it. You must not know that the woman from that day was even more extraordinary than you." Though she was confined, she laughed heartily. "I was initially taking another route, but was startled by her laughter, which piqued my curiosity, leading me to investigate and subsequently rescue her. Since then, I have not seen her again. There is no lingering sentiment, as you suggest." Seeing Zhou Xinyu fidgeting, losing all semblance of princely composure, Xiao Jinxian couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This prince, often appearing like a hedgehog, ready to prick anyone who dared to cross him, actually turned out to be quite simple once one got to know him. He bore no ill temper, never put on airs, and was sincere with those he cared for, while his disdain for others was plainly visible. In truth, having such a person by one's side throughout life, sharing mutual support, would indeed be a stroke of fortune. However, as she reflected on this, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over Xiao Jinxian, causing her smile to fade and her desire to tease Zhou Xinyu to diminish. "Your Highness, there is no need for such explanations. Jinxian was merely speaking lightly. You need not take it to heart." Indeed, how could she not know that Zhou Xinyu's words were sincere? For the woman in that wooden cage was none other than herself, though she had not realized it at that time. A mere encounter had bound their fates together, leaving them entangled to this day. Noticing the fleeting look of despondency on Xiao Jinxuan's face, Zhou Xinyu felt a pang in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced her tightly. "Jin Xian, you harbor feelings for me, do you not? Do not ask how I know, I simply feel it. Do not allow your thoughts to wander. There is indeed someone in my heart, and that person is you, Xiao Jinxian. No other woman will ever hold my interest." Xiao Jinxian, caught in his strong embrace, did not resist, but clung to Zhou Xinyu, wishing to linger in the warmth of his embrace, wanting to forget everything and simply enjoy this moment of stillness. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, disrupting their rare intimacy and bringing forth the chill in Xiao Jinxuan's expression once more. She abruptly pushed Zhou Xinyu away, turning her back to him, as if the tender affection she had just displayed was merely an illusion that had never truly existed. With her back turned, Xiao Jinxian painfully closed her eyes. She had returned for vengeance, feeling unworthy of love. The recent haunting nightmares plagued her, where Zhou Xinyu would always suffer various misfortunes in his attempts to save her, leading to his demise. Whether pierced by swords, leaping from cliffs, drowning, or being torn apart by horses and arrows, she would wake each time, trembling in fear. The more she cared for him, the more she dreaded that these dreams might one day transcend into reality. The ominous warning she had received long ago felt like a binding shackle, confining her tightly. Thus, in the face of Zhou Xinyu's fiery passion, all she could offer in return was an icy demeanor, for she dared not take risks. Any possibility of harming him was something she wished to avoid. If love was unattainable, perhaps it was best to remain distant yet supportive. Perhaps this was indeed their finest choice. As Zhou Xinyu gazed at the distant figure of Xiao Jinxian, an expression of hurt flickered in his eyes. Though they were merely steps apart, he felt an insurmountable distance between them, as if separated by mountains and rivers, forever beyond reach. Yet in merely a few breaths, the uncertainty in Zhou Xinyu's eyes vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. Regardless of the distance, if the waters dared to hinder him, he would fill the rivers. If mountains obstructed his path, he would cleave them asunder. One day, he would step in her heart, and no barrier would impede him. With the last remnants of disappointment concealed, a charming smile returned to Zhou Xinyu's lips, as if nothing had transpired. "Jinxian, why do you stand so far away? Let us discuss serious matters, lest you be bullied in my absence." Slowly turning her head, Xiao Jinxian felt a warmth in her heart. How could she not know that Zhou Xinyu, in an effort to alleviate any potential awkwardness, had deftly shifted the topic? Previously, she had perceived him as reckless, yet he proved to be quite considerate and attentive. Seeing that Xiao Jinxian was finally willing to face him, Zhou Xinyu smiled and took a few steps closer. With the northern Rong forces stirring restlessly, I must remain in Yangzhou to observe the situation with the garrison. Soon, I will likely have to move to the front lines. If war indeed breaks out between us, I fear that the day I return to the capital could very well be a day of triumph. At the tender age of 7, he had accompanied the Ming Emperor on military campaigns, where his martial prowess was first discovered. By the age of 12, he commanded troops for the first time, repelling the invading forces of the Yanglang Kingdom. At 13, he quelled rebellious factions at the borders, and by 15, he was entrusted to inspect the 3 armies on behalf of the emperor, commanding 50,000 troops that made him the first and currently the only prince with military authority. At 17, during a meeting with the Northern Rong envoy, he single-handedly dismantled their grand formation of 1,000 men. When diplomatic agreements between the two nations collapsed that same year, he led a force of 100,000 to decisively defeat the 200,000 soldiers of the Great Liang, emerging victorious in every battle and earning the title of the War King of Dezhou. Now, having recently celebrated his 20th birthday, Zhou Xinyu was at the prime age for achieving great feats. It was only natural that the Ming Emperor entrusted him with the significant responsibility of opposing the Northern Rome. Xiao Jinxian offered a slight bow and raised her gaze to Zhou Xinyu, burying the tender feelings in her heart. Your Highness must exercise caution in the face of danger. I assure you, I shall safeguard myself. There is no need for your concern. Zhou Xinyu nodded thoughtfully, turning to his horse, which was now breathing steadily, clearly having regained its composure. He reached out to assist Xiao Jinxian onto her mount before swiftly mounting himself, guiding her back along the same path. I know you are clever, but the capital is rife with danger, and the forces at play are complex. Should you encounter difficulties upon your return, remember to seek out my elder brother. He will undoubtedly assist you. Leaning against him, Xiao Jinxian listened quietly, a faint smile gracing her lips. And you, Your Highness, must take care of yourself. Your noble status as a royal prince makes your safety paramount. Should anything happen to you, it would destabilize the army. For the greater good, you must exercise greater caution and be wary of treacherous individuals. A warmth filled Zhou Xinyu's heart as he rested his chin atop Xiao Jinxuan's head, exhaling a sigh. Do not worry. I will expedite my matters and return to the capital to find you. But before that, you must ensure your own safety. Remember to eat regularly. You seem as if a gust of wind could sweep you away. And as for the Qian family, if they trouble you, bear with it for now. Once I return and have the means, I will deal with them. That Xianing Luo has already been bothersome enough. As for the Huan Marquis household, I find none of them agreeable. It would be best to sweep them all away. With her eyes narrowed in contentment, Xiao Jinxian nestled deeper into his embrace, relishing the feeling of being protected when wronged, and knowing that someone had her back in times of trouble. This sense of being cherished and carefully guarded was a sensation she had never experienced before. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Xinyu, who was earnestly protective of her, continued to chatter away, as if he wished to tether her to his side for his own peace of mind. After a quarter of an hour, Zhou Xinyu noticed that the person in his arms had grown silent. Looking down, he discovered that Xiao Jinxian had fallen asleep, her breathing even and serene. At that moment, gazing upon her tranquil visage, Zhou Xinyu felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. He would not trade anything, not even the world, for this moment, for in his eyes, the woman in his arms was everything to him. Possessing her was akin to possessing the entire realm. A few days later, on a bright morning within the Wanxiang pavilion, sounds of rummaging echoed through the air, easily heard from a distance. In the dark of night, one might mistake it for the intrusion of thieves. However, the commotion was merely the result of the 3 residents of the room preparing for the imminent return of the Rue Wang to the capital in 2 days. Consequently, Xiao Jinxian had been busily organizing her possessions. Gifts to be given were prepared, and items to be taken were neatly packed. Although she originally had few belongings, her father, Xiao Heng, had added significantly to her load. He had not only procured numerous pieces of jewelry and jade ornaments for her, but also had 10 sets of seasonal clothing tailored. Additionally, there were 2 large boxes filled with silk and fabric, specialties of Yangzhou, coupled with her own books and clothing, as well as items she had accumulated over time. The task of organizing had indeed become quite cumbersome. Now seated before her vanity, Xiao Jinxian was sorting through her jewelry when her eyes fell upon a delicate brocade box tucked away in the lower cabinet. She opened it to find the plum blossom hairpin that Zhou Xinyu had gifted her, resting quietly inside. Bamboo Heart, who was assisting with the packing, smiled and remarked, "Miss, why you keep this exquisite pin tucked away? Such a beautiful piece deserves to be worn." Xiao Jinxian smiled in response, closing the brocade box and handing it to Bamboo Heart. "Please place it in the jewelry box. It will be safe there and can be worn when the time is right. There's no need to rush." At that moment, Baizhu emerged from a corner of the room, carrying an old, worn box. Finding it rather antiquated, she assumed it was of no use and prepared to discard it outside, only to be stopped by Xiao Jinxian. "Baizhu, bring that box to me. I believe I have something of importance stored inside." This small box had been brought back from Mei Village. Dusting it off, she rummaged through the old garments it contained until she unearthed a cloak from the bottom. To her astonishment, it was an exceptionally valuable ink fox cloak, adorned with gold thread embroidery, depicting the pattern of golden orchids. This was the very cloak Zhou Xinyu had thrown to her when he rescued her from the wooden cage. After returning to Mei Village, she had carefully preserved it, and now she intended to bring it with her to the capital. "Baizhu, please fetch the redwood box and place this cloak inside. Be careful while packing it. I wouldn't want it to be damaged." Just as Baizhu complied, carefully securing the cloak, the door swung open, and when Xing entered. "Jinxian, Steward Deng has come to deliver a message. Your father wishes to see you immediately." Since the day they paid their respects to the Huang family, when Xing had indeed not visited the gravesite, he had also given away the house left behind, choosing to reside in the Wanxiang court. Just as he had once stated, he would live his life for Xiao Jinxian. Wherever she was, he would be. Xiao Jinxian adjusted her attire and offered a few last-minute instructions before exiting the room. Moments later, she arrived at Xiao Heng's study. Upon entering, she found her father reviewing documents at his desk. Noticing her arrival, he set down his pen and smiled, inviting her to sit beside him. Xiao Jinxian performed a slight bow and, once settled, inquired with a smile, "Father, what is the reason for summoning me today?" Xiao Hong, bending down to retrieve a locked pearwood box from beneath the table, looked at Xiao Jinxian with a smile. "As you prepare to leave home and venture to the capital alone, I felt it prudent to provide you with some practical items." With that, Xiao Hong produced a key from his sleeve, unlocked the box, and handed it to Xiao Jinxian. As she gazed into the box, her eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Inside, neatly arranged, were numerous silver ingots, and atop them, 2 rows of small gold ingots. Only then did she comprehend the significance of her father's earlier words. Indeed, practicality meant having gold and silver at one's disposal, navigating societal norms, offering rewards to servants, and purchasing necessities all required funds. Although Xiao Jinchuan's circumstances had improved, her current financial resources were still limited. In recent days, she had been contemplating converting her redundant jewelry and items into silver. Little did she know that her father had already prepared for her. Xiao Hong could not help but sigh as he witnessed Xiao Jinchuan's astonishment. As a father, it is only natural to plan for one's children, yet this 4th daughter of his, with such an expression, clearly did not anticipate his actions. This was a result of the unfulfilled obligations he felt towards her since childhood. If it had been any of his other daughters, they would have accepted his intentions with ease and joy. Reflecting on this, Xiao Hong felt a pang of regret as he opened the drawer and retrieved a small box, placing it atop a container filled with silver coins before handing it to Xiao Jinxian. "Jinxian, within this box lies 200 taels of silver ingots and 30 small gold ingots, intended to subsidize your daily expenses." He then gestured towards the small box he had just produced, continuing, "Inside, you will find 500 taels in banknotes and 2 land deeds. 1 deed pertains to a tavern, and the other to a jewelry shop. You may take them all." In truth, had it not been for Xiao Jinchuan's earlier expression, which stirred something deep within Xiao Hong, he would not have intended to reveal this small box. When he first arrived in Yangzhou from the capital, he had entrusted all property deeds to his beloved daughter, Xiao Jinyu, considering them as her dowry for the future. The 2 most valuable properties were the tavern and the jewelry shop. Initially, he planned to hand them over to Xiao Jinyu when she grew older, but today, overwhelmed by a sense of indebtedness, he instead presented them to Xiao Jinxian first. Xiao Jinxian hurriedly accepted the items, and with heartfelt sincerity, she knelt and bowed 3 times to Xiao Hong. "As I prepare to leave, I will no longer be able to serve you by your side. Please take care of yourself. I will always cherish your kindness, and upon my arrival in the capital,
I promise not to bring shame to our family name." As she spoke, her nose tinged with sadness, and tears nearly fell. In truth, Xiao Hong was a fair and loving father. His previous indifference stemmed from her own insecurities, which had created a barrier between them, making their father-daughter relationship feel more like that of strangers. It was only natural that he would not be particularly concerned about her. However, now that he and his wife shared a harmonious relationship, especially during the recent calamity, it was he who silently supported her from behind, even entrusting her with the authority of the Xiao household. Without Xiao Heng's tacit approval, her clever schemes would have borne little fruit. As they prepared to part ways, witnessing his meticulous planning for her future, the resentment he had harbored from their earlier estrangement dissipated in an instant. A profound sense of reluctance enveloped Xiao Jinxian, and after holding back her tears for so long, they fell freely to the ground. Seeing Xiao Jinxian kneeling and bidding him farewell with tears streaming down her face, Xiao Hong felt both comforted and heartbroken. Each time he gazed upon this fourth daughter of his, though her demeanor was gentle and she always wore a faint smile, a certain cool detachment surrounded her, never quite fading. Yet, in this moment, he realized that beneath her exterior lay a warm heart, and her sorrowful tears were genuine, devoid of pretense. Knowing that she cared for him, Xiao Hong felt that everything he did for her was worthwhile. He rose and helped Xiao Jinxian to her feet, holding her close and imparting heartfelt advice before shifting the conversation to another topic. "Jinxian, after this, go visit your stepmother. Despite any grievances, she is still your biological mother. The bond formed during 10 months of pregnancy is unparalleled. I understand your reservations, but this farewell may be long, so do not act in a way that you may regret later. You are a wise child, and I trust you will understand my words." He had witnessed the heated exchange between mother and daughter at the dining table, and later, he had consulted with Aunt Li and Uncle Deng to better comprehend the events that had transpired in the household. While he did not agree with Yang's actions, he believed that as a mother, regardless of her faults, Xiao Jinxian should not bear too much resentment, especially since they were about to part ways. Xiao Jinxian, upon hearing his words, wiped her tears and nodded with a smile. "Father is right. I was foolish before. I will go and bid farewell to my stepmother and spend some time with her." In truth, Xiao Jinxian had always yearned for Yang's maternal affection. Now, with her father's love rekindled, the beauty of familial bonds filled her with joy, and she had long since forgiven Yang's previous actions. She hoped that before she departed, Yang would show her the same care and affection that Xiao Hong did, allowing her to finally experience what it felt like to be cherished by her mother. Seeing Xiao Jinshuan's understanding nature, Xiao Hong smiled and exchanged a few more words with her before letting her leave. As she exited the study, Xiao Jinxian cradled the pearwood box in her arms, and Wencheng, who had been waiting outside, quickly took the box from her. The weight of the box surprised Wencheng, who asked in astonishment, "What could be inside this box that makes it so heavy?" Xiao Jinxian smiled softly in response. "It is filled with precious metals, of course. It is not light. Once we reach the capital, the contents of this box may prove invaluable. Wencheng, please take good care of it. Do not let anything go amiss." Upon hearing this, Wencheng grinned. Having just thought the box too heavy, he now wished it to be even heavier. For no one could ever have too much silver, especially someone like him, who had known poverty and cherished wealth. As Xiao Jinxian had inadvertently discovered, Wencheng was quite adept at managing finances, so she entrusted all her wealth to him, as she was not particularly skilled in that area. At this moment, Wencheng leaned closer, lowering his voice as he inquired, "Jinxian, about that list you gave me earlier, are the items still available for pawning in exchange for silver?" Without hesitation, Xiao Jinxian nodded. Chongping is different from Yangzhou. It is the capital, the wealthiest and most prosperous city in the Great Zhou. There are countless nobility and powerful families, and without silver, one cannot move an inch. All those items should be pawned, converted into banknotes. As long as I have silver in hand, I will feel at ease. As they conversed, they arrived at Eastern Courtyard. Approaching Yang's room, Xiao Jinxian was about to knock when a conversation from within caused her to freeze, her raised hand slowly descending, and the smile that had graced her face vanished completely. Chapter 64. The Farewell, 2. Wencheng, noticing her reaction, was about to speak when Xiao Jinxian raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Understanding her cue, Wencheng tiptoed to the window, and the two of them listened intently. Inside, Yang's voice could be heard. "Chimama, Do not bother, I have no time to visit that girl. Spring is approaching, and I'm still unable to finish making clothes for Yao. Well, he were then. Then an older voice responded, that of Chi Mama. Auntie, you have already made 2 garments for young Master Yao. Miss is leaving in 2 days. It will be difficult for you two to see each other again. You should do something for the child, even if it is just a token of remembrance. However, Yang, unfazed, chuckled lightly. You're just getting old and worrying unnecessarily. My daughter is quite capable now. The master has her in mind, and everything she needs has been prepared. Just yesterday, the master stayed here overnight and personally told me he had set aside several hundred taels of silver for that girl. If she remembers me, as she departs, she should come to see me and leave half of that silver as a token of respect. After all, I am the elder. It is not my place to visit her first. Chimama seemed to sigh deeply before speaking again after a long pause. Auntie, while your words are true, between mother and daughter, there should be no distinctions of seniority. Such feelings should be nurtured, for that is how they grow closer. A few days ago, among the fabric I received, there was a soft, jade blue silk. I thought it would be perfect to craft embroidered shoes from it. Since we still have 2 days, why doesn't my aunt make a pair for the 4th young lady? When out in the world, wearing shoes made by one's own mother brings a sense of security on a long journey. Outside the window, Xiao Jinxian, upon hearing this, smiled silently to herself, realizing that her feelings were indeed one-sided. Even though she was about to embark on a long journey, Yang still did not regard her fondly. Signaling Wenxin to remain silent, she decided to discreetly exit the courtyard, as if she had never been there. Yet, just as she took a step, Yang's next words left her frozen in place, her previously dejected expression shifting into one of barely contained fury. Yang, after listening to Mama Chi, responded with a thoughtful hum of agreement. Indeed, using that fabric to make shoes is most suitable. However, Jinxian need not bother, as she will be leaving soon. It will be difficult to see her again, so I might as well make a pair for journeying and strengthen my ties with Xuan. Once Jinxian departs, and I take charge, perhaps they will remember my kindness and behave more obediently. Xiao Jinxian turned abruptly, her gaze fixed on the door, astonished that her mother wished for her to leave so hastily, eager to assume control over the household. Furthermore, knowing she would no longer be needed, she intended to craft shoes not for her own daughter, but for Xiao Jinying. Yang, as a mother, truly displayed an astounding lack of affection. Xiao Jinxian felt a bitter laugh rise within her. She was utterly disillusioned with this biological mother. Wenxin, noticing the genuine anger in Xiao Jinxian, hurried to pull her away, understanding that regardless of the situation, Yang was still her aunt. If a confrontation ensued, it would ultimately be Xiao Jinxian who suffered, unfairly branded as unfilial, as the blame would inevitably fall upon her. Just as he was guiding her down the steps, they were unexpectedly met by Xiao Wenyao, returning from school. Upon seeing them, she joyfully ran over, exclaiming loudly, "Sister, why are you standing outside? It's so cold. Were you waiting for me to finish school? You always know how to take care of me." Inside, Yang, who had been talking, fell silent at the sound of Wenyao's words. Xiao Jinxian lowered her eyes, but as Wenyao reached her, she lifted her head, her expression returning to normal, a gentle smile gracing her face once more. She reached out to stroke Wenyao's head, affectionately taking the little one's hand. "Since you were studying so diligently, of course, I had to come to fetch you. Come, let us go inside together. I have something wonderful for you." Then, Xiao Jinxian turned to Wenxin, her smile fading as her voice turned cold. "Bring the things in. I wish to see my aunt." With that, she took Wenyao's hand and stepped inside first. Upon entering the room, Xiao Jinxian raised her gaze, giving Yang a sidelong glance. Yang met her eyes briefly before quickly averting her gaze. At that moment, Yang felt a pang of discomfort, realizing she had no idea how long Xiao Jinxian had stood outside, nor how much of their conversation she had overheard. Yet, her thoughts quickly turned to irritation, blaming Xiao Jinxian for standing outside and not coming in, thus leading her to speak words she shouldn't have. In that instant, she even shifted the fault onto Xiao Jinxian, completely disregarding that, as a mother, she should never have uttered such callous words. Without offering any salutation, Xiao Jinxian sat down in a chair and gestured for Wenxin to bring over the box. Once opened, she pulled Wenyao closer. "Dear brother, do you like these little gold ingots? With these, you can buy plenty of delicious treats. Take as many as you wish, they're all for you." At that moment, seeing Yang's demeanor, Xiao Jinxian's heart grew distant. Although she knew Yang had always favored Wen Yao, she worried deeply that once she departed, if Wen Yao ever crossed Yang's wishes, he might suffer the same fate as she. Thus, she resolved to leave enough silver for her younger brother, ensuring he would not be left with nothing. However, Wen Yao merely touched the ingots and shook his head vigorously. Sister, I do not want them. You are leaving home soon. You need these more than I do. Please take them with you. Holding Wen Yao tightly in her arms, Xiao Jinxian felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. This younger brother was always so considerate, and now, with their impending separation, her heart ached. Suppressing her emotions, she smiled and said, if you do not wish for them, how about I let Wenxin accompany you to play? Wenxin, take Wen Yao outside for a while. I need to speak with my aunt. Understanding her intentions, Wen Yao left with Wenxin. Once the room was left with only Yang, Mama Qi, and herself, Xiao Jinxian spoke with a smile. Aunt, Wen Yao cares for me so much that he doesn't want to take even one ingot, wishing to keep them for me. But you're my birth mother, and, as I prepare to leave, how can I not show my filial piety to you? I believe I should present you with half of the silver in this box. Do you think my reasoning is sound? The cold demeanor Xiao Jinxian exhibited was something Yang had never witnessed before, causing her heart to tremble. She realized that Xiao Jinxian had indeed overheard everything she had said. Although she coveted the silver in the box for some reason, when she looked into Xiao Jinxian's icy eyes, she found herself unable to utter even a single word of demand. Seeing Yang silent, Xiao Jinxian raised an eyebrow. What is it? Do you think it is insufficient? Then I shall leave both the box and the silver behind. That should satisfy you, wouldn't it? With that, Xiao Jinxian stood abruptly, refusing to glance at the box again as she moved towards the door. However, just as she lifted the curtain, she turned back and suddenly smiled. Oh, by the way, there is a small box on top of the ingots containing 500 taels of silver notes and 2 land deeds from the capital. I believe you have no use for the deeds, so you may return them to father. If he asks why I do not want them, you can simply say it is my act of filial piety towards you. I am certain he will commend me for my devotion, and you shall gain the honor of my filial name. Yang was utterly bewildered by Xiao Jinxian's series of actions. Yet upon hearing those words, she could no longer remain seated. Her gaze fell upon the silver in the box, which felt hotter than a burning coal. Xiao Jinxian's words had made it abundantly clear. The silver could remain, but the land deeds must be returned to Xiaohong. Yang realized that once Xiaohong learned of this, whether Xiao Jinxian could earn a name for filial piety was uncertain. But she was certain that she would not come out unscathed, even if it was nothing more than her daughter's silver being taken. If word got out, she would lose all face. Therefore, taking a few steps forward, Yang seized Xiao Jinxian. Jinxian, take your things back. How could I possibly want your silver? Regardless of what you heard, those were merely jokes exchanged between me and Mama Qi. If you take them to heart, you will only chill my heart further. Staring at the hand that gripped her wrist, Xiao Jinxian expressionlessly pried Yang's fingers away. Her heart had long been frozen, leaving her indifferent to the possibility of hurting anyone else. Without sparing Yang another glance, she spoke coldly. I am well aware of your words, whether jest or not. I stood outside for too long, and my old shoes can hardly withstand the cold. Now I must take my leave. With that, she left no room for Yang to respond, pushing the door open and stepping outside. Left standing there, Yang took some time to process what had just happened, anxiously glancing at the silver they had left behind, uncertain of what to do. Mama Qi, what shall we do? Has this girl become audacious? She has never spoken to me this way before. Mama Qi sighed, her expression filled with resignation. Madam, the 4th Miss has grown disheartened. Previously, she was not afraid of you. Rather, she respected you and thus tolerated you in every regard. Consider this. Ever since the young lady returned to the Xiao residence, neither the 1st Madam nor Miss Lian, nor even the late 5th Miss or Aunt Shui, nor the recently deceased princess of Yuan County, have had a favorable outcome when they troubled the 4th Mississippi. You, it seems, are blissfully unaware of your fortune. Such an exceptional daughter, one who could one day be your support, and yet you choose to cast her aside. Yang stood there, momentarily stunned. Previously, she had never truly valued Xiao Jinxian, but after being reminded by Mama Qi, she suddenly realized the truth in her words. It was indeed this daughter who afforded her such a comfortable life in the Xiao household. Only then did she grasp the formidable nature of this daughter, who, while having cast aside silver, made it clear that it was untouchable, inevitably needing to be returned. How embarrassing!
Reflecting upon the past, when the likes of Ning were flustered by Xiao Jinxian, she had merely observed from the sidelines. Now that the tables had turned, she understood how bitter the experience could be. Casting a bitter glance at the box filled with silver, Yang felt a pang of regret for the first time, questioning whether she had been a bit excessive. Had she offered even a hint of warmth towards this daughter, perhaps, as Mama Chi suggested, the girl would have become her ally. Yet, it seemed always too late now. When Xiao Jinxian departed, the look she cast back at Yang made it painfully clear that their mother-daughter bond was beyond repair. Chapter 65. The turmoil of entering the residence, the melodious sounds of horse hooves echoed as the carriage moved forward. Xiao Jinxian leaned against the open window, quietly observing the scenery outside. After traveling for over half a month, they had finally entered April. The grass had begun to sprout, and the weather was gradually warming, prompting her to shed her heavy winter garments for a lighter satin robe. Inside the carriage, Xuan and Bai Zhu were busy organizing books, while Wenxing drove the horses. This time, Xiao Jinxian had brought only these 3 companions to the capital, leaving behind all other servants, for they were all locals of Yangzhou, none willing to leave their home for the city. After several inquiries, Xiao Jinxian confirmed that Zhu Xian and the others had no ties to hold them back, hence she allowed them to accompany her. Once the last book was neatly categorized, Zhu Xin Stiet Languidi, Miss, that young Master Meng is truly amusing. He traveled for half a month solely to deliver these books to you. How stubborn can he be? Bai Zhu chuckled softly at Zhu Xian's words. Did you not hear young Master Meng say that when we left Yangzhou, he had not yet finished sorting the books he wished to gift you? It is commendable that he pursued us for such a long distance. Xiao Jinxian could not help but laugh, finding the situation quite entertaining. Who would have thought that after traveling for over half a month, she would still encounter Meng Mian at an inn just 2 days prior? Upon inquiry, she learned that he had specifically come to chase after her to present her with several hundred books as a farewell gift. Not only were Zhu Xian and Bai Zhu surprised, but Xiao Jinxian herself was astonished to meet someone so resolute and genuine. Regardless, after perusing the books, she understood why Meng Mian had taken so long to organize them. The collection he had sent her was indeed exceptional, containing many rare volumes, some of which were singular editions that could not be purchased even with wealth. Such sincerity was truly a rarity. As the 3 of them conversed, the sound of hoofbeats approached from outside the window, revealing Qi Ling riding forward. She leaned down from her horse, her tone as cold and indifferent as ever. In half an hour, we shall enter the city. The prince has instructed me to take you to the general's residence first. Is there anything else you wish to convey to the prince? Xiao Jinxian glanced at Qi Ling and smiled, saying, Please convey my gratitude to your prince. I also wish to thank you for your diligent protection during this time. Since she was a woman, it was often inconvenient for guards to protect her. So Zhou Xianrui had assigned a shadow guard, Qi Ling, to Xiao Jinxian. Over time, she had discovered that beneath Qi Ling's cold exterior lay a responsible and exceptionally capable woman worthy of admiration. As Qi Ling rode with a stoic expression, she paused at Xiao Jinxuan's words, her gaze shifting to meet hers. Seeing the sincerity in Xiao Jinxuan's eyes made her momentarily flustered, and she awkwardly nodded before hastily riding away. Xiao Jinxian recognized that Qi Ling was feeling bashful, realizing that some individuals, while appearing unapproachable, possessed genuine sincerity, whereas others, who seemed amiable, harbored ulterior motives. Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Jinxian lowered the carriage curtain. She was no longer in Yangzhou, and she could not afford to act with reckless abandon. As they neared the city, she knew it prudent to shield herself from potential gossip regarding her behavior. While such conduct might have been acceptable in Yangzhou, given her status and reputation, she was now in Chongping, where she had to start anew. Henceforth, she was not the revered 4th Miss Xiao, but merely a minor, powerless daughter returning to her family from afar. If she wished to navigate Chongping with the same freedom and respect she had enjoyed in Yangzhou, she had a long journey ahead of her. Yet Xiao Jinxian remained confident that one day she would achieve it. Upon entering the city, though the carriage curtains obscured her view, she could still discern the familiar outlines of the landscape. Chongping, the place where she had spent nearly a decade of her life, was laden with memories she preferred not to revisit. Now that she returned, she was determined to reclaim every ounce of humiliation and torment she had endured, and those who had dared to harm her would not escape unscathed. The carriage came to a gradual halt amid the sounds of neighing horses. The door swung open, And when Xing leaped down to assist Xiao Jinxian out. Once on the ground, she turned to Wen Xing and instructed, "You may go ahead. No need to accompany me into the residence. Attend to the 2 shops and ensure the remaining silver is secured. From now on, the external matters will rest upon your shoulders." After Yang left her courtyard, it was not long before the silver was returned to her intact. Yet the incident reached Xiao Heng's ears, causing Yang to lose considerable face. Consequently, she did not even come to see Xiao Jinxian off when she departed. But Xiao Jinxian paid little mind to such trivialities and departed without a trace of sorrow. Once when Xing had followed her instructions, Xiao Jinxian lifted her head to behold the grand plaque bearing the words Marshal's Residence. Flanking the entrance were colossal stone tigers, symbols of the family's prestigious status. In the Dezhou dynasty, beyond the Xiao residence, none would dare adorn their gates with such stone beasts. This was a grace bestowed by the founding emperor of Dezhou, signifying that the Xiao family was the fierce protector of the dynasty, destined for eternal glory. Henceforth, the tiger became the emblem of the Xiao lineage, a tradition upheld for generations, with every descendant who marched into battle adorned in armor embroidered with the tiger motif. After dismounting, Zhou Xinrui joined Xiao Jinxian, who stood silent before the gate. Sensing her contemplation, he spoke first. "I have already sent word ahead. The people of the Marshal's residence will likely come out shortly. Let us wait here before entering." Returning to stand before the Marshal's residence, Xiao Jinxian felt a momentary lapse in focus. Thankfully, with Zhou Xinrui at her side to guide her, she managed to maintain her composure. She understood well the implications of entering the residence versus being welcomed inside. She recalled her previous life when she had been carried in through the back door of the Marshal's residence, greeted only by a couple of servants. Back then, she had been so inconspicuous that not a single servant had deemed her worthy of notice. And it took over 10 days for the matriarch to remember her existence and summon her for an audience. Therefore, Xiao Jinxian was not oblivious to the fact that Zhou Xinrui accompanying her back was also a form of support. With his princely status, even if the general's residence disregarded her as a mere illegitimate daughter, they would still have to respect the identity of Prince Rui and dare not treat her with disdain. Gratefully gazing at Zhou Xinrui, she smiled and said, "Having just returned to the capital, Your Highness must have many matters to attend to. I appreciate your concern for Jinxian." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinrui's eyes glimmered with amusement as he replied calmly, "Miss, you need not be so formal. Let us not forget that we are confidants. During our time in Yangzhou, it was thanks to your assistance that I managed well. There is no need for thanks." As their conversation unfolded, the grand doors of the Marshal's residence slowly opened, revealing over 20 maids and attendants, escorting 2 elegantly dressed women who emerged. Xiao Jinxian immediately recognized them as Madame Zhao of the main branch and Madame Qian of the third branch. Madame Qian, adorned in a coral red embroidered skirt and jeweled hairpins, rushed ahead with a radiant smile, outpacing Madame Zhao. Upon reaching them, she first greeted Zhou Xinrui, then seized Xiao Jinshuan's hand, her face radiating warmth and an expression of long-lost familiarity. With wide eyes, she scrutinized Xiao Jinxian for a moment before cheerfully exclaiming, "You must be Jinxian. I am your third aunt, and this is your eldest aunt. Sister-in-law, come and see. What a beautiful girl. Fourth brother is truly fortunate. This daughter is as lovely as a flower." Madame Zhao, a dignified woman of plain countenance, approached with a smile after hearing Madame Qian's words. After glancing at Xiao Jinxian a few times, she nodded and said, "Indeed, she's a child raised in the water town. Her gentle and serene demeanor is truly endearing." Then, she moved closer to Prince Rui and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Your Highness, we are immensely grateful for your concern throughout the journey. Please do enter." Zhou Xinrui, acknowledging her with a polite bow, recognized Madame Zhao as the wife of Xiao Yuan's eldest son, Xiao Ting. Not only was General Zhang Yuan's status noteworthy, but Madame Zhao's family background was also quite formidable. Her father was a provincial governor in Zhejiang, and her brother held the title of governor in Jianan. Furthermore, with her noble rank, even Zhou Xinrui treated her with deference, mindful not to appear dismissive. As Madame Zhao took Xiao Jinshuan's hand, leading Prince Rui toward the residence, Madame Qian unexpectedly pulled Xiao Jinxian back. With a glance at Madame Zhao, she chuckled softly, "Sister-in-law, you are too hasty. His Highness is a distinguished guest."
and I would never dare to obstruct him. However, it may be inappropriate for Jin Xian to enter like this. Shout, Jin Xian, feeling Madame Qian's firm grip, discreetly cast a sidelong glance at her, a hint of a cold smile gracing her lips. She anticipated that entering the residence today would indeed require some maneuvering. Based on her memories from her past life, it was evident that while Madame Zhao appeared to be in charge of the household, it was actually Madame Qian, the third branch, who truly managed the finances and affairs. Though Madame Zhao was the principal wife, her straightforward nature and lack of charm did not endear her to the matriarch. In contrast, Madame Qian was astute and well-liked, often acting under the matriarch's directives and overshadowing Madame Zhao. Unfortunately, Madame Qian shared a family connection with Qianing Luo, as her father, Duke Huan Qianming, was Madame Qian's half-brother. Given this dynamic, Xiao Jin Xian felt it was unlikely that Madame Qian would refrain from causing her trouble, especially considering the power of the Qian family. Thus, she sensed that she had likely become the target of the Qian family's hostility, while Prince Rui and his entourage were too cautious to act recklessly. Using her status as an illegitimate daughter as leverage was the best course of action for them. After all, Madame Qian was her third aunt, and she would find it easy to strike at her. Consequently, she realized that she could not avoid this confrontation today. Madame Zhao, disregarding Madame Qian's presence, was determined to bring Xiao Jin Xian into the residence. Sister-in-law, Jin Xian has just returned and must be weary from her travels. She should be allowed to enter and rest after greeting the matriarch. What is the meaning of this obstruction? Madame Qian chuckled softly, unfazed by Madame Zhao's words, and cast a significant glance at Xiao Jin Xian. Sister-in-law, you seem unaware. I'm stopping Jin Xian for her own good. Have you forgotten that she was deemed inauspicious at birth? In Yangzhou, she was referred to as a calamity. Should she enter and inadvertently offend the matriarch, would you be able to bear the consequences? Upon hearing Madame Qian's words, Madame Zhao fell silent, while the attendants nearby cast curious glances at Xiao Jin Xian, whispering among themselves. Look, that is Miss Jinyu's sister. But it seems the matriarch does not favor her. Keep your voice down. She is merely an illegitimate child, unworthy of being Miss Jinyu's sister. I heard that she brought misfortune to many in her family. Anyone close to her is bound to suffer. Oh dear, if that is the case. We should keep our distance from her in the future. Serving her would surely bring misfortune. Though these murmurs were low, the sheer number of voices made them clear to all present. Madame Qian glanced back with a gleam of triumph in her eyes. Once the chatter subsided, she frowned and spoke, "What a ruckus! Furong, bring forth the items I prepared in advance." Upon her command, a nearby maid nodded eagerly and hurried to fetch the items. As everyone awaited in confusion, Madame Qian's personal maid, Furong, returned with two attendants carrying a bulky coal basin filled with glowing coals that radiated heat from afar. Zhou Xinrui raised an eyebrow at the sight, but quickly regained his composure, masking any sign of concern. He understood that Madame Qian's display was merely intended to embarrass Xiao Jin Xian. While he could intervene, he knew that his assistance might not always be timely. It was imperative for Xiao Jin Xian to demonstrate her resilience and assert herself in the general's residence to ensure her future comfort. Thus, this initial challenge had to be faced by her alone. Moreover, with him by her side, he was confident in his ability to protect her should any mishap occur. The primary reason for his calm demeanor was rooted in his belief that Xiao Jin Xian could handle this situation adeptly. With her cunning, she likely did not require his intervention. Rather, he preferred to observe quietly from the sidelines. Indeed, Xiao Jin Xian did not disappoint Zhou Xinrui. With a calm gaze fixed on the fiery coal basin, she exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, she smiled gently at Madame Qian and inquired softly, "Third aunt, may I ask your intention? Do you intend to bar my entrance?" Madame Qian erupted into another round of laughter, lightly patting Xiao Jinshuan's shoulder in a seemingly affectionate manner. "You are being ridiculous. How could your third aunt wish to inconvenience you? However, your inauspicious nature necessitates that you step over the fire basin before entering, to ward off any ill fortune. The matriarch is of advanced age, and should you inadvertently offend her, it would not be well. Surely, you do not believe I would deliberately seek to trouble you?" Xiao Jinxian scoffed internally at Madame Qian's words. It was evident that Madame Qian was attempting to humiliate her while using the matriarch as a shield. If she refused, it would be seen as disobedience. If she complied,
she risked becoming the laughingstock of the capital. The basin was enormous. Even a grown man would struggle to leap over it. The coals glowed fiercely, and should she attempt to cross, her garments would likely catch fire, leading to a most embarrassing situation, or worse, a potential injury. Had someone dared to challenge her like this in Yangzhou, Xuan would have stood her ground without hesitation. In the present day, in Chongping, she has just arrived and is not yet suited to display her brilliance too overtly. If she wishes to avoid the hardships posed by the Qian family, she must prevail through cunning. After a moment's contemplation, Xuan smiled. Aunt San is correct, she said, though she found herself perplexed by the ominous title attributed to her. I have heard that the emperor once declared in the Grand Hall that his niece is the fortune of the Dezhou. How is it that you deem me a harbinger of misfortune? Has Aunt misunderstood, or do you genuinely believe me to be ill-fated? I am but a simple girl, and I beseech you to enlighten me. Qian's smile faltered, her complexion paling as she recalled how Xuan had shown during the snow disaster. Zhou Xianrui had praised her profusely in his letters, and the emperor, in his delight, had indeed referred to her as a blessing capable of alleviating calamities. However, it was well known that such remarks were merely casual expressions of the emperor's thoughts. Qian had not anticipated that Xuan would wield this statement against her. She had just claimed the girl to be a calamity, while the emperor had called her a blessing. If she did not retract her statement, would she not be defying the emperor's will? This was a burden she could hardly bear. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Qian hastily replied, "You see, it was merely an error on my part. Xian is indeed a blessing, not a calamity." But inside, she felt a deep frustration akin to slapping her own face. Originally intending to trouble Xuan, she found herself forced to retract her words under pressure. No matter how one viewed this confrontation, Qian was at a disadvantage. A flash of malice darted through Qian's eyes before she forced a brighter smile. Though you are like this, you have traveled a great distance. Stepping over the fire basin upon your entrance is indeed for auspiciousness to ward off misfortune. After all, your grandmother is advanced in years, and such unclean spirits must not be allowed near her. Without giving Xuan a chance to respond, she turned to the maid Furong, instructing, "Hurry, stoke the coals. The fourth miss is about to cross the basin." Furong, following her command, opened the jar she had held for a long time and tilted it, pouring its contents into the charcoal basin. The once red-hot coals erupted with a loud bang upon contact with the liquid, flaring into a towering plume of flame. The flames reaching 3 inches high. Zhao, witnessing this, gasped in alarm and questioned sister-in-law, "What are you doing? The coals are alight. How can one cross?" Yet Qian merely chuckled, responding with a tone of solemnity. Only a blazing fire signifies prosperity. If Xian harbors enough filial piety towards the old lady, a little flame should not deter her. Furong, mark my words, the fire in the basin must not be extinguished. Keep pouring oil. A robust flame is auspicious, and if it dies out, it will bring misfortune. With that, Qian turned, positioning herself before the charcoal basin, locking eyes with Xuan, her expression revealing unmasked triumph and animosity. Furong, having received her orders, rushed to Xuan, performing a respectful bow and gesturing for her to proceed. "Fourth miss, please hurry. The old lady is waiting." It would not do to delay. Xuan regarded her, saying nothing but nodding in acknowledgement as she followed behind. Yet, just a few steps away from the basin, an expression of derision flickered in her calm eyes. In a swift motion, she stepped forward and trod upon Furong's skirt hem. Unaware of the impending mishap, Furong was about to pour oil into the basin when the sudden halt caused her to lose her balance, sending her tumbling forward. The half-full jar of lamp oil arced gracefully from her grasp, landing perilously close to the flame. The unfolding chaos was too rapid for anyone to intervene. The majority of the oil splashed into the basin, igniting a colossal fireball that erupted with a deafening roar, leaving the maidens shrieking in terror. They were positioned at a safe distance, merely startled, but Qian, who stood nearest, bore the brunt of the disaster. The flames and oil splattered onto her sleeves, and as the fire surged, it engulfed her in a matter of moments, sending her into a panic-stricken scream as she desperately swatted at the flames, to no avail. The surrounding maidens stood frozen, momentarily paralyzed by the sight. At that moment, Xuan let out a cold laugh and shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly grab something to extinguish the flames on Aunt's dress. If nothing else is available, use your hands to pat it out." If that fails, stomp it out. Aunt, lie down and roll on the ground. It will be too late otherwise. As her words rang out, the stunned crowd seemed to awaken, instinctively following her commands. Xuan, now utterly terrified and disoriented, had no thoughts of who had issued the orders. She reflexively obeyed, dropping to the ground and rolling, desperate to extinguish the flames. She was so frantic that she would have slapped herself if it meant putting out the fire. Thus, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded before the Marshal-S residence. A bejeweled noblewoman, ablaze, rolling frantically on the ground like a top, while a dozen maids scurried around her, creating a scene of utter chaos as they attempted to smother the flames, kicking and slapping in a frenzied effort to quell the inferno. Xiao Jinxian observed this spectacle with a mocking smile, relishing the moment. If her adversary wished to plot against her and bring her to disgrace, she saw no reason to endure such provocations. To act decisively was imperative, and she hesitated not for a moment. Zhou Xinrui, who had been watching with an amused demeanor, found his smile growing broader as he took in the scene of pandemonium. He turned a glance at Xiao Jinxian, who stood aloof, seemingly untouched by the chaos, shaking his head with a knowing smile. As Zhao, recovering from her shock, witnessed Qian's predicament, she couldn't suppress her laughter, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. This sister-in-law of the third household, who had often looked down upon her due to the old lady's favor, now found herself in a most undignified situation. Years of suppressed resentment welled up within Zhao, and as she approached Xiao Jinxian, her smile became more genuine. Dear niece, let us go inside. It is quite chaotic here. The servants will manage this. Allow me to escort you to greet the old lady. Chapter 67. Grandmother. By upon hearing this, Xiao Jinxian nodded graciously, allowing Zhao to lead her into the residence. In her previous life, after arriving at the marshal's estate, it was Zhao, her aunt, who had shown her considerable kindness amidst her trials. Despite being initially overlooked and relegated to a position of servitude, often deprived of necessities, this aunt had regularly extended her support once she discovered the hardships Xiao Jinxian faced. Later, when she married, it was her husband's family that took charge, declaring that the daughter of the Xiao family should not depart in a state of poverty. Thus, the originally modest dowry of 4 carriages was ultimately expanded to 10. Although these lavish gifts were eventually squandered by Ji Lingfeng to pave his own way, Xiao Jinxian did not forget the kindness extended by the Zhao family. If the opportunity arose, she would repay them in due time. However, as they approached the threshold of the residence, before they could even cross the threshold, Qian's irate voice echoed from behind. Wait, sister-in-law, you cannot bring her inside. She might cause trouble right at the doorstep. I believe Jinxian should first visit the ancestral hall to pray and pay her respects, lest her arrival incite misfortune within the household. Zhao, though somewhat tongue-tied, was well aware that all of this was merely Qian's own folly, and she had no one to blame but herself. Yet, expressing this sentiment proved challenging. Xiao Jinxian smiled reassuringly at Zhao, signaling her not to worry, and turned gracefully to face Qian. At that moment, Qian appeared far from her earlier vibrancy. Her garments were singed and disheveled, covered in soot. Dust clung to her face and arms, and her hair was askew, with her ornamental hairpins scattered about due to her earlier tumbling. Observing Qian's disheveled state, Xiao Jinxian couldn't help but smile. She extended her hand to remove her soft woolen cloak and draped it over Qian's shoulders with a flourish. Rather than worrying about whether I will bring trouble to the household, dear aunt, shouldn't you first consider how your current appearance might tarnish the reputation of the Marquis's residence? If I were you, I would find a hole to hide in rather than stand here, inviting ridicule. Her voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for Qian to hear. Given the circumstances of Qian Yingluo's demise, her vendetta against Xiao Jinxian was unyielding, and thus she felt no need to temper her words. She aimed to convey that before making a move against her, Qian ought to be more astute and not treat her as a mere soft target. This would hopefully prevent Qian from causing her trouble repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Qian's breath caught, and she glared at Xiao Jinxian with barely contained fury. Initially, she had dismissed Xiao Jinxian, a girl raised in the countryside, as insignificant. In her mind, a mere country girl could not possibly pose a threat. She had intended to torment her before ensuring her demise. Yet, she now realized that the situation was not as she had anticipated. This seemingly demure girl from Yangzhou was, in fact, formidable. Today, having underestimated her, Qian found herself embarrassed instead. If she were to let this incident pass, she would not only fail to justify herself to Princess Huayong, but would also suffer a loss of face. Therefore, as Xiao Jinxian leisurely turned to re-enter the residence, Qian seized her arm. Jinxian, do not concern yourself with my affairs. I still have some influence in this household. If I say you must go to the ancestral hall, then you shall go. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and assist the fourth miss into the carriage. With a fierce glare, Qian commanded her servants to forcibly usher Xiao Jinxian into the carriage. After all, the old matriarch had never favored this granddaughter, and by acting as she did, Qian believed she was merely aligning with the matriarch's sentiments. Even if the matriarch learned of her actions later, she would not face any repercussions. After all, she was merely a branch of the family. It sufficed to feign closeness to the capital without truly caring for her well-being. However, Qian had overlooked the fact that another individual had remained present, observing the entire scene. Zhou Xinrui, who had been largely silent until now, stepped forward to shield Xiao Jinxian as the servants advanced toward her. Madam, what are you doing? When we departed from Yangzhou, I personally promised Lord Xiao to ensure the safety of the fourth miss within the Marquis's residence. If you wish to take her to the ancestral hall against her will, you must first seek my permission. Zhou Xinrui's intervention prompted the accompanying guards to encircle him, while Jiling silently brandished her whip, positioning herself protectively beside Xiao Jinxian. Ready for action, Qian had not anticipated such a direct intervention from Zhou Xinrui regarding the Xiao family's affairs, and she knew him to be resolute. She realized that if she dared to forcefully take Xiao Jinxian, he would likely not hesitate to confront her. Caught in a precarious situation, Qian stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, a venerable yet authoritative voice resonated from within the Marquis's residence. What the Duke has stated holds true. Not only would His Highness refuse, but I, too, shall not acquiesce. Sister-in-law, do take a look at what you have done. How could you leave my beloved granddaughter outside? It seems the older one gets, the more muddled one becomes. Now, step aside promptly. As the words fell, an elderly woman, her hair silvered, emerged with a dragon-headed cane in one hand, supported by a younger woman on the other. She walked with dignity, her posture straight and her gaze sharp. Upon seeing this venerable matriarch, all present straightened and bowed in respect. Even Zhou Xinrui performed a gesture of reverence before standing at attention once more. It was no wonder that everyone reacted thusly. The dignified elder was none other than the first wife of the late Marshal Xiao and the true matriarch of the Marquis's household, Madame Bai. Xiao Jinxian, like the others, respectfully inclined her body in greeting. Yet her attention was not focused on her esteemed grandmother, but rather on the young woman beside her, who was supporting the elder and smiling gently. This young woman resembled a celestial being, her every expression pure and untainted, flawless from every angle. Akin to the most exquisite jade, she was none other than Xiao Jinxuan's cherished elder sister, Xiao Jinyu. The intensity of Xiao Jinxuan's gaze, filled with hatred, was so palpable that even from several meters away, Xiao Jinyu sensed it. She glanced over, her expression momentarily puzzled, then smiled gently and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, upon witnessing that unblemished smile, the hatred within Xiao Jinxian threatened to erupt. Xiao Jinyu, you caused me such suffering in my past life, and now you dare to smile so openly at me. Had it not been for her inner voice urging restraint, she might have charged forward to tear that smiling face apart, piece by piece. Xiao Jinyu, too, perceived the animosity emanating from her half-sister and frowned slightly. She scrutinized Xiao Jinxian for a moment longer before turning to whisper something into the elder's ear, gesturing toward Xiao Jinxuan's position. Xiao Jinxian, fixated on her, observed this exchange with keen interest, raising her gaze in confusion when the elder turned to look at her. Drawing a deep breath, Xiao Jinxian swiftly suppressed her animosity and, meeting her grandmother's gaze, performed a courteous bow. Satisfied, the elder withdrew her attention, unaware of Xiao Jinxuan's turmoil, and turned her focus to Zhou Xinrui. With a tap of her cane against the ground, she smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for returning this girl to us. We, the grandmother and granddaughter, have much to catch up on. I shall not keep His Highness from entering today. Rest assured, we will prepare a feast in the near future to express our gratitude." It was evident to all that the elder's words, while polite, served as a dismissal. Moreover, she had audaciously refused entry to a prince. an act that few in Chongping would dare undertake. Yet the elder undoubtedly belonged to that select few. Born into the Bai family, she hailed from a prestigious lineage, with her father being a long-standing minister, and both her mother and grandmother were of royal descent. Born into the Bai family, she was bestowed the title of a third-rank princess. After marrying Marshal Xiao, she now holds the esteemed position of a first-rank noble consort, coupled with her 4 sons, 2 of whom perished valiantly on the battlefield. The late emperor granted her the prestigious dragon-headed cane, allowing the matriarch of the Xiao family to remain seated in the presence of the emperor, while all officials pay their respects. Among the noble consorts of the great Zhou, the standing of the matriarch is undoubtedly among the top 3. Thus, issuing an eviction order to a royal prince is not an extraordinary occurrence in the eyes of the matriarch. Upon hearing such words, Zhou Xinrui merely smiled briefly before responding in a solemn tone. In that case, this prince shall not intrude further. I shall take my leave, allowing the matriarch and the 4th young lady to reconnect. Having intervened once today, he refrained from doing so a second time. For the matters concerning the marshal's estate must be navigated by Xiao Jinxian herself. After casting a lingering glance at the woman behind him, he departed with his guards. Once the Xiao family members remained at the entrance of the marshal's estate, the smile that had adorned the matriarch's face vanished in an instant. Casting an annoyed glance at Qian, she closed her eyes and furrowed her brow deeply. Look at yourself now. Hurry and change into a proper outfit before you come out. Standing there like that will bring shame to our marshal's estate. Upon hearing this, Qian's eyes flashed with mortification. She offered a quick bow, disregarding words, and hurried into the residence. However, as she passed in front of Xiao Jinxian, she could not help but shoot a fierce glare at her, clearly implying, "We shall see how this unfolds." Xiao Jinxian merely observed her in silence, her expression unchanged. It is essential to understand that although Qian manages affairs within the estate, the true authority has always resided with the matriarch. The grandmother has a penchant for gentle and compliant women. Thus, regardless of whether Qian glares at her or hurls insults, Xiao Jinxian would remain unfazed, maintaining a most gracious smile. Given that the matriarch already harbors some reservations about her, it is only prudent for her to curry favor and strive to leave a positive impression. This approach is undoubtedly the most advantageous for her at present.